V2 Chapter 401 What dare I? Boy, is this your sister? Let her play with Ben. The boy said to Gu arrogantly. There were a lot of people passing by, and they all came to see what happened here. This guy is bullying the freshman again. These days, I often see this guy bullying the freshman blatantly. This person's name is Zhou Jiwen. Zhou Jiwu knows that he is his own brother. What? You mean Zhou Jiwu, who ranks 4th in the inner palace? No wonder this guy should be so blatant. It turns out that there is such a big backing behind him. The students around seem to be freshmen. Although they had heard of Gu's reputation, they had not yet seen what Gu looked like. Even if you have seen the portrait, it is impossible to recognize it immediately. Moreover, Gu was young, and his appearance would change quickly. Compared with the crazy portrait circulated by family forces, his appearance has undergone some changes. Compared with before, his appearance has become calmer, and there is a hint of sharpness in his calmness. Don't worry first. Gu touched Xiaogu's hair lightly. Boy, didn't you hear Ben Xiao talking? Feeling ignored, Zhou Jiwen's face became a little ugly. Before I change my mind, you better move away. Gu looked at the boy with cold eyes. He was only thinking about the face of Palace Master Murong before temporarily stopping Xiaogu. Otherwise, once the ossicles attack, this area is estimated to be destroyed. As for the guy in front of him who doesn't live or die. Having given this guy one chance, he won't give a second chance. Ha ha ha, I don't think there is a guy who is more arrogant than Ben Xiao in the outer palace. Zhou Jiwen didn't take Gu's words seriously, even as a joke. Gu didn't bother to continue talking nonsense. With a cold gaze, he appeared in front of the opponent in an instant, covered the opponent's face with a palm, and pressed it to the ground. Zhou Jiwen couldn't react at all, only felt that his body fell backward uncontrollably. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. Gu's speed was too fast. Zhou Jiwen had fallen to the ground unconscious when everyone around him recovered. Especially when Zhou Jiwen kept bleeding from his brain, everyone was shocked. Looking at Zhou Jiwen, who was unconscious on the ground, Gu shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to hurt people as soon as he came back, but this guy wanted to die. What he did was not a normal death, and he dared to have a wicked attitude towards the bones. Kill, go and notify the elder. Don't you want to kill me? It seems that someone has already gone to Senior Zhou Jiwu, and Senior Zhou Jiwu is probably nearby. I just ran into it on the way here. Some people said carefully in private. The obsessive guy finally disappeared, but it's a pity that I failed to punch that guy. At this time, Xiaogu said with some regret. Go on. Gu took Xiao Bone's hand and continued to walk inside. However, at this moment, a young man hurried over with his physical skills. Senior Zhou is here. I don't know who shouted. Everyone immediately knew that Zhou Jiwu was coming. How dare you? Just as Zhou Jiwu wanted to speak harshly, he saw the opponent's face clearly, and his voice stopped abruptly. Chief Season. Zhou Jiwu said in amazement. Those new disciples from the outer mansion could not recognize him, but as a disciple of the inner mansion, he could recognize at a glance that the black-clothed boy was Chief Jiyu. Especially he has always used Chief Jiyu as the driving force for his cultivation. As soon as this remark came out, everyone else instantly became horrified. Chief Season. There will only be one chief student in the entire Qianyuan Wufu. Doesn't it mean that this person is the legendary Tianjiao character Jiyu? Now in the entire Kanglan Empire, Jiyu's reputation is like thunder. Almost everyone has heard of Jiyu's deeds. This character like a myth is standing in front of them at this moment. What dare I? At this time, Jiyu Dan asked with a smile. No. Nothing. Zhou Jiwu shook his head repeatedly. Faced with Jiyu, how dare he say that it is not at all? He doesn't need to ask, he must have committed the crime by his stupid brother this time. The fault I caused can only be taken by this fool himself. And it seems that Chief Ji left his hand, his brother was just seriously injured and unconscious, not completely dead. Thank you for your mercy, Chief Ji. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhiwu quickly thanked him. But Ji Yu didn't pay attention to the other party anymore, and continued to walk inside with Xiao Bon. Seeing that Ji Yu didn't say anything, Zhou Zhiwu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Chief Ji would be upset, so he cleaned up with his brother. V2 Chapter 402 I also want to be your fiancé. The news of Chief Ji Yu's return soon spread throughout Qianyuan Wufu. Including Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, who were in the Zijin Hall and were practicing with Murong Zili, they also learned of Ji Yu's return. With Murong Zili's permission, they couldn't wait to leave the Zijin Hall, wanting to see Ji Yu. However, as soon as he walked out of the Zijin Hall, he saw Ji Yu walking towards him from not far away. Jiang Yuexin's face was immediately happy, but immediately became a little strange again. Because she saw that Ji Yu seemed to be followed by a very young girl. Jiang Yuechu was also very curious about the little girl. Are you lazy again? At this time, Ji Yu's voice came. Who is lazy, don't we come out to see you? Jiang Yuexin's voice became quieter as she went to the back. The appearance of being easily shy remains the same. Ji Yu, you are back. Jiang Yuechu smiled. Well, I'm back. Ji Yu nodded. The atmosphere gradually becomes warm. But at this moment, a voice broke the warmth. Ji Yu, who are these two human women to you? Just listen to the sound of the small bones. This is Jiang Yuechu, this is Jiang Yuexin. Ji Yu introduced to Xiaogu one by one, they are all my fiancés. Fiancé? Xiaogu said with a puzzled look, I don't understand what this means, let's be regarded as your relatives. Right. Ji Yu responded. The fiancé said that she was a relative, but there was really nothing wrong with her. Then you will also be your fiancé, can you? Xiaogu looked up at Ji Yu purely. Ah, this. Ji Yu didn't know what to say for a while. Obviously, this guy didn't understand what his fiancé meant. No. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin who was on the side objected loudly. Then he pointed to Xiaogu with a sulky expression and asked Ji Yu, I just wanted to ask, who is she? Her name is Xiaogu, it is troublesome to explain, you can just treat her as my sister. Ji Yu said. I want to explain the ins and outs, what natural disaster bone dragon, what soul contract, those are too troublesome. Now based on his relationship with Xiaogu, it should be the most appropriate to use his brother and sister to explain. Younger sister. Jiang Yuexin looked at the girl and then at Ji Yu. Fine. Not at all like it. And this little girl has strange things on and behind her head. I want to become a fiancé with Ji Yu, why don't you let it? At this time, Xiaogu said to Jiang Yuexin with an unhappy expression. No, just no. Jiang Yuexin did not back down. Yuexin, wait a moment. Jiang Yuechu suddenly spoke. She asked Xiaogu gently, Xiaogu, you shouldn't know the real meaning of fiancé. I really don't know. Xiao Bon thought for a while and shook his head. So, you actually just want to be relatives with Ji Yu? Then, Jiang Yuechu continued to ask. Yeah, otherwise? Xiaogu said of course with a face. Well, sister, I understand. After speaking, Jiang Yuechu smiled at Xiaogu again, and then turned to Jiang Yuexin and said, Yuexin, now you also understand. Ming, understood. Jiang Yuexin said proudly. This guy's age can be your ancestor. Hearing Jiang Yuechu's elder sister's claim, Ji Yu couldn't help but complain. In other words, why does she keep talking about this seat? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin leaned in Ji Yu's ear and asked. This is her mouth addiction, don't care about so many details. Ji Yu explained casually. So can this seat become Ji Yu's fiancé? Xiao Bon asked again. Jiang Yuexin was about to say something, but was stopped by Jiang Yuechu again. That, fiancé is a little different from what you think. Jiang Yuechu kindly said, fiancé, she is going to get married in the future. Married? What does that mean? Xiao Bon then asked. Marriage means formal marriage, which can also be understood as a family. When Jiang Yuechu was asked, she didn't know how to explain it. Family? Doesn't that mean the same thing as relatives? Xiao Bon asked back. Because the obstacles were too simple, the whole topic was turned back again. V2 Chapter 403 Get away from him. Third more. Why are you so stupid? At this time, Jiyu couldn't stand it anymore, and reminded Jiang Yuechu, can you just leave the word fiancé? Hearing this, Jiang Yuechu suddenly realized. Of course you can become Ji Yu's relatives. Jiang Yuechu immediately said to Xiaogu. What Ji Yu said was true. Since Xiao Bon couldn't understand the meaning of his fiancé, he just didn't mention his fiancé. That's good. Xiao Bon responded. In fact, if Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were both Ji Yu's relatives, she would have done it directly, and she would have been talking about it slowly. Immediately afterwards, Xiaogu looked at Ji Yu with expectation. Seeing Ji Humor nodded silently, she smiled immediately. Ji Yu, what is the relationship between Xiaogu and you? Jiang Yuexin cared more and more about this small bone, after all she couldn't help asking. Didn't I tell you? You can think of her as my sister. Ji Yu felt a little inexplicable, and he explained it clearly. Do you want me to take it? That means you have another relationship with her? Jiang Yuexin asked. Forget it, let me just say it. Hearing Jiang Yuexin ask this point, Ji Yu could only explain it clearly. Small Bone is not actually a human being. She is a monster called the Scourge Bone Dragon, and now it can be regarded as an inseparable relationship with me. After a brief explanation, Ji Yu didn't bother to continue explaining, you don't have to worry anyway, she won't hurt us. In fact, Jiang Yuexin's concern is not whether it hurts or not. Inseparable relationship. Jiang Yuexin took a deep look at Xiaogu. Suddenly I felt that this little girl was a big threat. It's actually a monster. Jiang Yuechu who was on the side was surprised. The monster beast was able to become a human being. This completely refreshed Jiang Yuechu's knowledge of monsters before. In her impression, monsters are very ferocious and cruel images. But this small bone is completely the opposite. Innocent, simple, and cute. At this time, Jiyu suddenly sensed that Murong Zili was looking at the door of the Zijin Hall. Palace Master Murong. Jiyu turned around and said to Murong Zili. I haven't seen it for many days. I don't think you have reached the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. Murong Zili's tone revealed a hint of surprise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuechu was surprised at first, and then happy. It's because Ji Yu has become so strong now, and I feel happy. And Jiang Yuexin, although also happy about it. But thinking of his own cultivation base, the 7th layer of the Yushuan realm. This is the result of her hard work for a while. But Ji Yu had already cultivated to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. The gap is too far. Thinking that she couldn't help Ji Yu at all now, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help feeling a little depressed. At the same time, Ji Yu was also surprised. But to his surprise, Palace Master Murong could see through his cultivation level at a glance. Could it be that, is it the role of Palace Master Murong Zilutong? Ji Yu suddenly thought of when he first saw Murong Zili. He discovered through the system that Murong Zili had the pupil technique Zilu pupil. And also comprehend the purple Lu pupil. It's a pity that Ji Yu only comprehended the second half of the practice secrets. If it's the first half of the practice secrets, that's okay, only the second half of the practice secrets are useless. The upper part has a head anyway, and can know how to practice in the first place. And the second half has only a tail, and I don't even know how to practice in the beginning. Ji thought for a while, if there is a chance in the future, he will have to obtain the upper half of the cultivation speed of the bloodline pupil technique Ziliu pupil from Palace Master Murong. With the exception of Palace Master Murong, Ji has never found bloodline pupil surgery on anyone else. Such a rare bloodline pupil technique is undoubtedly very strong. Also, why are you dressed as a person from the Temple of Evolution? Murong Zili asked again. With this question, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were both startled. Amount. Even Ji Yu himself was slightly taken aback. Palace Master Murong could even see this at a glance, but it was beyond his expectation. At the beginning of the month, Yuexin, stay away from him. At the same time, Murong Zili passed a message to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin through spiritual communication. Ji Yu. Jiang Yuexin's expression gradually turned into disbelief, and she looked at Ji Yu incredulously. Although Jiang Yuechu was also unbelievable, Palace Master Murong would never say that for no reason. Let's go back first. Jiang Yuechu quickly pulled Jiang Yuexin away from Ji Yu. V2 Chapter 404 So excited why? What are you doing so excited? I won't do anything to you. Ji Yu smiled awkwardly. Hearing this, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's footsteps stopped immediately. Their eyes looked at Ji Yu with complicated expressions. Both of them understood that they had just been in close contact with Ji Yu for so long. If Ji Yu wanted to do it, they couldn't run away with the ninefold cultivation base of the profound realm. But Palace Master Murong is unlikely to make that kind of joke, and Ji Yu's dress is indeed very similar to those in the Temple of Evolution. After hesitating for a while, neither Jiang Yuechu nor Jiang Yuexin moved a step further. Since they had to choose, they were more willing to believe in Ji Yu than Palace Master Murong. Not only that. Even Murong Zili felt a little strange. She remembered it clearly. Ji Yu's dress is definitely the uniform costume of the people of the Temple of Evolution. But just at the beginning of the month, Yu Xian had been in contact with Ji Yu for so long, and Ji Yu Yi did not do anything with them. Could it be that Ji Yu has other intentions? At this moment, Murong Zili's gaze fell on the little girl beside Ji Yu. She felt a very dangerous breath from this little girl. But how can I not see through? Compared to Ji Yu, this little girl is obviously more dangerous. Since Murong Zili had not heard the previous conversation between Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, he did not know that this little girl was transformed by a monster. Don't be nervous, don't get excited, let's go in and have a good chat. Ji Yu said with a smile. Then slowly walked into the Zijin Hall. Murong Zili was silent. She also wanted to see first, what Ji Yu was playing. Both Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin chose to believe in Ji Yu. I believe Ji Yu will definitely not hurt them. Therefore, they returned to Ji Yu and walked into the Zijin Hall together. Sorry, I just suspected you. Me too. As soon as the two returned to Ji Yu, they both apologized. It's okay. Ji Yu smiled indifferently, normal people would be like that. Now you are willing to believe me, it's already very good. After all, when they were very young, the people in the Kanglan branch brought fatal harm to their entire family. On the contrary, it was beyond Ji Yu's expectation that they were able to trust themselves so quickly. Even so, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin still feel a little guilty. On the way, Murong Zili looked calm. In fact, he is always watching Ji Yu behind him. As long as Ji Yu has any precursor to the second girl, she will stop it immediately. But until he walked into the Zijin Hall and sat down, Ji Yu's performance was calm as usual. Ji Yu, what are you trying to do? Murong Zili asked solemnly. For the Temple of Evolution, or Kanglan Branch Temple. Although she doesn't know much, she knows a lot. According to her observation, the people of Kanglan Branch Hall had purpose in every action. And no matter who, once entered the Kanglan Branch Hall. After I came out, I didn't remember the old feelings, even the 6 relatives didn't recognize it. Basically, Ji-Yu's return this time must also be purposeful. But Murong Zili estimated that Ji-Yu's return this time was not Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, but something else. What's the intention? I came back just to take a look at Yuechu and Yuexin. Ji-Yu said indifferently. That's it? Murong Zili asked. Obviously, she didn't quite believe what Ji-Yu said. That's it. Ji-Yu nodded and said, however, I have to explain to you clearly why I joined the Kanglan branch hall. Really? Murong Zili's eyes flickered slightly. She was right, Ji-Yu really had joined the Kanglan branch hall. I don't know what happened a while ago. With Ji-Yu's strength, he shouldn't be taken away by Kanglan branch hall so easily. Hearing that, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin both had slight changes in their complexions, and they were unwilling to accept this fact. What about me? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the main hall, interrupting them. Ji-Yu looked back subconsciously and found that it was Qi Linger. V2 Chapter 405 Everything is fine, that's enough. Of course there are you. Didn't I come directly to the Zijin Hall? I just didn't see you. Ji-Yu responded to the circumstances. That's good. Qi Linger was immediately happy in his heart, and his face was slightly red. Continue with the topic just now. Ji-Yu turned his head to look at Murong Zili. Although I joined the Kanglan branch hall, I was not under control. And now you are not the target of Kanglan branch hall, so don't worry. I'm coming back this time, really just to see them. As for whether Palace Master Murong believes it or not, I can only say, it depends on what Palace Master Murong thinks. After listening, Murong Zili fell into a short silence. She couldn't see that Ji-Yu seemed to be lying. However, her keen intuition told her that Ji-Yu also concealed certain things. I believe you. After the silence, Murong Zili said. For her, no matter what Ji-Yu concealed, as long as Ji-Yu didn't do anything unfavorable to their Qianyuan Wufu, it was fine. Hearing that Ji-Yu hadn't been affected badly, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for Qi Linger, she had never heard of Kanglan branch hall. So that I didn't understand what Ji-Yu was talking about. Ji-Yu, what is the Kanglan branch hall? Just listen to Qi Linger asking curiously. How should I put it, anyway, it is a very powerful force, you don't need to care so much. Ji-Yu was very simple and perfunctory. Since Qi Linger didn't know what Kanglan branch hall was, it was naturally best not to know it in the future. This way, one less person can worry about him. Oh. Although the surrounding atmosphere felt a little weird, Ji-Yu had said that, and Qi Linger didn't care about this Kanglan branch anymore. As if nothing happened, Ji-Yu played with them all afternoon in the mansion. At this time, Ji-Yu saw the sky gradually darken. Well, it's almost time for me to go back. With that said, Ji-Yu took Xiao Gu to prepare to leave. Ji-Yu. At this time, Jiang Yuexin shouted to Ji-Yu, can't my sister and I go with you? This can't work, you just stay here in Qianyuan Wufu. Ji-Yu said. But. Jiang Yuexin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Yuechu. Yuexin, don't be capricious. Jiang Yuechu persuaded, Ji-Yu Hui will join the Kanglan branch hall. There must be something important that is hard to tell. Ji-Yu just smiled. In fact, the most important thing has been done, but he didn't say it. He is now the main hall master of the Kanglan branch hall, and it is inconvenient to say everything. After all, there is still a mysterious and unknown monster like the Evolution Temple. At least for now, everything is fine, and that's enough. Before leaving, Ji-Yu suddenly remembered something. Palace Master Murong, I'm a little curious, what should be special about your pupils? He immediately said to Murong Zili. Why do you think so? Murong Zili asked rhetorically without change. Because the palace lord saw my cultivation at a glance, that's why I think so. Ji-Yu answered naturally. That's it. Murong Zili paused for a moment, and said, "Yes, this palace lord's pupils are a special blood pupil technique. Can the palace master teach me?" Ji said along the way. Upon hearing this, Murong Zili's pupils suddenly shrank slightly. "This palace lord can't teach you, because you don't have the same blood as this palace lord." Murong Zili responded indifferently. "That's it, I understand." Ji said, "Then please ask Palace Master Murong to give me a drop of blood." This indifferent tone said something terrible. "So, is this your purpose?" Murong Zili's voice gradually cooled down. "Of course not, I didn't say it all, I came back this time just to meet them." Ji said helplessly, "Palace Master Murong doesn't want to let it go, I won't force it. If you can get the blood of Palace Master Murong, you can get the blood of Palace Lord Murong through the system. You must have blood first, and then you can practice the bloodline pupil technique Ziliu pupil cheats. As for the cultivation secrets of Zi Liutong's upper half, Palace Master Murong should have them. With the essence and blood and the first half of the cultivation secrets available, you can basically start to practice Zi Lu pupil. However, looking at the current trend, Palace Master Murong would not be willing to give blood. Although Palace Lord Murong's face did not change. But Ji could see that Palace Master Murong didn't seem to be willing. Of course the best if possible. If not, it is not very so-called. Apart from feeling a little regretful, Ji had no other thoughts. V2 Chapter 406 Palace Master forced me, 3rd. At this moment, Ji suddenly heard a spiritual exchange from Palace Master Murong. "You want the essence and blood, right? This palace lord can't give it to you. But this mansion mainly promises you one condition." Hearing that, Ji immediately replied through spiritual communication, "What conditions?" "That is to help Ling'er get rid of the Qi family's clan status. Ling'er is too kind, and she still has a deep psychological shadow, she can't do anything to her father and brother. So she just wants to get rid of the Qi family status and completely sever her relationship with her father and brother. Palace Lord is not convenient to do this now, so I can only get rid of you. If you are willing to agree to this condition, this Palace Lord can now give you the essence and blood you want." Apart from Xiaogu, no one in the audience could hear the spiritual exchange between Ji and Murong Zili. Xiaogu didn't understand what Ji and Murong Zili were talking about, so he didn't interrupt. "I can promise." Ji responded with almost no hesitation. "Okay, come here." Murong Zili said. Hearing this, Ji walked towards Murong Zili immediately. What to do next? Just as Ji asked this sentence, suddenly Murong Zili stretched out his hand to grab his shirt, and pulled him over. Before Ji realized what was going on, he felt a cool and soft touch between his lips. At this time, Murong Zili bit the tip of his tongue lightly, and sent the blood from the tip of the tongue through the contacting lips. Ji was immediately stunned. Is it so exciting to give blood? At the same time, a prompt tone came from the system. Ding! The host gets the blood of the Murong family's bloodline, triggering 999 times the absorption capacity. At this moment, Ji's blood changed a lot. He could feel that he already had part of the Murong family bloodline in his body, and it was the purest direct bloodline. But Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Yuexin and Qi Ling'er reacted more violently, and the three women were all staring at the amazing scene in front of them. All right. At this time, Murong Zili pushed Ji away again, and at the same time stuffed a ring into Ji's hands. Remember your promise. After speaking, Murong Zili strolled away. It wasn't until Murong Zili left that Ji, who was stunned in the same place, recovered. Ji. At this time, Jiang Yuexin said angrily. It's nothing to do with me, Palace Lord, she forced me. Ji suddenly embarrassed. He had never expected that Palace Master Murong would pass the blood to him in this way. As expected of you, even the Palace Master has been tainted by you now. Jiang Yuechu smiled coldly. It's really none of my business. Ji said helplessly, don't you see that I was scared just now? No matter what, the master will definitely not, just do that kind of thing with you. Jiang Yuexin's face blushed and said, it's definitely what you did. Qi Linger was shyly covering her eyes, and the scene just now shocked her speechless. As for the ossicles, she had no thoughts about the scene just now. What's so strange about this? Just listening to Xiao Gu said for granted, isn't this a normal thing? I have done it with Ji Yu. At this moment, both Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were dumb. You kissed Ji Yu too. Jiang Yuexin stammered and looked at Xiao Bon in surprise. Can I say that it was also an accident? At this moment, Ji Yu interrupted. However, no one paid any attention to him. Oh, so it was called a kiss. Xiao Gu looked like he understood, and nodded, yeah, Ji Yu and I have kissed, don't you guys yet? I kissed it very early. Jiang Yuexin said shyly in a low voice. That's not it. I really don't understand what's so surprising. Xiao Bon slowly shook his head. After being said by Xiaogu, Jiang Yuexin was choked for a while and would not know what to say. V2 Chapter 407 Comprehend the Purple Pupil. Although Jiang Yuechu did not speak, she was very concerned about Xiaogu's words just now. My sister and Xiaogu have kissed Ji Yu, but they have not. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuechu felt a little uncomfortable. She decided to follow Ji Yu if she had a chance in the future. In any case, he was also engaged to Ji Yu and is Ji Yu's fiancée. It's too unreasonable if you haven't even done that kind of thing. At this time, Qi Linger had already slowed down. She also cared as much as Jiang Yuechu. But she didn't have the guts at all. Now Qi Linger, being able to look straight into Ji Yu's eyes and speak normally is already very good. She couldn't do anything as bold as a kiss. Correct. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin pointed to Ji Yu, you guy, even such a small girl can do it? Didn't I just say it, was it also an accident that time? Ji Yu said embarrassingly. Whoever believes your nonsense is an accident every time. Jiang Yuexin didn't believe Ji Yu's nonsense at all. It's really an accident. Ji Yu suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. It suddenly occurred to him that every time he kissed, it was not his initiative. Either being kissed or an accident happened. It's not his pot at all. Okay, I have to go back, see you next time. Ji Yu directly changed the subject. It's about to say goodbye, Jiang Yuexin is not good to say anything. Remember to visit us often. Jiang Yuechu smiled at Ji Yu. Okay. Ji Yu also smiled slightly. Then, he left Shenyuan Wufu with Xiaogu. Ding! Overlord has used the middle-level physique Lei Guangshuan, and Lei Guangshuan has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Overlord has used the middle-level physique Lei Guangshuan, and Lei Guangshuan has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the tier medium-level physique Lei Guangshuan successfully broke through to the state of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that Lei Guangshan has reached the perfect state, and it will automatically be upgraded to the upper-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Light Flash. Ji Yu directly used her body technique, leading Xiao Bon to the remote place where no one was around. On the way, the body technique also broke through to the realm of consummation, and upgraded to the first class, Shadowless Thunder Lightning. When he got here, Ji Yu could let Xiao Gu fly back to Kanglan Branch Hall by himself. It didn't take long for Ji Yu and Xiao Gu to return to the Kanglan Branch Hall. Hall Master. Hall Master. On the way back to the place of residence, everyone around who saw Ji Yu, whether it was an ordinary disciple, a deacon, or a protector, respectfully greeted Ji Yu without exception. As soon as he returned to his place to sit and rest, Ji Yu began to think about something. This matter was the condition he promised to Palace Master Murong. Regarding Qi Linger, since he agreed, he would definitely resolve it. However, he had to plan how to solve it first. After all, Jiyu is now the master of the Kanglan Branch Hall, so he can't leave the Kanglan Branch Hall for too long. Suddenly, Jiyu's brain flashed. He thought of a good way. That is to slightly edit Qi Linger's matter, and then post it to the reward hall as a task. In this way, he can deal with things justified. Next, let's try to practice the bloodline pupil technique Ziliu pupil first. Thinking about it, Jiyu immediately took out the ring that Palace Master Murong gave. This is a jade blue ring with a faint fragrance. Ding! The host urges mental power to open the ring, and the silver mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. After opening the ring, I found that there was only one scroll inside. Obviously, this should be the practice secret of Zi Liudong's upper half. Ding! The host glanced at the bloodline pupil technique Ziliu pupil practice secrets, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the bloodline pupil technique, Ziliu pupil. Taking out the scroll and taking a look, Jiyu understood Zilu pupil. At this moment, his eyes changed. The black pupil remains unchanged, and the iris around the pupil gradually turns to purple. And at the junction of the white of his eyes and the iris, a faint gleam of light was shining. At this moment, Jiyu realized that the world before him was very different from before. Whether it was the dust on the ground or the tiny bugs in the crevices of the walls, he could almost see them clearly. In other words, Jiyu's eyesight has improved a lot. And Jiyu can activate or deactivate Ziliu pupil independently. When he moved his mind, his eyes returned to normal. His mind moved again, and his eyes changed immediately. Ding! The host urged the bloodline pupil technique Ziliu pupil, and the Zili pupil gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the bloodline pupil technique purple violet pupil successfully broke through to the state of detailed and meticulous. As Jiyu activated Zi Lutong again, the realm of Zi Lutong broke through instantly. V2 Chapter 408 Watch the Breath. Cultivating cheats through the upper part of the bloodline pupil technique Ziliu pupil. Jiyu learned of the realm of Zilu pupil. Careful and realistic. These are the first two realms recorded in the first half of the practice secrets. In fact, Ziliu pupil has 4 realms in total, but how to practice the latter 2 realms is only recorded in the lower half of the practice secrets. Exploring the imaginary and real, and transforming into a god. This is the latter 2 realms. First of all, the first state is meticulous. In fact, it is to strengthen vision, to see farther and clearer, and to have stronger insight. Now Jiyu's Ziliu pupil has reached the realm of detailed and meticulous. Vision is a step further than just now. Everything around became clearer and brighter. Even the lines of the trees outside the house can be seen clearly. However, his current ability is still very average. Jiyu intends to cultivate Zi Lutong to the second realm at one time, which is to watch the breath as if it is true. Ding! The host reads Zi Liudong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zi Liudong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the bloodline pupil technique, Ziliu pupil, successfully broke through to the realm of watching the breath as real. After almost an hour or so, Jiyu cultivated Zi Lutong to the second realm, watching his breath truly. At this moment, he realized that he could actually see the profound energy that permeated the sky and the earth, like thin lines crossing and threading wrong. Profound energy is originally illusory and cannot be seen with the naked eye. But now, it clearly appeared in front of Jiyu. Undoubtedly, this is the effect brought about by practicing Zi Lutong to the realm of observing Qi as real. Follow the description in the first half of the practice secrets. When Zi-Lu pupil reaches the second state, the effect of practicing profound energy will be greatly improved. I don't know if it is true or not. In order to verify the authenticity, Ji-Yu immediately began to enter the state of cultivation. At this time, he suddenly realized that he was more sensitive to the profound energy around him. In short, it is easier for him to absorb the profound energy around him. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 200 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 200 by 999 times. Compared with before, the effect of Ji-Yu's cultivation of profound energy has doubled. Moreover, this is only the first stage of watching the breath as it is. There are 3 stages in the realm of observing Qi as real. The higher the stage, the stronger the effect of practicing profound energy will naturally be. However, it takes a lot of time to cultivate to the second stage. It's getting late now, and Ji-Yu doesn't want to continue for now. He plans to continue practicing Zi-Lu Tong in the future. At this moment, Ji-Yu looked at the small bone sitting beside him eating candy. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't bought any new clothes for Xiaogu. He has always worn his own clothes on Xiaogu. Xiaogu, I will take you to buy some clothes now. Ji-Yu said. Clothes? I don't care about that thing. Xiaogu said calmly, your clothes are enough. Try to buy a few sets first. With that said, Ji-Yu took Xiaogu's hand and prepared to leave the room. Okay. Xiaobon didn't have any comments, so Ji-Yu was left alone. Soon, Ji-Yu brought Xiaogu to the exchange of Kanglan Branch Hall. The exchange is naturally an area where various things are traded. All the people who set up shops and stalls here are from Kanglan Branch Hall. Because the Kanglan Branch Hall never conducts business dealings with foreign merchants or forces. Ji-Yu took Xiaogu and walked into a shop that looked okay, which sold clothes. Hall master. The owner of this shop was taken aback when he saw Ji-Yu coming in, and then he was shocked. Ji-Yu nodded slightly when he saw that the other party was a youth and an ordinary disciple. I'll buy a suit. Hall master, please come in. The young man said quickly and respectfully. Ji-Yu followed the youth into the shop. My lord, do you want to buy clothes yourself? The young man asked. No. Ji-Yu looked at Xiaobon beside him, I want to buy it for her. She was. The young man slowly looked at the little girl next to the Lord Hallmaster. Suddenly, I heard that 2 days ago, there was a little girl with extremely terrifying power next to Lord Hall. Is it the one in front of you? Whether it was true or not, he dared not neglect in the slightest, and immediately helped these 2 big men choose clothes. Ji-Yu is not in a hurry. But after a while, he found that there didn't seem to be many clothes for children in the store, and the man had been searching for so long before he found a few sets. V2 Chapter 409 Crusade Against the Qi Family, 3rd Shift. Hall Master, please have a look. At this time, the young man chose a few sets of clothes and gave Ji-Yu a glance. Ji-Yu took a look and felt that the colors of white and blue matched the small bones. Later, he picked a set of white and a set of blue and white dresses. How many points are needed for these 2 sets? Ji-Yu asked directly about the price. No, I'm fine. The young man shook his head again and said, the lord of the palace can just take it away. As an ordinary disciple, it is fortunate to be able to see the Lord of the 3 lives, so how dare you ask for points from the Lord? Ji-Yu doesn't have any ink, since the other party doesn't want it, then don't. Back in the room, Ji-Yu first gave Xiaogu a try on the blue and white dress. Xiaogu looked at the dress in disgust. Obviously not very willing. This kind of clothes will definitely be uncomfortable to wear. Obviously you only need to wear your clothes. Xiaobon said. I said you don't have an aesthetic sense. Ji-Yu said, you wear this blue and white dress, it's definitely better than wearing mine. Aesthetics? What is that? I don't need it. Xiao Bone shook his head. Anyway, you just wear it. I'll give you candy when you wear it. Ji Yu said. The best way to make the bones obedient is to use candy to tempt you. Have candy? Xiaogu was overjoyed, and then reluctantly agreed, all right. Xiaogu quickly took off his original clothes and put on a blue and white dress. Since I wore this dress for the first time, my hands and feet were very strange. And she has to be careful not to use too much force, or she will tear her clothes easily. After changing for a long time, Jiu also helped her before finally changing. Jiu looked up and down at this time. My vision is indeed correct. Xiao Bone put on this suit, obviously much more lively and cute than before. Okay, can you give me candy? Xiao Gu directly reached out to Ji Yu and asked. Ji Yu immediately gave a few candies. That's it? Too little, right? Xiao Bone felt unsatisfied, give me more. It's already so late, and don't eat too many sweets a day, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Ji Yu refused. Forget it. Xiaogu knew that he couldn't force it, so he gave up. You change back to my clothes when you sleep at night, and put on these 2 dresses during the day. Ji Yu urged. I know, it's troublesome. Xiaogu reluctantly said. She is also eating candy right now, so she doesn't care too much. The next day, Xiaogu obediently put on the blue and white dress. Ji Yu was dealing with affairs in the main hall. Xiaogu sat on his lap and ate sweets as usual. Ding! The host reviewed for a minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host reviewed for a minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Quickly handle all of today's affairs. Ji Yu immediately issued a task. A mission to defeat the Qi family. As for the mission information, Ji Yu made up casually. The Qi family of the Wanshan Empire was utterly devoid of conscience, and committed no evil. Then, this task was taken by himself. In this way, he could justifiably fulfill the condition promised to Palace Master Murong. Moreover, Qi Linger scumbag father and brother. He has long been displeased. Ji Yu immediately left and returned to Qianyuan Wufu with Xiaogu. At this moment, Ji Yu was already in the Zijin Hall of Qianyuan Wufu. Inside the Zijin Hall, there were only Ji Yu and Murong Zili. Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Yuexin, and Qi Linger were just not there. You came back so soon? Murong Zili asked. I'm here to fulfill the terms promised to you, and by the way, I will return this to you. With that said, Ji Yu returned the ring to Murong Zili. Inside Na Jia is the upper half of Zi Lu Tong's practice secrets. Have you remembered it? Seeing that Ji Yu returned the cheat book so quickly, Murong Zili couldn't help but asked in surprise. Okay. Ji Yu nodded. But in fact, Murong Zili asked if Ji Yu wrote down the secret book on the paper. After all, it would be unrealistic to cultivate Zi Lu Tong to the realm of observing Qi as real within a day. Even for herself, it took a month before she reached the realm of watching the breath as real. Then I will send someone to call Linger over now. Murong Zili said. After about a few minutes, Qi Linger came. Ji Yu, what do you want me to do? V2 Chapter 410 Go to Wanshan Empire. Wanshan Empire, Qi family, I am going to take you there. Ji Yu replied. The Qi family. Qi Linger's complexion suddenly turned pale. These 2 words instantly outlined the terrible past that was deeply imprinted in her heart. Don't be afraid, why are you afraid of me? Ji Yu immediately calmed down. But, how do you know those things? Qi Linger's face is still not pretty. Of course Palace Master Murong told me. Ji Yu said directly. Qi Linger immediately looked at Murong Zili, and saw Murong Zili nodded silently. She didn't say anything anymore. On the way to leave Qianyuan Wufu with Ji Yu, Qi Linger seemed very worried. For father and brother, no, it should be said that they are two scumbags. She hates and is afraid. Not only that, Qi Linger is also very concerned about one thing. That is Gu. Qi Linger suddenly said, "Why are you helping me? My master asked you, or who knows?" Gu didn't answer directly. Upon hearing this, Qi Linger was silent again. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Since Qi Linger's cultivation base is not high, he certainly cannot withstand the pressure and impact of being carried by the ossicles. Yu took them to ride a carriage outside Qianyuan Wufu. On the carriage, I saw Qi Linger absent-minded. Yu provoked a little topic. "How are you doing now in Qianyuan Wufu?" "It's okay, I am now second in the inner palace." Qi Linger said in a low mood. Yuechu and Yuexin have also become core students. Now Yuechu is the third in the inner palace, and Yuexin is the fifth in the inner palace. That's very good. Yu didn't know how to chat, and now he didn't know what to chat. "When we reach the Wanshan Empire, what are you going to do with those two guys?" Not knowing what to talk about, Yu simply brought the matter up. The two guys in his mouth are naturally referring to Qi Linger's scumbag father and brother. I don't want to do anything to them. Qi Linger said solemnly, "I just want to leave the Qi family and never meet them again. It's not difficult to get away from the Qi family." Yu said in a relaxed tone, "When the time comes, you can rest assured to watch my performance." Okay. Qi Linger's mood gradually eased. However, it was not the Qi family that made her absent-minded, but Yu. The more Yu kept silent, the more Qi Linger cared. Is it Yu that the master asked, or Yu himself wants to do it? How could Yu think that Qi Linger was struggling with this kind of thing? Seeing Qi Linger's face gradually eased, he gave the ossicle some candies to let the ossicles rest well, and then began to practice Zi Lutong on his own. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. I don't know how long it took. Yu felt that Zi Liutong's observation of Qi is true state has reached the second stage. The heaven and earth profound energy around his body immediately became clearer, and the lines of profound energy he could see became more. Yu tried to cultivate profound energy. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial arts cultivation base gains experience points, 300 by 999 times. Sure enough, the effect of cultivating profound energy has also improved a lot. It didn't take long for the carriage to arrive at the place where it took the spirit ship. Riding a spirit ship in the royal city can lead to all places in the Kanglen Empire. You can also go outside the Kanglen Empire. Yu bought 2 tickets for a superior room. He had asked Xiaogu about his opinion, saying that he didn't want to leave him, even in the next room. Therefore, only 2 ferry tickets are enough. Yu and Xiaogu are in one room, and Qi Linger is in another room. V2 Chapter 411. This posture looks so terrible. Half a day later, inside the spirit ship. Arrived outside the Kanglen Empire from the Wangcheng. The entire trip will take at least several days. Although Qi Linger is in another room, she often likes to come to Yu. "Don't you have your own room? Why do you keep running towards me?" Seeing that Qi Linger had run over for the first time, Yu couldn't help asking. "I just want to come and see you more, can't it?" Qi Linger whispered shyly. In fact, she cares about the girl named Xiaogu. When a lone man and a widow stayed in a room, she was afraid that Yu and Xiaogu did something that cannot be described in words. although she knew she was not qualified to interfere with what Ji Yu did. But when she thought that something like that might happen, her heart was disturbed. But even if Tang Sai found a reason casually, it made her involuntarily shy. Well, that's up to you. Ji Yu was a little speechless. In less than half a day, Qi Ling'er ran over several times. He didn't know what to say. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, won by 999 times. During the half-day on this spirit ship, Ji Yu was practicing the bloodline pupil technique, Ziliu pupil. Now, his Ziliu pupil's realm of watching the breath as real has finally reached the 3rd stage. Afterwards, there is the 3rd great realm, to explore the real and the false. But Ji Yu didn't plan to start practicing the 3rd great realm now. After all, at the current rate, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to break through to the 3rd realm and explore the reality. With this time, it's better to upgrade your cultivation first. Thinking of this, Ji Yu planned to just test how effective the profound energy cultivation is now. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 1000 by 999 times. After a while, Ji Yu clearly felt the surge in the effect of his cultivation. But part of the factor is that the concentration of the profound energy in the upper room of the spirit ship is much higher than the outside world. If he is not in the superior room now, then, the cultivation experience he gets every minute should be 500 by 999 times. Even so, the effect of cultivating profound energy is 5 times higher than before without comprehending Zi Lu pupil. At this time, the sky outside was already dark. It just so happened that Zi Lu pupil also made a breakthrough. Ji Yu planned to go to bed first. It was also at this time that he realized that Xiao Bon had fallen asleep on his lap at some point. Directly use his legs as pillows. Ji Yu smiled slightly. Then gently support the ossicles and hug them into the bed to lie down. And he himself was lying outside the bed. The sleeping aspect of the ossicles has always been poor, and there is no day when they sleep peacefully. If you let her sleep outside, by the next day, she might have fallen asleep under the bed. So now it's Ji Yu sleeping outside of the bed, so no matter how bad his sleep is, it won't be too bad. It didn't take a while, how bad the sleeping appearance of the ossicles was. She rolled over for a while, and rolled directly onto Ji Yu. And the posture is still the opposite of Ji Yu. Xiao Bon's feet stepped on Ji Yu's chin. This season you cannot bear it, and immediately removed the restless little feet. Otherwise, if Xiao Bon accidentally kicks hard later, his jaw will be miserable. Just at this time, since Ji Yu's attention was focused on Xiaogu, he did not find that the door of the room was secretly opened by Qi Ling'er. After all, except for Qi Ling'er, he didn't give anyone the key to this room. Because of this, Ji Yu never thought that anyone would break in at such a late hour. At this moment, Qi Ling'er secretly opened the door of the room. Then she walked into the room quietly, still holding a pillow in her hand. The room was so dark that almost nothing was visible. When Qi Ling'er slowly touched Ji Yu's bed, Ji Yu only noticed that someone had broken into the room and was immediately alert. But after realizing that the other party was Qi Ling'er, he immediately relaxed again. But the next moment, he realized his current posture with Xiao Bon. It's too late. You. Standing by Ji Yu's bed, although the surroundings were still very dark, Qi Ling'er couldn't see clearly. However, I can roughly see the posture of Ji Yu and Xiao Gu at this time. Especially in the case of ambiguity, this posture seems so terrible. V2 Chapter 4:12 I'm going to sleep here, third more. Hearing Qi Linger's voice, Jiyu suddenly understood something was wrong. Don't get me wrong, she slept badly. Jiyu immediately explained, if you don't believe me, turn on the light and have a look. Turn on the lights. Qi Linger couldn't grasp the pillow anymore, and the pillow fell directly to the ground. It's fine for Jiyu to do that kind of thing to Xiaogu, and even want her to turn on the lights to watch. At this time, Jiyu felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. He simply didn't explain it, put the ossicle back to its original position, and then turned on the oil lamp. See? We didn't do anything. While talking, Jiyu only noticed that Qi Linger's face was flushed. After hearing what Jiyu said, Qi Linger's consciousness gradually recovered. She looked at Xiaogu, then at the lower part of Jiyu's body. It took a while to realize that nothing really happened. The red cheeks gradually faded. It's you, what are you doing here without sleeping so late? At this time, Jiyu looked at Qi Linger. It was discovered that Qi Linger was only wearing a thin pajama. The exquisite and delicate body is perfectly highlighted. I was surprised to see Jiyu's heartbeat speed up a bit. Later, Jiyu saw the pillow falling on the floor. The pillows on my bed are still there. Then this pillow. Did Qi Linger bring it? At this time, Qi Linger didn't speak, and with a blushing expression, picked up the pillow on the ground. Going directly to bed silently. What do you want? Jiyu suddenly became a little confused. This guy was so good and ran out of his bed. Qi Linger quickly lay down in the middle of the bed, shyly covering the lower part of her face with a quilt. You pervert, I can't let you attack Xiaobon. Just listen to her whispered softly. Qi Linger was originally worried that Jiyu and Xiaogu were sleeping together, so she sneaked into the room, thinking about supervising Jiyu. But in fact this is only part of the reason, and part of the reason is that she also wants to sleep with Jiyu, but she is embarrassed to say it. However, I just saw that scene. Even if he had misunderstood, Qi Linger was even more worried. Therefore, she became more determined to sleep here. Don't make trouble, how can I attack Xiaobon? Jiyu said ashamed, go back to your own room obediently, it's time to go to bed so late. No, I just need to sleep here. Qi Linger whispered. Amount. Jiyu didn't expect that Qi Linger really planned to sleep here. You sleep here, where do I sleep? Jiyu pointed to Qi Linger, then pointed to himself. You come up to sleep together, I'll sleep in the middle. Qi Linger said embarrassedly. Almost covered his entire face with a quilt. Oh, that's not impossible. On the other hand, Jiyu was not shy at all. He turned off the oil lamp with a plain expression, and then lay down on the bed. Seeing Jiyu's plain appearance, Qi Linger suddenly felt a little flustered. She suspects that Jiyu will be wild next. However, the reality is. Jiyu fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed. Qi Linger was flustered for a while, but didn't feel Jiyu's movement anymore. She couldn't help being a little confused, and then leaned over to look at Jiyu. It was surprising to find that Jiyu fell asleep so soon. Jiyu didn't have any thoughts or actions. But I was thinking about all those messy pictures. Qi Linger was both embarrassed and ashamed for an instant, and he couldn't wait to get under the covers. After a long time, she barely eased. Immediately following, Qi Linger felt a little regretful. Lying next to Jiyu, so close contact with Jiyu. It made her feel as if there was a deer bumping into her heart, she couldn't sleep at all. And now Qi Linger finally understood why Jiyu Hui and Xiaogu had just changed into such a pose. Xiaogu really did the same as Jiyu said, sleeping very badly. I like to squeeze towards her. Although the ossicles in his sleep would not use much force, it was impossible for Qi Linger to squeeze the ossicles. In this way, she was squeezed towards Jiyu by Xiaobon. After 3 times, Qi Linger and Jiyu touched together. She was immediately shy. The more squeezed, the more intimate the touch. Want to struggle but dare not struggle. I'm afraid that Ji will wake up accidentally. After a long time, Xiaobon finally returned to his original position. Qi Linger, who was shy and about to cry, breathed a sigh of relief. But her rapid breathing hadn't slowed down, and the ossicles squeezed again. This repeated tortured Qi Linger all night. This whole night, she didn't sleep well even once. V2 Chapter 4:13 Why are you leaving? The next day. When Ji Yu woke up, she found that Qi Linger was in a very bad state of mind. What's wrong with you, did you sleep well? Ji Yu asked immediately. It's nothing. Qi Linger is so embarrassed to say it. She doesn't want anything now, she just wants to sleep well. It happened that the ossicles woke up. Qi Linger finally didn't have to worry about being woken up by a small fracture as soon as she fell asleep. Although Ji Yu didn't understand what was going on with Qi Linger, he didn't bother and let Qi Linger stay asleep in his bed. Afterwards, Ji Yu was ready to start practicing profound energy. The effect of cultivating profound energy on the spirit boat is very high, and he intends to hit the realm of cultivation. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial arts cultivation base gains experience points, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial arts cultivation base gains experience points, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. Within a day, Ji Yu's cultivation base broke through. Unconsciously, he was almost reaching the spirit profound realm. Ji Yu couldn't help sighing. Although, his current 9-fold consummation cultivation base in the Tong profound realm seemed to be only 1 step away from the spirit profound realm. But in fact, even he himself couldn't predict how long it would take to break through the spirit profound realm. I can only say, take 1 step at a time. Only then did Qi Linger finally wake up. Sleep so soundly, you slept till night. Ji Yu glanced at the sky outside the window, it was getting darker, and couldn't help but smile. It's not your fault. Qi Linger's face was ashamed, his mouth was pouting, and he whispered. I didn't hear what Qi Linger was muttering, but Ji Yu didn't care. It's so late, so let's go and eat something together. Ji Yu said. Wait, I'll go back and change my clothes first. Qi Linger got up and tidied the quilt and pillows on the bed. Ji Yu discovered that Qi Linger's thin pajamas looked more explicit than last night. In order to avoid embarrassment, he chose to look away. After finishing the quilt and pillow, Qi Linger realized how bad his outfit was. She immediately looked back at Ji Yu and found that Ji Yu was looking elsewhere. She suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but there was another inexplicable regret in her heart. Qi Linger shook his head vigorously, and hurried back to his room to change clothes. Ji Yu didn't worry, so he waited slowly. After a while, Qi Linger changed his clothes and returned. I just don't understand why you humans like to wear those messy clothes. Qi Linger was well dressed, but Xiao Gu shook his head when he saw it. She felt that this was all bells and whistles, meaningless. It might as well be comfortable without clothes. If you don't understand, don't talk. Ji Yu casually threw a few candies to Xiao Gu, and Xiao Gu shut up immediately. And Qi Linger stood there without speaking. He looked at Ji Yu expectantly. As if waiting for Ji Yu to say something. However, Ji Yu and Qi Linger looked at each other for a while. Until then, Ji Yu said nonchalantly, why are you leaving? Qi Linger didn't expect Ji Yuhui to react like this. Could it be that, what else do you have? Seeing Qi Linger still staying still, Ji Yu thought for a while and asked. Forget it. Qi Linger sighed inwardly. I saw a far-fetched smile on her face and said, nothing, let's go. Ji Yu suddenly felt Qi Linger a little depressed. But he couldn't understand why, so he didn't think about it at all. Although the spirit ship will provide daily food. But it will not be delivered to each room. Passengers have to pick them up by themselves. At this time, it happens to be evening, and it's time for dinner. There are many people who come to get food. Jiyu, who was lining up, accidentally discovered that there were many people dressed as alchemists around him. And the soul power of these people feels stronger than ordinary people. It should indeed be an alchemist. It stands to reason that under normal circumstances, there would not be so many alchemists on a spirit ship. Although there were a lot of alchemists in the Kanglan Empire, it was because the entire Kanglan Empire had a large population base, and it was a question of whether the actual ratio was 1 in 1,000. But right now, from the perspective of those who receive food, more than half are alchemists. It is absolutely impossible for so many alchemists to be on the same spirit ship. And this is a spirit ship that leads from the royal city to outside the Kanglan Empire. Why do so many alchemists in the royal city have to go outside the Kanglan Empire? What the fuck is it? V2 Chapter 4:14 Exploring the Truth. When he first boarded the spirit ship, Jiyu hadn't noticed that there were so many alchemists on the spirit ship. Then, he casually found an alchemist to inquire about it. It turned out that it was the royal city of the Wanshan Empire who had summoned alchemists from the Kanglan Empire in large numbers and promised to offer generous treatment. The most popular profession in the Wanshan Empire seems to be the beast trainer, and the alchemist belongs to a more partial profession there. But the royal family of Wanshan Empire wanted to develop alchemists. The Kanglan Empire is a neighboring country of the Wanshan Empire, and it happens to be one of the most prosperous empires of alchemists. But the alchemists in the Kanglan Empire are too rampant. Especially in places with great competitiveness like Wangcheng. Many alchemists of relatively average level have even become a big problem in making ends meet. In order to survive, a bunch of alchemists flocked to the Wanshan Empire in the imperial city of Kanglan Empire. If you want to go to the Wanshan Empire, you have to leave the country first. Therefore, there will be so many alchemists riding on this spirit ship that leads to the outside of the Kanglan Empire. Jiyu wasn't very interested in what the Wanshan Empire called alchemists. The purpose of his trip was only to help Qi Linger get rid of the Qi family's clan status. After receiving the food, Jiyu went back to the room with Qi Linger. After dinner, continue to practice. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 1000 by 999 times. 3 or 4 days passed. Apart from eating and sleeping, Jiyu has been practicing profound energy. However, after cultivating for so long, he couldn't feel the slightest sign of breaking through the spiritual profound realm. In this way, if you want to break through the spiritual profound realm, it is not enough to cultivate profound energy alone. Jiyu immediately left the state of cultivation. Since it has been unable to break through, let's talk about it later. And it just so happened that the spirit ship was about to arrive outside the Kanglan Empire. At this time, you can faintly feel that the spirit ship is slowly slowing down. Jiyu looked out the window, and he could see the deserted and desolate surroundings. The width of the river here has also shrunk a lot. Here, it should be outside the Kanglan Empire. Not far ahead, there is a ferry crossing. The spirit ship slowly stopped by the ferry. Many passengers in the spirit ship are preparing to disembark one after another, and Jiyu is no exception. When you get off the spirit ship, you can see a lot of carriages jammed around. Obviously, these carriages are here to grab guests. Jiyu casually ordered a carriage that looked pleasing to the eye. Trouble sent to the Wanshan Empire. Okay. The coachman answered and set off immediately. On the way, Jiyu did not practice profound energy, but instead practiced Zilu pupil. He is not in a hurry to break through the remote and hopeless spirit profound realm. It's not bad to first practice the bloodline pupil technique, Ziliu pupil, to the third realm to explore the emptiness and reality. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Liutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the bloodline pupil technique purple-violet pupil successfully broke through to the realm of explore the virtual reality. I don't know how long it took before Gu's Ziliu pupil broke through to the third realm, explore the reality. However, he didn't feel any major changes in his eyes. It seems that the eyesight has become better again, and the field of vision has become wider. Other than that, there is nothing else. Gu, what are you doing? At this moment, the small bone sitting next to him spoke. What's wrong? Gu looked at Xiao Gu and asked. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he could actually see the demon power of the small bones. Although it can only be seen that Xiao Bone is a grade 5 monster, it is impossible to see the specific strength. But it is much better than before. Gu could not see through the ossicles before. Exploring the imaginary and real. Maybe this is the effect after Ziliu pupil reaches the third realm and breaks the virtual reality. And, exploring the virtual reality, is the same as, observing the qi as real. There are also 3 stages. Gu is only the first stage now. If you cultivate later to the second stage or even the third stage, then it is estimated that the specific demon power of seeing through the ossicles can be done. Conversely, thinking that he can see through even the demon power of the small bones, who else can hide the cultivation base in front of him? This ability, seemingly meaningless, is actually very practical. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one another can survive 100 battles. Candy, I haven't given me candies for so long. The ossicles reached out for it as usual. Gu realized that he had been practicing Zi Lutong for a day or 2. Then, it is estimated that it will almost reach the Wanshan Empire. V2 Chapter 4:15 She is your second Miss Qi family, third. Gu gave Xiao Bone some candies, and then waited for the carriage to reach the Wanshan Empire. The Wanshan Empire was different from the Kanglan Empire in that it was possible to enter and exit directly by land. The Kanglan Empire needed to take a spirit ship to enter and exit. After all, the Kanglan Empire had more rivers. Those rivers occupy at least a quarter of the territory of the Kanglan Empire. Before reaching the Wanshan Empire, Gu could see the huge wall in the distance. Within that huge city wall, it must be the territory of the Wanshan Empire. I will soon reach the Wanshan Empire. At this time, Gu asked Qi Linger, do you still remember where the king's city of the Wanshan Empire is located? It would be better if you remember the specific location of the Qi family mansion. I can't remember. Qi Linger shook his head. From birth, she was in a miserable situation in the Qi family. Even freedom was strictly restricted, and there were few opportunities to leave the house. So she didn't know the exact location of Qi Mansion at all, only knew that it was in the royal city. She didn't even know where the king's city was. Well, then I'll buy a map at that time. Gu said. After about half an hour, the carriage finally drove into the walls of the Wanshan Empire. After getting off the carriage, Gu looked around. I found that this place seemed to be the resident of the Wanshan Empire army. After all, this is the border wall, and the guards must be very strict. There are almost no ordinary residents around, and there are not even a few ordinary houses. However, there are many merchants and carriages coming and going. Just in time, Jiu Shun went to those merchants and bought a map of the Wanshan Empire. Judging from the map, the Wanshan Empire is almost all land, not many river areas. Especially there are many forests and mountains, in other words it is a place suitable for monsters to live. It is no wonder that the most popular profession in the Wanshan Empire will be the animal trainer. The royal city is located to the southeast of the Wanshan Empire. From the perspective of the border where Gu and the others are now, as long as you go straight ahead, you can reach the royal city of the Wanshan Empire. In order to resolve the matter quickly, Gu directly used her body technique to rush Qi Linger and Xiao Gu to the city. Gu and the others had disappeared without a trace before those merchants could react. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the upper-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Light Flash successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. In just a few minutes, Jiu arrived at the Wang city with Qi Linger and Xiao Gu. Because of the upper-level body technique consumes profound energy too fiercely. In the middle, Jiu took 2 pills to restore profound energy, and barely managed to survive until now. When we arrived in the city, the previous large map was useless. Jiu went to buy a map only about Wangcheng. Only in this way can we find the location of the Qi family and know how to go the route. Follow the route shown on the map. Jiu used her body skills again, and brought Qi Linger and Xiaogu to the Qi family mansion quickly. Because of their extreme speed, no one on the road can see them. Soon, the gate of the Qi family mansion appeared in front of the 3 people. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar mansion in front of him, Qi Linger's eyes suddenly became complicated. Who are you? It took several seconds before the guard at the gate of Qi mansion noticed that 3 people he hadn't seen appeared outside. She is the second young lady of your Qi family, don't you even recognize it? Jiu spoke first. Second miss? What second miss? Where is the second young lady from our Qi family? Isn't there only one young master Qida? I don't know, I have been a doorman in the Qi's house for 3 years, and I have never heard of any second lady in the Qi's house. I have only stayed here for a year, and I have never heard of the second lady. After the guards listened, they looked at each other. Jiu couldn't help being a little surprised to hear that none of these people knew Qi Linger. He glanced at Qi Linger subconsciously. Qi Linger lowered his head slightly, his complexion looked a bit low. V2 Chapter 4:16 Do you still recognize that person as father? At this time, a middle-aged man just came out of Qi Mansion. He saw that the guards were not standing, and then asked, what happened? Elder Qi Yang. Elder, here is a woman who claims to be our second Miss Qi family. The guards looked back and said respectfully. Second Miss Qi family. Qi Yang's expression suddenly changed. He directly pushed away the door guard in front of him. Seeing the blue silk girl in front of him, he couldn't help but stunned. Linger, is it really you? Qi Yang exclaimed immediately. Even if he hasn't seen him for 5 years, he will not admit his mistake. This woman is the second lady, Qi Linger. Qi Linger was also slightly taken aback, Uncle Yang. Jiu found that Qi Linger and the middle-aged man seemed to know each other, so they stopped talking and stood by and watched quietly. As for the small bones, it is even more impossible to speak. She basically doesn't care about things that have nothing to do with her. Besides, she is eating candy now, and she doesn't care about anything else. The guards looked blank. They didn't even know that there was a second lady in the Qi family. But the elder and this woman seemed to know each other. Linger, why are you back? Qi Yang asked urgently, didn't you go to the Kanglan Empire with that young lady? Uncle Yang, I came back this time too. Speaking of this, Qi Linger paused. I brought her here. There is something to do with your master. Hearing Qi Linger's delay in speaking, Jiu said directly. The master of your house in his mouth naturally refers to the head of the Qi family, that is, Qi Linger's father. However, that kind of scum is not qualified to be a father. Hearing this, Qi Yang's eyes trembled slightly and said, Your Excellency. I am Qi Linger's friend, Jiu. Jiu almost hesitated and said truthfully. Then this one again. Qi Yang looked at the little girl standing behind Jiu again. Only then did he notice that the little girl had a strange appearance. No matter the enchanting beauty, the horns on the head, or the tail behind, they didn't look like a normal person. Only the cultivation base seems ordinary. In fact, it was because Qi Yang only reached the profound realm cultivation base, so he couldn't penetrate the strength of Xiaogu at all. However, he mistakenly thought that the small bone strength was ordinary. Don't care about this seat. At this moment, Xiao Bone suddenly spoke. Qi Yang couldn't help being a little surprised. The girl's way of speaking was really strange. She is my sister. I brought her here by the way. Ji Yu casually said. That's it. Qi Yang nodded and said, then you follow me into the mansion first. The three of Ji Yu didn't say much, and immediately followed Qi Yang into the Qi family mansion. As for the guards, apart from being surprised, they had no other thoughts. After all, they are not qualified to manage such things. After entering the Qi family mansion, Qi Yang didn't know how long he walked before he gradually stopped. Ji Yu noticed a little bit, and found that there seemed to be no people around. At this moment, Qi Yang turned around. My son, no matter what you and Ling Er come back for, I hope you leave the royal city as soon as possible, and it is best to never return. Just listen to Qi Yang's voice. How you said that? Ji Yu frowned slightly and asked. Qi Yang hesitated for a while, but still said, the son may not know. 5 years ago, after the lady left with Ling Er, the patriarch concealed everything about Ling Er. Now, except for the older generation, the Qi family basically doesn't remember Ling Er, and they don't even know that Ling Er has ever existed. If the patriarch knows that Ling Er is back, it is very likely that the family will be killed righteously. After listening to what Qi Yang said, Ji Yu basically understood what was going on. In his opinion, this is the Qi family patriarch deliberately expelling Qi Ling Er in order to cover up what happened. In this way, no one will know what he has done in the past. Indeed, as the other party said. If you really let that person know that Qi Ling Er is back, in order to continue to conceal those things, he would definitely have to take action against Qi Ling Er. Ji Yu. At this moment, Qi Ling Er tugged at Ji Yu's clothes, otherwise, let's go back. No one knows me anymore, and my father has also removed me. Do you still recognize that person as father? Ji Yu suddenly confused. V2 Chapter 4:17. It seems I can only show it a little bit. However, Ji Yu didn't think Qi Ling Er was weak, only pitiful. Qi Ling Er will become like this, and all will be blamed on those two scumbags. The head of the Qi family, and the eldest master of the Qi family. Qi Ling Er was about to say something, but was directly interrupted by Ji Yu. Don't talk about it yet. Ji Yu said, just leave it to me. Qi Ling Er was startled, looking at Ji Yu's always calm and unhurried look, which gave her a great sense of security. She nodded obediently and stopped speaking. Now that you know the situation, please leave as soon as the patriarch hasn't found it. At this time, Qi Yang persuaded. He knew that the patriarch was dealing with other things now, and he would definitely not know that Ling Er was back in a short time. However, he saw the other party shaking his head. Do not. Ji Yu said, why are we leaving? I brought Qi Ling Er over this time just to talk to Patriarch Qi. What? Are you looking for the patriarch? Qi Yang immediately said in horror. He didn't expect that Ling Er would have such a purpose when he came back this time. He originally thought that Ling Er just came back to take a look at Qi Mansion. This is also one of the reasons why he deliberately let the other party follow him into the mansion. Otherwise, he had just moved the guards away and could persuade Qi Ling Er to leave. But Qi Yang couldn't believe it. He has already talked about it. The other party not only didn't take Ling Er away quickly, but also went to find the patriarch. Suddenly, Qi Yang's sense of the young boy in front of him deteriorated a lot. Ling Er had clearly wanted to leave just now, but this young man still insisted on staying here. But even so, Qi Yang still endured it. Please don't hold on to the son, Ling Er really can't see the patriarch again. He still begged in harmony. However, Ji Yu didn't pay attention to Qi Yang first, and instead asked Qi Ling Er, this one seems to have a good relationship with you, right? Well, he is an uncle, and he is one of the few who have treated me better here before. Although I don't know why Jiyu suddenly asked this, Qi Linger nodded and replied. Okay, I know. Jiyu nodded, and then said to Qi Yang, I dare to let Qi Linger meet Patriarch Qi. Naturally, I have full confidence, so you can rest assured. If Qi Linger had not nodded but shook his head just now, then he would not have spoken to Qi Yang so politely. Grasp? Qi Yang looked at Jiyu with weird eyes. Obviously, he didn't believe what Jiyu said at all. Just relying on this young man with the ninefold cultivation base in the Imperial Profound Realm, how sure can he be? As for the little girl behind, whose strength is so ordinary, he simply ignored it. In fact, not only the small bones, but also Jiyu, Qi Yang can't see through. Moreover, Jiyu used the hidden Qi technique to hide his cultivation at any time. In Qi Yang's eyes, Jiyu is only the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Imperial Profound Realm. Although this cultivation base was placed at this young age, he was considered a rare martial arts genius. But he knows the owner very well. The owner of the house is notoriously cruel and disrespectful. If the patriarch insists on doing something with Qi Linger, even if this young man is the royal family of the Wanshan Empire, he will not change his mind at all. Besides, this boy is not. In this huge Wanshan Empire, no big family is Ji's. Thinking about coming in Qiang, this young man must have also come from the Kanglan Empire, and the power behind it is probably not small. But that was the Kanglan Empire, not in the Wanshan Empire. No matter how great the power behind it is, it won't have any effect. However, Qi Yang suddenly realized that this young man's dress was somewhat similar to that of the people in the Temple of Evolution. But he quickly dispelled the idea. Linger is so kind, how could it be mixed with the people of the Temple of Evolution? And the little girl who took Linger 5 years ago will definitely not let Linger come into contact with the people in the Temple of Evolution. Don't believe me? At this time, Jiyu was a little helpless. It seems that I can only reveal it a little. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Yoshio's breath moved slightly. He only shuddered a little, which shocked Qi Yang. Because Qi Yang felt a cultivation base aura much stronger than his own from Jiyu. Qi Yang's face was full of horror, and his eyes instantly filled with incredible expressions. Only now did he fully understand. Actually, I was too weak, so I couldn't see the true cultivation level of this young man before. The most frightening thing is that he also has the 6th level of cultivation in the Profound Realm. But from this young man, he felt a cultivation base aura far stronger than himself. Not only that, but the other party only revealed it slightly. So, the true cultivation of this young man. What terrifying situation has it reached? V2 Chapter 418 Qi Family Patriarch Qi Xiang, 3rd Shift. Now, do you believe it? The corner of Ji Yu's mouth raised slightly. Hearing Ji Yu's voice, Qi Yang suddenly recovered. Believe it. Qi Yang nodded quickly. In the face of such horror existence, how dare he still have the slightest doubt? He didn't know how to describe this young man in words. It seemed that he was about the same age as Linger at most, and his martial arts cultivation base was far surpassed that of the 6th level Tong Xian realm. Genius? Evildoer? All insulted this boy. Even Tianjiao is totally inadequate to describe this young man. The first arrogant of their Wanshan Empire today, their cultivation base is just breaking through the Profound Realm. Qi Yang couldn't believe that such a superb figure could appear in the Kanglan Empire. Moreover, he became Linger's friend. Qi Yang felt relieved for a while. It seemed that Linger was doing well now, and he didn't need to worry about it. At the same time, he suddenly thought. The girl who took Linger 5 years ago. Although Qi Yang hadn't seen it in person, the patriarch deliberately concealed it. But as an elder, he still knew a little bit of news. That girl is said to be no weaker than the head of the family. And most importantly, his age is almost the same as the young man in front of him. Qi Yang couldn't help thinking. If you have a chance in the future, you must visit the Kanglan Empire. What kind of place is it that two peerless figures can appear in one era? So, now your excellency can take us to see Patriarch Qi. At this time, Jiyu reminded. Of course can. Qi Yang did not dare to be negligent, and immediately responded. Afterwards, he led Jiyu and the others to the place where the patriarch was. Soon, Jiyu and others followed Qi Yang to a quaint and luxurious building. This is the meeting hall of our Qi family. Qi Yang said, but the patriarch seems to be talking to some people now. Let's go straight in. Jiyu didn't care what the Qi patriarch was doing, and directly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. Qi Yang subconsciously opened his mouth to say something. But when he thought of the cultivation level that the other party had just revealed, he immediately closed his mouth. He just stood outside and watched the changes, not daring to break in with him. Inside the meeting hall, there is a middle-aged man with more wrinkles on his face and a slightly older complexion. Opposite the middle-aged man, 3 men in black were sitting. They seemed to be talking about something. However, at this moment, the sound of the door being pushed open suddenly came. Who? The middle-aged man didn't look at it either, only his face was slightly dark. Didn't I say that anyone is not allowed to enter? Are you the Qi family patriarch? Immediately, a word came from the door. Hearing this voice, he is young. And this voice made the middle-aged man sound strange. Then he turned his head to look. I saw a man and 2 women walk in, and they were both young. Especially when he saw one of the blue silk girls, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. Qi Linger, why are you here? The middle-aged man could not help but shocked. Obviously, this middle-aged man is the head of the Qi family and Qi Linger's scumbag father, Qi Xiang. But Qi Linger didn't even dare to look at Qi Xiang, and gradually hid behind Jiyu. The once psychological shadow was too heavy for her to stare at this person. If Jiyu weren't here, she wouldn't even want to appear in front of this person. However, it is not only Qi Xiang. Even the 3 men in black who sat across from Qi Xiang looked shocked. Who are you? How can you have the power of inheritance? I saw that they stood up with excitement and pointed directly at Jiyu. Originally Jiyu's attention was only on Qi Xiang. At a glance, he could see that this person's cultivation was the 9th level of Tongxian realm, so he guessed that it was Qi Xiang, the head of the Qi family. At this time, he heard several excited voices, and his eyes turned away. 3 men in black. One has 9 levels of cultivation in the profound realm, and 2 has 8 levels of cultivation in the profound realm. Moreover, the costumes of these 3 are very similar to Jiyu himself. The only difference is the pattern on the black chest. Especially the man in black with the 9-fold cultivation base of the profound realm. From this person, Jiyu felt some power exactly the same as himself. V2 Chapter 4:19 Master Ji, how dare I not know? It is not difficult for Jiyu to guess that these 3 men in black are also from the Temple of Evolution. However, these 3 are definitely not affiliated with Kanglan Branch Hall. In this Wanshan Empire, then it should be Wanshan Branch Hall. Especially the black-clothed man in the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, not surprisingly, was one of the deputy hall masters of the Wanshan Branch Hall. Of course there is also the possibility of being the lord of the palace, but this is unlikely. If this strength can really become the head of the palace, then this Wanshan Branch Hall is a bit too bad. Don't you see my clothes? At this time, Jiyu said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the 3 men in black were silent, and their expressions became serious. In fact, they guessed from the beginning that this young man was also a person from the Temple of Evolution, but they didn't dare to confirm. Now, they can be sure. Upon seeing this situation, Qi Xiang on the side changed his expression slightly. He felt something was wrong. Your Excellency shouldn't be from my Wanshan Branch Hall, right? At this moment, the black-clothed man with the 9-fold cultivation base of the profound realm asked in a deep voice. He can feel the strength of this young man, which is definitely the strength of inheritance. Undoubtedly, this young man was either a deputy hall master or a hall master level figure. But in their Wanshan branch hall, there is no such a person. No. Ji Yu said, I came from the Kanglan Empire to handle some things. That's it. The man in black suddenly understood. This boy is from Kanglan's branch hall. It suddenly occurred to him that he had only heard that the branch hall on the Kanglan Empire had changed to a new hall owner. It seems that his name is Ji Yu, and he is still a boy. Thinking of this, the man in black was suddenly startled. Your Excellency is Ji Yu. Just listen to him asking a little excitedly. Oh. Do you recognize me? Ji Yu was surprised. Unexpectedly, in such a remote Wanshan Empire, there are still people who know themselves. The name of Palace Lord Ji, how dare I not know? The black man said respectfully. The young man in front of him was indeed the Lord of Kanglan Branch Hall. At that time, there was news that a young man in the Kanglan Branch Hall became the new Hall Master, and all the insiders of the Wanshan Branch Hall were shocked. The strength of Kanglan Sub-Hall was not a name in the entire southern region. But it is also better than their Wanshan Branch Hall. To be able to become the new Hall Master of the Kanglan Branch Hall, it must be the ninefold consummation cultivation base of the Tongxian realm. At the age of less than 18 years old, the 9 layers of the Tongxian realm had a complete cultivation base. Putting these two conditions on the same person makes people totally unbelievable. Just yesterday, their hall master had just told him. In the future, if you meet Ji Yu, the new lord of Kanglan Branch Hall, even if you are not willing to please, you must not offend. Hallmaster Season. Hallmaster Season. The other two men in black reacted extremely quickly when they heard this, and they immediately said respectfully. This battle frightened Qi Xiang. Who is that boy? Why do they respect the boy so much? And what's the matter with the Lord? Qi Xiang's brain thinks fast. He soon realized that the young man had just claimed that he was from the Kanglan Empire, and the three of them respectfully called the young man the Palace Master. Could it be that? That young man is the Sub-Temple Hall Master on the side of Kanglan Empire? It's not right. With such a hairy boy, how can he become the master of a palace? I saw that Qi Xiang's complexion changed repeatedly. He immediately tried to investigate Ji Yu's cultivation. But found that nothing can be seen through. He wouldn't lose sight of the tricks of the hidden Qi technique, so he knew that the 9 levels of perfection in the Imperial Profound Realm was definitely not the true cultivation level of this young man. This means that this young man really has the cultivation base of the Profound Realm. Moreover, he is not an ordinary Tongxian realm expert, it is very likely to be above him. The situation became more and more complicated, and Qi Xiang's face looked a little ugly. The point is that this boy brought Qi Linger over with him. Not necessarily a bad thing, but there is certainly no good thing. This immediately reminded Qi Xiang of the purple-haired girl 5 years ago. The scene 5 years ago seemed to be yesterday. That girl is very similar to this boy. Almost the same age. Almost consistent horror talent strength. V2 Chapter 420 Simple and rude, to the flesh. Not only Qi Xiang, but even Qi Linger was surprised. Lord? What is that? When did Ji Yu become the Lord? But I seem to bother you just now. Ji Yu planned to ask the other party's position first. If the other three are on Qi Xiang's side, then he doesn't mind using force to solve the problem. No, it's just a small matter. The black-clothed man said calmly, Hallmaster Ji, please. This sentence directly clarified the relationship with Qi Xiang. But he didn't obviously mean to stand on Ji Yu's side. Instead, remain neutral. Qi Xiang's face suddenly turned ugly. He had just discussed with the 3 people, but it was a very important matter. Otherwise, one of the deputy hall masters and the 2 elders of Wanshan Branch Hall would not be allowed to come forward. But this time it became a little thing in the mouth of the 3 people. In this way, no matter what happens next, there is no way to ask the three for help. Their Qi family can only bear it by themselves. Your Excellency brought my daughter back, what's the matter? Qi Xiang couldn't help it anymore and asked directly. Oh, you still know this is your daughter? Ji Yu looked surprised. Hearing Ji Yu's tone, Qi Xiang was silent. Seeing Qi Xiang dumbfounded, Ji Yu felt very funny. My purpose is very simple. It is to get Qi Linger out of your Qi family. Ji Yu said directly. Leaving the Qi family? Qi Xiang frowned. How? Seeing Qi Xiang's unpleasant look, Ji Yu immediately said, You have removed Qi Linger from the name, and are you still not allowed to leave her clan status? No way. Qi Xiang was silent for a moment and shook his head. He couldn't give in to things like leaving his clan. That's it. A coldness flashed in Ji Yu's eyes, then I don't bother to talk nonsense with scum like you. Before the words fell, Ji Yu's figure disappeared from the place. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the fist to break the mountain and river, and the fist to break the mountain and river gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Xian Tier Superior Boxing Technique, Fist Breaks Mountains and Rivers, successfully broke through to the realm of integration and penetration. Before Qi Xiang had reacted to Ji Yu's disappearance, Ji Yu had already appeared in front of him. A fist hit Qi Xiang's face, and he directly smashed Qi Xiang to the ground, with several broken teeth. If it hadn't had a profound energy body protection, maybe Qi Xiang would have died now. Qi Xiang covered his face in pain, looked at Ji Yu with horror, and forgot to get up from the ground. Originally, he thought that he was also the cultivation base of the middle stage of the 9th layer of the Tong Profound Realm. If the opponent really wants to do it, even if he can't beat it, he can support it. When the other elders rushed over, how could they be evenly matched? Because of this, Qi Xiang dared to refuse the other party to let Qi Linger leave the clan. But he never expected that the strength of this young man could be so powerful. He didn't even react, so he received a heavy blow. Continue. At this time, Ji Yu said indifferently. During the words, he raised his fist again. Since he didn't agree, he would fight until the scum agreed. Upon seeing this, Qi Xianglian stood up and couldn't care about it, and quickly used his strongest defensive skills. Ding! The host used the fist to break the mountain and river, and the fist to break the mountain and river gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ji Yu punched Qi Xiang again. However, this time Qi Xiang blocked his face with his arms, and at the same time had defense mysterious skills and profound energy protection, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, before Qi Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, Ji Yu's fist followed. Ding! The host used the fist to break the mountain and river, and the fist to break the mountain and river gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the fist to break the mountain and river, and the fist to break the mountain and river gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Xian Tier Superior Boxing Technique, Fist Breaks the Mountains and Rivers, successfully broke through to the state of Manhwa Pure Youth. Because Ji Yu's speed was too extreme, Qi Xiang couldn't prevent it at all. He just wanted to stand up when he was beaten on the ground again. In the first 3 seconds, he could barely resist, but after that, he was beaten all the way. In the end, Qi Xiang fell to the ground weakly with his arms swollen, his black nose and face swollen like a pig's head. He seemed to swallow the last few breaths, endure the severe pain, and begged for mercy very hard. Don't fight, I promise you. Why bother? Ji Yu broke off his crackling fingers, and slowly shook his head. If you agreed at the beginning, would it still happen? It sounds like he is innocent. Qi Xiang almost squirted out a mouthful of blood after hearing it, and finally managed to endure it. The 3 men in black, having witnessed what had just happened, couldn't help taking a sigh of relief. This palace master Ji didn't use any weapons. It's purely with bare hands, fists to the flesh. It's really simple and rude to the extreme. V2 Chapter 421 Break away from ethnicity, third more. And Qi Ling'er stood beside Xiaogu without a word. At this time, Qi Xiang remained unwilling to change. He communicated with spirit to Qi Ling'er. Ling'er, can you help Dad? In the tone, with pleading. However, Qi Ling'er was expressionless, unmoved at all. She didn't want to speak at all, let alone hear Qi Xiang's voice. At this time, Qi Xiang was completely helpless. He could only get up from the ground with difficulty, and then walked out of the hall slowly. By the way, I advise you not to play those meaningless tricks. At this time, Jiyu faintly spoke, I want to kill you easily. Just now, I was just playing with you. He really just helped Qi Ling'er out of anger. If he really wanted to kill this scum, he would solve it with a single blow. In any case, this scumbag is still Qi Ling'er's biological father. Before Qi Ling'er made a decision, he would not be able to kill. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Qi Xiang suddenly trembled. A few minutes later. Qi family mansion, clan shrine. Ji Yu, Xiao Gu, Qi Ling'er, and Qi Xiang are all here. Many Qi family elders and disciples gathered around. Many of them were attracted by the bluish nose and swollen face of the owner. No one knows what happened. But looking at the appearance of the patriarch, he came here specially for the clan temple, which is definitely an incredible event. As for the three men in black, they went back. After all, these things have nothing to do with their Wanshan branch hall. Hurry up, stop the ink. At this moment, Jiyu became impatient and urged. I heard that man dared to be so disrespectful to Patriarch Qi. Many disciples around were agitated. However, when they just wanted to reprimand, they heard the Patriarch's roar. Shut up. Qi Xiang had a sullen face. This group of mindless guys are trying to kill him. Everyone was frightened, and immediately closed their mouths obediently. Then, Qi Project Guang struggling to speak, today, our Qi family, Qi Ling'er. Qi Xiang said all the causes and consequences. Although it is very brief, the most basic cause and effect are clear. This is why Qi Xiang was unwilling to let Qi Ling'er leave his clan before. According to the rules of the Qi family, whenever a member of the clan wants to leave the clan status, the head of the family has to announce the cause and effect. Once announced, it means that what he has done will be revealed. Now everyone around has heard it. All of them were stunned. Qi Ling'er. Second miss. There is such a person in our Qi family. I vaguely remember that Patriarch Qi had a second daughter, but she seemed to have disappeared long ago. I didn't expect to reappear today. These are not the key points. Well, the things the Patriarch and young master did to Qi Ling'er are too brutal. I really didn't expect that the Patriarch and young master are such people, alas. Shoo, keep it quiet, if the owner hears it, you will feel better. Those who reacted are all angry. The Patriarch and young master, whom they have always respected very much, turned out to be the kind of scum with psychological distortion. If it weren't for that courage, they would really like to swear. Qi Xiang had long known that such a situation would happen, so he was mentally prepared. At the end of the process, he gritted his teeth and insisted on finishing. From today, Qi Ling'er has left my Qi family and is no longer a member of my Qi family. After that, Qi Xiang felt relieved. I don't know what Qi Xiang explained. After hearing these words, Qi Ling'er's face finally gradually showed a smile. Her tears wetted her eyes, and she involuntarily hugged Ji Yu tightly. Without Ji Yu, she didn't know how long it would take to completely sever her relationship with the Qi family. Feeling Qi Ling'er hugging herself from behind, Ji Yu smiled in relief. This guy should finally get rid of the demons. But soon, the smile on Ji Yu's face disappeared. Are you sure you don't need to kill him? He only asked Qi Linger lightly. As soon as he said this, the audience was quiet. It was terribly quiet. Almost everyone is looking at Ji Yu. Shock, horror, and panic filled their eyes. V2 Chapter 422 You do not speak martial arts. You don't speak martial ethics. Qi Xiang pointed at Ji Yu with a look of horror, stuttering with fright. I never said I would let you go. Ji Yu said coldly. At this moment, Qi Linger spoke. Don't want to kill him. No matter what this scumbag has done, it is always her father. She couldn't do things like killing her father, whether it was direct or indirect. This is what Qi Linger thought. As soon as Qi Linger said this, Qi Xiang was immediately happy. But the next moment, he couldn't be happy again. If you don't kill him, it's always okay to abolish his cultivation base, right? Just listen to Ji Yu said. The smile on Qi Xiang's face suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head to look at Qi Linger. But Qi Linger was silent and motionless, as if tacitly approving. Help me. At this moment, Qi Xiang couldn't care about anything, and shouted heartbreakingly. Those elders reacted the fastest, and rushed here with their physical skills. In a blink of an eye, the three of Ji Yu were surrounded. And the group of Qi family disciples, although they didn't know exactly what happened, they also surrounded them. You don't really think that this can stop me? Ji Yu always looked indifferent, even showing a playful smile. He never liked to kill innocent people. But these people are going to die, and he can't help it. Shut up, little thief. Dare to speak rudely to the patriarch, and see if I don't want to teach you a lesson. However, the elders hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, and they were still clamoring there one by one. But Qi Xiang took advantage of this opportunity and ran away. Only he knew how terrifying that Ji Yu was, and he couldn't stay here more for a moment. He did not have time to remind the elders. And for Qi Xiang, his life is the most important. The life or death of these people does not matter to him. Ji Yu moved a little bit. Xiaogu, help me protect Qi Linger. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Yu's figure disappeared. Ding! The host used the Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and the Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. At the same time, Qi Xiang was already about to escape from Qi Mansion by showing his physical strength. He has almost seen hope. Suddenly, a voice like a whisper of a demon shattered his hope. What are you running? Qi Xiang turned his head abruptly and found that Ji Yu had actually appeared behind him. He couldn't believe that Ji Yu's speed was so fast. I had escaped so far, but I was still caught up. I don't want your life, what am I running? At this time, Ji Yu said again. Let me go. Qi Xiang didn't listen at all and ran away desperately. Now this world of the weak and the predator has abolished his cultivation base. What is the difference between killing him? Forget it, I won't play with you. Ji Yu shook his head slightly. He shook his figure, and instantly caught up with Qi Xiang again. Ding! The host used the Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and the Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the fist to break the mountain and river, and the fist to break the mountain and river gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Xian Tier's superior boxing technique, fist breaks mountains and rivers, successfully broke through to the state of mountain peak. Ding! It is detected that the fist breaking the mountain and river has reached the perfect state, and it will automatically be upgraded to the lower level boxing method Lonely Killing Punch Ju. Punch down. Unsuspecting Qi Xiang, Dantian was directly shattered. At this moment, his cultivation was exhausted. Qi Xiang suddenly fell to the ground, and his consciousness gradually disappeared. You can do it yourself afterwards. Ji Yu glanced at Qi Xiang indifferently, leaving a sentence and then disappeared. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. The next moment, he returned to Qi Linger and Xiao Gu. I found that there were already several elders in the profound realm, screaming in pain on the ground. Obviously, these overpowered guys had just been beaten by the ossicles. Ji Yu felt a little helpless. It can only be said that you cannot live by yourself. Give you a chance. At this time, Ji Yu said, go away, or die, choose yourself. V2 Chapter 423 Murong Linger. Ji Linger. Just now, several elders in the Tongxian realm were ravaged like toys in the hands of the little girl, such a terrifying scene. The other elders were all shocked. As soon as they heard what Ji Yu said, they slipped faster than anyone else, and even ignored their screaming companions on the ground. But the group of Qi family disciples had not yet eased from the shock. It wasn't until another 2 seconds passed that they flee in a rush. Okay, let's go. At this time, Ji Yu said to Xiao Gu and Qi Linger. Okay. Qi Linger nodded. Afterwards, the three set off to leave Qi Mansion. Along the way, Qi Linger didn't reveal the preoccupation with his previous thoughts. Because she has completely cut off any feelings about her family. Correct. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly thought of something. He almost forgot. Qi Xiang has been resolved, but there is still another Qi family. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Using his physical skills, he grabbed a Qi family disciple who was hiding not far away. Don't kill me. The Qi family disciple begged frantically for mercy, almost urinating in shock. Where is your young master? Ji Yu said, you honestly explain, I won't kill you. Young master, he is now practicing at the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy. The Qi family disciple replied in a panic, sweaty head. Wanshan Imperial Royal College. Ji Yu immediately let go of the Qi family disciple. After that, he asked a few more Qi family disciples, and they all answered the same. Then it can be confirmed that the young master of the Qi family is indeed in that Wanshan Imperial Royal College. Ji Yu told Qi Linger this by the way, and then asked, do you still want to find him? No. Qi Linger shook his head, now I am no longer a member of the Qi family, and he has nothing to do with me. Okay. Ji Yu said nothing. In the future, if I met the young master of the Qi family by chance, he would solve it easily. In other words, since you have left the Qi family now, what should I call you from now on? At this time Ji Yu asked, call you Linger directly. Linger's face suddenly turned red, you like it. Then I will call you Linger directly from now on. Ji Yu's face was very calm, and he didn't feel anything was wrong. Okay. Linger smiled happily. Also, do you think it is better for me to have the same surname as my master, or? Linger asked with a shy face. She actually wanted to say, it's better to have your last name, but she couldn't say it. If you have the same surname as Palace Master Murong Linger. Ji Yu thought for a while, and said, not bad. Then, don't you have any other ideas? Linger asked quickly. She found that Ji Yu hadn't noticed what she meant at all, so she was a little anxious. What idea? Ji Yu pondered for a while before he seemed to have guessed something, and then asked suspiciously, don't you want to share my last name? This is what you think about yourself, it's not what I said. Linger explained deliberately. In fact, she was so happy that Ji Yu finally reacted. Ji Linger. Ji Yu thought about it again, and said, how do I feel that this name is not as good as Murong Linger? Do not. Linger hurriedly retorted, Ji Linger is so much better than Murong Linger. All right, as long as you like it. Ji Yu didn't care much about Linger's reaction. Then I will call this name from now on. Don't call it wrong. Ji Linger said with a smile. How could I call it wrong, you think too much. Ji Yu said casually. At this time, they were about to leave the Qi family mansion, but they ran into Qi Xiang. I saw that Qi Xiang was still lying here, and the entire Qi mansion was in a state of panic, and no one even took care of the patriarch. I just abolished his cultivation base and saved her life for now. Ji Yu said. Ji Linger silently looked at Qi Xiang, who was lying on the ground, without the slightest pity in his eyes. Out of personal principles, she didn't want to kill this scumbag. But this is only her bottom line of principle. In addition to killing the scum, no matter how Ji Yu treats the scum, she won't mind. V2 Chapter 424 The cultivation base that has not changed in 5 years, third shift. The three of Ji Yu returned along the same route. Many days passed. Now they have reached the Kanglen Empire. In these few days, Ji Yu has been cultivating Ziliu pupil on the spirit ship. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. In the end, Ji Yu's Ziliu pupil had broken through 2 consecutive stages in the realm of expanding through the virtual reality, and it was now in the second stage. After getting off the spirit ship, Ji Yu used her body technique and brought Ji Linger and Xiaogu to Qianyuan Wufu. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the upper-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Light Flash successfully broke through to the realm of integration and penetration. Inside the Zijin Hall. At this moment, Ji Yu, Xiaogu, Ji Linger and Murong Zili were in the hall. Xiaogu is playing with Ji Linger. On the other hand, Ji Yu and Murong Zili were drinking tea on the surface, but they were actually talking. It's done. Murong Zili asked Ji Yu through spiritual communication. Well, it's pretty smooth. Ji Yu responded. Linger, is she okay? Murong Zili cared. She has nothing to do. She has left the Qi family and is no longer surnamed Qi. Ji Yu said. What's the last name? Murong Zili then asked. Surname Ji. Ji Yu answered directly without hesitation. Oh. Murong Zili's tone fluctuated slightly, as if she understood something. By the way, Palace Lord, I am a little curious about one thing. At this time, Ji Yu said again. Just ask what's the matter. Murong Zili said. 5 years ago, you were already the 9th level of the Tongxian realm? Ji Yu asked directly without twitching. Why are you asking this suddenly? Murong Zili raised his eyebrows and asked. I'm thinking, with the Qi family patriarch as a person, if Palace Master Murong, 5 years ago, was not stronger than him, he would definitely not let Linger go easily. Ji Yu expressed the thoughts in his heart, so I guessed that Palace Master Murong had already had a cultivation level of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm as early as 5 years ago, so I was curious, and it was Palace Master Murong that you asked me to ask directly. Murong Zili was silent for a moment, and said, yes, 5 years ago, this Palace Lord indeed had a cultivation level of 9 levels or more in the profound realm. To be precise, in the past 5 years, the Master's cultivation level has not changed at all. After listening to Murong Zili's words, Ji Yu couldn't help being surprised. Haven't the slightest change in the cultivation base in the past 5 years. How is this going? And with his current Ziliu pupil, he could see through Murong Zili's true cultivation. The 9th level of the Tongxian realm was completed. This also meant that Murong Zili had already achieved the 9th level of consummation in the Tongxian realm 5 years ago. According to Murong Zili mentioned before, she is not much older than Ji Yu. Not much to say, from the looks of it, he is almost 20 years old now. 5 years ago, that was around 15 or 16 years old. In other words, when Murong was 15 or 16 years old, he had cultivated the ninefold perfection in the profound realm. Such a talent is simply terrifying. But Ji was even more shocked. Obviously, with such an amazing talent, why did he stand still for 5 years? Among them, there is definitely some accident. Are you still curious now? Suddenly, Murong asked. Have. Ji said, why did Palace Master become like this? There is no need for you to ask. Murong said, after all, even if you know it, it doesn't make much sense. If you don't say it, how can Palace Master be sure that it is meaningless? Ji asked back. Murong stared at Ji silently for a while. Maybe I will tell you in the future, at least it's not the time yet. Fine. Ji can only give up. Afterwards, Ji and Murong talked about other things, and then prepared to return to the Kanglan branch hall with Xiaogu. Outside the gate of Qianyuan Wufu, Ji Linger asked with some dismay, Ji, can't you stay for a few more days? I have been away for so many days, I have to go back quickly. Ji shook his head. Okay. Ji Linger could only answer. Watching Ji leave with Xiaogu, she also entered Qianyuan Wufu. In a place where there were no people, Xiao Bone opened his bone wings and took Ji back to Kanglan Branch Hall. V2 Chapter 425 Royal Secrets. After many days of leaving, there was no change in the Kanglan Branch Hall. This made Ji immediately relieved. Before he was worried that he had been away for so long, those guys would mess things up without authorization. In the following days, Ji did almost the same thing day after day. Every day, first finish the affairs, and then practice. However, after cultivating for so long, he is still only infinitely close to the spirit profound realm, and he has not been able to break through. I don't know if it was an opportunity or why. Ji suddenly worried. Wouldn't he, like Palace Master Murong, stay in the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm for 5 years without breaking through? Right here, someone suddenly broke into this hall. Ji used his soul power to perceive it, and found that the person who came was Wen Yunyang, the deputy head of the palace. Ding! The host urged the soul power, and the soul power gained experience value, won by 999 times. Soon, when Yunyang appeared in front of Ji. Hall Master, there is an important thing. What's up? The royal family of the Kanglan Empire is about to change the throne, and the king of Kanglan Zhuang Tianke invited the lord of the palace to pass. The throne alternates? So fast. Ji couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He saw that King Kanglan was still in his middle age, so he should have said that he shouldn't give way so early. Actually, the lord of the palace does not know. When Yunyang's tone gradually became dignified, each Kanglan king will only have a lifespan of 10 years after he succeeds, and Zhuang Tianke has been in office for almost 10 years. In other words, in less than half a month, Zhuang Tianke will pass away. The Kanglan Empire royal family must decide the next Kanglan king. After listening to Wen Yunyang's words, Ji couldn't help being stunned. He really didn't expect that the royal family of the Kanglan Empire still had such a secret. Why is that? Ji asked immediately. There is nothing tricky about this, he definitely doesn't believe it. This has to be traced back hundreds of years. At that time, there was a King Kanglan. Although he was a great power in the spirit profound realm, his time limit was approaching. When Yunyang said, he wanted to pursue longevity, but unexpectedly went astray, and became a man in the evil way. In the end, he died, but he relied on the evil way to save his soul. His soul has always been hidden under the royal palace, using the alternate throne of the royal family to absorb the lifespan of each subsequent king of Kanglan with evil ways. Actually, there have always been a few people in the Kanglan royal family who knew the truth, but they were helpless. The throne must be changed, and the tragedy of every King Kanglan will never be avoided. Our subtemple has always been unwelcome in the Kanglan Empire, but the royal family has basically never had any conflicts in order to seek help from us. Hearing this, Jiyu roughly understood. Then the Kanglan king hundreds of years ago wanted to use the life of future generations to resurrect him, right? Jiyu asked. Yes. When Yunyang nodded and said, and it is said that that guy has almost absorbed it. In this throne change, he will absorb the life of the new King Kanglan, and he will appear, and it is very likely that he will take away the body of the new King Kanglan. So do those candidates for the throne know? Jiyu asked again. These truths, except for a very few members of the Kanglan royal family, only the palace masters and deputy palace masters of the past know. When Yunyang responded. I know. Jiyu fell into a brief contemplation. After the meditation, he continued to speak. This time King Kanglan specially invited me over, should there be other intentions? Well, obviously Zhuangtiank wants us to help the Kanglan branch hall. When Yunyang said, however, he still doesn't know that you have become the new hall master. This time I and the other two deputy hall masters will go with you. I have discussed with Yan Ming and Yan Jia earlier, and we are all in agreement. That is to leave the palace immediately when the situation reaches an uncontrollable level. Hall master, what is your opinion? After listening, Jiyu thought for a moment. Then he said, I don't have any opinion, I can help if I can, and even if I can't help. In fact, he didn't care what the entire Kanglan royal family would become. But his only worry is that the guy Zhuang Wei ran. V2 Chapter 426 with her, everything can be solved. The alternation of the throne, when will it begin? At this time, Jiyu continued to ask. Just 3 days later, in the palace. When Yunyang said. 3 days later. Jiyu said indifferently, when the time comes, with her here, everything can be resolved. She was. Hearing what Jiyu said, when Yunyang couldn't help but wonder. Only then did he realize that the little girl from the natural disaster bone dragon was also there. That's right, Xiaogu has been sitting on Jiyu's lap. It's just that because her figure is too petite, when Yunyang never noticed it. Moreover, when Yunyang's strength is too weak to feel the aura of small bones at all. In addition, Xiaogu had been eating candy there quietly, as if nothing had anything to do with her. So that's it. When Yunyang couldn't help but smiled bitterly, with this person, it is true that everything can be solved. This is the 5th grade monster natural disaster bone dragon. Even if the ancestor of the Kanglan royal family was a great power in the spirit profound realm, it was not worth mentioning in front of the 5th rank monster. He almost forgot, there was such a terrifying existence around the Lord Hallmaster. Retreat. Jiyu said. Yes. After that, Jiyu and Xiaogu were left in the hall. If there is any accident at that time, I will trouble you. At this time, Jiyu said to Xiaogu. As long as you give me candy, everything is easy to say. Xiaogu said solemnly. Jiyu smiled, you fellow, you only know how to eat candy. Next. Jiyu intends to quickly finish the rest of today's affairs. Ding. The host reviewed for 1 minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding. The host reviewed for 1 minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Because today's affairs are more than in the past. It was already afternoon when Jiyu finished all the affairs. He did not return to his residence first, but set off to Mu Sun's wooden house. Since he became the new head of the Kanglan branch hall, he has never seen Mu Sun again. Now I don't know what happened to Mu Sun. Will he leave Kanglan branch hall long ago? He curiously wanted to take a look. After arriving at the hut, Jiyu guessed it right, and there was no one inside. However, he found a piece of paper left on the table. The handwriting on the paper is a bit sloppy but has a special charm. Jiyu learned from it that Mu Sun had indeed left the Kanglan branch hall long ago. He even left the Kanglan Empire. Otherwise, there is no other message. Jiyu's eyes fell on the last paragraph. Farewell. Goodbye. Ji also said silently in her heart. If there is a chance in the future, he will also leave the Kanglan Empire and go to a wider world. Unlike last time, he hurried to the Wanshan Empire and hurried back. In the entire Xiantian continent, the Kanglan Empire is a small corner at best. Staying in this Kanglan Empire, his martial arts will be greatly restricted. Let's go. Thinking of this, Ji took Xiao Bone's hand and left the forest hut. Soon, Ji and Xiao Gu returned to their room. Ji doesn't plan to cultivate profound energy for the time being. He wants to go to Palace Master Murong tomorrow to talk about his cultivation. He didn't want to be the same as Palace Master Murong, staying in the Tongxian realm for 5 full years to achieve consummation. As for now, Ji is practicing Zilu pupil. Last time his purple pupil reached the second stage of the realm of exploring the real and the virtual. At present, relying on Ziliu pupil, he can already see that Xiao Bone's demon power level is at the 5th rank and 9th level. If it is more specific, he won't be able to tell. Perhaps it can be seen when Zilu Tong reaches the 3rd stage of its exploration of the virtual reality state. One more thing. Ji could perceive that the small bones now are obviously much stronger than when they first met. A rough estimate is that from the beginning of the 5th rank 7th layer to the current 5th rank 9th layer. This kind of strength increase speed, I have to say it is really scary. Moreover, the small bones don't need to do anything, as long as they breathe, they can increase their demon power. If this continues, it will probably not take long before the demon power level of the ossicles can break through to rank 6. 6th grade monster. This kind of concept, even Ji could hardly imagine. V2 Chapter 427 The Way to Break Through the Spiritual Profound Realm, 3rd More. Ding. The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. It took Ji an afternoon and an evening, but it was a pity that he failed to reach the 3rd stage of exploring the real and the virtual. Obviously there are still some gaps. Estimated, it will take at least half a day to be enough. But on the 2nd day, Ji speeded up the day's affairs and went directly to Qianyuan Wufu to find Palace Master Murong. He felt that it was necessary to ask clearly why Palace Master Murong stayed in the Tongxian realm for 5 years at the 9th level of consummation. With the help of Xiaogu, he soon arrived at Qianyuan Wufu. When I arrived at the Zijin Hall, Murong Zili was the only one inside. Ji. Murong Zili obviously had some surprises and Ji would appear here. After a few days, he came back again. Palace Lord, I have something to come to you this time. Ji walked towards Murong Zili and spoke bluntly. What's the matter? Murong Zili asked. It's still about the last time, why Palace Master has not changed his cultivation base for 5 full years, I think I need to figure it out. Ji said seriously. Why are you asking this again? Murong Zili felt a little strange. Because I found out that I might have encountered the same problem as Palace Master Yu. Ji said. Upon hearing this, Murong Zili's face suddenly changed slightly. How can that be? Murong Zili couldn't help feeling a little gaffe. Although it is not obvious, this is indeed the first time that Murong Zili has such a big mood swing. I don't know why, I'm very close to the spirit profound realm now, but no matter how I cultivate, I can't make a breakthrough. But Ji didn't notice Murong Zili's appearance, but kept saying. Hearing this, Murong Zili breathed a sigh of relief. This palace lord has a question. At this time, Murong Zili said, do you know what is the real way to break through the spiritual profound realm? Isn't it just cultivation, what else? Ji said with a face of course. Then you are wrong. Murong Zili was a little speechless. If you want to break through the spiritual profound realm, you have to gather energy and spirit. The so-called essence, energy and spirit are mental strength, profound energy and soul strength. The three converge to break through to the spirit profound realm. Otherwise, even if you cultivate to the limit, you will never be able to break through. Then this palace lord has another doubt. Have you never read any books on this subject? Although there are very few people in the Kanglan Empire who can come into contact with this aspect, you shouldn't be. She really didn't expect that a genius like Ji didn't even know the real way to break through the spirit profound realm. She almost mistakenly thought that Ji was just like herself. I really don't have one. Ji smiled awkwardly. If he knew the method was so simple earlier, he wouldn't have come to look for Murong Zili on purpose. Because of the existence of the system before. Ji felt that practicing martial arts was particularly simple, and it was a matter of time at most to break through to the spiritual profound realm or even higher realm. And he doesn't like reading very much. Therefore, he has never paid attention to those books about martial arts. It became what it is now. But this also caused Ji to have another doubt. Since Palace Master Murong clearly knew this method, why did he stagnate for 5 years in the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm? Is this wrong? You'd better study a little bit more in the future. You can't help but know such a basic thing. Murong Zili persuaded. Well, I got it. Ji nodded. Immediately afterwards, Ji continued, but I am still curious. Since Palace Master knows this, why has he stayed in the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm for so many years? Murong Zili took a deep look at Ji. After a while, she slowly said, You really want to know that, then come to me the day after tomorrow, then you will understand. Acquired? Ji thought for a while. Isn't this the same day as the throne of the Kanglan Empire? V2 Chapter 428 Break through Ling Xian. Ji suddenly thought that he hadn't noticed before, and the day after tomorrow it seemed to be a lunar eclipse. But the night of the lunar eclipse does not seem to have any special meaning. Ji no longer struggle with these. I'll find out later. Knowing how to break through the spiritual profound realm, Ji immediately returned to the Kanglan branch hall and couldn't wait to make a breakthrough. Ding! The host has cultivated the profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial cultivation base gains experience points, 500 by 999 times. Ding! The host stimulated the mental power, and the silver mental power gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host urged the soul power, and the soul power gained experience value, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial arts cultivation base successfully broke through to the first stage of the spiritual profound realm. Follow the method Murong Zili said. Ji tried to activate profound energy, spiritual power, and soul power at the same time. Soon, there was a breakthrough in his cultivation. At this moment, Ji felt the concentration of energy. Prompted by the cultivation of the spirit profound realm, spiritual power and soul power have been greatly improved. Ding! The host successfully broke through to the spirit profound realm, and the effect of improving mental power increased 999 times. Ding! The host successfully broke through to the spirit profound realm, and the soul power enhancement effect increased by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the silver spirit power successfully broke through to the realm of Deshang. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the silver spirit power successfully broke through to the realm of consummation. Ding! It is detected that the silver grade spiritual power has reached the consummation realm, and it will automatically be upgraded to the golden grade spiritual power. Suddenly, his mental power advanced to a gold level. In addition to feeling the substantial increase in his mental power, a golden small sword appeared in front of Ji. This is. Ji looked at this golden sword in surprise. If he remembers correctly, once his mental power reaches the gold level, it seems that it will indeed become a substance. What kind of essence it is based on human consciousness. In other words, Ji-Yu's mental power subconsciously formed this golden little sword. Ji-Yu tried to reach out and touch, but found that he couldn't touch the golden sword at all. He was able to control the golden sword to move around through his mind. Under normal circumstances, this thing should be powerful. Ji-Yu thought to himself. It is probably mental attack. He still has no way to be sure. You can only wait for a chance in the future and find an enemy to test it. If it is really a mental attack, then this is a big killer. Are you a breakthrough cultivation base? At this time, sitting next to the bones eating candy, said casually. Okay. Ji-Yu nodded. But then he suddenly realized. I just broke through the spirit profound realm, and nothing seems to have happened. This is a little strange. Replaced with the previous breakthroughs in the Tongxian realm cultivation base, if the heaven-splitting cultivation technique was not used to suppress it, the momentum would have shaken the Kanglan subhall. As a result, when he broke through the spirit profound realm this time, there was no momentum at all. Ji-Yu didn't know that, in fact, his breakthrough caused a lot of movement. He didn't feel it at all, but almost all the experts in the profound realm throughout the Kanglan Empire felt it. At the same time, Kanglan Palace. Zhuang Tianke, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked in a certain direction. This is, the direction of Kanglan Branch Hall. Could it be that the Hall Master of Kanglan Branch Hall broke through to the Spirit Profound Realm? Zhuang Tianke was shocked, and then there was a hint of joy in his heart. The main hall of Kanglan Sub-Hall broke into the Spirit Profound Realm at this moment. How difficult is it that there is hope the day after tomorrow? V2 Chapter 429 Completely convinced. However, Zhuang Tianke didn't know that the person who broke through the Spirit Profound Realm was Ji-Yu. It's not just the makeup of the sky, but almost all the strong people in the entire Kanglan Empire who have reached a level above the Tongxian realm feel it. Kanglan Empire Academy. At this time, Gao Huan was recovering from his injuries. Last time he was swept by the tail of the Scourge Bone Dragon, and he broke many bones. Although it has almost recovered now. But it will take a few days to fully recover. At the next moment, Gao Huan was suddenly shocked. He couldn't help standing up, staring heavily in a certain direction. Kanglan Sub-Hall, the Spirit Profound Realm is actually born again. Gao Huan muttered to himself, his face gradually becoming ugly. After the last thing. Their Kanglan Empire Academy can hardly maintain a relationship with the Kanglan Branch Hall. Now the Kanglan Branch Hall had a great power in the Spirit Profound Realm. Not surprisingly, it should be the great figure of the Palace Master. Gao Huan has not come into contact with that character yet. This is what he is most worried about. If it is a hot-tempered Palace Master, and if one is upset, they come to trouble with their Kanglan Empire Academy, that would be terrible. Gao Huan considered it for a while. For the sake of Kanglan Empire Academy, he decided to try his best to please Kanglan Branch Hall in the future. Qianyuan Wufu. Naturally, Murong Zili, who had reached the ninefold consummation of the Tongxian realm, felt it too. She knew almost instantly that this was Ji-Yu breaking through the Spirit Profound Realm. Murong Zili's mouth suddenly outlined a satisfactory arc. She didn't see the wrong person as expected. But the most shocking were the deputy hall masters and elders who were in the Kanglan Branch Hall, as well as many guardians who had reached the Tongxian realm. Their first reaction was to immediately see who caused the movement. After discovering that it was the Lord of the Palace, they all dispelled this idea. After all, this is the residence of the Lord of the Palace, they dare not break in without authorization. Within a time, many people gathered around Ji-Yu's residence. Even the three deputy hall masters Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming and Yan Jia, as well as all the elders, rushed over. What happened just now? My spirit and soul have been greatly affected. Is it a breakthrough in cultivation? I have never felt that way before. Could it be that the Lord of the Palace entered the Spirit Profound Realm? Isn't this impossible? Your Hall Master didn't just break through the 9th level of the Tong Profound Realm not long ago, how could it be possible to enter the Spirit Profound Realm so soon? I also don't think it's possible. To break through the Spirit Profound Realm, the mental power must be above the silver level. Those guardians are constantly guessing. But at this time, when Yunyang spoke to end their speculation, Hall Master has indeed broken through the Spirit Profound Realm. This statement came out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Yan Ming and Yan Jia, they couldn't believe this was true. Last time in the challenge field, Ji Yuming had only the first stage cultivation base of the 9th layer of the Tong Profound Realm, and they would never read it wrong. How long has it passed before you have reached the Spirit Profound Realm? Now, they were completely convinced. Now Ji Yudu has become a great power in the Spirit Profound Realm, unless they don't want to survive. However, at this time, Ji was still playing with the golden sword in the room. In addition to mental power, his soul power has also been greatly improved. But there is no substantial change in soul power. There is no such classification as bronze, silver, and gold like mental power. It can only be said that it is much stronger than before. Only then did Ji Yu realize that there seemed to be many people outside. He was a little curious, and then opened the door to take a look. I saw the Deputy Hall Master, elders and a group of guardians, all gathered outside, and their expressions were very rich. Did these people discover that I had broken through the cultivation base? Ji Yu wondered in his heart. V2 Chapter 430 The Upper Realm of the Spiritual Profound Realm. Seeing a group of people, they looked at Ji Yu blankly, without saying a word. What are you doing? Ji Yu asked. Hall Master, did you really break through the Spirit Profound Realm just now? At this time, when Yunyang spoke. Really, is there any problem? Ji Yu said calmly. No. When Yunyang quickly said. This time even the Lord of the Palace also admitted personally, everyone has nothing to say. At this time, when Yunyang was full of emotion. With Ji Yu, the new Hall Master, their position and reputation in the southern territory of Kanglan Branch Hall will soon become different. As for the Kanglan Empire's other experts in the Profound Realm who felt this movement, they only knew that the Kanglan Empire finally had a great power in the Spirit Profound Realm. I didn't know that the movement came from the direction of Kanglan Branch Hall. After all, they didn't even know where the Kanglan Branch Hall was. It is even more impossible to know that it is Ji Yu who is sending the news. Even so, it caused a huge sensation. After all, the Kanglan Empire has not known how long it has been since the great power of the Spirit Profound Realm has appeared. King Kanglan Makeup Tianke. Palace Master Murong Zili of Qinyuan Wufu. Gao Huan, Dean of Kanglan Empire Academy. Sovereign of Qing Xuanzong. They are all speculating wildly about who this might be. The only thing they could not imagine was that this person was actually Ji Yu. At this moment, Ji Yu was slowly feeling the changes brought about by his cultivation breaking through the spiritual profound realm. In addition to the substantial increase in all aspects of energy and spirit, there is also some improvement in the physical body. Next, Ji Yu deliberately went through many books on martial arts. Because he had little understanding of the spirit profound realm, especially the cultivation realm above the spirit profound realm. He didn't even know what realm there was in the spirit profound realm. After being reminded by Murong Zili last time, he felt that it was indeed necessary to learn about it. Ding! The host flipped through the books for a minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host flipped through the books for a minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, silver grade memory successfully broke through to the realm of Deshang. After spending one night, Ji Yu finished reading a lot of books on martial arts, and his silver level memory also made a breakthrough. He had a detailed understanding of the spirit profound realm. Now that you have reached the realm of the cultivation level of the spirit profound realm, you can break through not just by practicing profound energy. There are also requirements for spiritual power and soul power. However, with Ji Yu's current mental power and soul power strong, even if he does not continue to improve his spiritual power and soul power in the future, he can still break through to the 9th level consummation of the spirit profound realm by relying solely on profound energy. After all, his golden level spiritual power and soul power far stronger than ordinary people can't be described by common sense. Then, it was about the cultivation realm that went up from the spirit profound realm. Above the spirit profound realm, there are 3 more cultivation realms: human profound realm, earth profound realm, and sky profound realm. According to book records, human profound realm gradually refines the original profound energy in the body into a more pure and powerful profound element. The Yuan Gang formed by Xian Yuan is also many times stronger than the original profound energies Qi Gang, whether it is lethality or protection. As for the earth profound realm and the sky profound realm, almost all books have been taken in one stroke, and only these 2 realms exist. What Ji Yu can be sure of is that the sky profound realm definitely has a higher realm. But only based on the information of Kanglan Branch Hall, it is impossible to understand such a high level. Only when he stepped out of the Kanglan Empire in the future, on the grand stage of the entire southern territory, Ji Yu could broaden his vision and know more. Ji Yu already had an idea at this time. Waiting for the change of throne and palace Lord Murong's matter passed. And the things in his own part are also stable. At that time, it is time to find opportunities to touch the big stage of southern territory. He is absolutely unwilling to be a frog at the bottom of the well. V2 Chapter 431 Preparation for the Throne. It was the next day. In other words, the change of throne will begin tomorrow. Today you have to prepare in advance for departure. Ji Yu finished his work in the morning and set off in the afternoon. But they were riding Wen Yunyang's black feather demon eagle. After all, Ji Yu couldn't let Xiao Bon serve as a flying tool for others. Besides, Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming and Yan Jie didn't have the guts. At this time, Ji Yu, Xiaogu, Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming, and Yan Jie, a total of 5 people, were ready to set off for the palace in the royal city. When Xiao Bon stood on the black feather demon eagle, the entire body of the black feather demon eagle was trembling. As one of the best among the 3-tier monsters, and also subdued by Wen Yunyang, the black feather demon eagle already possesses some intelligence. Being a monster beast, it instantly felt the breath of a natural disaster bone dragon. Not only the long-way suppression, but also the demon power suppression. The black feather demon eagle did not dare to move at all. It was not until when Yunyang issued an order, and it also confirmed that the natural disaster bone dragon had no intention of doing it, and then it slowly lifted into the sky. About 3 hours passed. It was already evening before they arrived at the palace in the royal city. This clearly reflects the speed gap between the black feather demon eagle and the small bone. If Xiaogu took Ji Yu to fly from the Kanglan Branch Hall to the royal palace, it would take at most 10 minutes. And, so far, Ji Yu hasn't seen Xiaogu seriously. After all, the entire Kanglan Empire did not make Xiaogu a serious existence. I don't know how terrifying Xiaogu would be when he was serious. Looking down from a high altitude, we can see the flow of people in the palace, all seeming to be preparing for the throne of tomorrow. Most people can't see things below from such a high position, but Ji Yu is different. His Ziliu pupil has reached the 3rd realm of explore the real and the virtual. Looking down from such a high altitude, it is still very easy for him. At this time, the black feather demon eagle was landing downward. Everyone below was very busy, and hardly noticed a black shadow falling from the sky. It wasn't until the landing of the black feather demon eagle caused a huge movement that it alarmed them. Suddenly caused a panic. Until a general-level master of the profound realm came forward, this group of talents returned to their positions. The general's name was Zhuang Zhenan, and King Kanglan had explained to him beforehand, so he knew the origin of the person in that monster beast. Guests, please come in. Naturally, Zhuang Zhenan had to give these 5 people a good place to stay. Furthermore, he heard that a spirit profound realm power appeared in the Kanglan branch hall yesterday, and he was very curious as to which one of these 5 was. First, he ruled out the boy and the little girl. After all, he couldn't see how high his cultivation level was from these 2 people. I don't know what the Kanglan branch hall thinks, such an important matter, unexpectedly brought 2 children over. Then, Zhuang Zhenan's eyes fell on Wen Yunyang, Yan Ming, and Yan Jie. These 3, he felt that they might all be newly promoted spirit profound realm powers. Especially the one who can control the black feather demon eagle has the greatest possibility. At this time, Zhuang Zhenan assumed that Wen Yunyang was the great power of the spirit profound realm. The general is polite. Wen Yunyang smiled kindly. However, just as Zhuang Zhenan was preparing to entertain the 5 people, a familiar voice came. Ji Yu. Why are you here? I saw Zhuang Weiran walking towards here, looking at Ji Yu with surprise. Ji Yu. Zhuang Zhenan was surprised when he heard this name. This young man from Kanglan branch hall is actually that Ji Yu. No wonder he just thought this boy seemed familiar. Zhuangzhen can also understand it immediately. It's normal for Ji Yu to be such a supreme arrogant to be brought out by the high-level Kanglan branch hall. But even so, he didn't feel that Ji Yu Hui was the newly promoted spirit profound realm power. Why can't I come for such an important thing as the change of throne? Ji Yudan smiled at this time. The makeup in front of me is not the same as usual. It's an elegant blue palace dress. Suddenly became a beautiful princess who was all over the country. V2 Chapter 432 Worries about makeup. But who are these? Zhuang Weiran looked at the people beside Ji Yu. Especially that little girl, she cares most. I am Wen Yunyang, the deputy head of the Kanglan branch hall. Your Excellency must be the 6th princess, right? Wen Yunyang respectfully said. It's me. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly, her eyes gradually becoming weird. Deputy Hall Master of Kanglan Branch Hall. I am Yan Ming, Deputy Head of Kanglan Branch Hall. I am Yan Jie, the Deputy Head of Kanglan Branch Hall. At this time, Yan Ming and Yan Jie also followed along. At this time, Zhuang Weiran's complexion was a little stiff, and her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. All 3 of them were the deputy heads of the Kanglan Branch Hall, and Ji Yu seemed to be with them. Could it be that Ji Yu has been controlled by Kanglan Branch Hall? Zhuang Weiran couldn't believe it was true, and couldn't help but grab Ji Yu's hand directly. Come with me. Xiao Gu didn't want to separate from Ji Yu, so he followed. I heard that the 6 princesses seem to be interested in Ji Yu. This seems to be true. Seeing Zhuang Weiran's behavior, Zhuang Zhenan rubbed his chin. All young people after all. Wen Yunyang laughed. They were in a tacit understanding and didn't intend to disturb Ji Yu and Zhuang Weiran. After that, Zhuang Zhenan first entertained Wen Yunyang and the 3. At the same time. On the other side, Ji Yuzheng was forcibly pulled away by Makeup Weiran. What are you doing? Ji Yu couldn't help asking. At this moment, Makeup stopped. She turned around and said with a heavy face, Ji Yu, you may not know that you are controlled, I will take you to the father, he will have a solution. Hearing this, Ji Yu suddenly smiled, you think too much, how could I be controlled? No matter what, I will take you to the father first. Zhuang Weiran felt that it was too troublesome to explain, so she thought about taking Ji Yu to find his father first. I think you must have misunderstood something. Ji Yu said while being dragged away. However, Zhuang Weiran didn't say a word, she kept pulling Ji Yu to walk quickly in a certain direction. I'm the Hall Master of Kanglan Branch Hall, who else can control me? At this time, a very plain word came. Hearing this, Zhuang Weiran stopped suddenly. She was stunned for a while before she recovered. What did you say? Zhuang Weiran stared at Ji Yu blankly, thinking that she had misheard. I said I'm already the master of the Kanglan Branch Hall, who else can control me? Ji Yu repeated it again. Hall Master. Zhuang Weiran's eyes suddenly became unbelievable. Yup. Ji, you seem to be talking about a trivial matter, and Feng Qingyun said plainly, so don't worry, I can't be controlled by others. Makeup Weiran still feels incredible. She wanted to know what happened to Ji Yu during the period of separation from Ji Yu. It didn't take long before Ji Yu had already become the lord of Kanglan Branch Hall. However, Makeup Weiran really relieved a lot. People still care about you. At this time, Zhuang Wei suddenly groaned. Come on, don't be so nauseous. Ji Yu couldn't stand the numbness, and there were a lot of goosebumps all over his body. Anyway, you're fine. Zhuang Weiran smiled. Correct. Suddenly Zhuang Wei suddenly thought of something, and then turned to the little girl behind Ji Yu. Who is this again? She is called Xiaogu, and she is my sister. Ji Yu briefly introduced. Isn't it because you drank the flowers again? Zhuang Weiran jokingly said, as expected, it is you, who can actually deal with such a small girl. Don't slander me. Ji Yu immediately retorted. Besides, don't really think she is very young. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yu added another sentence. It's really older, the ossicles are at least dozens of times older than before. Am I wrong? Zhuang Weiran said with a meaningful tone. Do you think that is it? Ji Yu was too lazy to say something, and said casually. Just kidding. Zhuang Weiran immediately smiled. Ji Yu was speechless. V2 Chapter 433. Are you worried about me? Xiaogu has no thoughts about Ji Yu and Zhuang Weiran talking about themselves. She just looked like she didn't care about anything, just eating candy intently. I thought the ossicles were cute before makeup, but the appearance of the ossicles made her feel more cute. Come on, little sister, let sister hug. Zhuang Weiran couldn't help but want to hold Xiaobon in her arms. However, Xiaobon stretched out a hand to block the makeup. Human women, don't touch this seat. Just listen to the small bone's tone of keeping away from strangers. Amount. Makeup Weiran couldn't help but stunned. She is not a human being, but a demonized human form, and she doesn't like contact with humans. Ji Yu explained at this time. While talking, he was still touching the small bones of silver hair. Then you are also human. Seeing this, Makeup Weiran said immediately. Then I can put it another way, it should be said that I don't like contact with strangers. Ji Yu added. Xiaogu did not speak. Obviously it is the default. However, for her. To be precise, she didn't like contact with any humans except Ji Yu. Okay. Although Zhuang Weiran wanted to hug the ossicles, she could only stop for the time being. Also, Xiaogu's true identity surprised her very much. Turned out to be a monster. She had only seen it in an ancient book. According to legend, there were monsters that could transform into human forms. But that was also in the legend, and he didn't even know what kind of monster beast it was or what level it was. This is the first time in her life that she has seen a monster that can transform into a human form. It means that the alternation of the throne of heaven has only begun, so you can live where I am tonight. Then Zhuang Weiran said again. Can. Ji Yu nodded. Afterwards, Ji Yu and Xiaogu followed Zhuang Weiran to their residence. Regarding the Kanglan branching hall, Zhuang Weiran was not a hypocritical person. Since Ji Yu said it was all right, she didn't say much. Walking halfway. About tomorrow's throne change, you should know some facts, right? Ji Yu suddenly said. What's the truth? Zhuang Weiran said with a confused look. Since you are pretending to be stupid, let me talk about the truth about the alternation of thrones. Ji Yu said calmly. He had noticed before that makeup before it happened occasionally showed a slightly sad look. Although it is difficult to detect, his soul perception is very keen. Especially today, Makeup Weiran looks like nothing on the surface, but in fact, the mood is relatively low. This is the minute details that Ji Yu has just captured from the look and tone of Makeup Weiran. If it were replaced by someone else, even someone with a cultivation base in the profound realm would not necessarily notice it. No need. Zhuang Weiran knew that she had no need to hide it anymore. I do know the truth, whether it is the lifespan of my father or the ancestor who has lived for hundreds of years, I know. Zhuang Weiran's tone was mixed with complex emotions. Jiyu was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then who will inherit the throne tomorrow?" "I don't know this." Zhuang Weiran slowly shook his head and said, "No one knew about this until my father decided to confess to the next King Kanglan." "I understand." Jiyu nodded. He felt that with King Kanglan's love for Zhuangweiran, King Kanglan would not let Zhuangweiran inherit the throne. After all, once he succeeds to the throne, he will only have 10 years of life. But nothing can be completely accurate. Only until tomorrow will we know the result. "Are you worried about me?" Zhuang Weiran asked abruptly. Jiyu subconsciously looked towards Zhuang Weiran, only to see the other party with a funny smile. "You think it is, you think it is not." But Jiyu answered calmly. "Then I think so." Zhuang Weiran joked. "It seems to be joking. In fact, her heart is warm." The depressed mood before, also eased a lot at this moment. After hearing what Makeup had said, Jiyu didn't speak any more. What on earth was thinking in his heart, perhaps only Xiao Bon, who was the object of his soul contract, knew. No matter what, Jiyu must get rid of that ancestor. This kind of scourge remains in the world, and it will only cause endless trouble. It may even threaten Jiang Yuechu and the others. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yu and Xiao Gu came to the residence with Makeup Weiran. Before that, he and Qi Linger, Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang also lived here in Zhuangweiran. V2 Chapter 434 The Day of Throne Change, Third Shift. Ji Yu, you should be the same room before. At this time, Zhuang Weiran is arranging rooms for Ji Yu and Xiao Gu, so Xiao Gu will go to Ji Yu's room, okay? No. Xiao Gu immediately refused, I want to live with Ji Yu, no other room. This. Zhuang Weiran was a little embarrassed, looking at Ji Yu, as if seeking Ji Yu's opinion. Just follow her. Ji Yu said. Well, you just go to one room. Halfway through, before finishing talking, Makeup Weiran suddenly realized something was wrong. Could it be that you have always lived in the same room before? Zhuang Weiran asked immediately. Yup. Xiao Gu answered casually. Ji Yu did not deny either. Zhuang Weiran's face instantly became a little weird. Ji Yu, really, wouldn't you really be interested in such a small one? She leaned to Ji Yu's ear and asked in a low voice. What are you thinking? Ji Yu was speechless, and directly flicked Zhuang Weiran's forehead with his finger. It's not really good. Zhuang Weiran chuckled and said, I almost thought you really have such a strange habit. Don't think about this mess all day, I will go back to my room and rest. After speaking, Ji Yu walked into the room. And Xiao Bon immediately followed in. When he arrived in the room, Xiao Gu suddenly asked, what is the strange hobby that the woman just said? I do not know. Ji Yu suddenly twitched the corners of her mouth. Even you don't know? Small Bones didn't think so much. Since Ji Yu said so, she didn't care about it. The reason she would ask was only because she was a little curious about the so-called strange habit. Afterwards, Ji Yu began to practice the bloodline pupil technique Ziliu pupil in the room. He wants to strive to reach the third stage of the Zilu pupil in the realm of explore the virtual reality within today. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Liutong gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Liutong gains experience points, won by 999 times. In the middle of the night, Ji-Yu's Zi Lu pupil finally reached the third stage of the realm of explore and break the virtual reality. Xiao Gu had fallen asleep long ago, and was already asleep very well by this time. Ji-Yu also fell asleep immediately. Xiao Gu's sleeping face is better tonight. At least not toss Ji-Yu as frequently as usual. It was the next day. Today is the day when the throne changes. Ji-Yu and Xiao Gu followed Zhuang Weiran to the venue where the throne was held. Not in a magnificent and luxurious palace, nor a very mysterious place. This is an ordinary square. Of course, this ordinary is just relative to those extremely luxurious palaces. The most special thing about this square is that it is extremely huge. At a glance, the entire square was crowded with people, as if there was no edge at all. After all, the throne will be changed today. Such a grand day. Regardless of the small and famous forces of the parties. Or the common people of the royal city. Will gather in the palace. This kind of square that can accommodate at least tens of thousands of people is indeed the most suitable venue for throne rotation. It didn't take long for Ji-Yu to converge with Wen Yunyang and other 3 deputy hall masters. The level of this square is very clear. For example, Ji-Yu and the others are at the front of the square. He also saw the people from Qianyuan Wufu, Kanglan Empire Academy and Qing Xuanzong, all standing nearby. Naturally, he also saw Palace Master Murong, several Wufu elders, and Gao Huan's group. The area behind Ji-Yu, from the perspective of clothing and strength, is obviously a group of people with a high status. And the ordinary civilians are in a very back position. As for the middle, the people in the palace are preparing to start the throne. The king of Kanglan make up Tian Ke, the general make up Jinan, the 6 princesses make up Weiran, there are other royal heirs and high-level figures who have already appeared. V2 Chapter 435 Blood Fiend. At the same time, Murong Zili, Gao Huan and others naturally saw Ji-Yu. Murong Zili walked directly towards Ji-Yu. Gao Huan glared at Ji-Yu viciously. He wanted to find Ji-Yu revenge. But there are 3 deputy hall masters of Kanglan Branch Hall beside Ji-Yu, and this is still the royal family's territory, he dare not rush to do it. At this time Gao Huan suddenly found out. The 3 deputy hall masters all appeared, why didn't they see the hall master of Kanglan Branch Hall? He took a look, including Ji-Yu, there were only 5 people over there. Could it be, that little girl is the lord? Gao Huan had never seen the lord of Kanglan Branch Hall, only remembered that he was a woman. He didn't know that the Kanglan Branch Hall had changed the new hall owner not long ago, let alone Ji-Yu. Therefore, he mistakenly thought that little girl was the lord. But Gao Huan still found it strange. He could not detect the slightest aura of cultivation base from the little girl's body. Perhaps it is the unfathomable master of Kanglan Branch Hall. This can barely explain. Otherwise, this little girl's appearance is also very special. Suddenly at this moment, Gao Huan found that the other party turned his head and glanced at him coldly. When I look at this seat, I gouged your eyes. At the same time, there was an immature voice from deep in his heart. Gao Huan was immediately frightened. He quickly turned his attention away. Now, he was even more sure that this little girl was the head of Kanglan Branch Hall. But at this moment Murong Zili had already come to Ji-Yu's side, and the 2 chatted for a while. At this time, everything is ready. Next, the king of Kanglan will make up Tian Ke to bring the new lord to the public. I really hope that the prince can become the new king of Kanglan, be humble and low-key, and be friendly to the people. This is unlikely. It is obvious that the 2nd prince and the 5th prince are more suitable to be kings than him. I think the 6th prince is pretty good too. Where is the 6th prince? Who is the woman next to King Kanglan? She looks really beautiful. Everyone in the audience is discussing who the new king will be. Even if makeup is no longer a man's dress now, they still don't know that the 6 princes are actually women. After all, they don't recognize this woman as makeup. However, just as the new king of Zhuangtiank was about to be announced, a cloud of gray gas suddenly rose from the ground and appeared in the air. Following that, there was a strange sound. This king finally reappears. This movement immediately shocked everyone present, and they all looked at the gray air in midair with a look of surprise. What's going on? What is this again? Even Makeup Tianke was shocked. Ancestor? Just listen to him exclaiming. The words were astonishing, and the audience immediately became a sensation. Old ancestor. King Kanglin is talking about that group of humiliation. How is this possible? Even the last Kanglin king has long ago. This is what King Kanglin said personally, and it is probably true. At this time, Zhuangtiank's face was shocked and ugly. He knew that the ancestors might show up today, but he didn't expect to be so fast. What will happen next, he doesn't know if he can control it. At this moment, Jiyu raised his head and looked at the gray air, his brows could not help but frown. Through the purple pupil, he could vaguely see a hideous and distorted strange face in the gray air. It's not bad. With so many people, this king will be resurrected soon. The group of gray air chuckled with a strange smile. Hearing this sentence, Zhuangtiank was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly felt something was wrong. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared on the ground. A big blood evil formation shining brightly was slowly emerging from the ground. Seeing this, Zhuangtianke instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. Everyone quickly escaped from the palace. He shouted vigorously. At the same time, most of the people present didn't react, and still stood still. Only a few people are running away blankly. Zhuangtiank's complexion is extremely ugly. Because this is a taboo formation that their royal family has long lost, the blood evil formation. The ancestor absorbed the lifespan of every king Kanglin to activate this blood evil formation. The way the ancestors did was more extreme and cruel than they thought. Once the blood evil formation is fully activated, no one can escape except the great power of the spirit profound realm. However, the great power of the spirit profound realm. I'm afraid there isn't even one present. And many more. Zhuangtianke suddenly thought that someone in the Kanglin branch hall had broken through the spirit profound realm 2 days ago. He hurriedly looked at the location of the person in the Kanglin branch hall, eager to know whether the great power of the spirit profound realm was present. The end of the makeup day is approaching, and the strength is no longer as good as the peak period. If it was the peak period, he could barely contend with his ancestors, and now he is no opponent at all. He can only hope whether the great power of the spirit profound realm in the Kanglin branch hall is willing to help. V2 Chapter 436 Break the formation and destroy the soul. Zhuangtiank looked hopefully. It was discovered that there were only 3 deputy hall masters and GEU and a little girl present. The great power of the spirit profound realm was not present. Hope is instantly shattered. Zhuangtianke felt very desperate. He is nothing, after all, there are very few days left for him to live. But he didn't want to see so many innocent people being massacred by the blood fiend. On the other side, Jiyu saw the blood light array emerging on the ground, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host took a look at the 6th rank formation blood fiend great formation, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the 6th rank formation, blood fiend great formation. Jiyu instantly comprehended a lot of information related to this, blood fiend array. This blood evil formation is a long-lost taboo formation for the royal family of the Kanglin Empire, capable of devouring human flesh and blood. That group of gray air is the so-called ancestor. The start of this blood evil formation is obviously to use the flesh and blood of the people in the field to recast the flesh. Not only that, including the blood fiend great formation method of breaking the formation, Jiyu also knows. The method is very simple, that is to find the eye of the formation through soul perception, and then use the soul power to cut the connection between the blood evil formation and the caster, that is, the ancestor. However, this requires the breaker's own cultivation to reach the spiritual profound realm, and the soul power is sufficiently high. Otherwise, it would be useless for a martial artist who cannot meet this requirement to know how to break the formation. Ding! The host urged the soul power, and the soul power gained experience value, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host successfully cracked the 6th rank formation, Blood Fiend Great Formation, and gained 999 times the experience of formation achievements. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the formation achievement successfully broke through to the 3rd rank high-level array mage. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the magic achievement successfully broke through to the 4th rank lower mages. Deciphering a 6th rank formation method directly caused GU to soar into a 4th rank formation mage. At this moment, the blood evil formation that was about to take shape suddenly disappeared. Makeup Tianke was immediately stunned. Why did it disappear again? And the ancestor in the gray air couldn't help but exclaimed, "What's the matter?" He just felt that something suddenly severed his connection with the blood evil formation. In an instant, the blood evil formation disappeared. But soon, he found it. It was the black-clothed boy in the crowd, who just moved his hands and feet. "Boy, although I don't know how you did it, since you ruined this king's plan, this king will have to pay for it." The anger fell, and the ancestor rushed towards GU. "GU! GU, be careful." Both Makeup Tianke and Makeup Weiran were shocked. Only Murong Zili's face did not fluctuate. Because she knew that GU was now at the cultivation base of the spirit profound realm. "Want to take me away?" GU saw through the other's intentions at a glance. This is exactly what he wants. GU suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He just stood still, letting the gray air rush into his body. "Do not!" Zhuang Weiran shouted like a heartbreak. Watching GU being attacked, she was helpless. At this moment, something seemed to be lost in her heart, and she felt heartache. However, GU's expression has not changed even a bit. Ding! The host's soul is invaded, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host's soul is invaded, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. After 3 seconds, the soul of that ancestor was completely destroyed by GU's soul power. At this moment, GU screamed in panic and despair. "It sounds miserable. That old ancestor's soul in GU's soul, I am afraid it has encountered a very terrible thing." Hearing this miserable cry, Makeup Tianke, who had a painful face, was suddenly at a loss. "What's the situation? What happened?" Zhuang Tianke couldn't react for a while. And Zhuang Weiran was also stunned, without noticing the teardrops overflowing from the corners of his eyes. "This old immortal is gone, you can continue to alternate thrones." At this moment, GU said calmly. V2 Chapter 437 The Residual Energy of the Ancestor's Soul, 3rd More. Just when Zhuang Tianke was shocked, he suddenly felt that his cultivation realm became loose. In the next moment, he broke through the spirit profound realm. And it didn't stop at all. A heavy midterm. One heavy late. A peak. Until the peak of Lingxian. It gradually stopped. Feeling all this, Makeup Tiang's face is full of incredible colors. Why did I suddenly break so many realms? Not only that. Zhuang Tianke also felt that his lifespan had grown for hundreds of years out of thin air. It's just that after the old guy's soul has completely disappeared, he has returned to you the cultivation base and the longevity that were originally taken from you. Seeing the appearance of Makeup Tianke, GU explained. "It's so." Makeup Tianke was shocked. The ancestor was really destroyed. And it was destroyed by GU. "Hall Master, are you okay? At this moment, when Yun Yang, Yen Ming, and Yen Jie hurried over. Earlier, Palace Lord Ji asked them to go first, regardless of this. Moreover, Palace Master Ji is now a great power in the Spirit Profound realm, and there is no need for them to worry. They naturally obey. They just rushed back when they found that the movement had stopped. I'm fine. Ji Yu responded. Hall Master. Listening to this title, Zhuang Tianke understood something instantly. The Lord of Kanglan Branch Hall is Ji Yu unexpectedly. Makeup Tianke felt incredible. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something. Is it possible that the great power who broke through the Spirit Profound realm the day before yesterday was Ji Yu? Zhuang Tianke vaguely remembered that Ji Yu should not be 18 years old now. At this age, he is already a great power in the Spirit Profound realm. In contrast, his name as the #1 powerhouse in the Kanglan Empire is simply a joke. Zhuang Tianke laughed at himself and shook his head. At this time, Ji Yu found that the soul of the ancestor still had a lot of energy left. These energies are all the longevity and cultivation of the former Kanglan kings, except for the makeup of Tianke. Because those kings are long gone. These energies cannot be returned to the original owner. But Ji Yu himself couldn't absorb it. Because he is not a direct heir of the royal family. In that case, Ji Yu's eyes fell on makeup Weiran. Just give it to her. Thinking about it, Ji Yu gave all these energies to makeup through mind control. As for the other direct descendants of the royal family, Ji Yu didn't even think about it. After all, he is only familiar with makeup. And Ji Yu discovered that when the ancestor's soul just came out, most of the royal family members ran faster than anyone else. There are not many people in the royal family on the court now. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran was extremely surprised to feel that his cultivation base had soared out of thin air. Soaring all the way to the Tongxian realm. And it's far from the end. The first level of Tongxian realm. The second layer of Tongxian realm. Triple Tongxian realm. The 4 layers of Tongxian realm. 5 layers of Tongxian realm. In an instant, he broke through to the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. Moreover, Zhuang Weiran is not the original owner of these energy. There is no way to completely absorb it like Zhuang Tianke. She can only absorb a small part of it, and then most of it will be wasted. Even so, so many cultivation bases have skyrocketed wildly. If it can absorb it all. I am afraid that it is not impossible to directly break into the Spirit Profound realm. After all, this is the lifespan and cultivation base accumulated by the ancestors of the past dynasties, and the amount is very scary. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran looked blank, completely unaware of what happened. Inexplicably, she became a powerhouse of the 5-fold cultivation base in the Tongxian realm, and she also received hundreds of thousands of years of life. Everything is so sudden. The Tongxian realm is different from the Spirit Profound realm. Every time it breaks through, a powerful aura erupts. And makeup Weiran has continuously broken through so many realms. The momentum that erupted was like a stormy sea, one wave after another, one wave stronger than one wave. The whole palace trembles fiercely. Is this because of the soul of the ancestor again? Zhuang Tianke asked Ji Yu in surprise. Yes, that thing is useless to me, I will give it to her. Ji Yu said simply and directly. Upon hearing this, Yen Ming and Yen Jie both felt extremely envious. They immediately regretted that they had to fight against Ji Yu. If they tried their best to please Ji Yu from the beginning, they might be able to share a little porridge this time. Even when Yun Yang was a little envious. After all, this can make people soar into the sky. It's just that the 3 of them don't know. This energy can only be absorbed by the direct descendants of the royal family. V2 Chapter 438 Your Majesty, the heart belongs to, 4th. With so many things happening in a short period of time, most of the people present couldn't stand it. Their souls have been shaken too much. Now that the field has become messy, Zhuangtianke does not intend to continue the cumbersome process of throne alternation. He directly announced that the 6 princesses will take over the position of King Kanglan and become the new king. And tell the world. In fact, before Ji settled these matters, Zhuangtianke was prepared to let a son inherit his throne at will, except that Zhuang Weiran would not be inherited. It is not a good thing to become the king of Kanglan, especially the lifespan will only be 10 years. Zhuangtianke doesn't want her daughter to follow in her own footsteps. Now the ancestor's soul has not only been resolved, but the daughter's cultivation level has also reached the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. Among the few children, there is no more suitable for succession to the throne than Zhuang Weiran. Finally, although the alternation of thrones ended hastily, it left an extremely deep impression on everyone present. What happened today, they guess they will not be able to forget this life. Today, 3 shocking news shook the entire Kanglan Empire. The king of Kanglan made Tianke break through the spiritual realm. 6 princesses make up before breaking through the 5 layers of Tongxian. The 6th princess makeup has not yet succeeded to the new throne. No matter which one. It shocked countless people. That day, inside the palace. Now, should I call your majesty the queen? Ji looked at the beautiful woman in the golden silk phoenix robe above the throne and smiled. No. Zhuang Weiran shook her head and said wittily, you should call me Weiran. At this time, she was not at all noble and arrogant in front of Ji. But at this moment, someone broke in from outside. Zhuang Weiran instantly restored the temperament that she should have as a queen, and said coldly, why is it so anxious? Your Majesty, there are many powerful people gathered outside the palace. A small official came in hastily and bowed down. What do they want to do? Zhuang Wei suddenly frowned and asked coldly. They said they are coming to marry you, Your Majesty the Queen. The little official hesitated for a while before he spoke cautiously. Marriage? At this time, Zhuang Weiran glanced at Ji, and the corners of her mouth were curved. You can go out and tell them now that this king already has his heart. And tell the world. That man is Ji. Hearing this, the little official looked at Ji with a shocked look on his face, and it took a while for him to relax. Yes. Then, the little official ran out immediately. At this time, Ji was both surprised and speechless. Are you really good like this? What's wrong, are you afraid of those guys with your strength? There are no outsiders in the palace. Zhuang Weiran changed back to a grinning look, or, do you think I'm just using you as a shield? Ji was speechless again. I didn't know what to say for a while. He really felt that Zhuang Weiran was just using himself as a shield. In addition to this, can there be other meanings? The words I just said are true. Zhuang Weiran's tone suddenly became particularly serious. You really are there. Ji said ashamed. It doesn't matter if this guy teased him on purpose, or the truth. I'm all a troublesome guy. If there is nothing wrong, Xiaogu and I will go back first. At this time, Ji said. There is still the soul of the ancestor in his body, and he intends to absorb it after returning. After absorbing it, his soul power should be able to increase a lot. How can it be okay? Zhuang Weiran smiled in a very seductive tone, don't you need my king to serve you tonight? Then avoid it. However, Ji was completely unmoved. This guy wanted to tease him again, he wouldn't be fooled. Afterwards, Ji left the palace with Xiaogu. The makeup Weiran sitting on the throne, watching Ji leave behind, the center of her beautiful eyes is full of threads. V2 Chapter 439 Eclipse Night. Ji did not go back to the Kanglan branch hall directly, but went to Qianyuan Wufu first. Palace Master Murong asked him to find her today. But it was almost night at this time, and I didn't know if it was too late. At this moment, Ji glanced at the sky. Today is indeed the night of the lunar eclipse. The moon in the sky seems to be slowly being swallowed by something, and it will disappear soon. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ji Yu used her body technique and quickly arrived at Qianyuan Wufu with her small bones. Go directly to the Zijin Hall to find Palace Master Murong. You can see Palace Master Murong looking up at the starry sky with his back facing him. You really came. Perceiving someone coming in from outside, Murong Zili turned around and said. Come up. Murong Zili said, next, you will know what the Master's cultivation base is. After speaking, she slowly turned around and continued to look up at the stars. Hearing this, Ji Yu walked up quickly. When he walked to Murong Zili's side, Ji Yu didn't know what was going on, just like Murong Zili looked up at the stars. Except for the dying moon in the sky, there are only a few stars constantly shining. The little bones on the side, although they don't understand what this is going to do, they also learn to do it together. Why does Palace Master keep looking at the night sky? Ji Yu couldn't help asking. You'll find out later. Murong Zili said softly. Ji Yu could only wait patiently and slowly for Palace Master Murong's puzzles. After a while, the moon was completely swallowed. Almost completely disappeared into the night sky. This moment. Ji Yu Gang wanted to say something, but found that Palace Master Murong suddenly appeared strange. Two purple marks appeared on both sides of Murong Zili's pretty face instantly, and her Jiao body trembled slightly. What's going on here? Ji Yu couldn't help asking in surprise. This is the curse of my Murong clan. Murong Zili said in a nonchalant tone, any member of the Murong family can never break through the spiritual profound realm forever. Therefore, this palace lord has been successfully stagnated in Tongxian 9th layer for 5 years. And every lunar eclipse night, the curse will erupt, as you see now. After hearing these words, Ji Yu couldn't speak for a while. Because in his mind, there were also system prompts. Ding! The host discovered the curse seal of the Murong clan, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the solution to the curse seal. Ji Yu understood the solution through the system. I learned that this was because Murong Zili and the entire Murong family were cursed. This curse has been passed on from generation to generation, and no one is spared. And the cultivation cheats of the blood pupil technique Zi-Lu pupil is also missing. The Murong family only has the first half of the practice secrets. In other words, all members of the Murong family can only practice Zi-Lu Tong to the second realm, watching the air as it is. Coincidentally, Zi-Lu pupil's cultivation to the fourth realm, Zi-Lu Hua Shen, is the only way to lift this curse. This curse not only accompanies eternal life, but also erupts on every lunar eclipse night. The head will be painful to the extreme and continue until the end of the lunar eclipse. From fainting to death. To Ji Yu's surprise, Murong Zili's expression on his face has not changed a bit until now. Can withstand this curse without expression. Obviously, one is that Murong Zili's willpower is extremely tough and far beyond ordinary people, and the other is that she may have been used to it long ago. This lunar eclipse is estimated to last 3 to 5 hours, Ji Yu doesn't want to keep watching it like this. But even if he gave Murong Zili the lower half of Zi Liutong's cultivation secrets, it was too late. To cultivate Zi-Lu pupil to the realm of Zi-Lu Hua Shen, even if he had a 999 times cultivation system, it would take at least several days. At this time, letting Murong Zili practice Zi-Lu Tong temporarily is obviously not feasible. Ji Yu thought desperately, and then barely thought of a stupid way that was not a way. That is, massage the head. At this moment, a trace of cold sweat could be seen on Murong Zili's forehead. This is obviously holding on. Ji Yu used a clean white cloth to gently wipe off the cold sweat on Murong Zili's forehead. Then, he used 2 hands to gently press on both sides of Murong Zili's temple. Looking at Ji Yu like this, Murong Zili's expression suddenly showed a hint of confusion. Obviously, she didn't quite understand why Ji Yu did this. However, Murong Zili did not resist. Because of Ji Yu's actions, she did relieve her a little. V2 Chapter 4 40 Ways to Lift the Curse. This time the lunar eclipse was short, lasting less than 2 hours. During this time, Ji Yu was rubbing sweat and massaging Murong Zili, even if it only relieved a little pain. Thank you. At the end of the lunar eclipse, the severe pain in Murong Zili's head gradually subsided at night. Thinking of Ji Yu just helping herself so tenderly and patiently, her mood couldn't help but a subtle change. As for my cultivation base, you should understand now, right? Murong Zili said. Okay. Ji Yu said slowly, actually, Palace Master, your curse is not without a solution. What did you say? Murong Zili was taken aback for a moment. I know how to lift this curse. Ji Yu responded. How could you know? There is an incredible color in Murong Zili's beautiful eyes. She couldn't believe it at all. After all, her Murong clan, from ancient times to the present, have not found a way to effectively solve the curse. Because I also know that there is a cultivation secret book for Zi Lutong, which is not the same as Palace Master your cultivation secret book. Ji Yu said, you are the first half of the practice secrets, and what I know is the second half of the secrets. If you don't believe me, you can look into my eyes. Upon hearing this, Murong Zili immediately looked at Ji Yu's eyes. Ji Yu's eyes instantly became almost the same as his own, even far stronger than his own. Murong Zili felt extremely shocked immediately. But she had already cultivated Zi Lutong to the limit state of observing the qi as real. It should be said that it is impossible for someone to have Zi Lutong stronger than her. What exactly is going on? The emotion was too shocking, which affected Murong Zili's ability to judge. After all, in her subconscious mind, Zi Lutong can only have two realms, detailedness, and observation of qi. I have never heard of Zi Lutong's practice secrets that there will be an upper part and a lower part. In fact, Ziliu pupil has 4 realms, namely, meticulous, observing the vitality, investigating the virtual and real, and Ziliu transforming the god. Ji Yu explained in detail, the 3rd realm of explore the virtual reality, and the 4th realm of Zi Luoshan are the practice secrets recorded in the second half. As for the way to lift the curse, it is to cultivate Zi Lu Tong to the 4th realm of Zi Lu Huashan. But your family lacks the lower half of the cultivation secrets, so it has been unable to solve this curse. Ji Yu has made this very clear. But as for why he was not affected by the curse, it was because this curse was born with the Murong clan. But Ji Yu only obtained a part of the blood through Murong Zili's blood. Will not be cursed. If not. Just 2 hours after the lunar eclipse, Ji Yu felt comfortable. After all, he has only now cultivated Zi Lutong to the 3rd stage of the 3rd realm, explore the reality. Although it is not far from the 4th realm, the Zi Luhua god, it will take some days. After listening to what Ji Yu said, Murong Zili gradually calmed down. She quickly understood what was going on. So, the second half of the cultivation secrets are on you? Murong Zili said calmly. Perhaps it is, because it is in my mind. Ji Yu pointed his head. Keep it in your mind. Murong Zili asked, how did you discover the second half of the cultivation secrets? I accidentally discovered it from a secret realm. Ji Yu casually found a reason to prevaricate, I didn't know what it was. It wasn't until you gave me the first half of the practice secrets last time that I realized that it was the second half of the secrets. Moreover, it also contains curses, so I know so much. Ji Yu's face didn't blush or breathless, and he didn't mention the system in a word. Murong Zili could hear that Ji Yu didn't want to reveal too much. She did not continue to ask. Next, I can teach Palace Master how to cultivate the 3rd and 4th realms of Zi Lu Tong, and then you can lift the curse by practicing to the Zi Lu Huashan. At this time, Ji Yu said. Then trouble you. Murong Zili spoke without hesitation. She has had enough of this curse. Being cursed has been with me for 21 years, and every time a lunar eclipse night, I feel painful. Even though her willpower and endurance were tempered and strengthened, the pain caused by the outbreak of the curse was unabated. And the pain caused by the outbreak of the curse is not a big deal. As early as 5 years ago, she had reached the 9th level of consummation in the Tongxian realm. Now that 5 years have passed, we are still standing still, unable to break through. Both physically and mentally, Murong Zili brought great torture. Now that she knew there was a way to lift the curse, how could she give up this opportunity? V2 Chapter 441 Witness the Rise of Peerless Genius, 3rd More. After that, Jiyu told Murong Zili word by word about Zi Liotong's cultivation secrets. For Murong Zili, most of them can understand after listening. A few are difficult to understand. She will remember. So as not to accidentally forget to trouble Jiyu later. Okay, I've all finished. At this time, Jiyu had already described the entire content of the second half of the practice secrets. He also added something about the curse. This way, at any rate, he can round out the words he made up indiscriminately. I remember everything too, thanks a lot. Murong Zili couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Although the curse has not been lifted. But now a way has been found. It is only a matter of time before the curse is lifted. At least before the next full moon night arrives, Murong Zili is sure to cultivate Ziliu pupil to the realm of Ziliuashan. Then I should almost go back. Jiyu said. After speaking, he took Xiao Bone's hand and left. Well, go slowly. Murong Zili watched Jiyu walk out of the Zijin Hall, and then began to practice the third realm of Zi Lutong, explore the reality. At this moment, Murong Zili suddenly thought. At that time, I gave Jiyu a practice secret book, and it seemed less than a month away from now. In less than a month, has it reached the realm of discovering the virtual reality? At the beginning, even though it was Murong Zili, the strongest bloodline and the most talented in the clan, it took nearly half a year to cultivate Ziliu pupil to the second realm of observing Qi as real. At the age of 12, he began to practice Ziliu pupil and martial arts. At the age of 16, it happened that Zilu pupil reached the limit state of the third stage of observing Qi as true, and his martial arts cultivation reached the 9th level consummation of the Tongxian realm. It's a pity that after that, Murong Zili never improved. In contrast to Jiyu, it took less than a month for Zilu pupil to reach this point. Murong Zili couldn't help but believe it. But she had to accept this fact. After all, before she gave Jiyu the essence and blood and let Jiyu get part of his blood, it was impossible to cultivate Zilu pupil. Murong Zili couldn't help sighing. Thinking about it this way, I really witnessed the rise of a peerless genius. With Xiaogu's help, Jiyu quickly returned to the Kanglan branch hall. The first thing to arrive at the residence is to absorb the original power of the soul that the ancestor left in his body. Ding! It is detected that the host is absorbing the power of the soul, and the absorption speed is increased to 999 times. Ding! It is detected that the host is absorbing the power of the soul, and the absorption speed is increased to 999 times. Under the blessing of 999 times absorption speed. It didn't take long for Jiyu to absorb the power of the soul's origin. I can clearly feel that my soul power has increased a lot. After the work, Jiyu went to sleep. In the following days, Jiyu planned to take care of all the things he was worried about, and then leave the Kanglan Empire to venture into the outside world. When the hall master is away, the 3 deputy hall masters will help with the affairs. So Jiyu doesn't have to worry about the Kanglan branch hall. The main thing is that those concerns are resolved first. At the beginning of the month, Yueshin still has Linger, protected by Murong Zili, so I don't need to worry. Zhuang Weiran is now the queen of Kanglan, and her father has become a great power in the spirit profound realm, so there is no need to worry. There are a bunch of profound realm puppets in Chaoyang ancient city, and Jiang Zhongtian is in charge, so you don't have to worry about it yourself. Now you worry about two things. First, what does the prescription of the 6-rank pill Datian Xianyang pill given by the Nangong family really mean? The second is Yu Shuyun, now I don't know how. Apart from these two, there is nothing that you can't let go of. First of all, he planned to visit Yu Shuyun at the Alchemy Master Guild. Don't worry about the matter of the Great Heaven Xianyang pill, wait until you see Yu Shuyun. V2 Chapter 442 Beauty is only worthy of the strong. Within a few days, Jiyu set off again for the royal city to see how Yu Shuyun is now at the Alchemist Guild. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Relying on her body method, Jiyu entered the Alchemist Guild with her small bones without being noticed by anyone. Relying on soul perception, he perceives the specific location of Yu Shuyun. However, there seems to be a lot of people over there. Jiyu looked at the past curiously and discovered that this place was originally an alchemy site in the Alchemist Guild. Yu Shuyun seemed to be preparing to start alchemy, but a young man was harassing her, like Qin Xiaotong. "Miss Yu, I am sincere to you," Qin Xiaotong said to Yu Shuyun very affectionately. Since Zhuangweiren became the queen of Kanglan, he completely dispelled the thought of Zhuangweiren. Now, he focused his goal on Yu Shuyun. At the same time, there were other alchemists watching around. Obviously, this is Qin Xiaotong deliberately showing his love to Yu Shuyun in such a crowded place. He felt that with so many people watching, Yu Shuyun would be embarrassed to refuse. "Did you see it? Young Master Qin has come to pester Yu Shuyun again. How many times have it been? Qin Xiaotong really never forgets Yu Shuyun. Anyway, I don't really want Miss Yu to agree to Qin Xiaotong, who is both thoughtful and hypocritical." Everyone around was talking quietly. However, Yu Shuyun didn't even care about Qin Xiaotong. But at this moment, she suddenly saw a familiar figure somewhere in the crowd. Yu. Before Yu Shuyun could see clearly, he had already subconsciously thought of this person. She immediately got up and couldn't help walking quickly in that direction. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiaotong thought that Yu Shuyun was walking towards him. He was overjoyed at once, and this difficult girl finally got it. However, I saw Yu Shuyun directly bypassing him and walked straight into the crowd. How is this going? Qin Xiaotong was taken aback. Did not react for a while. When Yu Shuyun approached and found that it was indeed Jiyu, he couldn't help but hugged him. This move made Qin Xiaotong instantly dumbfounded. He took a closer look and realized that Jiyu turned out to be here. When Jiyu appeared, Qin Xiaotong didn't even dare to say anything nonsense. He could only be jealous of Jiyu in his heart. Not only did he capture Zhuang Weiran's heart, Yu Shuyun also became Jiyu's woman. Not to mention Jiyu's terrifying strength. Behind it are Qianyuan Wufu, Kanglan Sub-Hall and the Royal Palace. He didn't dare to provoke Jiyu at all. Even more afraid to say anything to his father. If he let his father know that he wants to attack Jiyu's woman, then his father will probably skin him with anger. In order to save his life, Qin Xiaotong took advantage of this time to escape from this place. In fact, the last time Zhuang Tiang did not reveal Jiyu's identity as the master of the Kanglan Branch Hall. So Qin Xiaotong only knew that Jiyu was now a member of Kanglan Branch Hall. I didn't know that Jiyu had become the master of Kanglan Branch Hall. At this time, more and more people around found that the young man held by Yu Shuyun was Jiyu. Fuck, I'm not mistaken, did Jiyu come? I have long heard that Yu Shuyun and Jiyu are very close, and now it seems to be true. It's really worthy of being the first pride. Her Royal Highness and Yu Shuyun have become his women. In other words, Qin Xiaotong is a woman who wants to touch Jiyu, so it will be fun now. A group of people, some gloating, some envy. But those people can only envy. After all, beauty is only worthy of the strong. What they care more about is Qin Xiaotong, who dared to be tempted by Ji Yu's woman. What will happen next? They turned their eyes and looked away. Sure enough, Qin Xiaotong had already run away furtively. V2 Chapter 443 So when will you be engaged to me? You finally came to see me. Yu Shuyun hugged Ji Yu tightly and whispered. It has been a long time since I met Ji Yu, she missed it very much. In fact, she went to Qianyuan Wufu several times to find Ji Yu. But every time I didn't find it. Even if they deliberately asked Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, neither of them knew where Ji Yu was going. During this period, Yu Shuyun not only missed him from time to time, but also worried about whether something happened to Ji Yu. Today I finally saw Ji Yu. There are countless words that I want to say, and I don't know what to say first. Hearing a faint resentment in Yu Shuyun's tone, Ji Yu smiled and said, Well, I'm here to see you. It's not convenient to talk about things here. Let's go to a quieter place first. Ji Yu continued. Follow me. At this time, Yu Shuyun let go of her embrace. Ji Yu followed immediately. As for the Qin Xiaotong who had just escaped secretly, he didn't bother to take care of it. He didn't waste time with that kind of stuff. But if that guy dared to do something extraordinary in the future, he wouldn't mind slaughtering it easily. Following Yu Shuyun, Ji Yu came to a simple, luxurious and antique room. And of course Xiaobon has been by his side. Here is. Ji Yu glanced around, feeling like a boudoir here. This is the place that President Qin Ran arranged for me. Yu Shuyun replied. Ji Yu also guessed that this is indeed Yu Shuyun's boudoir. By the way, who is this little sister? At this moment, Yu Shuyun looked at the little girl who had been following Ji Yu. Ji Yu then gave Yu Shuyun a brief introduction. It turned out to be a small bone. Let's sit down first. Yu Shuyun said. After the three people sit down. Ji Yu, where did you go some time ago? Yu Shuyun just continued, I went to Qianyuan Wufu once, but I didn't find you. I went to Kanglan Branch Hall to deal with some things. Ji Yu said truthfully. Then do you deal with it now? Yu Shuyun asked again. Although she didn't know what the Kanglan Branch Hall was, she didn't even bother. As long as Ji Yu is fine, she is relieved. It has been processed, so I will come to see you this time. Ji Yu said. That's good. Yu Shuyun was relieved immediately. Ji Yu hesitated for a while, and then said, but it won't be long before I have to leave the Kanglan Empire for a while. Is it? Yu Shuyun seemed to have no fluctuations on the surface. In fact, this is she deliberately concealing her feelings of loss. Even so, Ji Yu still noticed a trace. He just wanted to say something. But I heard Yu Shuyun suddenly change the subject. I forgot to say when we met last time, you are already engaged to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Yu Shuyun said directly, so when will you be engaged to me? Amount. Ji Yu was surprised by Yu Shuyun's direct words. He was speechless for a while. Or do you want to get engaged to me after you leave the Kanglan Empire this time and come back? Yu Shuyun asked. Ji Yu was stunned for a while, before nodding in a daze. Seeing Ji Yu nodded, Yu Shuyun smiled like a flower, then I have been here waiting for you. Ji Yu suddenly stared blankly. This should be the first time he saw Yu Shuyun smile so happy. It made him keep the promise he just made in mind. I will never forget. Ji Yu also smiled. Next, Ji Yu chatted with Yu Shuyun for a while, and then left. Now that Yu Shuyun is living well in the Alchemy Master Guild, he does not need to worry about it. As for what Qin Xiaotong. As long as Ji Yu went to talk to Qin Ran, the president of the Alchemy Master Guild, to ensure that Qin Xiaotong was safe. Of course there will be unexpected situations. In case, Qin Ran doesn't give face. But it doesn't matter, Ji Yu has so many ways. Either take Yu Shuyun to the palace or Qianyuan Wufu, or simply destroy Qin Ran and Qin Xiaotong directly. After that, Jiyu went directly to Qin Ran. Qin Ran gave enough face, and directly cursed Qin Xiaotong, forbidding Qin Xiaotong from approaching Yu Shuyun. It was even locked up for 3 months. Qin Ran's sincerity was enough, Jiyu didn't care about anything. V2 Chapter 444 Nangong Moqing's Coming-of-Age Ceremony. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Jiyu left for Manhwa Ancient City. Now he was going to the Nangong family to ask clearly what was going on with the pill of that great Sky Xianyang pill. Relying on the speed of the ossicles. It didn't take long. Jiyu arrived at the Nangong mansion in Manhwa Ancient City. The 2 guards who were napping in front of the gate of the Nangong mansion were instantly awakened by the movement of Jiyu and Xiaogu from the sky. Who? One of the guards suddenly exclaimed. He didn't notice that it was Jiyu. The other guard recognized Jiyu and immediately slapped the man on his head. Idiot, this is Master Jiyu, don't let you go. The guard was almost taken aback. But when he heard the word Jiyu, he hurriedly stepped away. Jiyu ignored these 2 people. He calmly walked into the Nangong mansion. Xiao Bon also quietly followed behind. Although the 2 guards saw that the little girl was different from ordinary people, they did not dare to say anything. After entering the Nangong mansion, Jiyu quickly found Nangong Patriarch Nangong Yu. Nangong Moqing is also here. Why did Master Ji suddenly come here? Nangong Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that I came to Mo Qing? Nangong Yu's voice hadn't completely fallen off, so he heard Jiyu speak. I want to ask what's the matter with this pill. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, won by 999 times. I saw that he had already taken out the pill of the great Sky Xianyang pill from Neji. This. Nangong Yu was happy in time and space. He thought Jiyu was here to find his daughter. Nangong Moqing on the side didn't feel anything special. Because she is used to such a character as Jiyu. Only then did Nangong Yu come back to his senses and looked at the pill in Jiyu's hand. Oh, Ji Gongzi originally wanted to ask this. Nangong Yu immediately said, this is the day Mo Qing was born, and a mysterious person gave it to us. I only know that this is the prescription of the 6-pin pill Datian Xianyang pill. I don't know what exactly it uses. Moreover, no one of our Nangong family has the ability to refine this 6th-grade pill, so I gave it to Master Ji by the way. Ji Gongzi keeps his collection, too. After listening to what Nangong Yu said, Jiyu was a little speechless. He even ran over to ask, but Nangong Yu didn't know anything. By the way, it will be Mo Qing's coming-of-age ceremony in more than a month. Can the son take part in it? Nangong Yu took this opportunity to say. He still wanted to match his daughter with Jiyu. Especially Jiyu is now rising rapidly and powerfully in the Kanglan Empire. And Mo Qing was obviously interested in Jiyu. In the entire Kanglan Empire, there was no more suitable candidate than Jiyu. The only thing he worried about was that Jiyu might not be happy. More than a month later, Jiyu murmured to himself. At this time, Nangong Moqing looked at Jiyu with anticipation. At that time I will not necessarily be in the Kanglan Empire. Jiyu said, if I come back in time, I can come and participate. Come back in time. Where is Master Ji going? Nangong Moqing couldn't help but ask. Okay. Jiyu said, I will leave the Kanglan Empire in about 2 days. I'm not sure when I will come back. So this is Nangong Moqing nodded slightly. A hint of disappointment flashed through her beautiful eyes. As for where Jiyu was going, she didn't continue to ask in depth. After all, she knew she had no right to interfere with Jiyu yet. The only thing she can do is hope that Jiyu can come back in time. Without asking for useful information about the great Sky Xianyang pill, Jiyu casually chatted with Nangong Yu and Nangong Moqing and left. With the help of Xiaogu, he flew directly from Manhwa ancient city back to Kanglan Branch Hall. Jiyu plans to take a rest today and explain to Wen Yunyang and the 3 deputy heads. Leaving the Kanglan Empire tomorrow. V2 Chapter 445 Just ordinary people passing by, 4th more. Ding! The host reviewed for 1 minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reviewed for 1 minute, and the silver level memory gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. After returning to the Kanglan Branch Hall, Jiyu hastily handled all of today's affairs. Then went to explain to the 3 deputy hall masters. Let them help deal with things in the next period of time. Jiyu wasn't afraid of these 3 deputy halls taking the initiative. Not to mention that he had already established majesty in the Kanglan Branch Hall. Now Zhuangtiank has broken through the spirit profound realm. After Murong Zili cultivated Zilu pupil to the realm of Zilu Huashen, he would surely be able to directly break through the spiritual profound realm. Just relying on the 3 deputy hall masters of the 9-fold peak cultivation of the profound realm, there is no capital to be tempted. After the explanation, Jiyu went back to his residence to rest. While resting, he was still thinking about it. Where to go after leaving the Kanglan Empire tomorrow? Although you can go anywhere. Regarding Southern Territory, Jiyu recently went to read many books to find out. Although there are not many records and books, he almost understands it clearly. There are 7 empires in the Southern Territory. They are, Kanglan Empire, Breaking Army Empire, Wanshan Empire, Qingang Empire, Lingbao Empire, Drunken Moon Empire, and Puppet Empire. The 7 empires correspond to the 7 professions to a certain extent. For example, the most popular profession in the Kanglan Empire is undoubtedly the alchemist. The most popular profession in the Breaking Army Empire is the formation mage. The prevailing profession in the Wanshan Empire is the animal trainer. Later, Qingang Empire corresponds to the refiner. The Lingbao Empire corresponds to the appraiser. The Drunken Moon Empire corresponds to the winemaker. As for the Puppet Empire, it is clear that the puppet masters prevail. In addition to the 7 empires, there are actually 2 places in the Southern Territory. And they are all extremely special places. One of them is a place of chaos. The chaotic place almost gathered the extremely evil people from the entire southern region. It's a place where there is no law. Those who will be in such a place are either desperados who do no evil, or lunatics seeking excitement. Of course, there will be very few geniuses who deliberately hone themselves. After all, in such a vicious place, it is possible to die at any time. The other place is extremely cold. There is no detailed description in all books about the extremely cold place. Just know that there is such a place. But Jiyu was planning to first go to the Wanshan Empire, the closest to the Kanglan Empire. Although the place of chaos is his favorite place. After all, this is the best place for him to temper himself. But the land of chaos is the farthest from the Kanglan Empire. The next day, Jiyu directed the direction, Xiaogu took him to the Wanshan Empire. The distance is still very far, it took about 3 hours to reach the destination. Jiyu dressed up in the uniform black of the Kanglan Branch Hall. Xiaogu is wearing the white dress that Jiyu bought for her. With silver hair and snow-white crystal skin, this white dress fits perfectly. At this moment, Jiyu and Xiaogu are landing in a sparsely populated place in the Wanshan Empire. Not flying into places with many people is to avoid unnecessary trouble. The map that Jiyu bought last time in Wanshan Empire is still in Neji. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Open the ring and take out the map. Judged his geographic location, and then set off to a nearby town called Qinyan Town. Ding! The host took a step, the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Take GU's current cultivation base. Even if it is just ordinary walking, the speed is very fast. Within a few minutes, he came to Qingyan town. However, the people in Qingyan town didn't seem to welcome them. As soon as GU arrived at the entrance of Qingyan town, he found a bunch of heavily armed people blocking the entrance. One by one staring at himself with bad face. "Stop, who are you?" Just listen to a middle-aged man standing in front yelling coldly. "We are just ordinary people passing by." GU walked over in no hurry and said lightly. V2 Chapter 446 Mayor, 5th. Ordinary people. The middle-aged man frowned. He probed it carefully. I found that the black-clothed teenager and the little girl did not have much cultivation-based fluctuations. It is indeed an ordinary person. At this moment, the middle-aged man's frowning brows eased. The other heavily armed men nearby also relaxed their vigilance. "Sorry, we were too much just now." The middle-aged man put down his weapon and apologized. Others also apologized. In their eyes, this should be the brother and sister just passing by here. But they didn't ask questions and said that they naturally had to apologize for using weapons at the two innocent children. It's okay. GU didn't care at all. From the beginning. He could see that these people were only at the cultivation level of the Imperial Profound Realm. The middle-aged man with the strongest cultivation base has only reached the 8th level of the Imperial Profound Realm. Just this cultivation base. Even if GU stood still, they would not hurt GU at all. But look at these people like this. It's not like the kind of spoilers who use force to rob passers-by. GU guessed that Qingyan town might have been frequently attacked by monsters or bandits. That's why there are so many heavily armed people blocking the entrance. You guys come in quickly, if the band of thieves from Heian village come later, it will be troublesome. At this time, the middle-aged man reminded him kindly. Sure enough, it was the same as GU guessed. These people are guarding against robbers and thieves. But he didn't say much, and walked into Qingyan town slowly with a light hum. Afterwards, GU discovered that there were still some wolfhound monsters not far behind those people. They were lying there docilely. Obviously, these wolfhound monsters have been tamed by those people. It didn't take long before GU noticed something bleak nearby. Many houses look dilapidated. Some only part of the wall is broken, and some even become unrecognizable. However, there are still people living inside. Father, don't waste money to invite those fake masters, there is no reliable one. At this moment, a brown-haired girl with pretty facial features and wheat-skinned skin passed by GU and walked in front of GU. And beside the brunette girl is a middle-aged young man who can be heard through dialogue that this middle-aged man is the girl's father. I know, but that is also a last resort. The middle-aged man sighed. The big deal is that we move from Qingyan town, and don't give money to those swindlers. Brunette girl hard airway. That's too much trouble, and it's too risky. The middle-aged man rejected. What else can I do? The brunette girl became anxious, is this the best way? Anyway, let the master try it first. The middle-aged man said. At this time, GU next to him heard the conversation between the father and daughter. And often people passing by will call the middle-aged man mayor. In other words, the middle-aged man is the mayor of Qingyan town. Father. Can't you listen to me once? At this moment, the brunette girl suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man looked back at his daughter, not knowing what to say, he sighed long in his heart, and walked forward helplessly. The brunette girl suddenly felt very upset and anxious, and turned and left angrily. She happened to meet GU. You are? The brunette girl asked immediately. We are ordinary people passing by from outside. GU said casually. Seeing that there was no threat to the black-clothed boy and the little girl, the brown-haired girl didn't care any more, and sulked away. Then, unintentionally, Jiyu followed the mayor to an interesting place. To be precise, something interesting happened to him in this place. I saw a respectable old man, dressed like a master, doing some fancy behavior. In the eyes of the layman next to him, this seemed very powerful. And in the eyes of Jiyu as an insider, he could barely see that the old man was drawing a formation. What was drawn was a very low-level first-grade attack formation. V2 Chapter 447 Just this tattered thing, 6th. Ding! The host watched the array mage draw the array for a minute, and gained experience points for his array skills, won by 999 times. Ding! The host watched the array mage draw the array for a minute, and gained experience points for his array skills, won by 999 times. You just watched the old man's flamboyant operations, and it took a long time to reluctantly draw a first-grade attack formation. He only feels very hot eyes. The point is, those around you are still very excited. Obviously they don't understand the formation at all. Next, the old man began to brag about how awesome the formation he had drawn was. What third-grade attack formation? What an easy slaughter of Yushuan realm warriors. There was a flurry of boasting. Believe all those laymen. Even the mayor almost believed the old man's words. Jiyu was also speechless. He didn't bother to keep watching. It was too embarrassing to look at. He didn't bother to care about the old man, after all, it had nothing to do with these people being cheated. At this moment, the mayor asked the old man, "So what kind of reward does the master want?" "Just give that little girl to the old man as a maid. As for gold coins or something, just look at it." I saw the old man pointing at the small bone beside Jiyu with a smile. Upon seeing this, Jiyu suddenly narrowed his eyes flickering. "That one." The mayor looked at the little girl the old man was pointing at. "He doesn't seem to remember, there is this little girl in his town." Jiyu, the look of the old human man makes me feel very sick. At this moment, Xiaogu took Lajio's hand. "Can I beat him up?" "Don't worry, let me come first," Jiyu said slowly. He went straight to the old man. "It's just a cheating old dog." He wanted to leave, but the old dog didn't have the eyes to provoke him. In that case, he would definitely not let this old dog feel better. In a blink of an eye, Jiyu came to the old man. "This kind of tattered thing is the third-rank formation in your mouth." Jiyu directly grabbed the formation. The old man had no time to react. Ding! The host has arranged a first-grade inferior attack formation, scorching formation, and the formation achievement gains 999 times the experience value. Almost in an instant, Jiyu activated that product array. Next, everyone only felt a little warmer around. When the old man reacted, he found that the opponent had already activated the formation. He yelled badly in his heart. "I want to run in a hurry." However, how could the mayor let this guy go? "Want to run?" The mayor immediately captured the old man. "Let me go." The old man struggled desperately and shouted, "I didn't lie to you, why should I catch me?" "To shut up." The mayor gave a sullen face. The old man was frightened suddenly, and closed his mouth obediently. "Take this guy away, beat up 30 boards and throw it out of town." Afterwards, the mayor gave orders to several men. "No, don't." The old man was dragged away with despair. At the same time, Jiyu easily broke the scorching formation. Ding! The host cracked the first-grade inferior attack formation, scorching formation, and the formation attainments gained 999 times the experience value. He didn't even look at the old man. Do not live by committing evil. Jiyu only exposed the old man's deception, and he didn't let Xiaogu smash the old man with a punch, which was already very kind. The main reason was that he was worried that if the ossicles were not well controlled in strength and scope, he would accidentally injure innocent people around him. After the old man was dragged away, the mayor's attitude changed drastically. He looked at Ji Yu respectfully. "This son, I am Li Yunhao, the mayor of Qinyan town. Thank you son for just exposing the deception." Li Yunhao thanked Shen Ken incomparably. After all, if it wasn't for this young man's shot, he would really have been fooled by the old guy. Because there is no one who knows the formation in Qinyan town, there is no way to verify the authenticity. If she gets cheated out of her payment later, her daughter will definitely fall out with herself. "It's okay." Ji Yu answered casually. "Then I plan to take my bones and leave." He would shoot, purely because the old man provoked him. Therefore, he does not need these people to thank. "What are you doing in a daze? Don't hurry up and entertain this young man." Li Yunhao ordered the next man, "Send this young man to my house." "Yes." Those subordinates responded quickly. Ji Yu just noticed that Xiao Bon was a little tired, as if he wanted to sleep. After all, he flew over from the Kanglan Empire for so long. He did not refuse. V2 Chapter 448 First make the payment clear. Under the of those subordinates, Ji Yu and Xiaogu arrived at Li Yunhao's house. This mansion is a bit shabby than those of the Lin family and Chen family in Chaoyang ancient city. After all, Li Yunhao seems to be the #1 martial artist in Qinyan town, but in fact, he has cultivated to the 9 peaks of the imperial profound realm. With such a low overall strength, this mansion is naturally not much better. Not long after entering the mansion, Ji Yu ran into the brunette girl again. "Yuner, hurry up and get ready to entertain this young man," Li Yunhao said first. Li Yuner, that is, the brunette girl, although she didn't know what was going on, she was immediately obedient and ready to go. Before leaving, she paid attention to Ji Yu a few times, and her eyes were obviously shining with doubts. Afterwards, Li Yunhao took Ji Yu and Xiaogu forward slowly, chatting a lot on the way. It's just that Ji Yu didn't say a few words from beginning to end, most of it was Li Yunhao unilaterally saying it with great interest. When the 3 of them arrived, Li Yuner had already made tea and arranged the tables and chairs. "Sit down, please." Li Yunhao immediately let Ji Yu and Xiaogu sit inside. Ji Yu didn't say anything, just sat down in a chair. The ossicle sat on his lap, with his small head attached to his chest, and soon fell asleep. On the other side, Li Yunhao and Li Yuner were talking outside the door. "Father, what's going on?" Li Yuner finally couldn't help asking. "Yuner, you don't know, the young man just now." Li Yunhao told Li Yuner all the ins and outs of what happened before. After listening, Li Yuner nodded slightly, that is indeed to thank him. "I told Daddy before that you don't trust those liar masters anymore, you never listen to me." Li Yuner complained immediately, "If it wasn't for that person's help this time, we would have been cheated of a lot of money." "Oh, it's over, these things are over, don't mention it again." Li Yunhao smiled awkwardly. "Forget it." Li Yuner no longer struggled, "Then we should move away from Qinyan town as soon as possible." "Do not." However, at this moment Li Yunhao shook his head and said, "I want to ask that young man to help us arrange the formation, so that the evil thieves in Heian village will pay the price." "Father, why are you so stubborn?" Li Yuner said anxiously, "Although the person saw through the scam, it doesn't mean that he was able to lay out a third-rank formation. If we were deceived again this time, it would be too late for us to move away. She thinks that talent is about the same age as her own, how could she be a third-rank formation master? Even the old men in the past are all fake masters who don't deserve their names. Where can such a boy be strong?" In Li Yuner's view, the other party may deliberately expose the scam in order to gain their trust, and then be able to dominate the money. "I don't think there will be a mistake this time, so I ask that young man to give it a try first." Li Yunhao has decided. In any case, he has to try first. He definitely didn't want to move from Qinyan town until he had to. The most important thing is that he will be shameless to face the relatives of those who have been killed by the thieves in Heian village before. Li Yuner knew that her father was an old and stubborn, and would not listen to him anyway. If the test fails by that time, we will immediately take everyone out of Qinyan town. Is this okay? She can only compromise. Okay. Li Yunhao focused his head. At that time, he could only do that. However, this conversation between Li Yunhao and Li Yuner was heard clearly by Ji Yu. He took a sip with the teacup in his hand. I felt a little speechless. Not to mention that he did not have the obligation to help the people in Qinyan town arrange the formation, the girl actually questioned his formation attainments. At this moment, Li Yunhao and Li Yuner walked in together. The two immediately sat beside Ji Yu. Is this the son's younger sister? Seeing the little girl asleep on the black-clothed teenager, Li Yunhao immediately lowered his voice and asked, should I send someone to take her to bed to rest? No need. Ji Yu shook his head. Oh good. As he said, Li Yunhao's face gradually became serious. My son, Li has something to ask for. You want me to help you arrange the formation, right? Ji Yu asked directly without circumstance. Li Yunhao was instantly stunned. Yes, it is. After a while, he came back to his senses and continued, Li hopes that the son can help us arrange a third-rank attack formation. If it succeeds, Li will thank you with a generous courtesy. Li Yunhao's attitude and tone are very honest. Clarify the reward first. Ji Yu said lightly. The third-rank attack formation is a casual move for him. But the prerequisite for everything is that these people can pay enough. V2 Chapter 449 Kidding too much. As long as it is within the range that we can satisfy, the son will do whatever he wants. Li Yunhao said firmly. Li Yuner on the side forcibly resisted not speaking. Any remuneration? The corners of Ji Yu's mouth raised slightly. His gaze immediately turned to Li Yuner, then that means she can do it too. Upon hearing this, Li Yuner was slightly taken aback. When she came back to her senses, an expression of shame and anger immediately appeared on her face. We cannot accept this. Li Yunhao refused very embarrassedly. No matter what, it is impossible for him to sell his own daughter. In a big deal, as the daughter said, everyone moved from Qinyan town. Row. But at this moment, Li Yuner suddenly grabbed the topic. She couldn't help standing up, glaring at Ji Yu with shame and angrily, if you can really set up a third-rank attack formation, I will promise you. Yuner. Li Yunhao couldn't help being surprised. The daughter actually accepted the other party's request. But you must first successfully deploy a third-rank attack formation to defeat the people in Heian village before I will promise you. Li Yuner emphasized. She wants to see what this apprentice can do. She didn't see any master demeanor in this guy at all, she probably only understood the dot matrix method a little. Therefore, Li Yuner didn't think this guy could get a third-rank attack formation at all. When Heian village comes, this guy will definitely reveal his true colors, and then she will be able to tidy up this disciple. It was precisely because of this that she dared to directly agree to this guy's request. Anyway, this guy must fail by then, and it doesn't matter if she agrees. At this time, Ji Yu slightly raised his head to look at Li Yuner, and smiled lightly, yes. Originally, he just wanted to tease the chick a little bit, after all, the chick questioned him before. Some didn't expect this chick to be on top. In that case, he might as well play with each other. The matter was settled like this, and Li Yunhao couldn't say anything more. Next, Li Yunhao arranged a rest room for Ji Yu. But after what happened just now, Li Yunhao's sense of Ji Yu suddenly changed a lot. In any case, his children are his back scales. When the other party offered to pay Yuner this time, he almost couldn't hold back his anger. Unless Yuner is willing, he, as a father, will never force Yuner to bow to others. However, Yuner not only took the initiative to accept, but also added reasonable conditions, which eased him a lot. If that young man can really successfully deploy a third-rank formation, Li Yunhao will not be separated. On the contrary, he must make the other party regret it. In fact, Jiyu just wanted to make a joke. But accidentally made a big joke. At this time, Jiyu thought for a while and thought it was better to apologize to the other party. Then through spiritual communication, he passed a sentence to Li Yunhao. I just joked too much, I'm sorry. Okay. After a while, Li Yunhao reacted. Isn't this the kind of spiritual communication that can only be achieved by the strong in the Tongxian realm? This young man turned out to be an expert in the profound realm. Li Yunhao was shocked immediately. I was more shocked than when the other party exposed the scam, I don't know how many times. This young man seemed to be about the same age as Yunar at most, that is, 16 or 17. At such a young age, he has become a master of the Tongxian realm. With such a terrifying martial arts talent, he is definitely a super genius of the famous party. But before, he almost had the urge to tear his face with this young man. Li Yunhao was scared after an instant. Fortunately, Yunar's behavior just made him hold back his impulse. Otherwise, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Behind this kind of super genius, there are often extremely large forces. Once offended, it is estimated that all of them in Qingyan town will be destroyed. At the same time, Li Yunhao thought of the other parties just saying, I was joking too much. A trace of regret could not help rising in his heart. With the strength of this young master's cultivation in the profound realm, even if he couldn't arrange a third-rank formation, he could definitely repel the people in Heiyin village. At that time, if Yunar is willing, he will definitely support with both hands and feet. This is a super genius of the Tongxian realm cultivation base. He is much better than him, the number one powerhouse in Qingyan town. If Yunar and this young man become successful, let alone fight against Heiyin village, they can even walk sideways in the royal city. It's a pity, this is just a joke after all. At this time, when Li Yunhao just wanted to say something, he found that Ji Yuren had disappeared. Because after passing that sentence of spiritual communication, Jiyu left here with Xiaogu and went to the room. V2 Chapter 450 Xiaoqin, Xiaoya, Third More. When he arrived in the room arranged by Li Yunhao, Jiyu hugged Xiaobon onto the bed and covered the quilt. Afterwards, he sat on the bedside and began to practice Zi Lu Tong. At present, his Ziliu pupil has reached the third stage of the third realm of explore the virtual reality, which is one step away from the fourth realm, Ziliuashan. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. I don't know how long it took. Before Jiu's Zi Lu pupil could break through to the Zi Lu Huashan realm, he was shaken by the small bones. He woke up. After opening his eyes, Jiyu realized that it was late at night. In other words, he has been practicing for almost a long time. No wonder the ossicles will wake up at this time. Without Xiaogu, Jiyu knew this guy was here for candy. Jiyu immediately took out some candies from Na Ring and gave it to Xiaobon. Just when he was about to go to sleep, suddenly a soft knock on the door came. Then came the voice of Li Yunar. It's me, Li Yunar. Come in. Jiyu said casually. Afterwards, Li Yunar pushed in. Jiyu found that there was a little boy and a little girl following Li Yunar. These two children look smaller than the ossicles on the surface, and they are estimated to be around 7 or 8 years old. You don't go to bed so late, why are you still bringing 2 kids here? Seeing this, Jiyu couldn't help but asked in confusion. This is my younger brother Xiaoqin and younger sister Xiaoya. They keep screaming boring, so my father asked me to bring them over to play with you. Li Yunar said uncomfortably. In fact, she didn't want to come at all, but her father insisted on bringing her younger siblings to come. Of course, Li Yunhao concealed something from Li Yunar, and Li Yunar didn't know that Jiyu was powerful in the profound realm. If you know it, it might be another scene now. That's it. At this moment, Jiyu looked at Xiaochen and Xiaoya, and said softly, Xiaochen, Xiaoya, come here. For children, he still likes contact. After all, children are basically innocent. However, Xiaochen and Xiaoya looked a little afraid of life, and hid behind Li Yuner for a while before carefully walking out. At this time, Jiyu opened the ring. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Some sweets and weird things were taken out of the ring. These weird things, which he collected casually before, can now be used as toys for children. What is this? Xiaochen was first attracted by the candy in Ji Yu's hand, her eyes seemed to flash with golden light, and she asked with milky voice. This is candy, it's delicious. Ji Yu first distributed the candy to Xiaochen and Xiaoya. Xiaoya took the candy in a panic, and quickly thank you, brother. But Xiaochen adapted quickly and started to eat. Ji Yu, why did you give the candy from this seat to these two human kids? Upon seeing this, the small bones eating candy on the side exploded immediately. I have a lot of candies here, definitely enough for you, so don't fight with the two kids. Ji Yu then comforted Xiao Bone. Xiao Gu settled down after hearing what Ji Yu said. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yu used those weird things as toys for Xiaochen and Xiaoya to play with. Seeing this scene happening before her eyes, Li Yuner couldn't help but produce some fluctuations in her heart. This disciple does not seem to be as bad as he thought. But the next moment, she shook her head vigorously. This guy must be pretending again, and he can't easily believe it. Of course Ji Yu didn't know what Li Yuner was thinking at this time, his attention was not on Li Yuner at all. V2 Chapter 451 Hyun's High is coming. Big brother, are you here to help us defeat the bad guys? Halfway through the game, Xiaoya suddenly asked Ji Yu. Hearing this, Ji Yu knew that the bad guys Xiaoya said should refer to those from Heiyun village. Yes. Ji Yu smiled and nodded in response. Wow! Is Big Brother really that amazing? Even Daddy can't beat those bad guys. Xiaochen exclaimed at this time. Well, I can barely count it as okay. Ji Yu said modestly. Speaking of which, my elder brother is so powerful, when will I marry Sister Yuner? Xiaochen suddenly said something shocking. Li Yuner on the side was startled, and then his complexion turned red. Don't say this, Sister Yuner will be angry. Xiaoya quickly reminded Xiaochen in a low voice. What's the matter? Dad said before that Sister Yuner should be married, and the big brother is so nice. Xiaochen said frankly, rather than let those outsiders take advantage, it's better to marry the big brother. But Ji Yu just smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Xiaochen, Xiaoya, it's already late, we almost should go back. At this moment, Li Yuner seemed to be unable to stand anymore, and said. We have to play again. Both Xiaochen and Xiaoya were unhappy. Others also want to sleep, don't be so headstrong. Li Yuner educated. Okay. Xiaochen and Xiaoya had to be obedient. Before leaving, Li Yuner looked at Ji Yu, I don't even know what your name is. Ji Yu. Ji Yu answered casually. Is Ji Yu. Li Yuner muttered silently in her heart, and then said, Ji Yu, you can hear clearly, if you fail to arrange a third-rank formation to defeat Hyunzhai, I will make you unable to eat. Yes. Ji Yu nodded perfunctorily. Li Yuner snorted, and then left. Goodbye, big brother. Big brother, go for it. Seeing Xiaochen and Xiaoya walking and waving back, Ji Yu also smiled. After Li Yuner left with Xiaochen and Xiaoya, Ji Yu went to sleep. The next day. Finish breakfast. Ji Yu directly suggested to prepare the formation later. Also, arrange it early, so as not to be caught off guard by a sudden attack on Heiyun village. Li Yunhao nodded. Li Yuner also had no objection. This is exactly what she wants. So she can see through the false side of this guy right away. Then, Jiyu, Xiaogu, Li Yunhao, and Li Yuner, escorted by a group of guards, came to the outside of Qinyan town. Big Brother, Miss Yuner, and the middle-aged man who has been guarding Junko is named Li Cheng, who is also Li Yunhao's younger brother and Li Yuner's uncle. He saw Li Yunhao and others coming, and greeted him immediately. But seeing the black-clothed boy and the little girl beside the elder brother, he was taken aback. Isn't this the two kids yesterday? How can you walk with your eldest brother and Miss Yuner? This is young Master Jiyu, and then this is young Master Ji's younger sister. Li Yunhao introduced. Although Li Cheng was puzzled, he respectfully said, "Good son Ji." In any case, the eldest brother would call this boy the son, indicating that this boy is definitely not ordinary. Can I start now? At this time, Jiyu asked. My son, please. Li Yunhao immediately responded. Li Cheng didn't know what was going on, so he could only watch it from the sidelines. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Apart from anything else, Jiyu selected the materials needed to draw the 10,000 sword killing array from Na Ring. Long ago, he had used this 10,000 sword killing formation against the Lin family and Chen family in the ancient city of Chaoyang. This 10,000 sword killing array is a third-rank medium attack formation, which should be enough to deal with the mob in Heiyin village. Ding! It was detected that the host started to draw the third-grade middle-level array, and the success rate of drawing the array increased to 999 times. Ding! The host drew the third-rank middle-level formation of the 10,000 sword killing array, and the magic achievement gained 999 times the experience value. Jiyu is now a fourth-rank inferior formation mage, so it is naturally easy to draw a third-rank intermediate formation. Coupled with the 999 times success rate of drawing an array, he has no possibility of failure at all. Only 10 minutes later, Jiyu successfully drew the 10,000 sword killing array. All right. At this time, Jiyu said. All right? Li Yunhao only reacted. How long has it passed before it's all right? Is this really the third-rank attack formation? Li Yunhao felt unbelievable. Because Jiyu's process of drawing the array is very ordinary, unlike some people who like to make the drawing process fancy, and the drawing speed is too fast, Li Yunhao can't believe it is normal. Father, let's catch this guy. Li Yuner directly concluded that Jiyu had a fake. This. Li Yunhao was embarrassed for a while. This young man is also a master of the Tongxian realm anyway, how could he have the courage to provoke him? Father, don't have to do anything, just kick this guy out. Li Yuner added. After what happened last night, she didn't seem to hate this guy so much. So she changed her mind a little and didn't want to go too far. Don't be so eager to draw conclusions, you will soon be able to verify the effect of my formation. However, at this time, Jiyu not only didn't panic, but also smiled calmly. What does it mean? Neither Li Yunhao nor Li Yuner understood Jiyu's words. After a while, they suddenly discovered that a pile of dark shadows appeared on a hill not far in front. Heiyin village is coming, everyone is ready. Li Yunhao reacted and shouted immediately. Li Yuner also reacted quickly, and immediately sent someone to ask Xiaochen and Xiaoya to hide. Li Yunhao's expression was a bit ugly. He didn't expect that Heiyin village would attack so soon, and many of the wounded here haven't recovered. The most important thing is that he is not sure if that son of Ji will help. Although there is not much hope for that formation method, Ji Gongzi is a strong master in the Tongxian realm. If young Master Ji is willing to help, they can fight Hyunzhai this time. Ding! The host has arranged a third-rank medium attack formation with Wanjian killing formation, and the array accomplishment gains 999 times the experience value. At the same time, Jiyu directly arranged the 10,000 sword killing array layout, which could be activated anytime. You all stand back. Afterwards, Ji said to everyone. V2 Chapter 452 Girl Huichuan. Ji had already noticed the attack on Heian village through his soul perception. Moreover, he can accurately perceive everyone's cultivation. Most of them are warriors in the Imperial Profound Realm, and the specific multiples vary. There are all types from the 9 levels of the Imperial Profound Realm to the first level of the Imperial Profound Realm. Among them was one of the strongest, whose cultivation reached the first level of the Tongxian Realm. There is also a 9-fold cultivation base in the Imperial Profound Realm. Of these two, it is estimated that one is the owner and the other is the deputy owner. Regardless of whether it is the Tongxian realm or the Yushuan realm, in Jiyu's eyes, there is no difference from the ants. A 10,000 sword killing formation is completely enough to solve these guys. At the same time, however, the group of people next to him didn't know whether they should listen to the boy. You guys step back quickly. Li Yunhao was overjoyed. Because he thought Jiyu was ready to do it. With the help of this young man, as long as he tried his best to stop the master of the Black Cloud Village, the young man who had cultivated to the high profound realm could easily solve the other villains. But Jiyu said again at this time, you also step back. Amount? Hearing this was speaking to himself, Li Yunhao suddenly didn't react. This son, is this going to face everyone in Heian village alone? Li Yuner saw that this guy was still trying to do her best, so she pulled her father back. She really wanted to see, what can this guy do later? Next, Jiyu stood calmly at the forefront, quietly watching the group of dark shadows not far away. At his feet, there is the 10,000 sword killing array. The reason why he had to make those people back off was just because he was too lazy to deliberately choose who would not be hurt by the 10,000 sword killing array, which would consume too much mental power and would be troublesome. Soon, a group of people from Heian village came to 10 meters in front of them. Li Yunhao, the same sentence, hand over the money and women, and I can let you go. The village master who led the cultivation of the profound realm directly shouted. Don't think about it. Li Yunhao coldly shouted without hesitation. Then there is nothing to say, just give it to me. The village master didn't talk nonsense, and directly ordered his men. At this moment, he noticed that there was a boy in black and a little girl in front of Li Yunhao. What is Li Yunhao doing so that the two little kids are there? However, he found that although the little girl was young, she was very beautiful. Then the opponent ordered, bring me the two little kids by the way. Then, a group of people in Heian village rushed over. Father, why is that guy still standing there? At this moment, Li Yuner couldn't help asking. Even if you want to activate the formation, there is no need to stand in the front. And that guy is also carrying his younger sister. You'll find out later. Li Yunhao said with a relaxed face. He knew that the master's cultivation was definitely above the Tongxian realm. Moreover, neither the master nor the deputy master of Heian village made any moves. That group of mobs in the royal profound realm were definitely not the opponent of Master Jiyu. Therefore, he did not worry at all. But other people didn't know that the young man was a master of the profound realm. They were all yelling for the boy to retreat. However, Jiyu remained motionless, as if he had not heard anything. Seeing the menacing crowd in Haiyanzhai approaching. After all, Li Yuner still couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but rush to bring Jiyu back. It was also at this time that Jiyu was about to start the 10,000 sword killing array. He also noticed Li Yuner's actions through his soul perception, and didn't even turn his head back, grabbing directly back and grabbing Li Yuner. In a blink of an eye, the 10,000 sword killing array was activated. Li Yuner didn't expect Jiyu to grab her suddenly, and her body was still attached to Jiyu's back. She was shocked. She just wanted to struggle away, but she heard pulsing winds in her ears. The next scene shocked her. I saw countless invisible sharp blades swimming at high speed in a large area of the whole body, like a broken bamboo, irresistible. The group of people in Heian village were all defeated in an instant. There is no corpse, and flesh and blood fly. Not only Li Yuner, but everyone behind Li Yunhao was shocked by this scene. They looked at the dead body in front of Ji Yu with incredible faces. This was just a blink of an eye, and it was. The owner and deputy owner of Heian village opposite, the two of them couldn't believe what was happening before them. So many of his subordinates are gone. Are you okay? After slaughtering a piece of Hyunzhai, Ji Yu first asked Li Yuner behind him. Li Yuner responded with a dull expression. She suddenly wondered, if the other party didn't pull her just now, would she be like the people in Heian village? Li Yuner didn't dare to think about it anymore, it was too scary. It's fine. Ji Yu said. After speaking, he smashed the eyes of this 10,000 sword killing formation at the same time. Ding! The host has cracked the third-rank medium attack formation 10,000 sword killing formation, and the formation achievements have gained 999 times the experience. It is precisely because the eyes of the Wanjian killing array are under his feet, and there will be no sword chi surging above the Wanjian killing array, so he and Li Yuner were not injured. After breaking the 10,000 sword killing formation, Ji Yu said to Li Yuner again, I have broken the formation. Can you release me now? After hearing this, Li Yuner realized that she was holding her tightly because she was frightened by the scene just now. This pose. She blushed immediately with a shaggy face, and quickly let go of Ji Yu. It was an accident just now. Li Yuner insisted. Ji Yu was too lazy to take care of it, but turned around and said to Li Yunhao, I have solved the matter. Should I be paid? Yes, of course. Hearing Ji Yu's voice, Li Yunhao came back to his senses, and quickly responded, you can mention whatever payment the son wants. As for the master and deputy master of Heian village, after reacting, they fled immediately on horseback. The scene just scared them so stupidly that they didn't dare to stay here anymore. Besides, there are only two of them left, and they can't fight at all. At the same time, Li Yuner thought that the reward in Ji Yu's mouth was referring to herself. She suddenly bowed her head shyly and nervously, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. This guy does not seem to be particularly bad. If you have to marry this guy, it's not impossible. At this time, Li Yuner's psychological activities were very rich, and her cheeks were red and hot. At the time of adolescence, she even thought of the day when she would marry and have children in the future. Just give me some materials for the formation. Ji Yu didn't want the lion to open his mouth, so he said something he lacked. V2 Chapter 453 I Must Marry You, Third More. Li Yunhao did not expect that the other party only wanted materials for the formation. Although their Qinyan town is relatively barren, in order to ask the master of the formation to deal with the thieves in the Black Cloud village, they have specially spent a lot of energy and gold coins to collect a lot of materials for the formation. Anyway, now Heian village is left with the two polished commanders, the master and deputy master, and he will soon be able to break through to the Tongxian realm, and Heian village is no longer a threat to their Qinyan town. There is no need to keep those formation materials, just give it to this young man. When Li Yuner heard Ji Yu's words, she still didn't know that Ji Yu was just joking before. In other words, she had been washed away by her thoughts and she didn't realize it at all. My son, please come with me. At this time, Li Yunhao said to Ji Yu respectfully. This son is not only a strong master in the profound realm, but also a master of formation that can arrange a third-rank formation. Such a terrifying genius boy, how can he be disrespectful? The other people next to him stared blankly at Ji Yu following Li Yunhao's walk. They haven't recovered from the shock just now. Ding! The host took a step, and the Xian level superior body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the Xian level superior body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. A few minutes later, Ji Yu followed Li Yunhao to a warehouse in the mansion. These are our inventory in Qinyan town, and they are all regarded as the son's compensation. Li Yunhao said, satisfying the son. Okay. Ji Yu nodded. He immediately collected all these formation materials into the ring. Although there are only materials for the third rank formation at the highest, most of them are the materials for the first rank and second rank formations, but it is better than nothing. After receiving these formation materials, Ji Yu took Xiaogu and went back to the room first. He always felt that Zilu Tong was about to break through to the Zilu Huashan realm. He wanted to successfully break through Zilu Tong here before leaving Qinyan town. When he arrived in the room, Ji Yu immediately began to practice Zilu pupil. Ding! The host reads Zilu Tong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zilu Tong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zilu Tong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zilu Tong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the bloodline pupil technique Zilu pupil successfully broke through to the realm of Zilu Huashan. Time passed quickly. I don't know how long it took before Ji Yu's Zilu pupil finally broke through to the fourth realm, Zilu Huashan. I saw the purple iris in his eyes getting deeper and deeper. Ji Yu's vision became clearer and wider. In fact, once Zilu pupil reaches the state of Zilu Huashan, his eyes can release unpredictable mental attacks. This pupil technique is called Zilu Shenguang. Similar to that golden little sword. It is a beam of purple light that can instantly destroy the enemy's mental power and willpower, thereby losing the ability to fight. This also means that Ji Yu can defeat his opponent only with his eyes. He could defeat all opponents whose cultivation base was lower than the spirit profound realm with only his eyes. As for opponents who are also at the cultivation base of the spirit profound realm, even if they cannot be defeated at once, they can still cause considerable interference and influence. This is a very practical ability. The state of Zilu Huashan is different from observing the qi as real and exploring the virtual and real. There are 5 stages. Ji Yu is only in the first stage now. Each increase in the subsequent stages can increase the power of the pupil technique, purple-colored light. But Ji Yu didn't plan to continue practicing Zilu Tong now, because the sky was already dark now. I have a rest tonight, and Ji Yu will leave Qinyan town tomorrow. At this moment, Ji Yu felt that someone was outside the door through his soul power perception. And this person is Li Yuner. At the same time, Li Yuner was indeed standing outside Jiumen. And still walking back and forth there. She had thought about it for a long time before she came, and felt that she was mentally prepared to dedicate herself. But as soon as I walked here, I panicked again. But at this moment, the door of the house was suddenly opened. What are you doing here? Then came Ji Yu's voice. Li Yuner was shocked immediately. She stammered incoherently, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Fulfill what promise? Ji Yu only realized what Li Yuner was saying in the next second. Oh, so you still care about that, that is just my joke, although it is indeed too much, but I hope you don't care too much. What? Li Yuner couldn't help but stunned. You said it was a joke. Yup. Ji Yu smiled awkwardly. In other words, are you kidding me? Li Yuner asked with a complicated expression. She felt very unhappy at once. For this matter, she struggled for a long time. In the end, he became passionate. At this time, Li Yuner couldn't help her nose sore, and her eyes became a little ruddy. Amount? Ji Yu was a little confused. Why did he become a joke? It looked like he was about to cry. For Li Yuner, shouldn't this be something to be happy about? Besides, didn't I have told Li Yunhao a long time ago? Why didn't Li Yunhao tell Li Yuner? Seeing Ji Yu's bewildered look, Li Yuner became even more angry. Her heart was ruthless, and her face flushed and roared, whether it's a joke or not, you must take responsibility for me, and I, Li Yuner, must marry you. Damn it. Ji Yu couldn't help but explode in his heart. He didn't expect it, the other party took it seriously. It's not easy to handle it now. Ji Yu, what does it mean to marry? However, at this time, Xiaogu ran over to join in the fun. For a while, Jiyu didn't know what to say. Jiyu did not answer for a long time. Xiaogu shook Jiyu's hand, say. After a while, Xiaogu didn't understand the meaning of marry, but he still said, even if you don't say it, I will marry you. She automatically understood marrying to mean being close to Jiyu. She didn't want to see other human women getting closer to Jiyu than herself. That was unfair. Jiyu only feels terrible. The situation is messy enough right now, and Xiaobon has to come in and stir up the chaos. You are his sister, how can you marry him? Sure enough, Li Yuner couldn't help but say to Xiaogu. No matter, I just want to marry Jiyu. Xiaobon firmly said. Li Yuner wanted to say something, but was suddenly interrupted by Jiyu. Stop making trouble. I will take responsibility, but not yet. Jiyu continued. It's all reached this point, he can only accept it. You have to bear the jokes you make yourself. V2 Chapter 454 One Beast Mountain, Qi Dongjun. Why? Li Yuner asked immediately. Because I have more important things, I don't want to think about the love of children for the time being. Jiyu said, moreover, I have to explain in advance that I already have a marriage contract. Have a marriage contract? Li Yuner's face was startled. Yes, and they are sisters. Jiyu said seriously. At this moment, Li Yuner could see the warm and happy colors in Jiyu's eyes. She couldn't help but slowly lowered her head, silent. Although I am not qualified, I still want to say that you'd better not be so impulsive and think carefully. At this time, Jiyu said again, your thoughts may change in 1 or 2 years. He could see that the other party was obviously in the midst of teenage puberty, and coupled with a momentary emotional use, would he be so active? It's difficult for him to do this. Li Yuner was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand what you mean. She gradually calmed down. I was really impulsive. Moreover, Jiyu already has a marriage contract, and the object of the marriage contract is likely to be sisters with huge backgrounds and talents. In contrast, he is too far behind. But she will not give up easily. That's it. At this time, Li Yuner said, if my mind has not changed in a year, I will find you then. Okay. Jiyu answered softly. After that, Li Yuner did not continue to stay, and went back soon. The next day, Jiyu left Qinyan town. At the rear entrance of Qinyan town, Li Yunhao, Li Yuner and a group of people came to see Jiyu off specially. Ji Gongzi, be careful on the road. Li Yunhao said goodbye. Although Li Yuner did not speak, she watched Jiyu leave, her eyes full of determination. It doesn't matter if 1 year later, will my mind change. From today onwards, she should work hard to make herself better. And Li Yunhao didn't know that his daughter had already secretly felt affection for Ji Gongzi, so he didn't think much. But he still appeared preoccupied. At this moment, he suddenly said, Yuner, your mother will be back in a few days. Really? Li Yuner's mood instantly turned into surprise. She has never seen her mother since she can remember. She has no impression of her mother. Now I can see my mother, who is thinking about it day and night soon. But Li Yunhao's expression looked a bit heavy. At this moment, Jiyu was looking at the map in his hand. This is a map of the entire Wanshan Empire. Now that you have passed through Qinyan town, you will be able to reach the king's city of the Wanshan Empire as long as you pass through One Beast Mountain. As its name suggests, the Wanshan Empire has many mountains in its territory. And One Beast Mountain is one of the most dangerous mountains. There are various poisonous insects and monsters inside. Of course, this kind of place also has a variety of natural treasures. Through the brief introduction on the map, we can understand that One Beast Mountain only divides 2 zones, namely the outer zone and the inner zone. Most of the outer areas are second-rank monsters, a few are third-rank monsters, and first-rank monsters are extremely rare. In the inner zone, most of them are grade 3 monsters. It is guessed on the map that there are 2 or 3 4th-rank monsters in the innermost area of the inner zone, equivalent to the power of the human spirit profound realm. However, even so, in Ji-Yu's eyes, this is almost his own back garden, and he can walk sideways. Xiao Bone was still next to him. Even if there were many 4th-grade monsters in One Beast Mountain, it would not be Xiao Bone's opponent at all. Before long, Ji-Yu and Xiao Gu entered One Beast Mountain. Ji-Yu's behavior was very casual, and he was naturally attacked by many monsters on the way. However, most of them are 2nd-grade monsters. Ding! The host swung a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the 2nd style of the Dazzling Sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host swung a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the 2nd style of the Dazzling Sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mid-level swordsmanship of the Bright Sun Sky 2nd style successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. To deal with the 2nd-tier monsters, Ji-Yu didn't need to use any swordsmanship, he could use one sword at a time. And the 3rd-rank monsters are not a big problem, and they are all 3rd-rank monsters with a lower multiplicity, and at most they have a few more swords. Along the way, Ji-Yu's swordsmanship didn't even think he had reached a breakthrough. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that 3 people were walking not far in front. An old man with 6 levels of cultivation in the profound realm, and a young man with 1 male and 1 female. The male has the 9-fold cultivation of the Imperial Profound Realm and the female has the 8-fold cultivation of the Imperial Profound Realm. Not only that, these 3 people seem to be followed by 2 2nd-tier monsters, a 2nd-tier 9-tier monster, and a 2nd-tier 6th-tier monster. Feeling it casually, Ji-Yu stopped paying attention. He continued to walk forward, because this was one of the quickest shortcuts through One Beast Mountain. Before long, the 3 people that Ji-Yu had previously sensed appeared in front of him. The 3 people on the opposite side also noticed Ji-Yu. I saw it was an ordinary boy in black, with a little girl with an amazing and strange appearance. The young woman among them was about to come forward and say something. Don't be nosy. However, the old man stopped the young woman. The young woman can only give up. She thought that the boy and the little girl were lost with the adults nearby, so she wanted to take the brother and sister away from One Beast Mountain. But she did not dare to disobey the elder's order. Elder, wait a moment. At this time, another young man whispered to the old man. There was a gleam of greed and excitement in his eyes, and he was fascinated by the little girl's appearance. Qi Dongjun, what are you going to do? The elder frowned slightly. The next moment, he understood Qi Dongjun's eyes. He couldn't help shook his head slightly. A genius is indeed a genius, but his habit is a bit abnormal. But it's none of his business. He only needs to protect this beast-taming genius that even the dean takes seriously. The elder stopped talking and let Qi Dongjun go. Upon seeing this, the young woman bit her lower lip, but did not dare to say anything. At the same time, Ji-Yu heard the conversation between the old man and the young man and turned around instantly. Qi Dongjun. Oh. Your kid actually knows me. Qi Dongjun was slightly surprised. That old dog in Qi Xiang is your father, right? Ji-Yu narrowed his eyes and asked lightly. Hearing this, Qi Dongjun's eyes suddenly became cold, and his expression was gloomy and authentic. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? But the next moment, he suddenly felt a heavy blow in his abdomen. Before the pain came, I heard the voice of the teenager ringing from my ear. Do you need me to ask again? V2 Chapter 455 I just passed by here. Cough. Qi Dongjun couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and a sharp pain came from his abdomen. He knelt on the ground uncontrollably, covering his abdomen with his hands. He has almost lost the ability to think, and his brain is in chaos. Who are you? Only then did the old man realize what had happened, and he said in shock. He was frightened by the terrible speed of the boy. He didn't even see clearly the action of this young man. And the young woman was so frightened that she couldn't speak. I didn't ask you. Ji-yu didn't even look back, only said a little. The old man should not behave for a while, he can only say, Chi-seong is his father, young man, don't get excited, let's talk hard. Hearing this, Ji-yu did not hesitate to pull out Ling Feng and pierce Chi Dongjuan's heart. Ding! The host stabbed a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the second style of the Shining Sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. Chi Dongjun, dead. Dongjun. The old man couldn't believe that the other party killed Chi Dongjun without saying a word. As soon as Chi Dongjun died, the second rank and ninth-fold monster instantly lost control and rushed towards Ji-yu. Obviously, this should be the monster that Chi Dongjun tamed. However, Ji-yu did not hide, and directly faced the monster with a sword. Ding! The host stabbed a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the second style of the Shining Sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. In the next moment, the second-rank 9-layer monster beast also died under Ji-yu's sword. Next, Ji-yu was too lazy to pay attention to the old man and young woman, and turned around after killing Chi Dongjun. Stop! The old man said angrily, kill the people from my royal college, still want to leave? Don't force me to send you on the road together. Ji-yu looked back and said coldly. The cold light in his eyes made the old man's heart tremble. He was stunned because he dared not speak any more. The young woman was even more frightened. The old man could only watch the black-clothed boy take the little girl away. When the figure of the boy in black completely disappeared in the distance, he dared to move. The old man went to take Chi Dongjuan's body, and said to the young woman behind him, Xiao Fang, after going back, I drew the portrait of the young man just now. He killed Chi Dongjun, and the dean will never let him go. Although the young woman who was changed to Xiao Fang was not very willing, she nodded and said, yes. She always felt that Chi Dongjun was not a good person, especially this time when Chi Dongjun thought about a little girl, it made her extremely disgusted. But the elder's order, she could not disobey. And she was aware that the boy just had no intention of doing anything to herself. She only hopes that the boy will not be found in the royal city next. Let's go. Collect Chi Dongjuan's body, the old man said. At this time, he took a deep look at the direction in which the boy had left. That young man, Chi Dongjun, who was able to cultivate the 9th level of the Imperial Profound Realm, was definitely a master of the Profound Realm like him. As for the specific strength, he shouldn't be better than himself, and he was just fooled. If he meets again next time, he must capture that kid alive. The most important thing is that this time Chi Dongjun was killed, the dean must be furious after learning about it. Chi Dongjun is a rare beast-taming genius in a century, and he was appointed as the next deputy dean by the dean. This death is terrible. He had to figure out how to explain to the dean when he went back. At this time, Ji-yu had already penetrated the inner zone. He only knew that he was in the inner zone now, and he didn't know exactly where. Anyway, as long as you keep going forward, you can pass through One Beast Mountain. After arriving in the inner zone, Ji-yu suffered significantly fewer monster attacks. This is not because the number of monsters in the inner zone has decreased. It was because the third-rank monster beasts all possessed a little intelligence. They noticed that Ji-yu had come all the way to kill many of the same kind, knowing that this human teenager was not easy to provoke. Most will choose to avoid. Of course, there will always be some desperate grade 3 monsters coming to attack Ji-yu. Ji-yu was resolved smoothly. Therefore, Ji-yu moved faster in the inner zone. Unconsciously, Ji-yu reached the middle area of the inner zone. At the same time, he also felt that the evil spirit around him had indeed become much stronger. Ding! The host has been eroded by the evil spirit, and the golden spirit power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host has been eroded by the evil spirit, and the golden spirit power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Even Gu felt it. There were 3 monster beasts with a demon power level reaching the 4th rank, nearby. And, he was approaching himself. Perceiving Li through his soul power, Gu can specifically perceive that the demon power levels of these 3 4th rank monsters are all at the 1st or 2nd level. With this level of demon power, it still poses no threat to him. Gu continued to move forward as if there was nothing to do. Bold humans, how dare to break into our territory? At this moment, a monster wolf with a hideous ghost face and an unusually large body appeared in front of Gu. The monster's monster power level reaches the 4th rank, and it can imitate human speech. This was obviously one of the 3 4th rank monsters that Gu had just sensed. Immediately afterwards, 2 other 4th rank monsters also appeared. A total of 3 4th rank monsters surrounded Gu. In front of these 3 monsters, Gu looked very small. I just passed by here and I didn't intend to disturb you. However, Gu always looked calm and said lightly. As long as the monsters do not come to provoke him, he doesn't need to slaughter the monsters casually. Killing so many of our compatriots, dare to say that it was unintentional? The ghost-faced demon wolf said angrily. That's all they are going to attack me. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Gu said helplessly, if you have to do it, then give her a try. As Gu's sole contract object, Xiaogu understands Gu's intentions without Gu speaking. She opened her bone wings without returning to her body, but released Long Wei. This is. Facing Long Wei's suppression, the 3 4th rank monsters couldn't help lying on the ground. Especially the aura that was infinitely close to the 6th rank demon power level made them dare not move at all. They couldn't believe that the little girl next to this human teenager would actually be a 5th grade, 9th-fold complete demon. And it's the kind they have never seen before. Give them an unknown fear from the depths of the soul. All right. Gu said faintly. Xiao Bone withdrew Long Wei and Bone Wing. Even if there is no suppression of the unknown power, the 3 4th rank monsters still dare not move. I'm afraid that the other party will tear himself up when he is upset. What surprised them the most was that the existence seemed to completely listen to this human teenager. Let's go. Then, Gu continued to walk forward calmly. Xiaogu nodded slightly and held Gu's hand. Until Gu and Xiaogu completely left, the 3 4th rank monsters did not dare to move. V2 Chapter 456 Jade Spirit Sect, 3rd More. Ding. The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding. The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. After leaving the middle area of the inner zone, Gu directly used her body technique to speed up. Relying on the upper level of the ground, he quickly left the One Beast Mountain. When he came out, Gu's profound energy was almost exhausted. He immediately took out a 4th grade pill that could restore profound energy from the ring, and took it. Ding! The host took a 4th grade recovery pill. The profound energy recovery effect increased by 999 times. With a 999-fold increase in effect, Gu quickly recovered the profound energy in his body. Afterwards, Gu followed the route on the map and continued to set off for Wangcheng. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used Shadow Thunder Light Flash, and Shadow Thunder Light Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the upper-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Light Flash successfully broke through to the realm of Furnace Pure Blue. Gu used her body skills again and arrived at the Wang city with her small bones. Coming to the Wangqing of the Wanshan Empire again, it was getting late now, and Gu casually found a restaurant to rest. After dinner, he went into the room with Xiaogu. Gu, I will go to bed first. After speaking, Xiaogu went directly to the bed to sleep. Jiyu didn't need to go to bed so early. He plans to practice Zi Lu Tong first. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lu Tong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Lu Tong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. However, Zi Lu Tong has reached the realm of Zi Lu Hua Shen. Naturally it is impossible to break through to the second stage so quickly. In the middle of the night, Jiyu went to sleep. The next day, Jiyu was awakened by Xiaogu early in the morning and asked for candy. After giving the candy, he took a brief wash and went downstairs for breakfast. But when he got downstairs, not long after sitting in the position, he noticed that more and more people around him were looking at him with weird eyes. He couldn't help but care a little. Then took a closer look. I found out that a portrait of myself was posted on the wall. The painting techniques are more delicate, although they are not exactly the same, they are also very similar. However, this is a reward order. And it was released by the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy. Jiyu didn't have to think about it, it must be because he killed that Qi Dongjun in One Beast Mountain yesterday. At this time, many people have left here in a hurry. Obviously, they were all rushing to inform the Wanshan Imperial Royal College, and then they could get a generous reward. Jiyu didn't bother to care, it didn't matter to him that those people reported. After all, even if the dean of the Wanshan Empire Royal Family Academy came to him in person, he couldn't do anything to him. Jiyu was eating breakfast as if nothing had happened. Even Xiao Er who brought breakfast over couldn't help but glance at Jiyu with weird eyes. This kid has been offered a reward by the Royal Academy, can he still eat here? At the same time, other people around are also talking about it. The Royal Academy specially offered a reward for such a boy. What can this boy do? Does the Royal Academy's beast-taming genius Qi Dongjun know about it? It is said that this boy seems to have killed that Qi Dongjun, so the Royal Academy has to issue this reward order. Really? I remember Qi Dongjun is a genius with the ninefold cultivation base of the Imperial Profound Realm, and he has a very high talent for beast taming. Together with the monster beast, he can barely compete with the ordinary first-tier experts in the Profound Realm. This boy was killed. If it's true, then it's terrible, this young man is at least a strong master in the Profound Realm. This martial arts talent can be compared with Lord Prince Wang. The crown prince among these population refers to the first prince of the Wanshan Empire royal family. At the same time, he was also the number one arrogant of the Wanshan Empire, his cultivation level was as high as the second level of the Tongxian realm, and his beast training talent was no weaker than Qi Dongjun. Directly designated as the next king of the Wanshan Empire. So called the crown prince. Letting people around him talk endlessly, Jiyu still ate breakfast quietly. After eating breakfast, Jiyu left the restaurant with Xiaogu. Ding! The host uses soul perception, and soul power, gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host uses soul perception, and soul power, gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. However, not long after he walked out of the restaurant, he noticed that several people were following him. If nothing else, it should be the person sent by the Wanshan Empire Royal Academy. Jiyu suddenly raised the corners of her mouth. He suddenly quickened his pace and walked in a small alley with his bones. And the three people who followed Jiyu hurriedly followed. When they reached the small alley, they saw Jiyu turn around a corner, and they followed. But just around the corner, the figure of the black-clothed boy suddenly appeared in front of them. You are from the Wanshan Empire Royal Academy, right? Jiyu asked calmly. He didn't rush to shoot. The three people were shocked at once. One unhelpful person even sat down on the ground in shock. It hurts. No, we are not from the Royal Academy. One of them quickly explained, we are all from the Jade Spirit sect, and came here to help the son on the order of the Lord. At this time, Jiyu noticed that all three of them were women, and their cultivation bases did not reach the Tongxian realm. And what he was wearing was indeed not the costume of the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy. As for the Jade Spirit sect, he has seen it on the map. The Wanshan Empire seems to have two great martial arts powers, one is the Wanshan Empire Royal Academy, and the other is the Jade Spirit sect. The Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy is backed by the royal family, and the Jade Spirit sect seems to only recruit female disciples. The overall strength and background of the Jade Spirit sect is naturally much worse than the Royal Academy. I am in a better mood today, so I don't care about you following me. Go back wherever you came from. Jiyu said casually. Wait. The woman at the head said, we can help you get rid of the entanglement of the Royal Academy, as long as you. But before the woman finished speaking, Jiyu interrupted the woman. Don't make any mistakes. I don't need your so-called help at all. I don't care about you. It's pretty good. V2 Chapter 457 Ning Qingzhu. After that, Jiyu ignored the three people, turned and left directly with Xiaogu. The three female disciples of the Jade Spirit sect didn't know whether they should continue to catch up. Sister, what should we do now? Yeah, what should we do? Two younger female disciples asked one after another. Looking at the other party's attitude does not welcome us, continuing to follow the other party is likely to be counterproductive. To be on the safe side, let's go back for the time being. As for the suzerain, I will explain it. Said the woman who was called the elder sister. Now that the whole city has offered a reward, Jiyu is still walking blatantly on the street, even without a trace of concealment. Because he didn't pay attention to the people of Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy at all. Not to mention the Royal College. The entire Wanshan Empire does not necessarily have the power of the Spirit Profound Realm. Even if there is nothing to do with Jiyu. This is why he can be so unscrupulous. However, before long, a group of guards appeared in front of Jiyu. These are the patrol teams responsible for patrolling the city. He is Jiyu, go get him. Shouted a middle-aged man who appeared to be the captain of the patrol. I saw the group of guards all moving towards Jiyu. Jiyu glanced casually and found that the cultivation bases of these people were only in the Imperial Profound Realm. The captain of the patrol team with the highest cultivation base is only the second-level cultivation base of the Tongxian realm. I don't know, where did these guys have the courage to catch themselves? The occurrence of this scene shocked many passers-by. Most of them hurried away from here. But there are always some courageous people who not only do not hide, but also come to watch. What happened to this? Look at the look of the boy in black. Is it very similar to the portrait on which the reward is offered? This kid has been offered a reward by the whole city. He dared to wander in the street like this. He is really not afraid of death. Now it is too late for him to regret. Those people watched from the sidelines, whispering to each other. Boy, behave and catch it. At this time, the captain of the patrol team said to Jiyu. Jiyu didn't even bother to say anything, so he started first. Ding! The host swung a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the second style of the Dazzling Sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host swung a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the second style of the Dazzling Sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. In less than 3 seconds, Jiyu seemed to draw countless swords. I saw that group of guards fell down with screams. In fact, Jiyu didn't have a single sword to slash at these people's vital points, it just made these people lose their ability to move. There was a group of people, but in a blink of an eye, only the captain of the patrol was still standing. He was stunned and stared at all of this in disbelief. He remembered that the reward for the last Jiyu's cultivation level clearly stated that it was the first layer of the Tongxian realm. How could it be so strong? Connected to the second level of the profound realm, he couldn't see Jiyu's movements at all. The strength of this young man was definitely not limited to the first level of the profound realm. The only thing he can think of is that he was cheated. This shocking scene also caused those around who had been whispering to shut their mouths instantly. Do you need me to make some holes in you? At this time, Jiyu turned to the captain of the patrol team. The head of the patrol team suddenly turned gloomy. The captain of his dignified patrol team was so despised by a junior, but he was helpless. He was entangled whether he should run away or fight to the end. Give you 10 seconds to disappear before my eyes. Jiyu said lightly. Stop. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Following the reputation, I saw a young woman with a beautiful fair complexion and a frosty face wearing a blue armor. That proud figure couldn't even be concealed by battle armor. The whole body exudes a different kind of special temperament. Commander Ning. Seeing the girl in Qingjia, the captain of the patrol team was overjoyed. Commander. Hearing this, Jiyu glanced at the blue-clad woman. It looked like he was in his early 20s, and his cultivation reached the second stage of the Tongxian realm. The talent is pretty good compared to the average person. And behind the Qingjia woman, there were also many elite guards. Each cultivation base is not lower than the 9th level of the Royal Profound Realm. Those elite guards drove away all those who were watching. When no one was watching, Ning Qingzhu spoke. Next, you will explain to this commander clearly what happened just now. The captain of the patrol team just wanted to speak, but Jiyu took the lead. They attacked me first. I was just defending. Jiyu said directly. Is it true? Ning Qingzhu asked the patrol captain coldly. The captain of the patrol was in a cold sweat. After hesitating for a while, he could only nod his head and said, yes. Facing Ning Qingzhu, he did not dare to fabricate facts. Not only was Ning Qingzhu the daughter of the general, there were just so many ordinary people watching. If he fabricated the facts, when Ning Qingzhu casually grabbed an ordinary person and asked, he would be exposed. Seeing the patrol captain nodded, Ning Qingzhu's unchanging opponent immediately ordered, press them all back. Why? The captain of the patrol team was shocked, and he couldn't accept. Why do you just catch us and not catch that guy? The boy is being offered a reward from the whole city, and their patrol team is just following the rules. There is no objection to being arrested, but just arresting their patrol team is not justified. The reward order issued unilaterally by the Royal Academy has nothing to do with my general mansion. Speaking of this, Ning Qingzhu glanced at Jiyu. In the eyes of this commander, he is innocent. You do it beforehand and follow the rules of the city, and you are all guilty. Hearing what Ning Qingzhu said, the patrol captain was desperate. He just forgot that the general mansion and the Royal Academy did not have much communication. Moreover, Ning is selfless and never shows humanity. He had no choice but to admit his fate. V2 Chapter 458 Instant Sword. Afterwards, those elite guards took all the patrol team away. Jiyu also took Xiao Gu to leave. However, he was stopped by Ning Qingzhu. And many more. What else? Jiyu asked back. Did you really kill that Qi Dongjun? Ning Qingzhu asked. Yes. Jiyu nodded slightly. I just want to persuade you to leave the royal city as soon as possible, otherwise some people in the Royal Academy and the Royal Palace will not let you go. Ning Qingzhu said, as for the matter just now, I will settle it, but I am just out of duty, not trying to help you. She didn't know Jiyu's cultivation base, and she didn't care. It was only because her general mansion had always been at odds with the Royal Academy that she reminded her in good faith. Whether this boy is alive or dead next has nothing to do with her. I know. Jiyu said casually. He is too lazy to continue talking nonsense here. After speaking, he left directly. The direction he went was exactly the direction where the Wanshan Empire Royal Academy was located. Originally, Jiyu just killed the scumbag Qi Dongjun without thinking about what to do with the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy. As a result, the Royal Academy made a reward so soon. he had to go to the Royal Academy to pay a little price. And Xiao Gu knew Ji Yu's intentions without asking. She didn't say anything, and ate her candy in peace. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. The Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy was not very far away, and it didn't take long for Ji Yu to walk to the gate of the Royal Academy. The student guarding the door of the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy noticed that someone was about to come in, and was about to confirm his identity. In the next second, he was stunned. Why is this young man in front of him so similar to the painting on the reward order posted by the dean? But he can't be 100% sure. First try to ask, who are you? At this time, Ji Yu tore off the reward order posted next to him, and said to the student guarding the door, who issued this reward order? Sure enough, you are Ji Yu, right? The gatekeeper said solemnly. At this time, some students came out of the academy and seemed to be going out to perform tasks. When they saw Ji Yu, they were all stunned. Isn't this guy the Ji Yu on the reward order? Really similar. Why did he come to our Royal Academy? Is he here to die? Ha ha ha, I guess I was scared by the reward order, so I wanted to come over and beg for mercy. Those students were discussing. But Ji Yu didn't care. Yes, it's me. He seemed to ignore the others and said calmly to the gatekeeper, then, can you answer my question now? The gatekeeper hesitated for a moment, and said, it was our dean, sir. What if you know it? The reward order stated that Ji Yu's cultivation base was above the first level of the Tong Xian realm, but he in the Yu Xian realm was simply unable to fight this Ji Yu. The elders and the dean are not here either. He can only follow the other side's meaning first. What can I do? Then you will know. Ji Yu smiled slightly, let your dean get out, I'll wait here. The gatekeeper suddenly looked startled. He didn't expect you to be so arrogant this season. His eyes sank, and then he winked at the students watching the show behind him. Immediately, several students secretly ran to look for the dean. Before long, a majestic middle-aged man and 6 elderly people arrived. You killed our student Qi Dongjun. The middle-aged man questioned Ji Yu in a condescending tone. This middle-aged man was obviously Wu Lang, the dean of the Wanshan Empire Royal Academy. The other 6 elders are estimated to be the 6 elders of the Wanshan Empire Royal Academy. Qi Dongjun it. Ji Yu always looked the same, and said coldly, and you have to pay a price today. No matter who you are, if you dare to be wild in my Royal Academy, I will not spare you lightly. Wu Lang's eyes are getting colder, ready to do it at any time. Originally, he was still worried about whether there was any big power behind Ji Yu, so he only issued a reward order, and did not kill him. But this little boy stepped directly on his head now, and he didn't care so much anymore. Ji Yu couldn't help but smile. This is just a guy with the 9-fold peak cultivation base in the Tongxian realm, and he wants to do it with himself. Ignorance and ignorance. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Yu's figure disappeared in place. Ding! The host used the Shadowless Thunder Flash, and the upper-level body method Infinite Thunder Flash gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host performed the second style of the sky, and the second style of the sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host urged the 7% sword doctrine to gain 999 times the proficiency experience. I saw Ji Yu flash directly in front of Wu Lang, instantly casting out the middle-level swordsmanship, the second form of the sun in the sky. Simply put, this is another form of attack. Instantly cast this sword technique, although the range of all aspects is far less than the normal attack form, but the power, accuracy and speed are greatly increased. Coupled with the true meaning of Chichen Kendo. One sword, seal the throat. Wu Lang had no heads before he could react. The terrifying power of Ji Yu's sword instantly extinguished Wu Lang's head, leaving almost no residue. What is even more surprising is that under this terrifying power, Wu Lang's body is still intact. It is enough to see what the accuracy and speed of Ji Yu's sword have reached. After killing Wu Lang, Ji Yu still didn't give up. A few consecutive swords killed the 6 elders incidentally. Ding! The host performed the second style of the sky, and the second style of the sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host urged the 7% sword doctrine to gain 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mid-level swordsmanship of the second style of Shining Sun and Sky successfully broke through to the realm of fusion. This time Ji Yu was no longer instant, but in a normal attack form, cutting out a golden sword wave. The 6 elders were all swallowed by this golden sword wave in fear and despair. After killing these 7 people, Ji Yu turned around and left with Xiaogu. He didn't intend to destroy the entire Royal Academy, because it was not necessary. When the ordinary students next to him recovered, Ji Yu had disappeared. Today, all the senior figures, the dean and the 6 elders of the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy were all destroyed in less than 2 seconds. For a while, the entire Wanshan Empire Royal Academy was shrouded in endless fear. V2 Chapter 459 Wanshan King's Invitation, Third Shift. A certain restaurant. At a certain table. Several people were talking there. Have you heard that the person who was arrested by the Royal Academy offered a reward, just yesterday killed the Dean of the Royal Academy and the 6 elders? I've also heard, is this really scary, and it is said that the man is still under 18 years old. Young. Impossible, right? The Dean of the Royal Family Academy is at least a 9-tier master of the Tongxian realm, and he is accompanied by a 3rd-rank and 9-tier monster. In our Wanshan Empire, no one except King Wanshan and the general can win that one. Dean. That's right, I feel that there should be a master behind that young man who is a hidden world power. This is more reasonable. I think so too. The reward order states that the young man himself is a strong master in the profound realm. It is not surprising that there will be a hidden power behind him. It can only be said that the Royal Academy is too unlucky this time. Exist. Hurry up and look at the portrait again, don't recognize Ji Yu when you meet Ji Yu. Several people were talking vigorously, and their voices suddenly stopped. Because they saw that the young man named Ji Yu walked in from outside. In order to save their lives, they quickly closed their mouths. Sitting there with trembling legs and stiff body. Not only this table, but everyone at other tables also noticed Ji Yu. The first floor of the restaurant was suddenly quiet and almost audible. Seeing this situation, Ji Yu was a little speechless. I am not a murderer, do I need to be so scared? As long as there is nothing to do, go to provoke him, he never likes to take the initiative to kill. Ji Yu, they seem to be talking about you just now. At this moment, Xiao Bone suddenly spoke. With her strength, the sound from the restaurant can be heard from far away. As soon as he said this, everyone around him trembled fiercely. They all collapsed in an instant. How could this little sister hear? Forget it after hearing it, and say it at this time. It's almost killing them. At this moment, everyone was worried, very afraid that Ji Yu would slaughter them all if he was upset. Don't worry about them. Ji Yu said casually. Then he went upstairs to the room with his bones. Afterwards, everyone in the venue was greatly relieved. Fortunately, the other party does not care about them. Next, some people hurriedly finished eating and drinking, and some even hurried off to check out. They dare not stay here longer. The mood of the restaurant owner is even more uncomfortable than eating Ali. If the news of Ji Yu living in his own restaurant spreads, and no one dares to come over, his business will become extremely bleak. But he didn't dare to let Ji Yu leave here. Even the dean of the Royal Family Academy and the 6 elders were annihilated by Ji Yu, and it was even easier to abolish his restaurant. After half a day. Inside the room. Ji-yu is practicing Ziliu pupil. Ding. The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Liutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host reads Zi Liutong's practice secrets for 1 minute, and Zi Liutong gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. After extinguishing the Dean of the Royal Family Academy and the 6 elders yesterday, Ji-yu did not do anything else, and went straight back to the room, and then began to practice Ziliu pupil. Plus, it took another half-day today. Zi Liutong's Zi Lu Huashen realm has finally reached the second stage. The pupil technique, Zi Lu Divine Light, and the Zi Lu pupil have been enhanced in all aspects. So far, Ji-yu hasn't tried the power of the pupil technique, Zi Lu Shengguang. Yesterday, the Dean of the Royal Family Academy and the 6 elders were too weak, so they killed them casually, and they didn't need the Zi Lu Divine Light. I can only wait for a chance to find an opponent who is also at the Spirit Profound Realm cultivation base, and then try the power of this pupil technique again. At that time, I must not let myself down. There is nothing else in this Wanshan Empire now. Ji-yu felt that it was time to leave Wanshan Empire. Go to the next empire. With the terrain in the southern region, Ji-yu's next empire should be the Broken Army Empire. When talking about this empire, he thought of the 2 sisters Qing Yeye and Qing Zhangjiang. After packing up his things, Ji-yu set off with Xiaogu. Seeing Ji-yu check out, the owner of the restaurant was immediately exasperated. He was still worried about what to do. But when Ji-yu was about to walk out of the restaurant, the previous commander and a group of elite guards appeared in front of him again. What do you mean? Ji-yu frowned slightly. By the order of King Wanshan, come and invite the son to the palace. Ning Qingzhu said. Her tone was much more respectful than when she first met before. After all, this young man in front of him had eliminated the existence of the Dean of the Royal Family Academy and the 6 great elders. Regardless of whether this is caused by him or by the power behind the scenes. She must be treated with care. Invite me? Ji-yu shook his head expressionlessly, I'm not interested. It is probably because he had acted on the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy, and then Wanshan King couldn't sit still. After all, it is the Royal Academy, and it must have a great relationship with the royal family. My son, don't rush to refuse. Ning Qingzhu was not surprised by Ji-yu's reply, the King Wanshan has no malice towards the son, he just wants to have a good relationship with him. Befriend me? Ji-yu thought for a while. If you really want to make good friends, that's not bad. When the time comes, I will still spot good things out there. As for whether King Wanshan had any thoughts, Ji-yu didn't care. After all, with his current strength, he was fearless in the Wanshan Empire. Even if there is something wrong, the ossicles can sweep everything. Under this kind of no danger, he could actually take a look. If you can get some good things that you need and lack, then you will be comfortable. In essence, Ji-yu's main idea is to go to the palace and get some good treasures. Then you take me. At this time, Ji-yu said. It is good. Ning Qingzhu nodded. V2 Chapter 460 Puling Pill. Wanshan Empire, within the palace. Many courtiers stood on both sides, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe and dragon and tiger spirit sat on the throne. With the arrival of Ji-yu led by Ning Qingzhu, the middle-aged man deliberately stepped down from the throne. There is a bit of majesty between the dragon and the tiger's steps, and a pair of thick eyebrows adds a sense of pride to his face. This dragon-robed man is naturally the Wanshan king of the Wanshan Empire, Ningxian. This is young Master Ji-yu. Ning Shanha came down to meet him personally. In the next season, I have seen King Wanshan. Ji-yu said calmly. Don't be so polite. Ning Shanha didn't put on the slightest arrogance, and said calmly, this time I want to ask Xiaoxiao. Ask me. Ji-yu was slightly puzzled. Not only did he not care about what he had done to the Wanshan Imperial Royal Academy, but also asked him for things. Is this Wanshan king really so kind? I've heard of young Xia's deeds in the Kanglan Empire before, so I know young Xia is an alchemist. Ning Shanha said, this time I also want to ask young Xia, or the mysterious power behind young Xia, to help us refine a pill. Even Wanshan Wang Ning Shanha believed that there must be a mysterious power behind Ji. While talking, Ning Shanha also glanced at the little girl beside Ji. He felt that this little girl was a little strange, but he was doing very important things now, and he didn't want to pay attention. What pill? Ji asked immediately. He didn't expect that Wanshan King also deliberately inquired about his previous deeds in the Kanglan Empire. As for the other party still talking about the mysterious power, he didn't bother to explain it, just as he hadn't heard it. 5-grade pill, broken spirit pill. Ning Shanha said solemnly. Breaking spirit. Ji knows this pill. This Puling pill is the top-notch pill among the 5-grade pill. It can improve the profound energy, spiritual power, and soul power of the martial artist to a certain extent, and is most suitable for breaking through the spiritual profound realm. With his current level of alchemy, he could indeed refine spirit-breaking pills. Does Wanshan King want to use the spirit-pouring pill to break through the spirit-profound realm? Ji asked casually. He could tell at a glance that Wanshan King's cultivation had reached the 9th level of consummation in the Tongxian realm. Taking Puling pill will have a greater chance of breaking through the spirit-profound realm. At the same time he seemed to understand something. When he first came to Wanshan Empire before, there were a bunch of alchemists on the spirit ship who wanted to come to Wanshan Empire. The Wanshan Empire had to summon so many alchemists, probably because of this. In training a group of alchemists, there will always be 1 or 2 who will stand out. Just bet on luck. It's not true. Ning Shanha shook his head and said, this is for my father. His old man has been in retreat for many years, only half a step away, and he has never broken through the spiritual profound. The father of Ning Shanha is naturally the predecessor Wanshan King. After hearing this, Ji basically understood. He didn't ask more, and said directly, then I will help you refine the broken spirit pill. What good is it for me? The benefits are naturally not less. Ning Shanha said, if it succeeds, the young hero can enter the treasure house of my palace and choose 3 treasures at will. Is this satisfactory? Can. Ji was not greedy, and readily accepted Ning Shanha's condition. Then bother the young man to ask for that mysterious power. Ning Shanha said. No mysterious power exists at all. Ji is really helpless. If you are ready to break the spirit pill, I can help you refine it now. Amount? Ning Shanha couldn't help but stunned. There is no mysterious power behind this young hero. Moreover, he also said that he wanted to refine the broken spirit pills by himself. However, Ning Shanha was also the lord of a country anyway, and he immediately recovered. Sorry, I was the one who lost my mind. Ning Shanha smiled awkwardly. We have already prepared the materials for the Puling pill, young hero, please come with me. Although he didn't believe that this young man had the level of alchemy to make a broken spirit pill, he still had to try it anyway. Ji didn't say anything, and led Xiaobon to the footsteps of Ning Shanha. Ning Qingzhu still stood in place, waiting quietly. Because she is not qualified to follow. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. At this moment, Jiu followed Ning Shanha to a secret room. To be precise, it should be an alchemy secret room. Walking into the alchemy secret room, a burst of natural fragrance came out. There are all kinds of alchemy materials neatly placed around, and there is a high-quality alchemy furnace in front of you, and you can see that it is very valuable. This is the alchemy secret room I sent someone to build before, to ensure that young Xia will not be affected in any way, and young Xia can make alchemy with peace of mind. Ning Shanhe introduced. It is good. Ji Yu nodded. Little Xia, please. After speaking, Ning Shanhe left, allowing Ji Yu to refine the pill in the alchemy chamber. Because he was still quite clear, it would take 3 or 5 days to refine the Ling Ling pill, which was the top pill among the 5 ranks. He still has a lot of complicated things to deal with, and it is impossible to wait for Ji Yu here all the time. At this time, Ji Yu was already selecting alchemy materials. In the process of selecting materials, he found that Ning Shanhe had prepared 5 materials for breaking the spirit pill, probably for the sake of safety. Ji Yu thought for a while, and simply picked out these 5. Although he only needed 1 material for refining Peling pill, because he would not fail at all, he could still use the remaining 4 for himself. Anyway, as long as he doesn't say anything, no one will know except the ossicles. Afterwards, Ji Yu used the alchemy furnace here to begin refining pills. Ding! It is detected that the host has started to refine the 5-grade pill, spirit pill, and the alchemy success rate has increased by 999 times. Ding! The host casts the Lingtong Profound Fire Seal, and the Lingtong Profound Fire Seal gains 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the 4th rank inferior alchemy handprint Lingtong Xuanhua Yin successfully broke through to the realm of furnace pure green. V2 Chapter 461 Does the Sun have a family? With the blessing of 999 times the success rate of alchemy, Ji Yu has almost no possibility of failure. Refining this broken spirit pill was just a matter of time for him. Ji Yu gave Xiaobon enough candy from the beginning, so he was not disturbed during this period. After nearly half a day, a broken spirit pill was successfully released. Ding! The host successfully refined a 5th-grade spirit-breaking pill, and that pill path achievements gained 999 times the experience of proficiency. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully refined the 5-grade pill, spirit pill, and the alchemy success rate is restored to its original state. After taking out the broken spirit pill from the alchemy furnace, Ji Yu immediately walked out of the alchemy chamber. But he did not see Wanshan King, he could only follow the original route back to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, Ji Yu found that King Wanshan seemed to be reviewing documents. Young man, why are you here so soon? At this time, Ning Shanhe discovered Ji Yu. He couldn't help but hesitated. Wouldn't the opponent keep failing and ran out of materials? After all, less than half a day has passed. He felt that the other party had failed. If you still run out of all the materials, you will be in trouble. Those materials, but he spent a lot of energy and financial resources to prepare them. Ji Yu didn't speak, and directly lighted the broken spirit pill in his hand. Seeing this, Ning Shanhe suddenly said in shock, This is a broken spirit pill. He thought that the other party had failed, but he didn't expect the opposite. Crucially, this is less than half a day. It was successfully refined so quickly. This young man is simply a god-defying existence. Even if Ning Shanhe was not an alchemist, he knew a lot about the alchemy. For the broken spirit pill, most 5th-rank alchemy masters are difficult to refining successfully, and the average 6th-rank alchemist dare not say that they are completely confident of refining success. But this boy did it. And it only took less than half a day. Ning Shanhe didn't dare to imagine such a terrifying alchemy level. Exactly. Ji Yu nodded and said, however, the other 4 materials were all used by me when I was practicing. He also took this opportunity to fabricate a suitable reason. Ning Shanhe immediately stopped what was in his hands and couldn't wait to see the broken spirit pill. As for the 4 materials, he didn't care at all. As long as this broken spirit pill is right, nothing else matters. Ning Shanhe took the Peling pill in Ji Yu's hand and carefully determined it. From his own feeling, he felt that there was nothing wrong with this broken spirit pill, and the quality was also very good, almost without fault. Needless to say, this is the infallible pill. General, now take Jiyu Shaoxia to our palace treasury to select treasures, and you must not neglect. Ning Shanhe immediately ordered a general. This general is the master of the general's mansion and also Ning Tianhe's younger brother and Ning Qingzhu's father. Not only that, he was also the second strongest in the Wanshan Empire after Ning Shanhe. Yes. Ning Tianhe responded. Later, Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu led Jiyu to the palace treasure house. Ning Shanhe was going to give Puling pill to his father. At this time, walking on the way to the palace treasure house. I don't know if Ning Tianhe is self-familiar or something, and I can chat with Jiyu very happily as soon as we meet. By the way, does the son already have a family? At this time, Ning Tianhe talked to another topic. It's already there. Although I don't know why the other party wanted to talk about this suddenly, Jiyu answered truthfully. Fiancé should be considered a family. That's right, it's a shame. Ning Tianhe regretfully said, otherwise, I can also let my daughter Qingzhu and the son-in-law get close and communicate. Jiyu smiled speechlessly. I didn't ask Ning Commander what he thought first, it would not be good. However, Ning Qingzhu's next sentence immediately choked him. It's okay, I don't care. I saw Ning Qingzhu's noodles saying without changing the color. Jiyu suddenly became dumb. But if the son doesn't mind, my daughter Qingzhu can also be the son's concubine. At this time, Ning Tianhe said with a smile again. Forget it. Jiyu said awkwardly. No matter how beautiful Ning Qingzhu is, he can't just accept it. Moreover, he and Ning Qingzhu have met several times at most. I haven't even said a few times, how can I just talk so casually? Okay. Although Ning Tianhe felt very regretful, he could only end this topic. If Qingzhu can be successful with this young man, and nothing else, Qingzhu's future will not have to worry him. Unfortunately, there is basically no hope left. At this time, Ning Qingzhu looked at Jiyu, a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. The other party doesn't seem to know only about beauty like other men. If the father said something like that to the other big brothers, those people would have accepted it ecstatically without even thinking about it. Of course, if there is such a situation, she would certainly not be willing, and her father would not force her. The reason she didn't care just now was just because after these few contacts, she felt that this teenager was much better than other men of the same generation. After that, Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu took Jiyu to the palace treasure house. Jiyu and Xiaogu entered the palace treasure house, while Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu waited outside. Inside the palace treasure house, Jiyu saw countless precious treasures. Among them, there are magical powers of animal training that he has never touched. Although Jiyu had become a beast trainer a long time ago, he didn't have the supernatural powers of animal training. This time when he came to the palace treasure house, he naturally had to choose a supernatural power of animal training. A total of 3 treasures can be selected. First of all, Jiyu selected the most advanced level 3 animal training technique in it. This third-rank beast taming technique can tame third-rank 9-fold monsters at the highest level. Although now there is Xiaobone as the sole contract object, there is no need to tame other low-level monsters, but there is always no harm in learning. Subsequently, Jiyu continued to choose other treasures. Soon he saw a sword engraved with cyan strange patterns, which was as high as the 4th rank and inferior, called the Blue Sword. The cold front on him is only a 3rd rank inferior treasure. Moreover, Ling Feng has been used by him for so long, and he often overburdens various ground-level swordsmanship, and has accumulated a lot of damage over a long period of time, and now it is not as easy to use as it was at the beginning. So it is indeed time to change a saber. Jiyu chose this blue sword as the 2nd treasure. Next, Jiyu began to choose the 3rd treasure. V2 Chapter 462 Son, Save Me. 3rd More. The palace treasure house is huge, and almost all the most precious treasures of the entire Wanshan Empire are treasured here. But Jiyu didn't choose obsessive-compulsive disorder, nor did he like to grind. He doesn't have any special needs, so he plans to pick one and leave. At this moment, Jiyu caught a glimpse of a dark slate. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host took a look at the sword intent stone slab, and the 7.5-step sword intent gained experience points, won by 999 times. Sword slate. This is a good thing. No need to think about it at all, Jiyu directly chose this knife intention slab as the third treasure. After all, with this sword intent slab, he can improve his sword intent anytime and anywhere. Subsequently, Jiyu left the palace treasure house with Xiaogu. Seeing Jiyu come out, Ning Tianhe immediately asked, "The son has already chosen?" "I have chosen." Jiyu showed 3 things to Ning Tianhe. Ning Tianhe couldn't help being surprised when he saw the sword-inspired stone slab. The son still knows the way of the sword. Understand a little fur. Jiyu humbled himself. This is the sword intent stone slab passed down by several ancestors, and their sword intent is left on it. Ning Tianhe explained, it will definitely help the son's knife. After that, Ning Tianhe and Ning Qingzhu left with Jiyu. When the separation was about to begin, Ning Tianhe also reminded him, you must be careful about the evolutionary temple. This time, the sun is famous in the Wanshan Empire. They may have bad intentions towards the sun. Jiyu just smiled and nodded, saying nothing. When he came to the Wanshan Empire for the first time before, he had met with the deputy head of the Wanshan branch hall here. Already knew that he was the hall master of the Kanglan branch hall. How could he still do anything to him? But if there is anything in case, he doesn't mind letting Wanshan branch hall learn a lesson. Afterwards, Jiyu set off directly to leave the Wanshan Empire. As for whether King Ning Shanhe's father can break through the spiritual profound realm, it has nothing to do with him, he is only responsible for refining the broken spirit pill. However, when Jiyu just walked out of the royal city and came to a wilderness, he was stopped by a group of men in black. This group of people in black is a member of the Wanshan branch hall. Jiyu suddenly felt that he was beaten in the face. Before he thought about what Wanshan branch hall would do to him, then people came. However, what Jiyu cares more about is, what are these guys doing? If it was purely to trouble him, then he would be speechless. Are you waiting for me? Jiyu asked calmly. Yes. The headed man in black said, but we are not here to trouble the palace master Ji. Jiyu glanced at the black-clothed man, and could feel the energy in the opponent's body similar to his own. Obviously, the man in black was also the deputy head of the Wanshan branch hall, and his cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, but he was not the one he saw last time. What's the matter then? Jiyu then asked. The other party was not purely asking for trouble, which made Jiyu less speechless. I just want to ask Palace Master Ji not to grab the resources of our Wanshan branch hall. The black man said. Seize resources? Jiyu thought for a moment, and then reflected what the other party meant. To put it simply, the people in the Wanshan sub-hall were worried that he, the master of the Kanglan sub-hall, came to recruit the fresh blood from the Wanshan Empire. After all, he is now well known here in the royal city. If he reveals his identity as the head of the Kanglan branch hall, it will definitely attract many people to follow. It's just that Jiyu never had this idea, and was completely uninterested, let alone recruiting people. Now that he has become a hand-off shopkeeper, how could he even go to other empires to recruit people? Don't worry, I don't have that leisurely mind, nor that interest. Jiyu said. Thank you, Palace Master Ji. The man in black couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was still worried that the other party would not agree. In fact, the other party didn't care about this kind of thing, but he still had to thank him. Because this young man's talent and strength made them feel extremely jealous in the Wanshan branch hall. In this world, whoever is strong is justified. Then, goodbye. With that, Jiyu passed by the people in black. Let's go back. The deputy hall master also said to the other people in black. The matter has been resolved, and there is no need for him to have too much contact with the boy. After all, that was a terrifying existence that killed the high levels of the Royal Academy. Before leaving, the deputy hall master couldn't help taking a deep look at Ji-yu, muttering to himself, "This boy, maybe he can change the current pattern of the Southern Territory." At this time, Ji-yu was dealing with wild animals. I have to say that there are really many monsters in the Wanshan Empire. Even in such a wilderness, you can meet strange monsters at any time. Fortunately, they were all low-level monsters of the first and second grades, which could be killed with a single sword. Ding! The host swung a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the second style of the dazzling sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host swung a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the second style of the dazzling sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. Along the way, Ji-yu couldn't remember how many monsters he had killed. At this moment, Ji-yu suddenly sensed that someone in front of him was fighting a monster. Moreover, it seems to be one of the 3 Jade Spirit sect female disciples who followed him last time. Ji-yu didn't bother to take care of it, and went on. When he was about to meet the female disciple, he walked around a little bit and didn't meet with that person to save trouble. However, at this time, Ji-yu just sensed that the female disciple seemed to be escaping towards him. There is also a third-rank monster chasing the female disciple. Ji-yu was speechless. It was definitely not that the other party found him, but the other party happened to escape in his direction by accident. The next moment, the female disciple appeared in front of him. Behind her was a hideous, tall pig demon chasing her. The female disciple saw Ji-yu as if she had seen the savior. Shouted in a crying voice, "My son, help me." Hearing that, Ji-yu is not easy to ignore. Now that they all ran in front of them, let's help them. Ding! The host swung a sword, and the medium-level swordsmanship of the second style of the dazzling sun gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ji-yu drew out the blue sword, flashed in front of the pig demon, and slashed the pig demon's head with a sword. The pig's head landed. Blood splashed in the air. Killed in one blow. This flying beast blood was perfectly dodged by Ji-yu. However, the female disciple was miserable and was splashed all over with animal blood. She was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. Hearing the other party's cry, Ji-yu suddenly became full of question marks. Can you cry? V2 Chapter 463 Place of Formation Assessment. Ji-yu was stunned and asked, "What are you crying for?" "I'm afraid, oh." The female disciple choked with tears while crying. Now, Ji-yu understood. This guy is the kind of flower that grows in a greenhouse and has never experienced life or death. In addition, it is a weak and timid character. Not only chased by monsters. Also witnessed the scene just now. He was even splashed with animal blood. Naturally, I couldn't help crying. For this greenhouse flower. Ji-yu didn't know what to say. What about your other 2 companions? When the female disciple was almost crying, Ji-yu asked casually. Senior sister and I were attacked by monsters on the way back to the sect, and we lost with them. The female disciple wiped her tears and said. Then you go find them, I'm leaving. After speaking, Ji-yu turned around with Xiao Bone and left. And many more. The female disciple just spoke, but found that the other party had disappeared. She was left alone in such a dangerous wilderness, and her body was covered with fishy animal blood. She didn't know what to do. When she was about to despair, the 2 senior sisters happened to find her. They returned to the Jade Spirit sect together. On the other side, Ji-yu was flying out of the Wanshan Empire by Xiaogu. After flying past ancient cities and small towns, they finally left the Wanshan Empire. The next stop is to break the army empire. In the Kanglan Empire, there is almost no sense of existence, but it is the most prosperous class in the Broken Empire. It just so happened that Ji-yu wanted to study this aspect of formation. Another half-day passed. Ji Yu and Xiao Gu arrived at the Pajuan Empire. As soon as he entered the Broken Army Empire, Ji Yu found that the formation of the empire was everywhere. Most of them are used for surveillance, which obviously saves a lot of human resources. Especially the relatively uninhabited places on the border of the empire, it is impossible to have soldiers guarding them. In this case, these formations can play a big role. Without wasting time in those ordinary ancient cities or small towns, Ji Yu came directly to the royal city of the Broken Army Empire. If you want to study the formation, naturally you have to come to Wangcheng. Next, Ji Yu bought some maps and books specially to learn more about this royal city. Ding! The host flipped through the map, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host flipped through the books, and the silver level memory gained experience points, won by 999 times. Understanding is complete. Ji Yu learned that the imperial city of the Broken Army Empire also had forces like the Kanglan Empire Alchemist Guild, which was the Formation Mage Guild. The main guild of the Array Mage Guild is located here in the imperial city of the Broken Army Empire, and only the Array Mage above rank 2 can enter. In the Array Mage Guild, there are several 5th rank Array Mage. All of them are the most famous and accomplished masters of the empire. Especially the leader of the Array Mage Guild, the level is very close to the 6th rank Array Mage. There is no doubt about the background and strength of this Mage Guild. For Ji Yu to further study the formation technique, it is undoubtedly the best to go to the Formation Mage Guild. Although the Qing family can be regarded as one of the most famous formation families here in Wangcheng, he did not plan to go to the Qing family to find Qing Yeye and Qing Zhangjiang. After all, he didn't know much about Qing Yeye and Qing Zhangjiang. No longer thinking about it, Ji Yu planned to go to the Array Mage Guild. But before that, he had to first obtain the identity of an Array Mage. Because the Formation Mage Guild has extremely strict requirements, as long as there is no identity certificate of the 2nd rank Formation Mage or higher, it is not allowed to step into the Formation Mage Guild. Ji Yu first went to get the identity certificate of a Formation Mage, so that it would save a lot of trouble. After all, he wasn't going to make trouble. And the place where the identity of the Array Mage was registered was right next to the Array Mage Guild. Here, called the place of formation assessment, it is a place for the assessment of formation masters. Even ordinary people can go in and try the assessment. Once successful, you will be able to obtain the identity certificate of the Array Mage. However, the registration fee for participating in the assessment is definitely required, and most people may not be able to afford it. Because the venue, formation materials, etc., are all provided by the formation assessment site. At this moment, Ji Yu took Xiao Bon and found the location of the Array Mage Guild. And the formation examination place is next to the Formation Mage Guild. Ji Yu first entered the field of formation assessment. Walk into the hall. A staff member came to inquire soon. Excuse me, both of you are here to participate in the assessment of the Formation Mage? Only me. Ji Yu said. It is good. The staff smiled and said, then please go inside. Ji Yu said nothing, and walked straight into it. Pushing open a door, I saw a light in front of me. Ji Yu came to a very wide open-air room. He glanced casually. Found that there are audience seats around. The innermost area is where the Array Mage assessment is conducted. The crowd was too large, so he chose to ignore it. Ji Yu planned to walk directly to the assessment area to enter the assessment. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Following that, a slightly familiar voice came. Are you Ji Yu? Ji Yu looked back subconsciously. It was surprisingly discovered that it was the sisters of Qing Yeye and Qing Zhangjiang. V2 Chapter 464 4th Stage Mage Examination. Really Ji Yu? Qing Yeye and Qing Zhangjiang were surprised. Just now, Qing Zhangjiang looked at the figure in front of him with some familiarity, then went up and patted the shoulder. Why are you here? Ji Yu asked Qing Yeye and Qing Zhangjiang. We still want to ask you, why are you here? Qing Jiangjiang asked back. I don't know how far away the Kanglan Empire is from here. That's why she was so surprised just now that she would actually meet Ji Yu here. I'm here to register as an array mage, how about you? Ji Yu replied casually. Ah, my sister and I are both here for the assessment of the third rank array mage. Qing Jiangjiang said. Then, she looked at the little girl holding hands with Ji Yu. By the way, is this your sister? Okay. Ji Yu nodded. So you still have a younger sister, but why do you dress like this? Qing Jiangjiang regarded the horns on the head and the tail on the back of the little girl as deliberately dressed up. She likes it. Ji Yu flickered casually. Qing Jiangjiang didn't care so much either. Let's go for the assessment together. Ji Yu said no more. They walked into the formation assessment area together. The two young ladies are going to be assessed for the third rank array mage this time. The assessor in charge of the formation assessment, seeing Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang coming, immediately asked respectfully. After all, these two twin sisters are not only the eldest and second misses of the Qing family of the formation family, but also the best formation geniuses in the empire. At the same time, a group of people in the audience also paid attention to Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang. Look, those are the eldest and second ladies of the Qing family. These twin sisters are really amazing. They are going to be assessed by the third rank array mage at this age. That's not the case. The formation talents of Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang are the best in our entire army-breaking empire. By the way, who is the boy in black next to him? He can walk so close to Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang. I don't know, anyway, I have no impression of that boy. A group of people were talking in the audience. Yes. At this time, Qing Jiangjiang replied. Then she looked at Ji Yu, and said, and this friend of mine also came to participate in the assessment of the formation mage. Who is this? The examiner's gaze also fell on the boy in black. My name is Ji Yu, and I want to directly participate in the assessment of the fourth rank inferior formation mage. Ji Yu said lightly. The words are amazing in an instant. The examiner was stunned. You say it again. He thought he had just heard it wrong. Not only that, a group of spectators around suddenly became a sensation. Who is this young man who even threatened to conduct the assessment of the fourth rank lower level mages? I'm afraid this is not bragging, this young man is not even 18 years old, how can he have the level of a fourth tier formation mage? Look at the expressions of the two young ladies of the Qing family. I don't know how this kind of person can mix with those two young ladies. Everyone around was sighing. No one believed that the black-clothed boy really possessed the level of a rank 4 inferior array mage. After all, the fourth rank array mage is an extremely rare master in the entire army-breaking empire. Take the fifth rank array mage as an example. The entire army-breaking empire is no more than one hand. And the fourth rank mages, there are at most more than 100 people. They don't believe that the youth club is one of more than 100 people. Indeed, even Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang were shocked. Qing Jiangjiang is not too bad. When she was at the Kanglan Empire's beast hunting ceremony before, she felt that Ji Yu's formation skills seemed very strong. But she still didn't expect that when Ji Yu opened her mouth, she would be assessed by the fourth rank array mage. I want to directly participate in the assessment of the fourth rank inferior formation mage. Ji Yu then repeated it again. He ignored all the noisy sounds around him. Although the examiner felt that he was being teased by the young man, he chose to forbear because he and the two young ladies of the Qing family were friends. If the son is sure, he can go through the formalities now. The examiner forced himself to smile and said, please pay for the handling fee required for the assessment of the fourth rank inferior formation mage. At this time, people in the audience began to laugh. It's not that I said, that kid probably can't even pay the handling fee for the assessment of the fourth ranking inferior formation mage. Hahaha, that's really very possible. I don't think there is any problem, after all, it is someone whom the two young ladies of the Qing family know, but they are too pretending. However, the group of people laughed vigorously, and Ji flung a few bags of gold coins onto the table. Ding! The host urges the spiritual power to open the ring, and the golden spiritual power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ji had deposited most of the gold coins in the blue merchant card before, and although he has not many gold coins left in the ring, paying the fee is still very easy. Hearing the sound of gold coins falling on the table, many people in the audience suddenly closed their mouths. Is this enough? Ji asked lightly. Completely enough, totally enough. Looking at so many bags of gold coins, the examiner nodded quickly. Then Ji said again, you don't need to find change, it's too troublesome. Good. Good. Thank you, son. The examiner immediately bowed and nodded. In fact, the other party gave a lot of gold coins, and he could keep the extra coins, so he was naturally very happy. At the same time he lost his temper at all. Even if the young man threatened to conduct the assessment of the 5th rank array mage, he would not say anything nonsense. After all, this is the rich man who rewarded him with a lot of gold coins. Only Qing Ye and Qing Jiangjiang were not surprised. Based on their previous understanding of Ji and the Kanglan Empire, this guy is so powerful in all aspects, it is impossible to be short of money. They also didn't think that Ji's threat to participate in the assessment of the lower rank mages of the 4th rank was a boast. After all, Ji had shocked them too many times during the Kanglan Empire's beast hunting ceremony. Next, Qing Ye and Qing Jiangjiang also paid the handling fee for the assessment of the lower rank mages. Subsequently, under the quick arrangement of the examiner, Ji, Qing Ye, and Qing Jiangjiang performed their respective examinations at the same time. First of all, Ji faced the assessment of the 4th rank inferior array mage. The assessment rules are simple. Somewhat similar to the alchemist assessment. That is, the examiner will first prepare 3 pieces of materials for the 4th rank formation. Ji needs to use these 3 materials for the 4th rank formation method to successfully draw a formation diagram. After drawing the formation, hand it to the examiner for inspection. V2 Chapter 465 Too appalling. The examiner has prepared all the materials for the formation required by the 3 of them, and the examination of the formation master has officially begun. Qing Ye and Qing Jiangjiang both raced against the clock to start drawing the array. After all, there is a time limit for the mage's assessment. Although this time limit is not a problem for them, the sooner they can draw the map, the better. On the other hand, Ji started without rush or slowness. Ding! It is detected that the host has started to draw the 4th rank array, Earth Fire Burning Flame array, and the success rate of drawing the array has increased by 999 times. He had already been promoted to rank 4 inferior array mage before, and the success rate of drawing an array map 999 times was naturally triggered. This is the first time he has drawn a 4-pin formation. Although a little strange, it is not a big problem. The array that Ji needs to draw this time is the inferior, Earth Fire Burning Flame array, among the 4th rank attack arrays. The audience on the other side. Those people who had been slapped with gold coins in the face by Ji earlier began to ridicule Ji again. Although this kid is rich, he should also be a rich and no-brained young master. Even if he has money, he doesn't have the strength to draw a 4th rank formation. Then see how embarrassed he is. Hee. This naive boy, shouldn't he really think that the rank 4 formation is so easy to draw, right? Don't think about it, this kid will definitely fail later, not to mention the rank 4 mages, there is no such a person in the 3rd rank mages. However, Ji didn't bother to take care of those people. He glanced at those people who didn't even have a bird, and concentrated on drawing a pattern there. More than an hour passed. Ding! Successfully drew the 4th rank array, Earth Fire Burning Flame array, and, array achievements, gained 999 times experience. At this moment, a complete array picture was formed in Ji's hands. And Qing Ye and Qing Jiangjiang have not drawn a good lineup. At the same time, the examiner, who was lazy, gave Ji-yu a glance at this moment. The result was the formation of Ji-yu's hands. Gong. Son, are you alright? The examiner asked in surprise. Ji-yu nodded slightly. As soon as the examiner said this, the group of people in the audience realized that Ji-yu had already drawn a complete array. Is that really a formation in his hand? Is this impossible? Has he really succeeded in drawing the fourth rank array? I absolutely don't believe it, you have to let the examiner check it first. I don't believe it either. Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang's third rank inferior formation mage assessment has not yet been completed, and this guy is performing the fourth rank inferior formation mage assessment. How could it be faster than Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang? Everyone couldn't believe it. Because this speed is too fast. It took more than an hour. The cumbersome degree of drawing an array map is not much lower than that of refining a pill. Even Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang's two-digit array geniuses had not yet completed the third-rank inferior array mage assessment. What this young man needs to draw is a four-stage formation, so fast is absolutely abnormal. Many people are speculating that this young man guessed that on the surface, he participated in the fourth-rank inferior formation mage assessment, but in fact he drew the first-rank or second-rank formation. Must wait for the examiner to complete the inspection before it counts. Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang, who were drawing a three-tier formation, couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The speed at which Ji-yu draws the array made them unbelievable. The troubled son will first hand me the map for inspection. At this time, the examiner recovered from the shock and said to Ji-yu. Ji-yu didn't say anything, and handed the map to the examiner. The examiner took the array map in Ji-yu's hand and checked it very carefully. The final result shocked him even more. Not only was it really the fourth-rank formation Earth-Fire-Burning Flame array, but it was also almost flawless. If it is given to other examiners who are not present, they will definitely think that this pattern is from the master. Therefore, it made him unbelievable that this pattern was drawn by the young man in front of him. Okay. At this time, Ji-yu felt that he had been waiting for a long time, so he asked casually. It's all right. The examiner hurriedly said, there is no problem with this formation, the sun. As soon as this remark came out, the audience shook. It turned out to be true. Even the examiner said there is no problem at all, it seems to be true. Where is this young man sacred, the fourth rank array can be drawn so easily? There are still many people who are unwilling to accept this fact. Because this is too appalling. This boy is at most about the same age as Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang. Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang are about to become third-rank inferior formation mages, and they are already recognized as the best formation geniuses in the army-breaking empire. But this young man has directly reached the level of attainment of a rank 4 array mage. In contrast, Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang directly opened up a lot of levels. If Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang are among the best array geniuses, then this boy is an unprecedented array genius in the history of breaking the army. But at this time Ji-yu's face was expressionless as if nothing had happened, and she simply stood there quietly waiting for the examiner to register the identity of the fourth-grade lower-rank mages for him. After the examiner registered his identity, he also gave him a badge as a proof of the fourth-rank inferior formation mage. My son, I have already registered your identity. At this time, the examiner said respectfully. Now that he knew that the young man in front of him was not only a rich elder brother, but also a super genius, he naturally did not dare to neglect the slightest. It is good. Ji-yu faintly replied. It took about half an hour before Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang began to draw the three-rank formation. Compared with Ji-yu, they suddenly seemed a bit mediocre. After the examiner checked the formations drawn by Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang, both of them were successfully promoted to third-rank inferior formation mages. Afterwards, Ji-yu took Xiaogu and left the place of formation assessment with Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang. On the way to leave, Qing Jiangjiang couldn't help but ask. Jiyu, your true strength shouldn't just be the lower rank mages, right? Just listen to Qing Jiangjiang's question. Because Jiyu's speed at drawing the formation just now really surprised her. You must know that it was a 4th rank formation, and it would take at least 3 or 4 hours to replace it with a general 4th rank inferior formation mage. But Jiyu solved it in just over an hour. At such a fast speed, Qing Jiangjiang believed that Jiyu was a 4th rank middle level mage or even a 4th rank upper level mage. V2 Chapter 466 You brought a strange man back. Moreover, these are still under the premise of not failing. The average rank 4 inferior formation mage can't guarantee that he will never fail when drawing the rank 4 formation. And Jiyu not only did not fail, but the speed was so fast. I don't know. Jiyu replied. He really wasn't fooling around. Anyway, what he can know from the system is that he is now a 4th rank inferior formation mage. But there is also the blessing of 999 times the success rate of drawing the array. He really didn't know which level the specific level was. Humph, just forget it if you don't want to say. However, Qing Jiangjiang didn't believe it, and felt that Jiyu just didn't want to disclose. But she didn't have to keep asking, after all, this was Jiyu's privacy. By the way, Jiyu, where are you going next? Qing Jiangjiang said again, why don't you come to our Cheng's house and sit? I want to go to the Wizards Guild first. Jiyu said. Really? Then let's go with you at all. Qing Jiangjiang said. Qing Yeye didn't have any comments on her sister's decision. Jiyu didn't say anything, but just nodded in default. The Array Mage Guild was right next to the place where the Array Mage was evaluated, and soon they entered the Array Mage Guild. The function of the Formation Assessment Area is very single, while the function of the Formation Wizard Guild is very comprehensive. Can trade formations and formation materials and other things, can also entrust formation masters to help draw formations, and will hold formation lectures from time to time, and various functions. The main reason why Jiyu came to this Array Mage Guild was to purchase the materials of the array. If there was a lecture on the array, he could also listen to it. After all, he had to have enough formation materials before he could draw a formation map and continuously improve his formation skills. As soon as he entered the Array Mage Guild, a guard came forward. Obviously they wanted Jiyu and others to show their identification. But when they saw that it was Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang, they let them go without saying anything. The identities of Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang are very clear to them and naturally they do not need to be tested. As for the black-clothed boy and a little girl who looked like Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang's acquaintances, they did not stop them. Rules are dead, people are alive. Although the Array Mage Guild says that it only allows people above the 2nd rank Array Mage to enter, in fact, as long as the status is high enough, you can bring acquaintances into the Array Mage Guild. For example, Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang, the 2 young ladies of the Qing family of formations, are also one of the best formation geniuses in the military empire. Characters of this level bring acquaintances into the Array Mage Guild, and they will all open one eye and close another. At the same time, Jiyu was originally trying to show his identity certificate, but found that the guards had stepped aside again. However, he didn't bother to care, and entered the Array Mage Guild as usual. Afterwards, under the guidance of Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang, Jiyu soon came to the area specializing in trading formation materials. At a glance, you can see many stalls with various formation materials. After shopping around, Jiyu directly bought a lot of materials for the 4th stage formation. After purchasing the formation materials, he ran out of gold coins in the ring. Although there are still a huge amount of gold coins in the blue business card, Jiyu does not plan to use it casually for the time being. Then Jiyu inquired and learned that there would be a formation lesson the day after tomorrow. And it was taught by the vice president of the Array Mage Guild. The vice president of the Array Mage Guild is second only to the president of the 5th rank middle level formation master, and the president has reached the 5th rank first class. Such a character teaches in person, and he can indeed take a look. In fact, it doesn't matter what the formation class is about or who the formation class is. As long as it is an array lesson, GU can obtain array skills through the system. Knowing that GU is going to participate in the formation class the day after tomorrow, Qing Jiangjiang said, in that case, why don't we go to our Cheng's house for 2 days? Also. GU thought for a while and nodded. This also saves you from going to find a place to rent. After that, GU came to the Qing family mansion with Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang. The Qing family guard who was guarding the gate saw that they were their 2 young ladies, and immediately let them go. They also saw the black-clothed teenager and the little girl following the young lady. Although I am very confused, I dare not ask more. Let's prepare the yard for you and your sister first. After speaking, Qing Jiangjiang and Qing Yeye took GU to the idol yard. This is a maple yard, the yard is in a maple forest. Let's talk to my father first, and we will send someone to bring dinner here later. After explaining to GU, Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang left. It was getting late at this time. GU was directly ready to start drawing an array to improve his array skills, while Xiao Gu went to sleep first. He planned to use up the materials for the first rank, second rank, and third rank maps first, while the materials for the fourth rank plans wanted to be used last. Ding! It is detected that the host starts to draw the third rank array. The success rate of drawing the array is increased by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the third rank array map, and magic achievements gained 999 times experience. At the same time, Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang are looking for their father. After all, their father didn't know GU. You have to explain to your father first. However, when they were approaching the place, they saw an old slave hurriedly leaving from the room where his father handled the affairs. But they are not particularly concerned about it. Qing Jiangjiang opened the door first and shouted, "Father." In the room, I saw a middle-aged man fidgeting there. This middle-aged man is obviously the father of Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang, and Qing Ming, the head of the Qing family. When he heard Qing Jiangjiang's voice, Qing Ming immediately turned his head to look. "Yeye, Jiangjiang, you came just right. Father, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that his father looked strange, Qing Jiangjiang couldn't help asking. "I heard that you brought a strange man back. Is this true?" Qing Ming then said solemnly. "Yup." Qing Jiangjiang responded subconsciously. But the next moment, she seemed to realize something again, her face flushed, and hurriedly explained, "No, it's not what you imagined, it's a friend that my sister and I met in the Kanglan Empire. This time he came here specially. After we broke into the imperial city, I wanted him to sit in our Qing mansion." There was absolutely no other meaning. Although Qing Yeye's reaction was not so violent, she still said a little shyly, "We happen to be here to explain to you." V2 Chapter 467 Auction Conference. Next, Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang talked a lot about GU with their father Qing Ming. Qing Ming then understood what was going on. "So that's the case. I just thought you brought me a son-in-law back." Qing Ming smiled. "Father, you think too much." Qing Jiangjiang groaned. Okay. Qing Ming kept the smile on his face, and became serious. "According to you, that son is indeed an incredible genius. Not to mention the opponent's indeterminate martial arts cultivation base, the opponent was so young that he became a fourth-rank formation mage, and placed in the Broken Army Empire is the absolute first genius of formation. He fully supports Yeye and Jiangjiang's idea of entertaining the son. After all, this kind of genius boy must be as good as he can if he can make good friends. So what do you think, Daddy?" At this time, Qing Yeye asked. "Naturally entertain the young man with the highest VIP treatment," Qing Ming said without hesitation. At the same time, GU is still drawing a map. Ding! The host successfully drew a second-tier array map, and the array technique attainments gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host successfully drew a third-rank formation map, and the magic achievements gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, magic achievements successfully broke through to the 4th-rank middle array mage. At this time, Jiu had already used up the last piece of material, and the rest was all the materials of the 4th stage array. And his formation attainments have also been promoted to the 4th-rank middle. For him now, drawing the rank 4 formation will only be a lot easier than before. Next, Jiu didn't have a rest, and directly continued to draw the 4-pin array. Ding! It is detected that the host starts to draw the 4th-rank array, and the success rate of drawing the array is increased by 999 times. Ding! The host successfully drew a 4th-rank array map, and the array technique attainments gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Now that GU is a 4th-rank intermediate array mage, his speed is naturally faster than when he drew the Earth Fire Burning Flame array map before. It only took nearly an hour before GU successfully drew the 4th-rank formation. After that, it never stopped. Ding! The host successfully drew a 4th-rank array map, and the array technique attainments gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host successfully drew a 4th-rank array map, and the array technique attainments gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the magic achievement successfully broke through to the 4th-rank high-level formation mage. In the middle of the night, Jiu ran out of all the materials for the rank 4 formation. At the same time, he also became a 4th-rank high-level array mage. At this moment, there are more than 30 rank 1 to 3 formations in his hand, and there are 5 rank 4 formations. Among the 5 4th-rank formations, 2 are attack formations, 2 are auxiliary formations, and the remaining 1 is defensive formation. It was late at night, and Gio fell asleep after drawing the array. In the early morning of the next day, the Cheng family sent someone to deliver a rich breakfast. Jiu watched that Cheng's servant put breakfast on the table for at least 2 people, and he immediately said, "It only needs a single serving, there are too many. Know that the ossicles do not need to eat, and they may not like the food that humans often eat. Such a large portion of breakfast is placed here, it is likely to be wasted in the end. Understand?" The Cheng's servant didn't ask anything, and nodded directly. He knew very well that he was just a subordinate, and he was not qualified to say more to this young man. Then he took back one of the breakfasts in accordance with Jiu's request. After breakfast, Jiu left the Fenglin courtyard with Xiaogu. He has too many useless formations, so he plans to sell them. Only need to leave those 5 4th-rank formations. The remaining 30-odd 1st to 3rd ranks should be able to sell a lot of money. But halfway through, I just met Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang who were oncoming. "We are just about to find you, where are you going?" Seeing Jiu, Cheng Jiangjiang spoke immediately. "I just plan to sell some formations." Jiu said. "Selling formations?" Cheng Jiangjiang reacted suddenly, "We are just going to participate in the auction held by the Formation Master Guild today. You can go with us." "Okay." Jiu nodded and said. "Auction held by the Array Mage Guild. It is indeed possible. He can use his arrays as auction items, and all of them will be auctioned at that time. A single one may not be of high value, but if a bunch of them are sold in wholesale, the value is high. Then let's go now." Cheng Jiangjiang said, "Originally, we just came to you, just to ask if you want to join us in the auction." Subsequently, Gu and others came to the Array Mage Guild again. The flow of people in the Array Mage Guild today is obviously at least double that of yesterday. After all, an auction will be held today, and many people like to come and watch the show. In many cases, the more ordinary people are, the more they like to see the fierce competition between the rich and powerful families. Gu is not yet familiar with this wizard guild, and followed Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang to the place where the auction was held. This place is very spacious, with a total of 3 stories high. On the first floor, there is a large group of ordinary people crowded there. On the second floor, there are some VIP rooms, which are specially provided for those with more money. And the third floor is the most luxurious suites, and only big figures from big powerful families can stand there. Naturally, Ji Yu sat with Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang in the luxury suite on the third floor. In the middle of the place, there is a high platform. This high platform is for displaying auction items. At this time, there was already a tall, hot and beautiful woman standing on the platform. This gorgeous woman is obviously the auctioneer in charge of this auction. Before the auction started, many people were attracted by this gorgeous woman. This is the auctioneer in charge of this auction, Ling Yao. At this time, Cheng Jiangjiang, who was sitting aside, introduced to Ji Yu. Ji Yu just glanced at the gorgeous woman lightly, and didn't pay much attention. Ding! The host resisted the temptation, and the silver-grade willpower gained experience points, won by 999 times. This Ling Yao seems to know a certain kind of charm technique, and can charm men, and ordinary people will basically be recruited. But Ji Yu is no ordinary person, and this charm is almost like nothing to him. Silver-level willpower is no joke. To put it bluntly, he had seen more beautiful beauties than this Ling Yao. V2 Chapter 468 Apply for Auction Qualification. Seeing Ji Yu's indifferent appearance, Cheng Jiangjiang was a little surprised. This Ling Yao's charm technique is notorious. I don't know how many men are subdued by Ling Yao's pomegranate skirt, but Ji Yu is not moved at all. Cheng Jiangjiang couldn't help but be puzzled, this guy really has such a righteous gentleman. Although Ji Yu and the others were already seated in the VIP room, the auction hadn't started so soon. Ji Yu, the auction will not start until more than an hour, you can take advantage of the current situation to identify your formation. At this time, Cheng Jiangjiang reminded Ji Yu. Okay. Ji Yu immediately got up and left the VIP room. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. It didn't take long for Ji Yu to find a place. First of all, go to the front desk staff to apply for auction qualifications. The auction item can only be auctioned at the auction if the application for the qualification of the auction item is successful. Since the auction is about to start, many people are applying for auction qualifications at this time. Next, it can be found that the vast majority of those who applied for the qualification of auction items failed to pass. After all, for such a major auction, the auction items must be relatively well arranged. After more than 10 minutes in line, it was Ji Yu's turn. This son, do you also need to apply for auction qualifications? A service staff in charge of docking with Ji Yu smiled politely. Although the boy in front of him is not very old, he may be the son of a big family. After working as a service staff in the Array Mage Guild for so many years, he knew a truth, no matter to anyone, he could not judge it on the surface. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. During the words, he took out the formations in Na Jia one after another. It just so happened that the first formation he took out was a Yipin formation, and the service staff suddenly frowned upon seeing it. It seems that I missed my eyes, the other party is just an ordinary teenager. Just when he wanted to say goodbye to this young man, Ji Yu happened to take out a third-rank formation with his backhand. And it's still the top rank among the three products. Upon seeing this, the service staff forcibly swallowed what he was about to say. The next scenes made him dumbfounded. I saw that Ji Yu took out all the more than 30 formations in one breath, and only 5 fourth-rank formations remained in Neji. This. The service staff can no longer speak normally. After he reacted, he hurriedly got up and ran away. Please wait a moment, son. He ran to a room and hurriedly said to an old man, Elder Lin, please come with me quickly. There are still many people in this room. What's happening here? Elder Lin actually needs to come forward. Maybe someone used a more advanced array to apply for auction qualifications. In response, the service staff immediately replied, there is a young man, he took out more than 30 formations. But he didn't understand the formation method too much, and couldn't fully distinguish the more than 30 formation patterns, so he didn't say it very clearly. I'll go take a look first. After hearing this, the old man called Elder Lin did not show any surprised expression. After all, the 30-odd arrays may also be the first and second rank arrays. Although the value is not high, it is all auctioned off at wholesale prices and someone will still collect it. Afterwards, Elder Lin and the service staff came to the front desk together. Elder Lin saw the black-clothed young man in front of him, and immediately asked, is it because you took out more than 30 formations? Correct. Ji nodded. He could see that this should be the service staff who invited the formation mage to appraise the formation map. Then he quietly waited for the other party's identification. Elder Lin didn't say much, and immediately began to identify the more than 30 formations. After a long time, more than 30 formations were identified. He is a 4th rank array mage, so he becomes firm quickly. 11 3rd rank formations, 18 2nd rank formations, and 5 1st rank formations. Elder Lin said slowly. Then, he took a deep look at the black-clothed boy in front of him, what's your name? Not to mention those 1st rank and 2nd rank formations, these 11 3rd rank formations are incredible. The application standard for auction items is actually not high. Basically, as long as it is a 2nd grade or higher image and the quality is good enough, they will accept it. However, there are not many 3rd tier arrays that can be received. After all, most of the array plans that are going to be auctioned at the auction, their array wizard guild has already prepared in advance through internal channels. Those who apply for the qualification of auction items are generally ordinary people. Therefore, there are not many tier 3 arrays that can be received, and there are basically no tier 4 arrays. But this link is always essential. Such a major auction can't just be a game of competition between big forces, but also involve those who are more ordinary or wealthy. But the black-clothed boy in front of him directly took out 11 3rd rank formations and 18 2nd rank formations at once. These 11 3rd rank formations were more than all the 3rd rank formations they had previously received from other people. And of these 11 3rd rank formations, 2 or 3 of them are relatively superior 3rd rank formations. Elder Lin felt that the black-clothed boy in front of him must be the son of some powerful force. But he had no impression at all, so he was curious. Gu. Gu said. Gu. Elder Lin felt very familiar with this name. The next moment, he suddenly thought. This name is clearly the person who was newly promoted to the lower rank mage of rank 4 yesterday. After the incident spread yesterday, it surprised him a lot. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the boy in front of me. It is no wonder that so many formations can be obtained at once. So, these formations are all drawn by the sun? Elder Lin asked. Yes. Gu responded. The younger generation is terrifying, it's really awesome. Elder Lin couldn't help sighing. Of these 30-odd arrays, none of them were defective, and all came from the same person. Then the auction item qualification application passed. Gu asked without changing his face. Of course it passed. Elder Lin said, these formation plans will be temporarily handed over to our Formation Wizard Guild for safekeeping, and when the auction begins, they will be auctioned for the young master. After the auction ended, our association originally charged others about 5% of the handling fee, and the higher the value of the auction item, the higher the handling fee. But for the sun, we can make an exception and charge you only 3% of the handling fee. V2 Chapter 469 Auctioneer Ling Yao, 3rd more. Elder Lin's words and deeds were obviously for personal feelings. Gu didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. He didn't understand how the specific auction fees were charged. What the other person says is what it is. Just as Gu wanted to turn around and leave, Elder Lin opened his mouth again. One more thing, does the sun want to auction the 4th tier array? It's not necessary. Ji Yu shook his head. His 4th rank array map is still useful if you keep it for yourself. Okay then. Elder Lin said, I will send the image of the young master to the auction venue later. Trouble. After speaking, Ji Yu turned and left with Xiaogu. Afterwards, Ji Yu and Xiaogu returned to the VIP room. It's been so long. When Ji Yu came in, Qing Jiangjiang said. Because there are too many people. With that, Ji Yu sat down. By the way, what are your plans for auction? Qing Jiangjiang asked curiously, did you also take the 4th tier array to auction? No, all I auctioned are very ordinary patterns. Ji Yu said casually. Relative to him, those formations are really ordinary. However, at this moment, someone broke in. I saw a young man in luxurious clothes and an old man in black robes. Su Mingyuan, what are you doing in our Cheng's auction room? Seeing this young man, Qing Jiangjiang said with an unhappy expression. Ji Yu didn't bother to look back, and could perceive it from his soul power alone that this young man was only at the 8th level of cultivation in the Imperial Profound Realm, and the black-robe old man was only at the 7th level of cultivation in the Tongxian realm. But looking like this, the other party seems to be not friendly with Qing Jiangjiang and the others. Young Master Ben is here to tell you that your Qing family can form an alliance with our Su family at this auction. Said the young man named Su Mingyuan. But he looked arrogant and didn't have the attitude that he should have at all. No need. Qing Jiangjiang directly refused in a cold voice. Hearing this, Su Mingyuan snorted coldly, young Master Ben knows you would say that, and it will be too late for you to regret it. You two are not welcome here, please go back. At this time, an elder Qing who followed Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang came up and said. But Su Mingyuan was not afraid of the Qing elder, because the elder beside him was not weaker than the other. At this time, his gaze fell on the black-clothed boy beside the second woman, and he cared very much, who is this guy? It has nothing to do with you. Qing Jiangjiang said coldly. Boy, come here to my young master. Su Mingyuan said to the black-clothed boy with a commanding tone. Ji Yu just felt a little impatient to be quarreled by a noisy fly, go away. Hearing this roll, Su Mingyuan was stunned. He couldn't believe it, this kid who didn't know where he came from, dared to let him go. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Su Mingyuan's expression gradually became gloomy. Just when he was about to have an attack, the old man on the side suddenly stopped him, whispered a word in his ear, and he calmed down again. Boy, you will look good later. Su Mingyuan let out a cruel word with a gloomy look, and then left with the old man. And the auction room where the Su family is located is not far away. At this moment, Ji Yu shook his head helplessly. It's really weird, why do you want to provoke yourself? Sorry Ji Yu, that guy was the eldest young master of the Su family. Qing Jiangjiang said, in fact, the relationship between the Su family and our Qing family is not bad, but that guy is here to fight my sister and me. That guy even threatened to harvest my sister and me as concubines. He is an out-and-out lewd villain. While talking, Qing Jiangjiang began to complain. Obviously, Su Mingyuan brought her a stomach of anger. Okay Jiangjiang, don't say anything. At this time, Qing Yeye couldn't help but reminded. Otherwise, if the younger sister is annoying young Master Ji later, it will be broken. Qing Jiangjiang also realized it, and then stopped. Ji Yu didn't feel much at all, and he didn't even put Su Mingyuan in his eyes. The reason why he didn't do it just now was because fighting was forbidden at the auction, and he didn't want to mess up the auction. After that, if Su Mingyuan was shameless again, then he would not be merciful. In the following time, people from all major forces or families gradually arrived. Finally, the time has come, and the auction officially begins. The hour has come, and the auction meeting officially begins. The Ling Yao on the high platform said, I am the auctioneer who presided over this auction meeting, Ling Yao. The ordinary people on the first floor of the audience applauded warmly. For a time, all kinds of noise and applause were mixed together, making the venue very noisy. Next, the first round of the auction conference begins. Ling Yao was using that charming voice that made people feel a little tingling in his bones, introducing the function of the formation map in his hand to everyone in the court. This is just the beginning of the first round, and naturally it is just some appetizers. The first product array map, the second product array map. It also includes those first rank and second rank formations that Ji gave to Elder Lin before. Although it was just a formation that was not too precious in value, Ling Yao's enchanting voice made the value rise by half higher than the normal value. After all, there are many rich people present. And even if they are not rich, some ordinary people with small wealth dare to boldly bid. Their purpose is the same, that is to win Ling Yao's smile. Even if they can't compare to those big power families, they can still afford this kind of first and second tier formations. The most important thing is that people from big power and big families don't even bother to bid for these first-tier and second-tier plans. Those people, at the very least, came for the formation of ranks 3 and 4 or higher. However, Su Mingyuan of the Su family is a bit special. He has bid a lot of first and second-rate formations for a large price, purely to attract Ling Yao's attention. Ling Yao also understood this guy, and deliberately said something ambiguous to this guy. Su Mingyuan was even more vigorous. Until the end of the first round, the accompanying old man finally couldn't help but reminded, "Master, please don't forget the purpose of our participation in the auction this time." Young Master Ben knows, of course, you don't need to say it. Su Mingyuan said somewhat displeased. In response, the old man could only sigh silently in his heart. But when Su Mingyuan said so, he was actually concerned. I really shouldn't squander so carelessly. Not to mention that the father gave the task, he will target Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang later, especially the kid. The kid who dared to be arrogant in front of him, he absolutely must make the other party pay the price. V2 Chapter 470 The competition between Ji Yu and Su Mingyuan, 4th. The first rank and second rank maps that Ji Yu handed over to Elder Lin were auctioned away at a price that exceeded half of the normal value. And the most interesting thing is that most of them were auctioned by Su Mingyuan. Ji Yu suddenly felt that this product is really stupid and rich. At the same time, I have to say that the woman named Ling Yao really has a hand. It's no wonder that you can host such a major auction meeting alone. Not only is he good at mobilizing the atmosphere, his words and deeds, and his smiles are also able to stimulate the men in the field to bid wildly. Ji Yu was the only man who could not be affected by that Ling Yao at all. Of course, those who have a cultivation base of or higher than the profound realm will only be affected a little bit, far from losing their minds. At the same time, after the end of the first round, the second round of the auction conference also began. The first auction item at the beginning of the second round was one of the 11 third-rank formations that Ji Yu had earlier. It seems that this second round is about to start the bidding of the third-tier formation. Although there are many auction items, there are actually only 5 rounds in the entire auction conference, not the kind of auction where there is only one auction item in one round. The first round of auctions are both the first and second tier. The second round of auctions are all 3-tiered. In the third round, it is said that the more precious and rare array materials will be auctioned. In the fourth round, it should be the fourth rank array prepared in advance by the Array Master Guild through internal channels. As for the fifth round, it must be the finale. Rumor has it that several fifth rank masters from the Masters Guild have collaborated to draw a fifth rank formation. This is the purpose of those big power families. The auction meeting has been going on, but Ji Yu has nothing to want, just waiting there quietly. In other words, are you here to bid for the final fifth round of the formation? At this time, Ji Yu asked Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang. No. Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang both shook their heads. Our Qing family is not willing to spend sky-high prices to compete for the 5-rank formation, just let other forces grab it. Qing Jiangjiang said, we just want to bid for some formation materials. That's it. Ji nodded. He felt that later he could also see if he wanted to take some materials of the formation. It just happens to be able to offset the formations that he auctioned off. I don't know how long it has passed, and the second round is over. Most of the people in the second round were not so impulsive, because if they were impulsive, they would be ruined. Even so, with the presence of Ling Yao, the formations that were auctioned in the second round were still a bit premium. Then, the third round began. Only a few people pushed a huge counter above the high platform. Various formation materials are placed on the counter. When Jiyu glanced at it, he found a lot of rare materials that could be used to draw the fourth rank array. There are even a handful of them that can be used to draw a 5-pin array. At this time, Ling Yao deliberately took out a few materials from the counter and introduced them in detail. After the introduction, she said again, "Next, these materials will be auctioned together. The starting price is 100,000 gold coins, and the price increase shall not be less than 1,000 gold coins. Let's start." Ling Yao smiled as soon as the voice fell. This smile immediately ignited the atmosphere on the court. 105,000. 110,000. I give out 120,000. Everyone in the field is bidding. But these people are basically the second and third tiers. After all, the price of starting at 100,000 has nothing to do with ordinary people on the first floor. Jiyu took a look at the materials in Ling Yao's hands, and they could all be used to draw the better formations among the 4 ranks. This rare material is generally difficult to buy in the ordinary market. This also means that he can now start shooting. 200,000. Jiyu was not stingy at all, and said indifferently. When this voice came out, the room suddenly became quiet. Many people were frightened by Jiyu's bid. Fuck, who is this, who actually shouted directly from 120,000 to 200,000? The sound comes from the third floor, like the auction room where the Qing family is located. It turned out to be the Qing family. No wonder the shot was so lavish. I'd better give up. After discovering that it was the voice coming from the Qing family's auction room, most people in the court gave up the idea of continuing to fight. After all, the Qing family is also a big family with rich wealth, and their main goal is not these materials. There is no need to grab them. And they didn't want to provoke the Qing family when necessary. No one wants to bid anymore. Ling Yao shouted, 200,000 once, 200,000 twice. However, at this moment, another voice came out. This young master pays 300,000. At this time, almost everyone was shocked. Someone really wanted to compete with the Qing family, and they all called for 300,000. But when they found out that it was young Master Su from the Su family, they didn't think it was very strange. After all, they all know the relationship between Su Mingyuan and the Qing family. Especially Su Mingyuan, a young master who spends money like water. Tsk Tusk, I didn't expect Su Dashao to compete with the Qing family so soon. I was also very surprised. I thought that the Qing family and the Su family would not start competing at least in the 4th and 5th rounds. That guy Su Mingyuan has this character, just get used to it. At the same time, Su Mingyuan was looking triumphantly at Cheng's auction room. He just heard that the kid was calling the price, and he wanted the kid to learn a lesson. He added 100,000 gold coins in one go, and that kid would definitely not be able to shoot. But the next moment, Jiyu's faint voice came from Cheng's auction room again. 500,000. Since Su Mingyuan wanted to play, Jiyu planned to have a good time with that guy. The audience was shocked when he said this. What? 500,000? Is this crazy? Who on the Qing family's side is calling the price? These materials are not worth 500,000 gold coins. I really can't understand it. Maybe this is the rich man. While everyone in the court was shocked, Su Mingyuan was also shocked. That kid, I'm afraid it's really crazy, right? Not only that, even Ling Yao's charming face showed a surprised expression. Originally, she estimated that these materials would not exceed 200,000 gold coins at most, but this has directly increased to 500,000 gold coins. And listening to the voice coming from the Cheng's auction room, it seemed that he was still a teenager. She never remembered that the Cheng family had a young master. But these things have nothing to do with her. She feels very happy that the bidding price is so high. V2 Chapter 471 Inexplicably replenished by the brain, 5th. Even though the bid price was 500,000 yuan by Jiyu, Su Mingyuan was still unwilling to give up. 550,000. Su Mingyuan continued to shout. At this time, that kid must not be able to shout. This 550,000 is still within the range he can accept. At this time, the old man on the side could no longer sit still. But he considered it calmly, and decided to let the young master do this. After deducting the 550,000 yuan, the gold coins they brought this time are still enough. He also understands that his young master has a good face. Still shouting, the Su family really got on the bar with Qing Jiao. People have money, so we can watch the show. The attitude of everyone in the venue gradually changed from shock to watching the show. Will the Qing family continue to shout prices? At this time, Ling Yao deliberately asked in a very seductive voice. Her purpose is very clear, is to stimulate the Qing Su family to shout higher prices. As for whether the Qing family or the Su family was trapped in the end, then she didn't care. At the same time, the Qing family auctioned indoors. Jiyu, stop shouting. Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang quickly dissuaded them from the sidelines. It's useless to be angry with that kind of guy. It's okay, I have my own plans. Jiyu said. When Jiyu said these words, Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang couldn't say anything, they could only do it in a hurry. 800,000. Jiyu shouted again. The bidding price is getting higher and higher, and the noise in the venue is getting louder. Everyone felt that the Qing family was really crazy. What the is going on with this kid? Su Mingyuan's complexion became a little ugly. He was hesitant in his heart whether he should continue to bid. If you shout, you will lose too much gold. But he didn't want to lose to that kid. At this time, the old man couldn't sit still after all. But just as he was about to persuade, the Ling Yao on the stage spoke first. If young Master Su doesn't continue to bid, will he lose to the Qing family? The Ling Yao at this moment, not only in a very charming and seductive tone, but also deliberately showed a disappointed expression. This expression of words immediately made Su Mingyuan lose his reason. He didn't want to be defeated by that kid, and he didn't want to lose face in front of the beauty. The old man on the side was shocked. Based on his understanding of his young master, this time, his young master is absolutely going crazy. But he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This is 1 million less. Just listen to Su Mingyuan shouting desperately. Quiet. The audience was quiet a lot in an instant. No one thought that Su Mingyuan would call the bidding price to 1 million in a rage. The materials worth at most 100,000 gold coins were turned several times, directly to 1 million. They are all eye-openers today. Ling Yao suddenly raised the corner of his mouth slightly. She just irritated it casually, this Su Mingyuan really got on. And now she was thinking whether she should continue to stimulate the young man from the Qing family. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly became a little speechless. This guy is so stupid. Being played around by a woman. In fact, Jiyu shouted the price so high, not that he wanted to pit Su Mingyuan. It's just that that guy was fooled by Ling Yao. The reason why Jiyu called 800,000 just now was because he found that among those few materials, there was a very rare material that could be used to draw the 5th rank array. It's just that because it hasn't been turned on, no one can see it except him. After all, only he could have such a special Zi-Lu pupil, able to see through the material that was illuminated on the surface but not illuminated. Including this material, it is barely worth the price of 800,000 gold coins. But now that Su Mingyuan's idiot called the bidding price to 1 million gold coins, Jiyu felt it was better. There is no need to increase the price, and it is not certain that the idiot will continue to get nervous. And even if there are very rare materials hidden in it, the people of the Su family will definitely not be able to find it, so Su Mingyuan can't take advantage of it at all. It can be said that it has a net loss of more than 800,000 gold coins. Next, Ling Yao also wanted to stimulate Jiyu with a similar routine. However, Jiyu was not moved at all, and even ignored the Ling Yao. Ling Yao also knew that the boy of the Qing family wouldn't be able to do it, so he shouted, 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins twice. 1 million gold coins 3 times. Deal. Congratulations, Master Su. Ling Yao said with a smile. Listening to Ling Yao's voice and looking at Ling Yao's smile, Su Mingyuan was still enjoying it. However, after a while, he will regret it more uncomfortably than eating Ali. On the other side, the Qing family is bidding indoors. Qing Jiangjiang said to Jiyu happily, so you deliberately cheated that guy, really amazing. Don't, I didn't intend to fool that guy. Jiyu said silently, it's the Ling Yao pit. Anyway, Su Mingyuan is miserable this time. Qing Jiangjiang said cheerfully, after wasting this million gold coins, it will be difficult for him to continue to compete with us in the future. After the end of a farce, the third round of the auction meeting continued to proceed normally. Then began to auction the remaining materials. Jiyu ignored all the materials that could only draw the third rank array map. And when it comes to the materials that can draw the fourth rank or even the fifth rank map, Jiyu shouted more cruelly than anyone else. After the things of Su Mingyuan before, everyone in the field deeply remembered the boy in the auction room of the Qing family. As long as it is not the necessary materials for them, once the boy bids, they just give up. Because that young man was so terrible that he made the Su family master so miserable. Su Mingyuan, who realized that he had blown up, had been sitting there lifelessly. He neither spoke nor competed with Jiyu. Even if Su Mingyuan still wants to compete, the old man on the side will definitely stop him in death. Therefore, Jiyu always bid for the material he wanted at a very reasonable price. Ling Yao was not too happy. I cared more about the boy from the Qing family. She seriously suspected that the reason why the boy had smashed Su Mingyuan to the end was because of the current situation. She even suspected that not only Su Mingyuan was used by the boy, but she was also used by the boy. However, Jiyu had no idea at all. From start to finish, he just ordinary bidding for what he wanted. If Jiyu knew those thoughts in Ling Yao's heart, he would be completely speechless. He obviously didn't do anything, and was inexplicably filled up by these guys. V2 Chapter 472 5 Rank Formation, 5 Sun Imperial Formation. Before I knew it, the third round of the auction was over. Jiyu photographed a lot of materials for the formation, all of which can be used to draw the fourth rank and fifth rank plans, and the prices are relatively reasonable, which makes him fairly satisfied. He also realized that it was the previous competition with Su Mingyuan that allowed him to photograph these materials so easily. The fourth round is about to begin. There are not many things to bid in this round, there are only 3 fourth-tier formations. Ling Yao said with a smile. Under the gaze of much anticipation, 3 scrolls appeared on the auction table. First, the Ling Yao picked up the first scroll, which was dark purple. The first scroll is a 4th rank superior defensive array drawn by Elder Lin of our Array Mage Guild. It can be used to set up a defensive array, clear water and blue armor. Ling Yao introduced the function of this formation in detail, clear water and blue armor formation, even among the 4th rank defense formations, it is a relatively superior formation. Once this gate formation is activated, it will be able to withstand the full blow of the 2 great powers of the Spirit Profound Realm to the maximum. Next, you can start bidding. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins, and each increase cannot be less than 5,000 gold coins. After the words fell, the major figures began to bid fiercely. After all, this blue water and blue armor formation was able to withstand the full blow of the mighty power of the spirit profound realm. On the bright side, the army-breaking empire did not have the power of the spirit profound realm at all. This clear water and blue armor formation was an excellent means of life-saving. 31,000. 350,000. 400,000. The bidding price is getting fiercer. In the end, the auction price of 1.5 million gold coins was auctioned by Qing Jiangjiang. In this way, the goal of Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang to participate in the auction meeting this time is the clear water and green armor. But Ji Yu didn't participate in the bidding. His own cultivation was in the spirit profound realm, and he didn't need this blue water and blue armor formation. Moreover, he would not compete with Qing Yeye and Qing Jiangjiang. But he also got benefits. Ding! The host took a look at the 4-rank high-class defensive array clear water and blue armor array, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the 4th-rank top-level formation of clear water and blue armor array. That is to comprehend the various information of this clear water and blue armor formation through the system. At this moment, Su Mingyuan was even more uncomfortable. Others used more than 1 million gold coins to photograph a very useful defensive formation, but his 1 million gold coins are a bunch of useless waste. At this time, he hated the kid in the Qing family's auction room even more. He felt that it was the kid who made himself so miserable, that he was deliberately cheated by the kid. The second scroll, from the hands of a mysterious formation master, is the 4th-rank superior auxiliary formation transportation formation. At this time, Ling Yao began to introduce the second formation. After setting up the teleportation point, you can use this formation to teleport to any teleportation point within the limit. The starting price is also 400,000 gold coins, and each increase cannot be less than 5,000 gold coins. Although Ling Yao deliberately didn't say what the limit range of the teleportation array was, the figures of the big forces had roughly a certain number of the actual range of the teleportation array in their hearts. A wave of bidding came down. The final bid price was fixed at 1.85 million gold coins. Because the teleportation array is relatively rare, the price will be higher than the previous defensive array, clear water and blue armor. Ding! The host took a look at the 4th-rank auxiliary array, transport array, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the 4th-rank top-level formation, transport array. Ji Yu still benefited this time. Then, there is the final formation of this round. The third scroll is the 4th-rank inferior formation Earth Fire Burning Flame formation, drawn by a young man named Ji Yu who conducted the assessment of the formation mage yesterday. Although the rank is not as high as the first two formations, only the 4th rank is inferior, but the actual quality is not as good as the 4th rank, and it is still from the hands of that array genius. The starting price is 200,000 gold coins, and each increase cannot be less than 3,000 gold coins. Please start. Ling Yao emphasized that formation genius. This title can make this Earth Fire Burning Flame array a lot of premium. 2,000, 3,000. 230,000. 250,000. In the end, the bid price was raised to 1.39 million. This price is much higher than the normal price of the general 4th grade inferior formations, and it is not much lower than the previous, clear water and Qingjia formation. The reason why the premium is so much is because the owner who drew this array is a genius boy. The forces who photographed this formation will have a better chance to make friends with the young man that day. If it is really good, the benefits that can be brought by then are endless. Ji Yu didn't expect that the Earth Fire Burning Flame array he painted would be auctioned off by the Array Mage Guild. Unexpectedly, this 4th-tier inferior formation would be auctioned for such a high price. However, since he was put out for auction, he could obtain 97% of the 1.39 million gold coins, which is good for him and harmless, so it doesn't matter. Finally, the auction meeting came to an end. The fifth round of auctions, the finale, is about to begin. Now the final round of auctions. After the Ling Yao on the high platform finished speaking, a lot of guards appeared around the court. In particular, one of them had a cultivation base that reached the 9 levels of the Tongxian realm. Obviously, this is to prevent someone from making trouble or even stealing treasures at this critical moment. At the same time, it can be seen how important this final round of the upcoming auction is. Later, Ling Yao revealed the auction items for this round. I saw a scroll with gold rim, and you could see the golden light shimmering slightly on it. This is the last auction item at this auction conference. Compared with before, the Ling Yao was serious at this time. It is the 5th rank superior defense formation map drawn by the president, vice president and major elders of our Array Mage Guild. Array. This formation can easily resist the powerful attacks of the Spirit Profound Realm, and it has a very wide range. But at least 5 warriors with a cultivation base of the 9th level or above of the Tongxian realm must work together to mobilize this 5-Sun Imperial formation. It is very suitable as a defensive array for the clan and ancestors. Presumably there are many big figures here who came for this 5-Sun Imperial formation. Our Formation Mage Guild is also very sincere, and the starting price is lower than the previous 5th grade formation plans obtained through other channels. With 3 million as the starting price, each increase shall not be less than 50,000. This time, Ling Yao was very abnormal and didn't use various means to stimulate everyone. Perhaps the value of this 5-Sun Imperial formation is so high that she does not need her to mobilize the atmosphere and stimulate the auction. After all, many of the big powers and big families on the scene came specifically for this 5-Sun Imperial formation. V2 Chapter 473 14 million. Ding! The host took a look at the 5-rank high-class defense formation, 5-Sun Imperial formation, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the 5-rank high-class defense formation, 5-Sun Imperial formation. Looking at the formation map in Ling Yao's hands, Gu realized again. The starting price of the 5 Suns Imperial formation was directly about 10 times higher than that of the 4th rank formation. Except for the powerful family on the 3rd floor, no one dared to participate. The starting price of the single bid is 3 million, and the final transaction price must be at least tens of millions. It's not the kind of big power family, it's really not competitive. 3 and 5 million. 4 million. 5 million. There are not many people shouting, but one is more vigorous. In a blink of an eye, the bidding price was raised to over 5 million. Except for the Cheng family and very few family powers, other family powers are competing for bids, and the Su family is also in the competition. This time Su Mingyuan will come to participate in the appreciation conference. To a large extent, his father specifically explained that he wanted him to grab the finale, 5-Sun Imperial formation. Originally, the blue business card his father gave him contained 15 million gold coins. It is very likely that this time the finale can be photographed. But after his previous casual squandering, now there are only more than 12 million gold coins left in the blue business card. The 5-Sun Imperial formation is not enough to shoot, and he said that if he let his father know about his previous squandering of gold coins, he would definitely suffer a serious crime when he returned. Su Mingyuan gritted his teeth, hoping to take the 5-Sun Imperial formation smoothly this time. When he was called to over 7 million under the bidding, he started shouting, 8 million. Hearing Su Mingyuan's voice, everyone in the room started talking. Isn't this Su Mingyuan? He wasted so many gold coins before, so he can still compete for this 5-Sun Imperial formation. Who makes other people's Su family a rich family? It's definitely not a problem to take out tens of millions of gold coins. However, although the Cheng family did not participate this time, the Su family still has a lot of strong competitors. In the end, it's really hard to tell who will win the 5-Sun Imperial formation. While everyone was discussing, someone immediately called out a higher price. 8.5 million. Su Mingyuan did not show weakness, 9 million. 9,800,000. 10 million. 1.5 million. Three big men from different forces raised the bidding price step by step, without hesitation. Su Mingyuan felt very anxious, but he only had more than 12 million gold coins. He can only increase it slightly. 1,600,000. With his offer, someone immediately picked it up. 11 million. 1.5 million. 12 million. In less than 3 seconds, the bidding price reached the limit close to Su Mingyuan. He pressed his heart cruelly, gritted his teeth and said, 1,002,600,000. These are all the gold coins he has now. If it doesn't happen this time, it will be completely finished. He kept praying in his heart, and no one would continue to increase the price. At this time, Ling Yao felt that it was almost done, and began to speak. 1,002,600,000 once. 2,600,000 twice. 1,002,600,000. At this moment, Su Mingyuan's heart began to rejoice, and it will be done soon. However, the next moment, his hopes were instantly shattered. 14 million. Just listen, in the bidding of a big power next door, a middle-aged man made a strong and domineering voice. V2 Chapter 474 Golden Blade. Hearing this shouting, Su Mingyuan instantly despaired. Others stopped following the price. 14 million is too high for them to follow. 14 million at a time. 14 million twice. 14 million 3 times. Deal. Ling Yao said with a smile. The transaction price of this 5 Suns Imperial Array exceeded the original expectations of their Array Mage Guild by 4 million. Listening to the auction price of 14 million yuan, Su Mingyuan was even more uncomfortable and almost vomiting blood. If he hadn't squandered gold coins like that before. The original 15 million gold coins were enough to photograph this 5 Sun Imperial formation. The auction conference is coming to an end. Other powerful figures were talking politely. But Ji Yu left the auction venue directly after taking away the materials he had photographed. As for the gold coins that needed to be paid for the materials, they were all offset by the array that he auctioned off. After offsetting, he still got nearly 1 million gold coins. After all, he auctioned a total of 1 4th-rank formation, 11 3rd-rank formations, 18 2nd-rank formations, and 5 1st-rank formations. The sum of the transaction prices was huge. Returned to the Fenglin courtyard of Qingfu to rest for a day. The next day came to the Array Master Guild again to participate in the Array class. The reason why the formation class will be arranged on the day after the auction meeting. It is not a coincidence. It is because those who can participate in the formation class are only those who have sold a certain amount of gold coins at the auction meeting or the formation mage with sufficient status. Ji Yu sold a total of more than 2 million gold coins at the auction meeting yesterday, and also auctioned out an array of more than 3 million gold coins, which far exceeded the requirements for participating in this formation class. He casually found an unmanned corner to sit down and listen to the formation lesson quietly. Ding! The host listened to the formation lesson for 1 minute, and the magic achievements gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host listened to the formation lesson for 1 minute, and the magic achievements gained experience points, won by 999 times. After more than an hour, the formation class ended. Ji Yu can feel that he will soon be able to break through to become a rank 5 mage. The harvest this time is not bad, and at the same time he knows the purpose of many side door materials. With the end of the formation class, Ji Yu left the Formation Wizard Guild, and then planned to leave the army-breaking empire. The place of chaos is located in the remote northwest of the southern region. Through the broken army empire, he can reach the chaos. The place of chaos is the place where you can really hone yourself. At that time, Ji Yu will try not to let Xiao Bone help him, except for the moment of life and death. If he blindly relies on the small bones, then he can probably walk sideways throughout the southern territory. That would be meaningless, and it would be difficult to improve yourself. After the decision was made, he said goodbye to the Qing family and others, and then Ji left the royal city and left the broken army empire. But just shortly after he walked out of the royal city, suddenly I noticed that someone was following me. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Through his soul perception, Ji perceives that the other party is a young old man. I felt it more clearly. It turned out that it was the old man who followed Su Mingyuan at the previous auction meeting. The cultivation base is in the 7th layer of Tongxian realm. This, Ji doesn't need to think too much. The other party must have come to trouble him. At the same time Xiaogu naturally felt the old human man who was following, but she was as if nothing happened, because she knew that Ji could easily deal with the old human man. Seeing that Ji didn't even turn his head, directly urging his mental power, that golden little sword instantly appeared all over him. Ding! The host stimulated the mental power, and the golden mental power gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Mind moved. Like an arrow, the golden small sword flew extremely fast to the hidden position of the old man. Ding! The host used the golden blade, and the golden spirit power gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Only then did Ji know that the true name of this golden sword was Golden Blade. This moment, the old man hiding in the dark saw a flash of golden light in front of him, his mental power and willpower suddenly fell apart. A good person, the spirit and will all collapse in an instant. By this time Ji had already gone far, because he knew that the old man would be unable to return to heaven next. After testing the power of the Golden Blade, he felt satisfied. The warriors under the Spirit Profound Realm would probably not be able to hold their own Golden Blade. And above the Spirit Profound Realm, even though there have been qualitative leaps in mental power in all aspects, it should not be possible to completely prevent this Golden Blade, and it will be affected somewhat. The Golden Blade and the purple glazed light of the pupil technique are both invisible and terrifying big kills aimed at mental power. P.S. In order to speed up the pace, a lot of things have been omitted, and then enter the main line as soon as possible. V2 Chapter 475 Ruins of Ancient City. Due to the remote location of the Land of Chaos, there is a very long distance from the Broken Army Empire. Ji was flying with Xiao Bon, and it took nearly a day to reach the chaos. At this moment, in front of Ji's eyes was a tattered and short city wall, revealing the ancient atmosphere. There are broken walls everywhere. Each section is only a few meters in length. I don't know what happened here. Will become what it is now. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ji walked through the ruins step by step. Poor homeless people can be seen everywhere. There are not many houses that can barely live in this area nearby. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ji felt it through his soul power. It was discovered that most of the wanderers in the nearby area were only at the body tempering realm, not even the Yushuan realm. At this time, Ji doubted whether he had gone the wrong place. Is this really a place of chaos? Ji deliberately took out the map and read it carefully, only to find where he was now. Then he discovered that he had accidentally ran into a slum in the chaotic land. And this slum is the ruins of a small city. Ji casually asked a local poor to find out. Over 100 years ago, this small city was invaded by people from the chaos. Burning, killing, looting, and looting. The very few who survived, because they found a place too remote, they did not know where to flee, most of the survivors chose to stay here to survive. And a small number of people who escaped may be killed by poisonous insects and monsters halfway through. Fortunately, since it was invaded more than 100 years ago, this place has been almost looted. People in Chaos Land don't look down on this place, and they rarely visit it again. The surviving people smashed their pots and sold iron, and even demolished the city walls to exchange money with merchants passing by. Until now. That's why these city walls now look section by section, untidy and short, and it is estimated that they will be demolished by the local poor in more than 10 years. Gu is not a great person. The life and death of the poor here has nothing to do with him. He is also less likely to spend his own money to help these people who he does not know at all. After questioning, Gu threw a gold coin to the poor man who had just been questioned by him. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, the poor man was immediately flattered. As a poor man in this ruin, he hadn't even seen the appearance of gold coins several times. "Thank you, son. Thank you, son," he quickly said very gratefully. This gold coin was enough for him to eat and drink for a while. "Master, wait a moment." However, just when Gu was about to go straight through the ruins, the poor man suddenly called him again. "What else do you have?" Gu asked back. "I have a secret that is not a secret. I wonder if the son is interested." The poor man whispered. He wanted to repay the kindness of the son in this way. "Say it." Gu was really interested. In the ruins that was originally the city lord's mansion, there are hidden treasures left by the last city lord. The poor man whispered, "It is said that at the last moment of the city's demise, the last city lord, at the expense of burning all his lifespan, formed a large seal formation, sealing all the most precious treasures in it. No one has been able to break that seal so far, not even the invaders. But in fact, in addition to the large seal formation, there is also a weaker seal located under the ruins of the city lord's mansion. After more than 100 years of washing, the seal formation has become much weaker. It shouldn't be a big problem. Except for me, there are not many people who know the seal formation under the ground, and they will not easily tell outsiders. Although the treasures inside are relatively ordinary, they are still good for the sun. Anyway, the poor man himself would not be able to break the seal formation under the ground for the rest of his life, so he could simply tell the young man in front of him. Regardless of whether the other party could see the treasures, he repaid his favor. As for the precious treasures in the Great Seal, he just mentioned them incidentally. It's not that he underestimated this young man, but that it has been more than 100 years, and no one has been able to break the seal formation. After listening to the poor man's words, Gu was somewhat interested in the seal formation. He really wanted to go there for a while, the big formation that no one had been able to crack for so many years. Then, Gu casually rewarded the poor man with 2 gold coins. The poor man was grateful and excited instantly. He got 3 gold coins from this young man, and he didn't have to worry about making a living this year. V2 Chapter 476 Chaos City. According to what the poor man said earlier, Gu came to the ruins of the city lord's mansion. Among the ruins, only one old building remains strong. The building is surrounded by invisible formations. This is obviously what the poor man said about the seal formation. Ding! The host took a look at the 5-rank seal array, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the 5-rank sealing array. At first glance, Gu understood this 5-rank sealing array. Including the method of breaking the formation also comprehended. This seal formation can prevent everything from entering the range of the formation. In addition to cracking this formation, the barrier can only be broken through brute force. In order to break the barrier of the 5-rank sealed formation, at least the strength of the spirit profound realm was at least the 5th level. Although there are ossicles, Gu still doesn't want to rely on the ossicles when he has to. Although it was necessary for him to become a rank 5 mage to break this formation, he was not far from becoming a rank 5 mage. Ji still remembered that the poor man had said that there was a weaker seal formation under the ruins. After he broke the weaker seal formation, he might be able to break through to become a 5th-rank formation mage with the help of the system. Thinking of this, Ji began to perceive the location of the seal array through his soul power. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. The next moment, Ji sensed that the weaker seal formation was under his feet. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique lone kill punch fighting, and the solitary fight punch gained 999 times the experience value of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior boxing technique lone killing punch successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. Afterwards, Ji directly shattered the ground beneath his feet with a punch. It also shattered the seal array below. Ding! The host glanced at the 3-rank sealing array, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the 3-rank sealing array. Ding! The host has cracked the 3-rank sealed array, and gained 999 times the experience of the array achievements. Ding! Congratulations to the host, magic achievement successfully broke through to the lower rank mage of rank 5. With the 999 times of formation experience gained from cracking these 3rd-rank seal formations, Ji instantly broke through to the lower-ranking rank mage. This also means that he can crack the 5-rank seal array. But at this moment, the ground under the feet collapsed. Ji went down. It happens to be able to collect all the treasures hidden underneath, regardless of their value. After going down, I found that there was a secret room below. Most of the things in the secret room were placed on the side, so only a few things were held down by the collapsed stone. Ji didn't bother to take care of those things that were suppressed. Ding! The host urged the golden grade mental power, and the gold grade mental strength gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. He directly urged his mental power to collect the surrounding pile of things into the ring. Then he jumped out from the big hole above. Then Ji walked to the previous 5-rank sealed array, ready to start cracking this 5-rank sealed array. Ji, I can break this thing with one punch. At this moment, the small bone on the side suddenly spoke. No, I can solve it myself. Ji smiled. A few minutes later. Ding! The host has cracked the 5-rank sealed array and gained 999 times the experience of achievements in array. Although the cracking method is a bit troublesome, Ji's cracking speed is still very fast when he is familiar with the method. At this moment, the invisible barrier in front of him disappeared instantly. Ji was already able to walk in. Open the door directly and enter the building. I saw gold and silver jewels, elixirs, treasures, arrays, cheats, materials, all kinds of treasures everywhere. However, Ji didn't bother to look carefully one by one right now, and he took them all into the ring in one breath. Ding! The host urged the golden grade mental power, and the gold grade mental strength gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. After collecting all the treasures inside, Ji left the building. It is estimated that it will not be long before the building will be demolished by the poor. At this time, Ji had left the ruins of this ancient city. According to the map, after he left the ruins of this ancient city, he had to pass through a desert to reach the only prosperous capital in the land of chaos, the city of chaos. In such a bad and chaotic place, the desert is naturally even more dangerous. Be careful not only of poisonous insects and strange animals, but also humans. After all, most of the humans that will appear in the chaotic land are extremely evil people. A few have poor people like the ruins of the ancient city, and young talents like Jiyu who have come to experience. Of course, there are only a handful of people like Jiyu. After all, even if they are connected to the profound realm cultivation base, they can't guarantee that they can live safely in places like the chaotic land. V2 Chapter 477 Husband, give someone a hug. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Walking in the desert, Jiyu looked at the things she had received before entering the ring. Except for the gold and silver jewels that he didn't need to care about, he scanned everything else roughly. Many of the medicines, formations, and treasures are of the 3rd rank, and a few have reached the 4th rank. There are also many mysterious skills, techniques, and secrets of mysterious steps and even ground steps. These treasures are of high value, and the quantity is still so large. This time Jiyu has become rich overnight. First of all, Jiyu took 2 of the treasures that had reached the 4th rank from Neji. One is a long spear with glittering silver light, and the other is a thin cyan coat made of special silk. These 2 are the inferior treasures of the 4th rank. What attracted Jiyu's attention the most was the long spear with flashing silver light. Both the gun body and the grip were silver. In fact, the most important thing is that he is very interested in guns. It's just that I haven't had a chance to touch the gunway. Just call it the pure silver gun. Jiyu looked at the silver spear in his hand and thought to himself. Afterwards, he looked at the cyan thin cloth in his other hand. As for the other, let's call it green silkworm thin clothes. Jiyu named these 2 treasures. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly realized that he had just missed a piece of torn paper and didn't notice. Only then did he suddenly realize that this piece of paper seemed familiar. Ding! The host took a look at the 3rd volume of the fragment of Wang Tier's Sky Splitting, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the 3rd stage of Wang Jie's technique, Sky Splitting. Jiyu was suddenly surprised. This piece of paper accidentally discovered was actually the 3rd volume of the fragment of the Sky Splitting exercise. He had stayed for a long time in the 2nd level of the Wang level exercise technique, Sky Splitting, for a long time, and his physique stayed at the 9th level of the spirit body. At this time, his physique finally broke through to the profound body. The physique of the Shentian continent is divided from weak to strong, mortal body, spiritual body, profound body, king body. Jiyu couldn't know if there was any higher physique going forward. The profound body is above the spiritual body. Now, after comprehending the 3rd level of the Sky Splitting technique, Jiyu automatically broke through from the 9th rank of the spirit body to the 1st rank of the profound body. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for a minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 525 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for a minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 525 by 999 times. Jiyu tried to practice for a while, and the efficiency of his cultivation has indeed improved. Just as he was about to start to raise the 3rd level of the Sky Splitting exercise technique, he suddenly noticed someone coming towards him not far from the side. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, won by 999 times. I used my soul power to perceive it carefully, only to realize that it was a young woman being chased by a group of black-robed men. The cultivation of the young woman was achieved in Yushuan Jiuzhong. The other group consisted of a young man and 4 middle-aged men. Except for young men who are only in the 9th layer of the Imperial Profound Realm, the other 4 middle-aged men are all above the Tong Profound Realm. Although I don't know why, the young woman should be hunted down. But Jiyu didn't want to care about this kind of mess that had nothing to do with him. In places like Chaos Land, almost anyone is an enemy. Nosy is not a wise move. Jiyu hadn't noticed anything before, and continued to walk forward. While walking, prepared to start to improve the realm of exercises. Not long after, the young woman and 5 people in black robes that Jiyu had just sensed appeared in his sight. The young woman and the 5 men in black robes naturally also noticed Gu and the small bones beside Gu. Hope for the young woman. There was a flash in her eyes, and she rushed towards the black-clothed boy in front of her. After approaching the boy in black, she hugged the boy in black directly. What do you want to do? However, Gu blocked the young woman's head with one hand, preventing the young woman from touching herself. The young woman in front of her has long red hair like a fire, and her black dress is wrapped in a concave and convex figure, and her beauty is naturally first class. But compared to the beautiful women Gu had seen, the woman in front of her was a bit inferior. Husband, it's hard for people to get the things, why don't you give them a hug? At this time, the young woman suddenly acted like a spoiled girl. Hearing this, Gu couldn't help but stunned. What is this stuff? But Gu quickly realized that this woman should have been chased by the 5 men in black because she had taken something, and now she wanted to plant him in order to escape. He glanced at the 5 men in black who were chasing after him, and as expected he showed a strong killing intent against him. But how could he let this bad woman succeed? V2 Chapter 478 Leave far away. Leave far away. Gu suddenly turned dark. Ding! The host swept his leg, and Huang Tier lowered his leg technique to gain experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Huang Tier's lower-level leg technique, grease leg, successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. One leg swept the woman's abdomen, and the woman didn't react at all, and she couldn't dodge. Cough! A trace of blood spilled from the woman's mouth, and the whole person was kicked out and fell to the ground and rolled several times. She looked at Gu with horror in her eyes. She did not expect that this black-clothed boy would suddenly do something. Even more did not expect that the strength of this black-clothed boy was so strong. Gu glanced at the woman indifferently. He didn't exert any force on the leg just now, and it was not something a mere 9th-level perfect fellow in the Imperial Profound Realm could hold. Afterwards, he turned around and left. He also left a sentence, I have nothing to do with her, you can go on. After the 5 black-robed men listened, they just grabbed the woman, and didn't dare to act rashly against Gu. Although they didn't know what the origin of this black-clothed boy came from, and so easily subdued this woman, as long as the things were still there. Hand over the things obediently. The young man among the 5 men in black robes threatened by clutching the woman's hair. The woman showed pain on her face. But the next moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Observing this look, the 5 black-robed men suddenly realized that something was wrong. Bad. At this time, they sensed that a group of people were coming here aggressively. Grab her, let's run quickly. The young man hurriedly said. However, it was too late. Soon a team of people surrounded them. These are the rescuers you moved in? The young man asked the woman with a cold sweat on his face. However, only then did he realize that the woman had escaped from his hands. The red-haired woman dragged her injured body into the crowd. Mississippi. The 7 masters of the profound realm riding on horses respectfully said one after another. But at this time, they found something wrong with their young lady's body. Miss, what's wrong with you? Why is it hurt? Who did it? Those guys in the Su family must have done it, let's avenge the young lady. The 7 immediately glared at the 5 black-robed men. Flee now. The young man gave an order. The other 4 men in black robes flee here with the youth. Chase. However, when the 7 were about to hunt down. But she was stopped by the red-haired woman. Ahem, don't chase it, just get the stuff. The red-haired woman coughed up another trace of blood, her face pale and weak. Miss, are you okay? The 7 had no choice but to obey orders and check the condition of their young lady first. I'm not in any serious trouble, making me such a different person. The red-haired woman explained. Who is it? Let's take the things back quickly, and then speak slowly on the road. At the same time, Jiu had already gone far. He naturally perceives that team of people and their cultivation bases are all above the Tongxian realm. Not surprisingly, it should be the woman's accomplice. And those 5 black-robed men are probably miserable. But these things had nothing to do with Jiyu, and he didn't bother to go back and clean up the woman again. Not long afterwards, Jiyu encountered a third-rank monster equivalent to a human warrior in the Tongxian realm. It was a huge scorpion 2 to 3 meters in length, with its tail thorns flickering. I don't know what the name of this monster beast was. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Jiyu took out the sterling silver gun from Na ring. He can just use this poisonous scorpion to improve his gun skills. Ding! The host swept a shot, and the basic marksmanship gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the basic marksmanship successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the basic marksmanship successfully broke through to the realm of integration and integrity. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the basic marksmanship successfully broke through to the realm of fireproofness. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the basic marksmanship successfully broke through to the state of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the basic marksmanship has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the yellow order inferior marksmanship psychedelic marksmanship. Jiyu casually swept the spear in his hand, and then swept the 2 giant scorpions to pieces. Although he didn't exert much power, the sterling silver spear, which was a 4th-grade treasure, was extremely sharp and easily broke through the tough skin of the poisonous scorpion. After the 2 giant pincers were broken off, the poisonous scorpion lost one of the main attack methods, and could only attack Jiyu through its tail stab. Ding! The host used the yellow level inferior spear technique, psychedelic spear technique, and the psychedelic spear technique gained 999 times the experience value of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Huang Tier's inferior marksmanship psychedelic marksmanship successfully broke through to the realm of slightly xiaocheng. However, Jiyu took another shot and cut off the tail of the poisonous scorpion. V2 Chapter 479 What a coincidence, we met again. Now, the 2 main attack methods of the scorpion are gone. It almost lost the ability to attack, except for rushing over and biting. But how could Jiyu give the poisonous scorpion a chance to bite himself? Ding! The host used the yellow level inferior spear technique, psychedelic spear technique, and the psychedelic spear technique gained 999 times the experience value of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Huang Tier's inferior marksmanship psychedelic marksmanship successfully broke through to the realm of integration and penetration. The 3rd shot, the pure silver spear in Jiyu's hand, directly destroyed the head of the poisonous scorpion. The legs of the poisonous scorpion struggled on the spot several times, but the head was gone, and he was already unable to recover. After a while, the poisonous scorpion completely lost its vitality. The poisonous blood is eroding the desert on the ground. Later, I encountered many 2nd-rank monsters and 3rd-rank monsters, all of which were destroyed by Jiyu with a sterling silver spear. Ding! The host used the yellow level inferior spear technique, psychedelic spear technique, and the psychedelic spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the yellow level inferior spear technique, psychedelic spear technique, and the psychedelic spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Huang Tier's inferior marksmanship psychedelic marksmanship successfully broke through to the realm of furnace perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Huang Tier's inferior marksmanship psychedelic marksmanship successfully broke through to the state of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the psychedelic marksmanship has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the yellow level medium marksmanship no trace marksmanship. All the way down. Ji-Yu's marksmanship kept breaking through. Directly upgraded to Huang Tier Intermediate Marksmanship. At this moment, Ji-Yu was almost out of the desert and reached the chaotic city. It was also when he saw that there were more and more buildings around him, that he knew he was in the chaotic city. However, this place is still a desert area, but there are no more monsters and beasts, and there are more people than before. To be precise, this place should be the junction of the desert land and the chaotic city. Ji-Yu continued to move forward. There were fewer and fewer deserts on the ground, and there were more and more buildings and pedestrians around. Ji-Yu suddenly felt a little confused, and then used his soul power to perceive it. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. It turned out that there was no city wall in the nearby area. But Ji-Yu glanced at the map again, and his current location was indeed the City of Chaos, except that it was a slightly remote area. In this way, the City of Chaos has no walls at all. Compared to normal towns, this chaotic city is really a bit weird. And don't even think that the City of Chaos is just a capital city, and its geographic area is more than 2 or 3 times larger than the royal city of the Kanglan Empire. If compared with the entire Kanglan Empire, the Chaos City is about a quarter as big as the Kanglan Empire. This is very big for a capital city. Inadvertently, Ji-Yu passed a mansion. He saw many hard-working men transporting things into this mansion. Ji-Yu looked up and found that this was Yao Mansion. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a somewhat familiar breath. He looked back subconsciously, and then saw the red-haired woman he had previously met in the desert. "It's you." At the same time, the red-haired woman also saw Ji-Yu and said in shock. "What a coincidence, we met again." Ji-Yu said lightly, just like an old acquaintance of the other party. "It's him." The red-haired woman suddenly pointed her finger at Ji-Yu, her face gloomy, and said, "This is the guy who hurt me before." As soon as the words came out, the 7 experts in the profound realm that followed the red-haired woman instantly burst into strong hostility towards Ji-Yu. "It's you, a hairy boy, who hurt Our Lady. Boy, do you know who Our Lady is? Today, we are going to make your kid pay a price." In a blink of an eye, the 7 strong masters of the profound realm dismounted and surrounded Ji-Yu fiercely. At the same time, the hard workers who were carrying the goods all deliberately slowed down, seeming to want to watch the drama for a while. They don't know how this black-clothed boy offended Ms. Yao, they only know that the black-clothed boy will definitely be miserable next. Those were 7 experts in the Tongxian realm, and they felt terrifying even thinking about them. "Do you want to do something with me?" However, Ji-Yu's face was always calm, even with a slight smile. It seemed that he hadn't paid attention to the other 7 at all. "Not only do we have to do things with you, but we must also abolish your cultivation skills and break your hamstrings. This is too boring. I just chopped off all the limbs of this kid and put them in the pig pen as a pig. He, that's not bad, it can make this kid not as good as dead." For the time being, those people had already thought about how to treat the black-clothed boy in front of them. "That's really sorry, I guess it will disappoint you. Just listen to the black-clothed boy speaking lightly." A silver spear appeared in his hand. V2 Chapter 480 Rush to Kill. "Oh. Want to resist? I'll go up and clean him up first." One of the 7 experts in the profound realm walked toward Ji-Yu with a fierce grin. Where can the strength of such a hairy boy go? He alone is enough to clean up. However, before he took 2 steps, he found that the figure of the black-clothed boy in front of him suddenly disappeared. A little cold light flashed in his eyes immediately. Ding! The host used the yellow-level medium-level spear technique, no-trace spear technique, and the no-trace spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Huang Tier's medium-level marksmanships, no-trace marksmanship, successfully broke through to the state of slightly small achievement. I saw that man's head was directly penetrated by Ji-Yu's pure silver spear, and he fell to the ground instantly and died. The other 6 men in the profound realm hadn't even reacted to what had happened, and the expressions on their faces remained for a second. In the next moment, they recovered, and their facial expressions became stiff. Including the hard-working men around who were carrying goods, they were all taken aback. They all stared at Gu with incredible gazes. This boy, what is sacred? You can also be buried with him. Gu's spear pointed directly at the 6 strong masters in the profound realm, and said indifferently. Ding! The host used the yellow level medium level spear technique, no trace spear technique, and the no trace spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the yellow level medium level spear technique, no trace spear technique, and the no trace spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Huang Tier's medium-level marksmanships, wonderless marksmanship, successfully broke through to the realm of integration and penetration. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Huang Tier's medium-level spear techniques, no trace spear technique, successfully broke through to the realm of furnace pure green. Jiyu shot one shot and killed the remaining 6 people in various ways. The thought of fleeing in the minds of the 6 strong masters in the profound realm instantly lost their consciousness. Upon seeing this, the hard-working and strong men who were originally carrying goods, no matter what they were, they all fled everywhere. They all thought that this black-clothed boy was the enemy of Yao Mansion, and it was likely that the entire Yao Mansion would be wiped out. They all hurriedly disassociated themselves from the Yao Mansion, and how far they could run. However, Jiyu completely ignored these hard-working men. Her gaze turned to the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman was so scared that her pretty face paled, her legs trembling slightly. I wanted to hand you over to the black-robed men before, but I didn't expect you to survive. Jiyu said indifferently, if this is the case, then I will take care of you by myself this time. No, do not want. The red-haired woman only felt weak, and suddenly slumped on the ground. His face was full of fright and despair. At this moment, she felt extremely regretful. If I didn't call the other party just now, maybe it wouldn't happen. Do not. From the beginning, I shouldn't have contact with this boy. But at this time she wanted to regret, it was too late. In this regard, Jiyu's eyes are full of indifference. He walked up to the red-haired woman without changing his face, and shot through the opponent's throat without hesitation. Ding! The host used the yellow-level medium-level spear technique, no trace spear technique, and the no trace spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Huang Tier's medium-level marksmanship, wonderless spear skill, and no mark marksmanship has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! It is detected that the wonderless marksmanship has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the yellow tier's superior marksmanship, the Junying marksmanship. After killing the red-haired woman, Jiyu sensed that someone behind the gate of Yao Mansion was running inside. Obviously, this is the Yao family who saw the scene that just happened, and then they had to run to inform the Yao family's patriarch or elder. Thinking of this, Jiyu also walked towards the Yao family mansion. In the past, he would not kill others' families. But later I discovered that this would cause more trouble each time. Although those troubles are easily solved, they are somewhat annoying. So this time, Jiyu planned to wipe out the guys who didn't know good or bad among the Yao family's high levels. Before entering the Yao family mansion, Jiyu also took away Na Jie from the red-haired woman. He remembered that the woman was chased after taking something. Although he didn't know what it was always correct to put it away. Those brawny hard workers who hadn't escaped far found that the black-clothed boy completely ignored this side, but went straight into the Yao family mansion. They all felt very grateful all of a sudden, fortunate that this young man did not take them seriously. At the same time sighed with emotion. Today, the Yao family, who dominates the neighborhood, is about to suffer a disaster. V2 Chapter 481 The Hatred of Murder. Inside the Yao family mansion. In a pavilion. Yao Yunshan, the head of the Yao family, and the great elder are playing chess here. Master Patriarch. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the leisurely and tranquil atmosphere. What happened? Yao Yunshan frowned and said solemnly. Little Miss Shi. The man ran hurriedly, stammering as he couldn't breathe. It's fine when Liner comes back, you can go down. Yao Yunshan said lightly. Yao Yunshan subconsciously thought that the man meant to say that his daughter was back. He felt no surprise at all. Because he sent 7 elders with the cultivation base of the profound realm to support him, there would be no surprises. However, the opponent's next sentence caused his hand to pick up the chess piece to instantly stop in midair. Miss, she was killed. Only then did the man speak the whole thing. What did you say? Yao Yunshan was so excited that he slapped the chess table. Miss, she was killed by a boy in black. That person really stuttered this time. I was frightened by Yao Yunshan's appearance. Where is the person? Yao Yunshan asked with a particularly gloomy expression. The man was about to speak, but first heard a young boy's voice. Are you talking about me? Hearing this voice, the man's complexion suddenly changed, and he turned his head stiffly, and found that it was the boy in black before. Yao Yunshan also looked at the boy and realized that the boy was the same as his subordinates described, and the other party had already admitted. You killed my daughter. Looking at the black-clothed boy in front of him, Yao Yunshan's heart was instantly ignited with unstoppable anger. Ding! The host took a step. The upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step. The upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. I saw Ji holding a silver spear and walking over with a calm expression. It's me. Ji said without a wave of waves, it looks like you are killing me too. The 7 elders of our Yao family were all killed by you. Yao Yunshan's last trace of reason made him feel something was wrong. The teenager was too calm, so calm that it was abnormal. To survive in a place like a chaotic place, he often relies on his own feelings. Ji nodded slightly, as if confirming a trivial fact. I know. Yao Yunshan's complexion gradually became ugly. Elder, let's go together. No matter what, he would never let this boy go. The vengeance of killing a girl is not shared. The great elder on the side nodded solemnly. Although he couldn't see the true strength of the black-clothed boy in front of him, he felt that he was probably not under him, and he had to face it carefully. Ji face has not changed at all. He didn't pay attention to the 3 people in front of him at all. Excluding the little one who was just here to inform the news, the remaining Yao family patriarch and the great elder were only the 9-fold cultivation base of the Tongxian realm. For these 2 people, Ji can be destroyed easily. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Juying spear technique, and the Juying spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Juying spear technique, and the Juying spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Juying spear technique, successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. The person has not been seen, and the tip of the gun has been cold. Yao Yunshan barely saw Ji figure, and a cold light flashed before his eyes. When he recovered, his abdomen had been pierced. Fortunately, he used profound energy to protect his body from the beginning, otherwise the shock of this gun would be enough to break him. And after all, this Juying spear technique is only the first-class spear technique of the Huang Tier. If the spear technique is a little higher, Yao Yunshan is no longer the difference between Ji and Yao Yunshan. Although the opponent's speed was surprisingly fast, Yao Yunshan, who had experienced many battles, was not frightened. Drink. His reaction was quick, and he immediately grabbed the spear that pierced his abdomen with his hand and pulled it out with brute force, regardless of the severe colic from his abdomen. At this moment, Yao Yunshan decided to take offense as defense. Use your biggest ultimate move, and you must kill this young man if you fight everything. I saw a treasured sword in Yao Yunshan's hand, and the treasured sword exuded an icy chill. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. The little girl who had reported the letter before, then squatted and trembled with both hands holding himself there. In less than a second, he felt that he was about to freeze to death. This is the first time he has realized what it means to fight with immortals and mortals suffer. He only hoped that the patriarch and the great elder could get rid of the boy as soon as possible, otherwise he would really be frozen to death here, even if he wanted to run. Is this your strongest method? You seem to see Yao Yunshan's determination. But in his eyes, this strongest method is a bit too weak. Seeing the trace of contempt in the opponent's eyes, Yao Yunshan couldn't help but stun slightly. However, he still holds the sword in his hand, and his determination will not waver. Forget it, I don't want to play with you slowly. Yu shook his head slightly and said, next, I will send you on the road. V2 Chapter 482 Kill Easily. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Jolly Shadow Spear Technique, and the Jolly Shadow Spear Technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Jolly Shadow Spear Technique, and the Jolly Shadow Spear Technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Junying Spear Technique, successfully broke through to the realm of integration and penetration. In a blink of an eye, Yu shot Yao Yunshan to the ground with a few shots. Before Yao Yunshan had time to use his biggest killer move, he was seriously injured by Yu's powerful spear shot. Even if the elder Yao family hadn't been attacked by Yu much, he didn't dare to act rashly when he saw him. Yu's spear pierced through Yao Yunshan's heart with a single shot, completely killing Yao Yunshan. After that, he didn't talk nonsense or hesitated, and rushed directly to the elder of the Yao family. The elder Yao family saw that the situation was not good, and immediately wanted to run. But no matter how he runs, it is impossible for him to run past Yu. Ding! Overlord casts the superior body technique, Shadow Thunder Light Flash, Wuing Lei Guang instantly gains 999 times the experience of proficiency. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Jolly Shadow Spear Technique, and the Jolly Shadow Spear Technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. The elder Yao family, who only knew to escape but had no defense, poked directly into the heart from his back. Although not completely penetrated, the elder of the Yao family still hung a sigh, but it was no different from death. Goodbye. Yu said faintly. He fired a shot again, thoroughly piercing the opponent's heart. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Jolly Shadow Spear Technique, and the Jolly Shadow Spear Technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Junying Spear Technique, successfully broke through to the realm of Fuhua Qingqing. At this time, the little one was still alive. He was completely dumbfounded. Their own patriarch and great elder, in the hands of this black-clothed boy, didn't even have the power to resist. The two strongest members of the Yao family were killed so easily by a young man. Who can believe this? Even he, who had witnessed all of this with his own eyes, couldn't believe that what happened before him was true. This is too appalling. At this moment, a flat voice awakened him from the shock. Oh, and you. He seemed to hear the whispers of the devil, and his face was instantly filled with fear and despair. The next second, a silver spear penetrated his head. Basically all the people who should be killed were killed, and Yu walked out of the Yao family mansion leisurely and contentedly as if he had never done anything. On the way, he met some children of the Yao family, and he simply ignored them. These unrelated people, who have almost no power to restrain the chicken, are not worthy of Gu. Gu didn't need to take action against these people. Those Yao family children didn't know who this black-clothed boy was, and had never seen it before. But they just paid attention to it a little bit, and didn't pay much attention. After all, they still don't know that their eldest lady, several elders, and even the head of the house were all killed by this black-clothed boy. Otherwise, they would never be able to pass by the black-clothed boy so calmly. On that day, what happened to the Yao family was quickly spread. For a while, it caused a sensation in the vicinity. The Yao family is the strongest family in the vicinity. Leaving aside the daughter of the Patriarch Yao Yunshan and the Great Elder are both powerful men with a cultivation level of the 9 levels of the Tongxian realm, and the other elders will not be much worse. But now, they were all killed by a boy. This also shows that the young man's martial arts cultivation base is at least in the 9th level consummation of the Tongxian realm, and he must also possess various profound skills in his body, and may even be the power of the spirit profound realm. A young man can actually be so strong, which makes everyone feel very incredible. Under normal circumstances, being able to break through the Tongxian realm before reaching adulthood can be regarded as a super genius in the City of Chaos. And now, there was a young figure who had a cultivation base of at least the 9th level consummation in the Tongxian realm. It really refreshed their 3 views. At night, inside an inn. I don't know if you have heard that many big figures in the Yao family were massacred today, and they were all killed by a boy in black. How could I have not heard of such a big thing? Although that young man is very capable, he probably won't be able to laugh for long. The Yao family is covered by powerful forces in the central area. Really, if it's true, it really won't last long. The big forces in the central area are more terrifying than the Yao family. This time, that young man wiped out the entire Yao family's senior management, which is equivalent to mobilizing the interests of the big forces in the central area. It is bound to be there. By then, this matter will be made even worse. The guests of several tables were there to communicate with each other about today's events. However, Jiyu himself happened to be separated from these people by a wall. V2 Chapter 483 6-Rank Monster Power. At this time, Jiyu was drinking tea in a private room and resting. In addition, his hearing is far more acute than ordinary people, and he can hear clearly what the people next door say. He doesn't matter how these people talk about him. However, he got a bit of interesting news, that is, what these people just said, behind the Yao family, there are big forces in the central area. The area of Chaos City is so large that it only roughly divides 2 areas. Remote areas and central areas. Now Gu is in a place where the City of Chaos is too remote. The more remote the place, the lower the average strength of the warrior. This is also why the Yao family can dominate the neighborhood. Of course, even if the place is remote and the average strength of the warriors is low, it is impossible for the Yao family to dominate it casually. There is also a very main reason, that is, there is greater power behind the Yao family. In Gu's view, Yao's family and the big forces in the central area are unlikely to have a reciprocal partnership. It should be the big power in the Yao family attached to the central area. To put it plainly is what the younger brother meant. And the benefits that the Yao family reaped here, the big power as the eldest brother, naturally takes the upper hand. Now that Gu has almost wiped out all the senior officials of the Yao family's dominance will no longer exist. Inadvertently, it also violated the interests of the big forces over there. However, Gu didn't care. On the contrary, he thought it was pretty good. It was exciting because of this, and he would just push it all the way, otherwise there would be no challenge at all. After resting, Gu took Xiaogu back to the room he had rented and went to sleep. It was the next day. Gu no longer stayed here, he set off directly to the central area. Now that he has provoked a stronger force, he just touched it. Called a fine carriage, the horse is handsome and powerful, much faster than the average horse. In this way, Ji Yu and Xiao Gu took a carriage to the central area together. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Before setting off, Ji Yu casually used his soul power to perceive him, and found that there were people watching him in secret. But now that he was in the carriage, he didn't bother to pay attention to those people. Anyway, they are just a group of clowns who can only hide in the dark. Not worth mentioning at all. Then, the carriage set off. On the way, Ji Yu began to raise the realm of Wangjie's sky-splitting technique. Ding! The host reads the third volume of Sky Split for a minute, and the third level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads the third volume of Sky Split for a minute, and the third level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. After more than half a day, Ji Yu left this state until the carriage reached the central area of the Chaos City. During this period of time, although Ji Yu's third stage of sky splitting failed to break through, his physique had already reached the second stage of the profound body. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial arts cultivation base gained experience points, 540 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial arts cultivation base gained experience points, 540 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial arts cultivation base successfully broke through to the middle stage of Lingxian first layer. After trying to practice for a while, the speed of cultivation has increased again. And soon Ji Yu broke through to the middle stage of the first layer of the spirit profound realm. Ji Yu, this seat feels like a breakthrough soon. At this moment, the small bone beside him was eating candy and suddenly said, "Breakthrough?" Ji Yu was taken aback for a moment. "Are you talking about you?" "Okay." Xiao Bone nodded slightly. Ji Yu remembered that the last time he watched Xiao Bone demon power, Xiao Bone was already 5th grade and 9th fold perfect. Now Xiao Gu suddenly said that he was about to break through. This also means that the demon power of the small bones will soon reach the 6th rank. Ji Yu thought about it again. The 4th rank demon power corresponds to the spiritual profound realm cultivation base of a human warrior. The 5th rank demon power corresponds to the human profound realm cultivation base of a human warrior. Then the 6th grade demon power is equivalent to the cultivation base of the earth profound realm of a human warrior. Other Ji Yu are not sure. Only the human martial artist of the earth profound realm cultivation base, Ji Yu can conclude that there will be no earth profound realm cultivation base in the entire southern region. Not to mention the earth profound realm, no matter how low the human profound realm is, the southern region might not have it. This suffices to show that Xiao Bone is now an unmatched strong presence in the entire southern territory. Will there be a breakthrough today? Ji Yu asked with concern. The only thing that worries him a little is that if Xiao Bone's demon power reaches this state, it will be difficult or catastrophic to break through. No. Xiao Gu shook his head and said, "I feel like it should be a few days away." At this moment, Xiao Gu pretended to be an adult, and said earnestly, "The demon power of this seat has already reached the 6th rank, and you are only in the spirit profound realm of human cultivation. You have to work hard." V2 Chapter 484 Qingyun Gang, Blackwater Gang. Yes, yes. Ji Yu smiled helplessly. This guy is really a monster, and his monster power breakthrough speed is strong enough. The key is that there is no need to practice, just breathing can enhance the demon power. But there is one thing to say, I really need to work harder. Although his strength now stands at the upper level of the southern territory. But if you want to look at the entire Xiantian continent, the cultivation of the spirit profound realm is far from enough. Above the spirit profound realm, there are also the human profound realm, the earth profound realm, the sky profound realm, and there are even more cultivation realms that he cannot touch. Ji Yu also wants to pursue a higher and stronger realm instead of being satisfied with the status quo. My son, we have reached the central area. At this moment, the coachman outside the carriage spoke. Okay, please stop for a while. Ji Yu said. Afterwards, Ji Yu and Xiao Gu got out of the carriage. It can be seen that the surrounding scene is much more prosperous than that in remote areas. The average strength of martial cultivators is also much stronger. Basically, the lowest is the martial cultivator of the Imperial Profound Realm, and there are many strong ones in the Tong Profound Realm. After all, in such a place, people who are not strong enough can only serve as subordinates or slaves. The kind of slaves who have no thoughts and time to appear on the street at all, they may not be able to get a bite of food every day. Somewhat unexpectedly, the atmosphere here does not seem to be too bad. I haven't seen many people committing crimes along the way. It is estimated that it has been controlled by the major forces here, and they are self-regulating here. Of course, the controls are not very strict. Because at this time Ji Yu saw with his own eyes a man who set up a stall was slaughtered by a knife in the crowd. The people around seemed to have been accustomed to it for a long time, but just came to watch and then dispersed again. For them, this is already a trivial matter. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Because Ji Yu was carrying a silver spear and wearing black clothes, this impression was very conspicuous. It didn't take long before he found that he was being watched by more and more people. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ji Yu deliberately used his soul power to perceive it, and found that not only were there people monitoring him, but also many experts in the profound realm had gathered in the dark, and there were even 2 who had reached the spirit profound realm in cultivation. After discovering these people, Ji Yu didn't dare. I found you a long time ago, don't be sneaky there, just come out. Ji Yu stopped and said. The breath of those people suddenly became a little messy. Obviously they didn't expect that they would be discovered by Ji Yu so soon. Then, those people gradually walked out of the dark. Your kid really has some abilities, and you didn't expect it to be discovered by you. Talking is an old man in black robes who is old, as if he is the leader of these people. At the same time, it was also one of the 2 spirit profound realm martial artists that Ji Yu had just sensed. Just looking at the other party's words and deeds, Ji Yu knew that these people must have come to trouble him. So there is no nonsense. Ji Yu directly pulled out the pure silver gun behind him, pointing the tip of the gun directly at those guys. Wrong. At this time, Ji Yu suddenly noticed. The number of these people in front of him was not the same as the number he had just sensed through his soul power, which was about half less. Moreover, another spiritual profound realm martial artist did not appear for a long time. Where are these other people? Ji Yu was a little curious. Then again through the soul force to sense the surrounding. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, won by 999 times. This next season you suddenly discovered that the other half were all in the dark behind him, seeming to be about to show up. Next moment. As expected. The rest of the other half appeared. The leader is just a grey-robed old man who has reached the spiritual profound realm. At this moment, in front of and behind Ji Yu, there were probably 20 or 30 people on each side. Each has an old man whose cultivation has reached the spirit profound realm. The rest of the people's cultivation is all above the Tong Xian realm. This lineup is very powerful. As soon as these 2 groups of people appeared, the ordinary people nearby ran away, as if they all knew that these people were not easy to mess with and could not be approached. Ji Yu suddenly felt that he had a lot of face. The big forces here had just dispatched such a strong lineup to deal with him from the very beginning. Then he naturally couldn't let the other party down. But when Ji Yu was about to show off his skills, the black-robed old man in front of him suddenly spoke. I saw the black-robe old man frowned. Qingyun gang, why are you here? Qingyun gang. Jiyu didn't know much about the forces in this chaotic city, and only heard that the Qingyun gang should be a gang force. He hasn't figured out what this is for now. Does this still need to be asked? Of course we are here to stop you Blackwater gang. The grey-robed old man behind Jiyu said slowly. Are you planning to completely be an enemy of our Blackwater gang? The black-robe old man's complexion gradually became gloomy, and his tone gradually became cold. When are you and us not enemies? The grey-robed old man smiled faintly and said. V2 Chapter 485 Young and vigorous, arrogant and domineering. Jiyu casually listened to these two old men's conversations, and he probably understood what was going on. The forces of these two old men are the Qingyun gang and the Blackwater gang, and they should both be big forces in the central area of the City of Chaos. Otherwise, there would be no people in the spirit profound realm. The two sides are enemies to each other. And listen to the meaning of these two old men. It is the Blackwater gang that troubles Jiyu, and the Blackwater gang should be the backing of the Yao family before. The members of the Qingyun gang are here to stop the Blackwater gang, which means that the Qingyun gang is here to help him. Although there is indeed the truth that, the enemy of the enemy is a friend, Jiyu is not too sure for the time being. At the same time, the black-robed old man had already made clear the other party's Qingyun gang's intentions. He seemed to be thinking about something. He considered it for a while, but decided to leave temporarily. Boy, today's matter will not end so easily. Before leaving, the old man in black robe also warned Jiyu. And many more. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly spoke. Okay. The black-robed old man looked back at Jiyu with some doubts. The people of the Qingyun gang are also a little puzzled. The people of the Blackwater gang have temporarily given up. What else does the boy want to do? Have I said I want to let you go? The corners of Jiyu's mouth raised slightly and smiled. As soon as these words came out, both the Qingyun gang and the Blackwater gang were stunned. Boy, I advise you not to know what is good or bad. The black-robed old man quickly recovered his senses, and said with an unhappy expression, don't think that there are those guys from the Qingyun gang, the old man is afraid of you. In his opinion, if he didn't want to fight hard with the Qingyun gang here, how could this kid speak? On the other side, the Qingyun gang also felt that this young man was too outrageous. They kindly helped this boy, but as a result, this guy was still unwilling to let go of the Blackwater gang. Later, if the people of the Blackwater gang really get angry and go to war, they are not willing to work hard for this guy. Young man, listen to my advice, don't fight deathly with the Blackwater gang. The grey-robed old man in Qingyun gang couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately passed a message to Jiyu. Are you trying to teach me to do things? Jiyu faintly replied. From beginning to end, he never asked Qingyun to help those people help himself. Those who rushed out inexplicably. As for the Blackwater gang, these guys want to trouble him, so he won't let these guys leave casually. Hearing this message from Jiyu Hui, the grey-robed old man shook his head. If it weren't for the order of the helper, he wouldn't bring anyone here at all. Originally, he was quite interested in this genius boy, but after such contact, he suddenly felt a little disappointed in this boy. This young man may have extremely high talents and strengths, but he is too arrogant and domineering, not putting people in his eyes. But this situation is also normal, after all, young and vigorous. He didn't plan to help him later, he wanted to let this young man suffer and calm his arrogance. When the boy was in danger of life, he would save it again. Stop talking nonsense, just do it. Jiyu didn't bother to listen to the black-robed old man at that BB, directly holding the sterling silver gun and rushing into the crowd of the Black Cloud gang. Ding! The host has used the superior level of the Earth-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Flash, and Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Suffered. Upon seeing this, the grey-robed old man of the Qingyun gang suddenly yelled in his heart. He didn't expect this boy to be so reckless, so stupid that he rushed directly into the crowd of the Black Cloud gang. It seemed that he could do it now, otherwise the boy would probably be dead in a few seconds. "Give it all to me, you can't let that boy be killed." The gray-robed old man immediately ordered his men behind him. However, before the rest of the Qingyun gang started to react, Jiyu had already rushed into the Black Cloud gang. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Jolly Shadow Spear technique, and the Jolly Shadow Spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Jolly Shadow Spear technique, and the Jolly Shadow Spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Huang Tier's superior spear technique, Junying spear technique, successfully broke through to the realm of peak. Ding! It is detected that the Junying spear technique has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the inferior profound order spear technique Din cold spear technique. I saw that Jiyu didn't first go to the black-robed old man who had cultivated in the spirit profound realm, but harvested those warriors who were only in the profound realm like cutting grass. At the same time, the marksmanship has also achieved a breakthrough, and he has advanced into the inferior, cold spear technique of the profound rank. Every shot of Jiyu was unrecognizable, and they were all swift and violent. Those who only had the cultivation of the profound realm could not stop or even see Jiyu's marksmanship. Jiyu didn't even have the power to resist, so Jiyu took care of it. Among them, there are many who have attained the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, and they can't hold the 3 or 5 shots of Jiyu at most. Because they haven't had time to prepare. When the black-robed old man came back to his senses, he was the only one left in the field at this time. V2 Chapter 486 Overlay Effect. Seeing this amazing scene in front of him, the black-robed old man's eyes were full of incredible colors. He brought so many people, and their cultivation bases were above the Tongxian realm, but in a blink of an eye, they were all killed by this young man. It seems that this young man's martial arts cultivation is in the spirit profound realm. The black-robed old man quickly calmed himself down and really paid attention to the young man in front of him. At the same time, the other side. All the Qingyun gang members were stunned. Including the gray-robed old man was also surprised. With the amazing performance of this young man, he felt that this young man's martial arts strength was by no means weaker than himself. Now, the gray-robed old man's perception of Jiyu completely changed. He no longer felt that Jiyu was young, frivolous, arrogant and domineering, because this was really powerful. A strong person pretends to be compelling, and that is awesome. It's time to get you on the road next. Immediately following, Jiyu's pure silver spear pointed at the black-robed old man. The old man will meet you for a while today. The black-robed old man did not show weakness. Although the subordinates he brought were completely wiped out by the opponent, he was not affected too much. Knowing the strength of this young man, he actually wanted to fight this young man even more, and by the way, see if he could thoroughly detect the true strength of this young man. Jiyu rushed towards the black-robed old man without saying a word. At this moment, the pure silver spear in his hand became more white, and it was still exuding bursts of cold. Ding! The host used the Xian level inferior spear technique, Hold Cold Spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Facing Jiyu's shot, the black-robed old man did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He immediately displayed his best defensive mystery and blocked Jiyu's shot. I saw a light red translucent barrier appeared around the black-robed old man. Although Jiyu's shot was blocked, a crack appeared. After initial contact, the black-robed elder could feel that the young man in front of him was indeed at the correct cultivation level in the spirit profound realm. But the specific realm doesn't seem to be very high. It is estimated that it has just broken through the first level of the spirit profound realm soon. Realizing this, the black-robed old man immediately rejoiced. He is the first layer of the spirit profound realm with a perfect cultivation base, and he has the advantage in terms of cultivation base. But what the old man in black robes would not have imagined was that compared with Jiyu, he could only have some advantages in terms of specific cultivation base. Ding! The host used the Xian Tier's superior spear technique, cold spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the Xian level inferior spear technique, cold spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xian Tier's inferior spearman's, cold spear, successfully broke through to the realm of, slightly xiaocheng. At this time, Jiyu saw several consecutive shots, completely defeating the red barrier around the black-robed old man. With the fragmentation of the defense mystery, the black-robed old man grasped the flaw when Jiyu retracted the spear, and slapped Jiyu's side with a palm. With this palm, he exerted all his strength. The opponent will definitely not have time to resist and will inevitably suffer serious injuries. Bad. The gray-robed old man at the back found that the situation was a little bad. The young man was caught by the flaw, that palm was the ground-level palm. However, Jiyu, who has a purple pupil, is far superior to ordinary people in terms of dynamic capture ability and reaction speed. The seemingly fierce palm of the black-robed old man was as slow as a child playing house in Jiyu's eyes. Ding! The host has used the superior level of the earth-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Flash, and Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Jiyu showed his body skills and easily avoided the palm of the black-robed old man. What? The black-robed old man thought that his palm could at least hurt the opponent, but he didn't feel like hitting the opponent at all. He couldn't believe that the other party could avoid it like this. Send you a good thing. At this time, Jiyu said. Hearing the voice, the black-robed old man subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. It happened to meet Jiyu's eyes together. It was a pair of eyes shining with purple light. Ding! The host used the pupil technique Zi-Lu Divine Light, and the Zi-Lu pupil gained experience points, won by 999 times. At the moment when he met the eyes of the black-robed old man, Jiyu immediately used the pupil technique, Purple Glazed Light. This is the first time he has performed the pupil technique, Purple Glazed Light. I don't know if the effect will satisfy him. At this moment, the black-robed old man only felt a sting in his eyes, and in the depths of his spirit, there were countless purple thunders that wanted to destroy the world. He knelt on the ground in pain, as if experiencing hell-like torture. Seeing the appearance of the black-robed old man, Jiyu could feel that the other's mental power and willpower were steadily weakening, and was even close to the edge of collapse. In this way, the effect of the pupil technique, Purple Lu Xingguang, is not bad. If the pupil technique, Purple Glazed Light, and the Golden Blade are used at the same time, both are mental attacks and should be able to have a superimposed effect. Ding! The host used the Golden Blade, and the Golden Spirit Power gained experience points, won by 999 times. Thinking of this, Jiyu simply experimented with the black-robe old man, and at the same time used a golden knife. In an instant, a small golden sword penetrated the black-robed old man's head. The black-robed old man's mental power and willpower collapsed instantly, kneeling on the ground and wailing in pain. Obviously, he has completely lost the ability to fight. Now he can only be slaughtered. V2 Chapter 487 Extremely Cold Place. The black-robed old man has no fighting ability at all, let alone resisting. Ding! The host used the Xian-level inferior spear technique, cold spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Jiyu walked over and took a shot, and sent the black-robe old man to see Wan Ye Yen. The scene in front of us was shocking to everyone in Qingyun Gang. Basically, they didn't see clearly what means the young man used to make the old man of the Black Water Gang suddenly fall into a mad state. Only the gray-robed elder who was in the spirit profound realm could barely see a little bit. What he saw just now seemed to be a golden light, but I don't know the specific method. And before the golden light appeared, the guy from the Blackwater gang was already abnormal. He couldn't help sighing. This young man is really a terrifying and mysterious existence. What else do you have? At this time, Jiyu looked back at the so-called Qingyun gang. The people of Qingyun gang did not dare to say a word, only the grey-robed old man opened the mouth with some caution. Our helper wants to cooperate with the sun. Cooperation? Jiyu frowned slightly. Before I do it, you'd better leave my sight. He is not interested in cooperation at all. In this chaotic place, there is no one who can make him fear. Why should he cooperate with a gang he doesn't even know? He didn't take Qingyun to help these guys clean up together, he was already very kind. Hearing what the other party said, the grey-robed old man didn't dare to say more. This teenager is really hard to come into contact with. Since you can't get in touch, you can't force it, so as not to cause murder. Let's go quickly. The old man in grey immediately ordered the others to leave. Only after a while, the members of the Qingyun gang disappeared within Jiyu's sight. Because they were very scared, the teenager killed them all when he was unhappy, so they all slipped quickly. Jiyu didn't care about those people from Qingyun gang either. Afterwards, he put away all the Jijie from the group of Heishui gang. This is called collecting spoils. After the collection, Jiyu left with Xiaogu. As if what happened here has nothing to do with him. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Walking on the road, Jiyu also checked the Neji found from the people of the Blackwater gang. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. First of all, Jiyu opened the ring from the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man is also at the spiritual profound realm cultivation base anyway, the treasures in the ring should not be bad. He opened it and took a look, but found that the space inside the ring was deadly clean, with almost nothing. He took a closer look and saw that there was a piece of old torn yellow paper lying in the space of Neji. This is... Jiyu was about to take out the torn yellow paper from Najie, when a system prompt sound suddenly came from his head. Ding! The host glanced at the treasure map of the extremely cold land, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the treasure map of the extremely cold land. After taking it out, Jiyu found that the torn yellow paper was vague and difficult to understand. However, the 999 times of comprehension ability triggered by the system allowed him to directly comprehend this treasure map of the extremely cold place, and all the details of the entire treasure map were clearly presented in his mind. The treasure map of the extremely cold land. This should be a good thing. Jiyu thought to himself. Since there is a treasure map in this extremely cold place, he must go to the extremely cold place by then. This treasure map is enough to prove that there are extremely precious treasures there. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the golden spirit power successfully broke through to the Xiaocheng realm. Next, Jiyu opened the remaining rings one after another. After roughly counting, put all these rings into one's original ring. Afterwards, Jiyu found an intelligence dealer in a dark corner to inquire about information. What information does the sun need? The intelligence dealer asked with a smile. Where is the specific location of the Blackwater gang? Jiyu asked directly. Blackwater gang? Young master wants to join the Blackwater gang? The intelligence dealer curiously asked. Because the Black Water Gang is one of the largest forces in the central area of the City of Chaos, generally no one will ask about this. Do not talk nonsense. Ji-yu looked slightly unhappy, obviously a little impatient. He doesn't bother to wrestle with this man. Although Ji-yu's attitude was not very good, the intelligence dealer was not angry. The intelligence dealer did not dare to offend the guests easily, and quickly explained to Ji-yu the specific location of the Blackwater Gang. If the son really wants to join the Blackwater Gang, it's best to. Afterwards, the intelligence dealer also kindly reminded him. However, he was only halfway through when he realized that the boy with a little girl had disappeared. V2 Chapter 488 Late Lingxian Double Stage. According to the specific location given by the intelligence dealer, Ji-yu left for the Blackwater Gang. Now that the Blackwater Gang wants to do something to him, he will naturally not let the Blackwater Gang go. In the middle of the journey, Ji-yu took out all the pills from the Neji he had previously seized from the people in the Blackwater Gang and took it directly. Ding! The host took a second-grade pill and gained 999 times the experience of the martial cultivation base. Ding! The host took a third-grade pill and gained 999 times the experience of martial arts cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial arts cultivation base successfully broke through to the late stage of the first stage of the spiritual profound realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the first peak of the spiritual profound realm. Run the exercises along the way to suppress the static and dynamic movements that may be caused when the cultivation base breaks through. Ding! The host ran the king's skill, sky splitting, and, sky splitting, gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Most of these elixirs are only second and third products, and only a few are fourth products. Therefore, after taking so many pills, Ji-yu barely broke through two small realms and reached the first peak of the spirit profound realm. But Ji-yu's pill is more than that. He also had the medicines he had obtained from the ruins of the ancient city. Thinking of this, he took out all the pills and took them all. Ding! The host took a third-grade pill and gained 999 times the experience of martial arts cultivation. Ding! The host took a fourth-grade pill, and gained 999 times the experience of Budo cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the first level of the spirit profound realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the early stage of the second stage of the spirit profound realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial arts cultivation base successfully broke through to the middle stage of the second stage of the spirit profound realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the second stage of the spirit profound realm. The pills obtained from the ruins of the ancient city are completely different, with more quantity and generally high quality. Taking it all in one breath caused Ji-yu to continuously break through to the second stage of the spirit profound realm. This cultivation base increased his speed, which made him quite satisfied. With his current strength, fighting against the three-tiered martial arts practitioners of the spirit profound realm was completely indifferent, and it was not impossible even to compete with the four-tiered martial arts practitioners of the spirit profound realm with all his strength. It's just that he relied on the pill to break through so many levels of cultivation this time, and he would have to solidify his foundation for a while. At this moment, Ji-yu has come to where the Blackwater Gang is. This is really near a river with black water, no wonder it is called the Blackwater Gang. This Blackwater River seems to contain some very valuable material, so the people of the Blackwater Gang can occupy it here, and even the gangs are named after the Blackwater. Ji-yu unscrupulously walked towards the place where the people of the Blackwater Gang were stationed, as if entering an uninhabited state. Who are you? At this time, the people of the Blackwater Gang who were patrolling nearby saw Ji-yu and immediately scolded. I'm here to kill you. Ji-yu said straightforwardly. This is indeed his purpose. Those who patrolled could not help but be stunned. This Mautu boy who didn't know where he came from said he wanted to kill them. They seemed to hear very funny jokes, and they all laughed after they recovered. I'm so ridiculous. Isn't this kid dreaming? Boy, go back wherever you came from. Hurry up and get away, we don't have time to play with you. None of those people put GU in their eyes. They are in a pretty good mood today, or they would have already started to deal with the reckless kid. GU stopped talking, planning to kill these guys directly. At the very beginning, he felt that the 5 people in front of him were only the 8 or 9 layers of cultivation in the Imperial Profound Realm. Ding! The host used the Xian level inferior spear technique, hold cold spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the Xian level inferior spear technique, hold cold spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior Xian tiers, hold cold spear, successfully broke through to the realm of integration and penetration. GU's long spear flickered with cold light, and the air was so cold that he killed all 5 people with a few quick shots. By the way, Rin Han's marksmanship also broke through to the realm of mastery. However, the movement here also attracted the attention of others in the Blackwater gang. More and more people are pouring out from various buildings, and many of them are in the Tongxian realm. Where's the guy, dare to make trouble with our Heishui gang? Damn, those 5 brothers were actually killed by this kid. Kill that kid and avenge our brother. A group of people took their weapons to kill GU aggressively. V2 Chapter 489 Blackwater Gang wiped out. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, won by 999 times. GU used his soul power to perceive for a while, and found that the group of people in front of him were only martial arts practitioners in the Imperial Profound Realm and Tong Profound Realm. The Heishui gang has 3 spiritual profound realm cultivation bases, specifically 2 spiritual profound realm 1 level and 1 spiritual profound realm double level, but none of them show up. But at the moment, let's get rid of this group of guys first. Ding! The host used the Xian level inferior spear technique, hold cold spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the Xian level inferior spear technique, hold cold spear technique, and the cold spear technique gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior Xian tiers, hold cold spear, successfully broke through to the realm of Fuwa Qingqing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior Xian tiers, hold cold spear, successfully broke through to the realm of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the cold spear technique has reached the consummation realm, and it is automatically upgraded to the mysterious intermediate spear technique, frost star spear technique. GU held a sterling silver gun into the crowd, as if sweeping across 1,000 troops. No one can hold him with a shot. In less than 10 seconds, there were only half of the hundreds of people left, and GU easily killed the rest. The 3 spirit profound realms that hadn't appeared before existed, and it seemed that they couldn't hold back their breath at this moment. Boy, who are you? One of them was wearing a black robe, with the strongest aura, and his cultivation was the highest 2nd level of the spirit profound realm in the entire Blackwater gang. Obviously, this person should be the leader of the Blackwater gang, Luo Xing. GU heard the name Luo Xing from a former intelligence dealer. Before, he might still take this punishment seriously. But now that he has reached the 2nd stage of the spirit profound realm, he doesn't need to take this punishment into his eyes. You don't need to know who I am, because you are going to die soon. GU said lightly. Looking at the black-clothed boy in front of him, Luo Xing's face looked a little ugly. He had already guessed that the person in front of him was the boy who moved the Yao family before. Before that, he had never imagined that this young man was so strong. I don't know what happened to the 24 people who led the deputy gang leader to go out. How about this boy? No, it should not. At any rate, the deputy gang leader had the first level of consummation in the spirit profound realm, and no matter how bad it was, he wouldn't be killed by this young man. Helper, let's clean up that kid first. At this time, the other 2 men whose cultivation reached the first level of the spirit profound realm said beside Luo Xing. Okay. Luo Xing nodded solemnly. It just so happens that you can let your hands go down and find out the true details of the young man. After getting a nod from the gang leader, the 2 men in the spirit profound realm immediately moved towards Jiyu to show their physical skills. Seeing that the 2 fellows of the first level of the spirit profound realm wanted to go first, Jiyu decided to fight quickly. I saw the pure silver spear in his hand suddenly disappeared, and then a blue patterned sword appeared out of thin air. Ding! The host performed the second form of shining in the sky, and the second form of shining in the sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host performed the second form of shining in the sky, and the second form of shining in the sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mid-level swordsmanship of the second style of the shining sun and sky successfully broke through to the realm of the fire and pure green. Jiyu didn't even use the sword intent, and simply relied on the ground-level swordsmanship, the second style of shining sun in the sky. 2 ground-level swords were used in succession, and the 2 men with the first level of cultivation in the spirit profound realm, and the rest of the people of the Black Water Gang who did not have the cultivation level of the spirit profound realm, were directly exposed to the ultra-high temperature. Nothing. Only Luo Xing was far away, and he felt life-threatening, and he used all his strength to resist like a conditioned reflex. Even so, he still suffered serious burns. The Blackwater Gang is not so easy to join, so the number of people is not large. Originally there were only 100 or 200 people, and now only Luo Xing was left. Seeing this extremely tragic scene in front of him, Luo Xing's whole body was stiff, and his face was full of sluggish and helpless appearance. He could not predict that such a scene would happen. The entire Blackwater Gang, in an instant, was only himself left. Even their Blackwater Gang's strongest trump card, Heishui Great Array, Luo Xing did not have a chance to use it. Because the Heishui Great Array needs at least 2 spiritual profound realm martial arts practitioners and 10 or more master profound realm martial arts practitioners to be able to use it. But right now, he is the only one left. How to fight this? How to fight this special? Luo Xing's heart is broken. His mentality has collapsed and he has completely lost the will to fight. Ding! The host performed the second form of shining in the sky, and the second form of shining in the sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host urged the 7% sword doctrine to gain 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, 7% of the true meaning of Kendo successfully broke through to 80% of the true meaning of Kendo. This time, Jiyu's sword was instant, and it also came with the true meaning of swordsmanship, and wanted to kill Luo Xing with a single blow. It may be that Luo Xing gave up resistance, or it may be that Luo Xing did not react at all. Luo Xing did not resist and was easily sealed by Jiyu's sword. Today, one of the great forces in the City of Chaos, the Blackwater Gang has been wiped out. V2 Chapter 490 I just sent them on the road. After destroying the Blackwater Gang, Jiyu put away everyone's acceptance. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu opened the rings of these people one by one to see what was inside. Leaving aside the various treasures, he found another treasure map in Neji where the master Luo Xing is. Ding! The host took a look at the treasure map of the extremely cold land, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the treasure map of the extremely cold land. At this time, Jiu found out. The treasure map of the extreme cold land that he had obtained from the Black Robe Old Man, the deputy head of the Blackwater gang, Neji, was only a part of the entire treasure map. But the sum of these two treasure maps is still not a complete map. Jiu guessed that there should be one or two missing. But it doesn't matter. Only with the two incomplete treasure maps in his hand, he can still find the approximate location. At most, it will take more time to find it. Afterwards, Jiu took out all the pills in the ring for these people to take. Ding! The host took a third-grade pill and gained 999 times the experience of cultivation. Ding! The host took a fourth-grade pill and gained 999 times the experience of cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial arts cultivation base successfully broke through to the second peak of the spiritual profound realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial arts cultivation base successfully broke through to the second level of the spirit profound realm. The pills in these Blackwater gangs are not few, but not many. Therefore, Jiu's martial arts cultivation is not too explosive. To be precise, these guys have everything in the ring, including gold coins, pills, treasures, formations, materials, and so on. Miscellaneous but not many, so there are not many medicines. After this time of chaos, Jiu obtained a huge amount of valuable things. If he took out all the gold coins for auction, the total amount of gold coins would be unimaginable. Not only that, his overall strength has also increased several times. The harvest from this trip can be said to have made him extremely satisfied. Next, Jiu was about to leave for the extremely cold place, looking for the hidden treasure. There is nothing left to stay in this chaotic city. Although the Blackwater gang is not the only big power in Hunluan, he has no grievances with other forces. As long as others don't come to provoke him, he generally won't go looking for trouble. Jiu turned and left at this time. Ding! The host took a step, the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. However, it didn't take long before Jiu was beaten in the face by the speed of light. A group of people appeared in front of him, it looked like it was the Qingyun gang last time. Jiu frowned slightly. Why did this Qingyun gang come here? Don't say it is also to trouble yourself. The grey-robed old man who had met Jiu before was also among the Qingyun gang. How will you be here? The grey-robed old man exclaimed when he saw Jiu. Deputy leader, do you know him? There was a man in a green robe beside him. Seeing that the old man in grey robe knew the strange boy, he asked curiously. Helper, this is the boy I mentioned earlier. The grey-robed old man immediately explained. The man in Qingpao who was called the leader of the Qingyun gang was naturally the leader of the Qingyun gang. So it's him. The man in Qingpao couldn't help being surprised slightly. I'm just here to do something. Jiu said lightly, it's you, what are you going to do here? We have something to find the people from the Blackwater gang. The grey-robed old man answered vaguely. What he cared more about was why this black-robed boy appeared near the Blackwater gang. Is it to find Heishui to help settle the accounts? And with his sister? He looked at the little sister next to the black-robed boy. Although she looked a little special, she was just a weak girl with no power to restrain her. This makes him very puzzled. Are you going to find someone from the Blackwater gang? Jiu smiled slightly, I'm sorry, I just sent them on the road. This understatement surprised everyone in the Qingyun gang. They almost thought they had heard it wrong. What this young man meant was, the people of the Blackwater gang have already died in this young man's hands. What is the kid talking about? even he wants to lie to us, really if we are all 3-year-olds. Master Gang, let's deal with that kid first. Yeah, this year's Mao2 boy dare to pretend to be any force, at least let him know a lesson. However, few people believe it. Only the small group of people who met Gu last time held a dubious attitude. The others all made suggestions to the green-robed man and the gray-robed old man. After all, the Heishui gang has several spiritual profound realms, and the master of the Heishui gang has reached the second level of the spirit profound realm. If you want to defeat the entire Black Water gang, you must at least have the strength of the spirit profound realm at least 3 levels. Anyone who has never seen Gu's strength would never think that anyone could have a cultivation level above the spirit profound realm at this age. V2 Chapter 491 Don't Provoke. Hearing other people provoked there, the gray-robed old man's face immediately became ugly. To shut up. Just listen to the gray-robed old man scolded. He really wanted to slaughter these idiots on the spot, daring to say anything. If the black-clothed boy is really offended, the group of them will suffer, and it is estimated that only the leader can stop it. No one expected that the deputy gang leader would suddenly become angry. Although they didn't know what was going on, they all closed their mouths obediently. The man in Qingpao who was the gang leader was also speechless to his subordinates. Although he hadn't seen the strength of the black-clothed boy with his own eyes, listening to the deputy gang leader's words like that, it was definitely a difficult existence. My son, please don't take it to heart. The people nearby closed their mouths, and the gray-robed old man turned his head and said to Gu. Gu was silent. He hadn't cared about these people at all from the beginning. I will leave first if nothing is wrong. Gu didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with these people, preparing to leave here. Of course there is nothing else, please go, son. The deputy leader said quickly. It's best for this young man to walk quickly. He doesn't worry about staying here for even a second. Afterwards, Gu stopped talking nonsense and passed directly by those Qingyun gang members. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Let Gu pass by those people dare not say anything more. But they were not afraid of Gu, but the deputy gang leader. Seeing that the black-clothed boy was gone, the gray-robed old man suddenly became less worried. The man in the green robe was also relieved. Afterwards, those of the Qingyun gang continued to walk in towards the location of the Black Water gang. On the way, many people were still whispering underneath. What the is going on with the deputy chief just now, why is he suddenly so angry? I don't know, it feels a bit inexplicable. The deputy gang leader seems to be very jealous of the boy. Hey, don't you know that the deputy leader of the Blackwater gang was killed by a black-clothed boy not long ago? Wait, the boy in black you mentioned, is it the boy just now? The group of people underneath were whispering there, and finally someone told the truth. Suddenly, a group of people thought it was incredible. They all knew that the deputy leader of the Blackwater gang was killed by a young man with a perfect cultivation base in the spirit profound realm. The boy in black just now was no more than 18 years old, and at most he looked like 16 or 17. Being able to kill the deputy leader of the Blackwater gang shows that his true strength is at least the second level of the spirit profound realm. In other words, the black-clothed young man already had a cultivation base of the second level or higher in the spirit profound realm when he was less than 18 years old. This made them couldn't believe it, it was too appalling. In this entire chaotic place, they had never heard of any underage genius teenager whose cultivation level reached the spiritual profound realm or higher. But even the deputy gang leader is so jealous, they can only believe it. After a while, everyone from the Qingyun gang came to where the Blackwater gang was. But at a glance, there was no living figure, only dead bodies all over the floor. Even the dead bodies only had some bone fragments left, and they seemed to die very tragically. Everyone in Qingyun gang stood there dumbfounded, stunned by the scene before them. Was it really done by the boy just now? Including the grey-robed old man and the green-robed man, the two deputy heads and heads of the Qingyun gang were shocked by the scene before them, and they were all shocked. The boy in black just now, who is it? The man in the green robe whispered dreamily. I don't know. I don't even know where he is from or what his name is. The grey-robed old man reluctantly replied. From beginning to end, the identity of the boy in black was a mystery. The Qingpao man suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He quickly used his soul power to perceive his surroundings. Immediately found that there was not even a living person in the surrounding area except for the people who helped Qingyun. In other words, even Luo Xing, the leader of the Blackwater gang, was killed by the black-clothed boy. If nothing else, the treasure map on the Blackwater gang leader and deputy leader should have been taken by the black boy. The green-robed man pondered for a while, and said solemnly, it is estimated that he will meet the black-clothed boy in the extremely cold place, but even so, we should not provoke the boy. V2 Chapter 492 To the Extreme Cold. Understand. The grey-robed old man also nodded solemnly. The reason why their Qingyun gang came here this time is for the treasure map in the extremely cold place. The treasure map of the extremely cold land actually has a total of 4 broken maps, and the 4 broken maps are merged together to find the exact location of the treasure. But now, the 2 incomplete treasure maps of the Blackwater gang have been taken by the boy. Their plan had to be changed. It must be unrealistic to go to the young man to ask for it, and the young man will also destroy all of them Qingyun gang later. But you can't give up the treasures in the extremely cold place. Although they only had 1 broken picture in their hands, and another in the hands of other forces, they could barely find the approximate position. In this situation, we can only do so. As for the other members of the Qingyun gang, especially those who wanted to provoke Jiyu before, they all felt very grateful. Fortunately, the deputy gang leader was there just now, otherwise they would be miserable. At this moment, Jiyu has already gone far. It was getting late now, and he casually found an inn to stay. There was nothing to do at night, and Jiyu was about to start refining the pill. There are countless materials in the ring, and it's time to consume some. Immediately, Jiyu took out the alchemy furnace and a pile of alchemy materials from Neji. This pile of alchemy materials are all the materials of the 4th grade pill, Xingxuan pill. Ding! It is detected that the host has begun to refine the 4th grade pill, Xingxian pill, triggering a 999 times success rate of alchemy. With the system prompt sound of 999 times the success rate of alchemy, Jiyu began to refine the pill. Ding! The host refined a 4th grade pill, Xingxian pill, and the pill path achievements gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host refined a 4th grade pill, Xingxian pill, and the pill path achievements gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the 5th rank high-end alchemist. A total of 10 profound enhancing pills were refined. Jiyu's alchemy attainments also made a breakthrough at this time. Afterwards, he took all these 10 profound enhancing pills one after another. Ding! The host took a 4th grade pill, Xingxuan pill, and gained 999 times the experience of martial Tao cultivation. Ding! The host took a 4th grade pill, Xingxuan pill, and gained 999 times the experience of martial Tao cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial arts cultivation base successfully broke through to the 2nd peak of the spirit profound realm. After taking about the 8th profound enhancing pill, Jiyu's cultivation reached the 2nd peak of the spirit profound realm. It wasn't too late at this time, and Jiyu began to practice sky splitting again. Ding! The host reads the 3rd volume of Split Sky for 1 minute, and the 3rd level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads the 3rd volume of Split Sky for 1 minute, and the third level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. It's just that sky splitting is not so easy to break through. Although it feels like it's not much different, it is estimated that it will take a day or two of cultivation to make a breakthrough. It was late at night, and you should also sleep. Woke up the next day. I rinsed briefly and ate breakfast. Then he headed in the direction of the extremely cold place. In the entire southern region, the extremely cold place is the most northerly place. Called a carriage with a better horse breed, and set off to leave the chaotic place to the extreme cold place. In the carriage, Jiu did not waste any time and continued to practice the sky-splitting exercise. He wanted to strive to improve his physique as soon as possible. Ding! The host reads the third volume of Split Sky for 1 minute, and the third level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads the third volume of Split Sky for 1 minute, and the third level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the third stage of Wangjie's sky splitting successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. This time, Jiu's practice finally succeeded in breaking through. Of course, it also took a day and a half. The carriage was almost in the extreme cold. Jiu could feel that his physique had reached the third rank of the profound body. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial arts cultivation base gains experience points, 560 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the martial arts cultivation base gains experience points, 560 by 999 times. Before getting off the car, Jiu also tried to test his current physique cultivation speed. Obviously, the speed of cultivation has improved again. My son, the extreme cold is ahead. At this time, an embarrassed voice came from the coachman outside, the little ones will not go in. At the same time, he was very worried that this young man would be unhappy. If he is not happy, then he will be in trouble, but he has nothing to do. It is good. Jiu didn't care much, and got out of the carriage with Xiaogu. He could understand that the coachman was afraid to take them into the extreme cold. After all, the temperature in the extremely cold place is too low, and the horses are easily frozen and difficult to move forward. And the coachman's cultivation base is not high, only the cultivation base of the imperial profound realm. It is easy to get into danger when entering a place like an extremely cold place. After getting off the carriage from here, the journey to the extremely cold place was not far. Even on foot, it takes at most half an hour to arrive, and Xiaogu can take him to fly, so there is no need to embarrass others. V2 Chapter 493 Icehouse. With the help of Xiaogu, Jiu flew to the extremely cold place. Following the 2 treasure maps, Jiu directly asked Xiaogu to fly him to the approximate location of the treasure. Looking down from the sky, this is a glacier, and the surrounding temperature has dropped sharply. When it was about the same position, the ossicles landed downward. That's it. Jiu looked at the white snow at her feet. He looked up and saw that in addition to ice and snow, it was ice and snow. Although the treasure trove should be nearby, but this is still clueless. Ding! The host took a step, and the lower-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the lower-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. After walking for a long time, Jiu didn't find a place that seemed to hide a treasure. Then, an idea came to him. That is to find with the help of Zi Liutong's ability. Ding! The host used the Zi Lu pupil, and the Zi Lu pupil gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host used the Zi Lu pupil, and the Zi Lu pupil gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. After several searches, Jiu finally found a place hidden under the ice and snow, most like a place for treasure. He walked to the top of the treasure trove. Then, the next step is to break through the thick layers of ice and snow under the feet. This is at least a dozen meters deep, and it is not easy to go down. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju, and the Lone Kill Punch Ju gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju successfully broke through to the realm of integration and penetration. With a punch, the ice and snow under his feet only penetrated about 2 meters. Ji couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He was also an inferior boxing technique, and he only smashed the layer of ice and snow under his feet for less than 2 meters. Perhaps it is because this ice and snow has been deposited in the extreme cold place for hundreds of thousands of years, and the degree of toughness is extraordinary. Ji could only continue to smash down with one punch, because there was a lot of profound energy in his body anyway. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju, and the Lone Kill Punch Ju gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju, and the Lone Kill Punch Ju gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Fist Ju successfully broke through to the realm of Fuhua Qingqing. After smashing several more punches, Jiyu finally smashed through the more than 10 meters of ice and came to the treasure that he had just discovered through Zilu Tong. Immediately after that, the system prompt sound came in my mind. Ding! The host took a look at the 5-rank hidden array, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the 5-rank hidden array. Only then did Ji know that there was a 5th-rank hidden array underneath. It's no wonder that when he first used Ziliu Pupil, he could only see that this place was more like a treasure trove. Ding! The host successfully cracked the 5-rank hidden array, and gained 999 times the proficiency experience for magic achievements. Ji, who mastered the cracking method, spent some time cracking the 5-rank hidden array. Then, a place that looked like an ice cellar appeared before his eyes. Since this ice cellar is more than 10 meters deep from the ground, the environment is rather dark. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ji immediately took out a night pearl from Neji. Although this night pearl is not particularly bright, it is enough to illuminate this ice cellar. Ji originally thought that if he entered this ice cellar, he could find the treasures hidden here. It turned out that there was nothing in this ice cellar. Not to mention treasures, not even a gold coin. No, since there is a treasure map, it is impossible to have nothing. Ji still doesn't believe in evil. This treasure map of the extremely cold place can't even be useless, right? Ding! The host used the Zilu Pupil, and the Zilu Pupil gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ji immediately activated Zilu Pupil again, and at the same time, with the help of soul perception, together to find the hidden secrets that may exist in this ice cellar. At the next moment, he felt profound energy fluctuations somewhere behind him. As the soul's perception moved towards this profound energy fluctuation, Ji was facing an ice wall. At this moment, the Ziliu Pupil was in the active state, and he saw through this ice wall that there was a door containing profound energy fluctuations. He was immediately happy, but he found it. V2 Chapter 494 Unbreakable Door. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju, and the Lone Kill Punch Ju gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ji used his boxing technique to smash through the ice wall in front of him. Then, a door containing mysterious profound energy appeared before his eyes. However, This door does not seem to be so easy to open. Ji-yu took a closer look and found 4 shallow grooves on the door. The size of a groove seems to be exactly the same as a treasure map. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Discovering this, Ji-yu immediately took out the 2 treasure maps from the ring. Compare it with the groove on the wall, and it is indeed almost the same size. But there are only 2 treasure maps in his hand, and there are 4 grooves on the door. It seems that 2 treasure maps are still missing, which is a bit troublesome. Ji-yu thought to himself. Where can he find the 2 missing treasure maps now? Ji-yu was at a loss. He thought about it for a while, and just first tried whether he could break the door directly by force. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju, and the Lone Kill Punch Ju gained 999 times the proficiency experience. However, the punch went down without causing any damage to the door in front of him. The strangest thing was that it gave Ji-yu a feeling of hitting, but in fact he didn't hit at all. There seemed to be an invisible film blocking him. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju, and the Lone Kill Punch Ju gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host used the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Punch Ju, and the Lone Kill Punch Ju gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior boxing technique Lone Kill Boxing Ju successfully broke through to the state of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the Lone Kill Boxing Ju has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the middle-level boxing method Yun Ju boxing method. No matter how many punches Ji-yu hit, it is useless. The door in front didn't even sway. Although Ji-yu's biggest move was not a solitary fight, there was no need to continue trying. Solitary fighting fist is a fist technique of the lower ranks, its power is not weak, but it can't shake this door at all. Even if he exchanged his sword and used the biggest killer move, it would be a waste of effort. From this point of view, Ji-yu could only collect the remaining 2 treasure maps. Otherwise, he has no other way. However, at this moment, Ji-yu suddenly noticed that someone on the ground above was approaching here. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ji-yu immediately felt it through his soul power. It was surprisingly discovered that it was the Qingyun gang. Not only that, there are still a group of people on the other side, but I don't know what forces it is. Ji-yu could perceive that among the group of people on the other side, there was one with the strongest ability to reach the 2nd-tier peak cultivation base of the Spirit Profound Realm. In addition to this person, there are also 4 people whose cultivation is at the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The rest are all cultivation bases of the Tongxian realm. The overall strength of this force is obviously stronger than that of the Qingyun gang. But I don't know what force it is, but I don't know where it came from. But no matter who they are, since they can find this place, it means that there is a hidden treasure map on them. Not surprisingly, members of the Qingyun gang have a treasure map, and a person from another unknown force also has a treasure map. Ji-yu had already made his calculations in his heart, just waiting for those people to run down by themselves. After a while, the members of the Qingyun gang met with another unknown force. Ji-yu could feel that the 2 groups of people quickly reached a consensus on it, and there was no fight, and they all came down to the ice cellar. You are finally here. At this time, Ji-yu's mouth raised slightly. Hearing the familiar voice of a young man, the Qingyun gang all trembled. Isn't this voice the voice of the boy in black before? The leader of the Qingyun gang, that is, the man in the green robe, could tell that it was the voice of the boy in black. He looked towards the sound source in amazement, and found a black-clothed teenager standing inside holding Yi Mingzhu in one hand and a demon girl in the other. He couldn't help but twist his brow. He didn't expect that this boy would come here so soon. And he glanced around and found that the treasures here seemed to have been swept away by the boy. In this regard, he can only admit it. This trip was a waste of time. He had no other thoughts except that he felt very sorry. Can't you ask him to let the boy hand over the treasure? Isn't that looking for death? The entire Blackwater gang was taken directly by the opponent, and once their Qingyun gang provokes this young man, they will probably end up not much better. The second thing that came to mind was the grey-robed old man who was the deputy leader. He and the gang leader almost have the same idea. No matter what, just don't provoke that boy. After all, life is more important than anything else. As for the other members of the Qingyun gang, they dare not have any ideas at all. At the moment they heard the voice of the boy in black, they had already thought of fleeing. What happened to the Blackwater gang last time shocked their hearts too much. In their eyes, the black-clothed boy seemed to be a murderous god. V2 Chapter 495 2 Tianying, shut up. Everyone in Qingyun gang stood still and did not dare to act rashly. They expected the hostess to immediately order to leave here. The Qingpao man was hesitating, what to do next. When he was on the ground just now, he thought that the ice cave was naturally formed, so he went straight down, and it was difficult to go up again. Thinking about it now, it feels more likely to be caused by the boy in black. He was hesitating, should he take everyone out of here, or observe the situation first? At the same time, however, another group of unknown forces is completely different. An eagle-faced man who looked like a leader was the person who Ji Yu had previously perceived as possessing the double-peak cultivation base of the spirit profound realm. He observed the surroundings, and immediately determined that it was the boy in black who did not know where he came from, and took all the treasures here. Boy, you should understand the truth that everyone is innocent and guilty. The eagle-faced man said to Ji Yu in a threatening tone. Suffered. Hearing these words, the Qingpao man of the Qingyun gang suddenly yelled in his heart. He just forgot to remind those guys of Chaotian gang not to provoke the boy in black. Kaoshinying, shut up. The man in the green robe quickly passed it to the Chaotian gang leader Kaoshinying for a spiritual exchange. What? Hearing such an anxious voice, Chao Tianying was stunned. Don't provoke that boy in black. The man in Qingpao passed a word again. Su Yunqing, don't pretend to be a ghost here, I will share some of your treasures later. Kaoshinying looked a little unhappy. He thought that Su Yunqing was worried that he would swallow all the treasures of the black-clothed boy, so he deliberately said those inexplicable things. After all, how can such an ordinary teenager stand him? Su Yunqing is almost dying of anxiety, this Kaoshinying is really mindless. Just as he hurriedly wanted to pass on the spiritual communication again, the boy in black suddenly spoke again. You should all have treasure maps, right? Just listen to Ji Yu said. How about there? Kaoshinying said coldly, boy, advise you to hand over the treasure as soon as possible, otherwise I will do it directly. It's over. At this moment, Su Yunqing was completely desperate. At this time, Kaoshinying offended the black-clothed boy to death, and the entire Chaotian gang would be destroyed. Although the life and death of the Chaotian gang has nothing to do with him, the main thing is that this may also affect their Qingyun gang. Hand over the treasure map, I can give you a way out. Ji Yu said lightly. When he said this, Kaoshinying almost thought he had heard it wrong. This hairy boy, dared to say such a thing in front of him. Boy, I think you are tired of living. Kaoshinying's face became gloomy. My lord, don't talk nonsense with that kid, just kill that kid and grab the treasure. Yeah, I don't know how this kid found here, so he actually got the treasure first. Fortunately, we came in time, otherwise this kid would be for nothing. The rest of the Chaotian gang were also clamoring there. Obviously, none of them paid attention to the black-clothed boy. On the other hand, Su Yunqing from Qingyun gang's face was full of surprises. We Qingyun will hand over the treasure map now. Su Yunqing immediately said in a low voice. And take out the treasure map from Na Ring and hold it in your hand. The grey-robed old man, the deputy gang leader, was also delighted. Now, their Qin Yun gang can save their lives. As for the Chao Tian gang group, hearing Su Yunqing's words and seeing Su Yunqing's attitude, they all doubted whether the Qin Yun gang leader was stupid. Fong Master Su, are you okay? Kaohsiung couldn't help asking Su Yunqing. This Su Yunqing had previously prevented him from doing anything to the boy in black, and now he obediently gave the boy in black a treasure map. Even if this treasure map is no longer useful, it is too abnormal. He felt that Su Yunqing was not crazy. Su Yunqing didn't bother to pay attention to the Kaohsiung at all. Now he doesn't want to get involved with this idiot, the clearer the relationship, the better. This idiot died on his own and will regret it later. Su Yunqing had no choice but to please the black-clothed boy as much as possible and save his life for the Qin Yun help everyone. As for the Chao Tian Eagle and Chao Tian gang, it has nothing to do with him. Very well, stand still. Ji Yu slightly nodded towards Su Yunqing and said, I will solve a little trouble first. The little trouble in his mouth naturally refers to another force that disobeyed him. Hearing the words of the black-clothed boy, Su Yunqing couldn't help but hesitated. Obviously, this black-clothed boy was about to do something to help those people in Chao Tian. Before it started, he had already anticipated the ending. V2 Chapter 496 Collect the Treasure Map. At this time, Chao Tian Eagle and the Chao Tian gang had not realized the seriousness of the problem. Ji Yuzheng wanted to directly use the ground-level swordsmanship to destroy these guys, but considering the power of the ground-level swordsmanship, especially the super high temperature, it is easy to melt the surrounding ice. When the time comes, the scene becomes chaotic, and it will be troublesome to get the treasure map of the Qin Yun gang. Simply, get it now. Ding! The host has used the superior level of the Earth-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Flash, and Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ji Yu's figure flickered and grabbed the treasure map in Su Yunqing's hands. At the same time, he left a word. You can go now. Hearing this voice, Su Yunqing suddenly realized that the treasure map in his hand had been taken away by the boy in black. He froze for a moment, and immediately ordered everyone behind him, let's go. Everyone of Qin Yun gang reacted one after another, and they used their own methods to climb up. At the same time, the blue patterned sword had already appeared in Ji Yu's hands. Ding! The host performed the second form of Shining in the Sky, and the second form of Shining in the Sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host urged the 80% Sword Doctrine, and the 80% Sword Doctrine gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Almost in an instant, Ji Yu had already cut out a golden sword wave. Like a stormy sea, it swallowed toward the sky and helped everyone. In this gloomy ice cellar, a dazzling golden light suddenly gleamed, making the Chao Tian gang dazzling. Most of them were swallowed up before they realized what had happened. Only Kaohsiung and the other 4 cultivation bases reached the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm and survived. Even so, the 4 were seriously injured. Only Kaohsiung's situation is better, but he is not too optimistic and his face looks a little pale. At this moment, he realized that almost all his subordinates were dead, and he realized that he had provoked some monsters. At the same time, the ice above is melting rapidly. But Ji Yu has a profound energy body, and the melted water can't reach him at all. Ding! The host performed the second form of Shining in the Sky, and the second form of Shining in the Sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! The host urged the 80% Sword Doctrine, and the 80% Sword Doctrine gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mid-level swordsmanship of the second style of the sky and the sun successfully broke through to the realm of the peak. Ding! It is detected that the second style of Yaori and the sky has reached completion, and it will automatically be upgraded to the third style of the superior swordsmanship on the ground. Ji Yu didn't give the remaining 5 people a chance to breathe, and used his sword skills again. At the same time, a breakthrough has taken place in swordsmanship, and the advancement has become the third style of shining sun and sky. The 4 people of the Chao Tian group who were at the first level of cultivation in the spirit profound realm just wanted to take the healing pill to relieve their serious injuries, but saw the same golden sword wave hit in front of them again. Suddenly, despair and panic appeared in their eyes. Do not. No. Ah. Jianba swept over and swallowed these screams instantly. Kaohsiung subconsciously used defensive skills to resist, but how could Kaohsiung's hurried move be able to withstand it? Kaohsiung's defensive mysterious skills are like tofu that breaks when touched. After a while, his injuries worsened, and his body was covered with flesh and blood, all traces of burns. Especially the internal organs in the body are almost unable to support. You, who are you? The sky eagle spouted a mouthful of blood, with a very weak tone. You have no need to know. Ji looked indifferent. Ding. The host has used the superior level of the earth-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Flash, and Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. The voice has not yet fallen, he has appeared in front of Kaohsiung. Ding. The host performed the third form of Shining in the Sky, and the third form of Shining in the Sky gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding. The host urged the 80% Sword Doctrine, and the 80% Sword Doctrine gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Immediately afterwards, he immediately fired a sword to completely kill Kaohsiung. At the same time, the surrounding ice is continuously melting at a rapid rate. After a while, the entire ice cellar will be filled. Ji quickly snatched Neji from Kaohsiung's hand. Ding. The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, won by 999 times. He immediately opened the ring and took a look. As expected, the 4th treasure map was in it. As for the acceptance of those other people's ring, he didn't have time to find it, because the ice layer above was collapsing and melting. The most urgent thing should be to quickly open the door. Ding. The host has used the superior level of the earth-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Flash, and Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ji took Xiao Bone's hand and showed her body skills and came to the door. And took out all the 4 treasure maps and placed them in the 4 grooves of the door in front of them. At this moment, the profound energy contained in this door suddenly began to flow and become restless. V2 Chapter 497 Remnant Soul. The other side. Before the ice began to melt, Qingyun Gang leader Su Yunqing and deputy gang leader Grey Robe Old Man had already left the ice cave. In the next second, Su Yunqing was the first to feel that the ice below was faintly shaking. He suddenly realized that the situation seemed bad. All hurry up. Su Yunqing hurriedly shouted to the subordinates who had not yet come out below. Qin Yun helped everyone speed up quickly and used all their strength to climb out of the ice cave. When the last person came up, the ice on the ground had already begun to collapse. Disperse quickly. Upon seeing this, Su Yunqing immediately ordered. Under Su Yunqing's order, the Qin Yun gang scattered all around. In a short while, this piece of ice had completely collapsed. Almost everyone in Qin Yun gang increased their heartbeats, feeling a little afraid. It's probably caused by the black boy. Well, the Chao Tian gang should not be able to get up. The grey-robed old man and Su Yunqing both looked down blankly. With such a momentum, even if the Chao Tian gang hadn't been wiped out, they wouldn't be able to survive a few people. At this moment, Su Yunqing was especially fortunate that he had always avoided engaging with the boy in black. Otherwise, their Qin Yun gang will only end up worse than Chao Tian gang. Moreover, thanks to the boy in black, their Qin Yun gang lacked the 2 powerful competitive forces of the Blackwater gang and the Chao Tian gang. At the same time, Ji has opened the door with those 4 treasure maps. But what appeared before his eyes was a teleportation circle inside the door. Ding! The host glanced at the 7th rank teleportation array, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the 7th-rank teleportation array. GU was suddenly surprised. This is actually a 7th-rank teleportation array. This is the first time he has seen the 7th-rank formation. Is the place where the 7th-rank teleportation array can be teleported to, is it the place where the treasure is hidden? GU already couldn't wait to go in and take a look. And this ice cellar has been submerged by snow water. He immediately led the ossicles into the teleportation circle. At this moment, GU was in a trance. The next moment, he and Xiao Bone appeared in an illusory space. There was pure white all around, as if there was no edge in sight. In front of GU and Xiao Gu, there was only a ghost shadow. Apart from this, there is nothing else. 10,000 years, someone finally came. This voice is a bit psychedelic, it is hard to tell whether it is a male or a female. Who are you? GU's eyes showed a vigilant color. Because of the ghost of the soul in front of him, he couldn't see through it at all. Ding! The host uses the Z-Lu pupil, and the Z-Lu pupil gains proficiency experience value, 1 by 999 times. Even with the help of Z-Lu pupil, it is still impossible to see through. GU, this thing is very strong. At this moment, a small bone voice came from the depths of GU's heart. GU suddenly became more careful. Even Xiao Bone felt jealous of this soul phantom. Don't be so nervous, I won't hurt you. A voice came from the ghost of the soul again. So, why did you trick us in? GU asked directly. In this space, apart from the soul phantom in front of him, there is no treasure at all. Obviously, I was deceived. There is no treasure hidden here at all. I didn't lie to you. It's better to say that my remnant soul is the treasure here. Remnant soul. This is slightly different from GU's guess. He thought that the ghost of the soul was the soul of some super strong man, but he didn't expect it to be a remnant soul. Remnant soul, in simple terms, means mutilated soul. This is just a broken soul, which can make the bones jealous. So, if it were a complete soul, how powerful it would be. During his lifetime. Thinking of this, GU couldn't keep thinking about it. Do you do me any good? GU still remained vigilant and asked. There are benefits, but you need to promise me a condition. What conditions? GU asked. Let me stay on you. Hearing this condition of the ghost shadow, GU suddenly frowned. This remnant soul is lodged on him, to put it bluntly, it is to be lodged in his soul. Not to mention whether he can successfully board under the system's obstruction. Once he successfully boarded, then he will be at risk of being taken away. How could he have agreed to this condition? But just as GU was about to speak, the soul ghost said again, the boarding method is very simple, as long as you recognize this soul rope as your master, and then I will enter this soul rope. At this moment, a red string appeared in GU's hands out of thin air. As soon as he glanced at it, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host took a look at the soul rope and triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully comprehending the soul rope. At this moment, GU not only knew what this soul rope was through the system, but also how to make this soul rope recognize him as the master. V2 Chapter 498 Small Bones. Assuming that GU succeeded in recognizing the Lord through the soul rope, the remnant soul phantom could be lodged on him through the soul rope without entering his soul. But the main question was, what exactly this remnant ghost wanted to do. So what is the purpose of your boarding on me, and then what is the benefit? GU asked. Remnant soul shadow, the purpose is naturally to leave here. As for the benefits, I am your greatest benefit. GU was speechless for a while. He didn't even know what was going on with this remnant ghost. What kind of advantage is this? The remnant ghost seemed to know what GU was thinking, and then said, whether you believe me or not, if you don't agree to my terms, you can't leave here. Because of that teleportation array, I can control it at will. Think about it. Ji Yu couldn't help frowning when he heard the remnant soul phantom say this. Because he felt it, the teleportation array was indeed closed. Let's talk about it carefully first. What are your specific benefits to me? Ji Yu had to ask. For example, the friend next to you is a natural disaster bone dragon, right? She will soon break through to the 6th grade demon power, and I can help her. Remnant Soul Void said. A breakthrough soon. Ji Yu looked at the small bone beside him suspiciously. One more thing, this remnant soul phantom actually knew directly that Xiao Bone's body was a natural disaster bone dragon. He had never told this remnant soul phantom. Okay. Xiao Bone nodded. This breakthrough of rank 6 demon power will bring you a lot of danger to this friend. Remnant Soul Void continued to say. This is also true. Ji Yu asked Xiao Bone immediately. Okay. Xiao Bone nodded again. Xiao Bone's attitude was a little abnormal at this time. Based on Ji Yu's understanding of Xiao Gu, if Xiao Gu really showed such an expression, then something very serious must have happened. Ji Yu pondered for a moment, and said in a serious tone to Remnant Hunning, if you really help her, then I will agree to your terms. He must guarantee the safety of the ossicles. After all, he has established a soul contract with Xiaogu. Once one party is in danger of life, the other party will suffer too. And not only that, he also gradually regarded Xiaogu as his relatives. Even if there is no such thing as a soul contract, he can't just sit back and watch Xiaogu's affairs. Can. The remnant soul virtual shadow almost did not hesitate, and decisively agreed, after about half a day, your friend will break through on its own, and then I will help her tide over the difficulties. Then I will wait for a long time. Ji Yu said. He planned to wait in this space for a long time. He would not easily believe that only after the remnant soul phantom successfully helped Xiao Bone overcome the difficulties, he would promise to deal with the other party's conditions so as to prevent the other party from turning back. Next, Ji Yu directly began to practice the technique of splitting the sky. Ding! The host reads the 3rd volume of Sky Split for 1 minute, and the 3rd level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads the 3rd volume of Sky Split for 1 minute, and the 3rd level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. During this period, the remnant soul and shadow did not bother Ji Yu. After about half a day. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly felt a very powerful demon power forming in the space, and it was getting stronger and stronger. He immediately left the cultivation state, because this is likely to be a breakthrough in the ossicles. It seems you feel it too. The remnant soul void said at this time, however, during the period when your friend breaks through the 6th grade demon power, you have to leave here temporarily. Why? Ji Yu was obviously reluctant. Because of the powerful demon power generated when your friend breaks through, it may tear you apart at any time. The remnant ghost said, I don't want you to die here. Ji Yu fell into a brief contemplation. Afterwards, he continued, aren't you afraid that I would take this opportunity to escape? I don't think you can leave your friend alone. After all, haven't you established a soul contract with her? Remnant Soul Void said. Hearing this, Ji Yu suddenly shrank his pupils. Even the soul contract was seen by the other party. Ji Yu, just listen to this guy, leave here first. At this time, Xiaogu forced to endure the reluctance in his heart and said to Ji Yu. Although she didn't want to be separated from Ji Yu, she herself felt the terrifying energy that she was about to generate, and Ji Yorua would indeed be in danger if she continued to stay in this space. She absolutely didn't want to see Ji Yu hurt because of herself. It is good. Even Xiaogu said so, Ji Yu has nothing to say. I have reopened the teleportation array, you just need to teleport it out. Remnant Soul Void said, after you go out, I will close the teleportation formation, and when your friend successfully breaks through the 6th grade demon power, I will open the teleportation formation again. Ji didn't say anything more. Seeing that the teleportation circle behind had already appeared, he walked towards that teleportation circle. V2 Chapter 499 Recognize the Lord. When entering the teleportation circle, Ji released her profound energy in advance to surround her body, so as not to be soaked by the water from the melting ice layer. After a while, his vision changed instantly. Opening his eyes again, he had returned to the ice cellar filled with snow. Small bone, there must be no accident. Ji looked at the 7-rank teleportation array that had been closed before him, praying silently in his heart. Next, he could only practice the exercises while noticing that the teleportation array in front of him would open again. Ding! The host reads the 3rd volume of Sky Split for 1 minute, and the 3rd level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host reads the 3rd volume of Sky Split for 1 minute, and the 3rd level of Sky Split gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Time passed slowly. 2 or 3 days have passed. Ji's physique broke through again, reaching the 4th rank of the profound body. The teleportation array in front of him still did not move at all. Ji felt that every minute and a second passed. It was hard. Because he has no way of knowing what happened to the ossicles in that space. But what is certain at present is that Xiaobon is not in danger of life, otherwise he will definitely be affected as a soul contract. Now, Ji can only wait slowly. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 580 by 999 times. Ding! The host has cultivated profound energy for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation base, 580 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the spirit profound realm. Unknowingly, another 2 or 3 days passed, and Ji's martial arts cultivation base also broke through. However, the teleportation array in front of him still did not move. He didn't feel anything through the soul contract. At the next moment, Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. This is, the teleportation array is opened again. Seeing this, Ji was overjoyed and quickly walked into the teleportation circle. And he was not affected, indicating that the ossicles were not life-threatening. In other words, successfully broke through the 6th grade demon power. Afterwards, Ji returned to the white space. However, what appeared before his eyes in the next second was a small bone without clothes. Ji couldn't help but froze, and asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Little Bones didn't realize it. After all, she doesn't care whether she wears clothes or not, nor does she have the concept of normal human beings. She feels more comfortable without clothes. I am your clothes, why are they gone? Ji recovered and asked again. Oh, you mean the clothes were all destroyed by the uncontrollable violent energy just now. Xiaobon explained. No matter what, it's fine. Ji smiled slightly. Seeing the energetic look of the small bones in front of him, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Ding! The host urges the mental power to open the ring, and the golden mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ji immediately took out another set of blue and white dresses from Na Ring, and what was just destroyed by the energy caused by the small bones was another set of white dresses. Just as Ji was about to put clothes on Xiaobon, he suddenly discovered that the 2 dragon horns on Xiaobon were gone. Why is your dragon horn missing? Ji asked subconsciously. Dragon horn. Xiao Gu touched his forehead, and only noticed this. Maybe when this seed just broke through, it disappeared automatically, and the tail of this seed is gone. It really is. Ji immediately looked behind Xiao Gu, and the tail was really gone. This is because she has broken through the 6th rank demon power, and her transformation has become more perfect. At this time, the ghostly ghost on the opposite side said. That's it. Ji said. Ding. The host used the Zi-Lu pupil, and the Zi-Lu pupil gained experience points, won by 999 times. He immediately took a look with his Zi-Lu pupil. Xiaobon was indeed a 6th grade monster now. But it took so long. Ji couldn't help muttering to himself. It took 4 or 5 days to break through the 6th grade demon power. The 6th rank demon power corresponds to the human martial artist of the Earth Profound Realm. So, when he breaks through the Earth Profound Realm in the future, it will take at least 4 or 5 days. Your friend seems to have experienced something. For a long time, the body has accumulated a large amount of messy energy that cannot be absorbed. When the demon power level is low, nothing will happen, but when it reaches the 6th stage demon power or higher, this large amount of messy energy will explode. Remnant Hunting said, but I have helped her to get rid of the messy energy these days, and it's all right. Thank you, Senior. This is Ji's heartfelt thanks. What the other party said he had experienced was that Xiaobon had been sealed for thousands of years, and it was still in the depths of the Kanglan Empire Academy, so it accumulated a lot of messy energy. Fortunately, this time I encountered the remnant soul of this strong man and was able to solve it. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. If Xiaobon loses his life because of these messy energy, then he can't continue to live. So now, can you fulfill your promise? Remnant Soul Void asked. Can. Ji nodded without hesitation. After a word, the horse is hard to follow. Since he agreed to the other party, then he will not go back halfway. He didn't feel any malice from the opponent. And this time the other party did help him a lot, saving Xiaogu's life, which was almost equivalent to saving his life. Ji immediately took out the red rope that the remnant soul phantom gave him before, which is the so-called soul rope, and is about to begin to recognize this soul rope as his master. The method is actually very simple, that is to drop blood to recognize the Lord. But the problem is whether the soul rope is willing to recognize him as the Lord. No matter what, Ji will try again. Using a hand knife, he made a cut in his fingertips and dropped blood on the soul rope. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the process of recognizing the master by dripping blood, and the recognizing the master by dripping blood has been successfully increased to 999 times. Ji was suddenly surprised when he heard the prompt tone from the system. Unexpectedly, even the blood recognition thing can achieve a 999 times success rate through the system. Is there any suspense then? As expected. After a while, Ji succeeded in recognizing the Lord by dripping blood on the rope of soul. I've gotten my blood to recognize the Lord, and it's up to you next. Ji immediately said to the remnant ghost. It is good. The remnant soul void responded. Remnant soul phantom did not deceive Ji, saying that to enter the soul rope directly is to enter the soul rope. I saw the remnant soul void in a blink of an eye, got into the soul rope. V2 Chapter 500 Meet Mu Sun again. At this moment, although the remnant soul phantom disappeared from his eyes, Ji could definitely feel the existence of the remnant soul phantom through the soul rope. That's it. Apart from this, Ji couldn't feel anything else from the remnant soul phantom. So I can leave this space through the soul rope. Remnant soul void said. Then let's go out now. As Ji said, he immediately took the soul rope in one hand and the ossicles in the other, and walked out of the teleportation circle. The next moment, he returned to the ice cellar. The remnant soul void then sealed the 7th rank transmission array again. Ding! The host used the medium-level boxing technique Yun-Ju Fist, and Yun-Ju Fist gained 999 times the experience of proficiency. Ding! The host has used the superior level of the Earth-level body technique Shadowless Thunder Flash, and Shadowless Thunder Flash has gained 999 times the proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the middle-level boxing Yun-Ju Fist successfully broke through to the realm of slightly Xiaocheng. Ji punched the broken ice layer that collapsed above, and used his body technique to bring the small bones out of the ground. just take you out of that space, right? At this moment, Jiyu asked the remnant ghost in the rope of soul, then I will release you now? Not yet. But the voice of remnant soul void's rejection came from the soul rope. Jiyu raised his brows slightly and asked, what else do you want? I didn't think about how, I just thought it would be more convenient to follow you. Remnant soul void said, and just to help your friend, my energy is running out. I have to sleep in the soul rope for a while. When I wake up next time, you will know more. The remnant soul void's voice is getting weaker and weaker, and it is estimated that it is almost unable to support it. Wait, what's your name? Jiyu asked immediately. Name? It's too long, I can't remember it for a while. I'll tell you when I wake up next time. After this voice fell, the remnant soul void had no response anymore, it should have fallen into a deep sleep. Jiyu didn't care too much. It's better to fall asleep, at least more peacefully. I think that thing shouldn't be a bad person. At this time, Xiao Bone suddenly spoke. Hope so. Jiyu whispered. Afterwards, he said, go, let's go straight back to the chaotic place. Upon hearing this, the ossicles immediately opened their bone wings. Take Jiyu out of the extremely cold place and head to the chaotic place. Jiyu can clearly feel that the flight speed of Xiao Bone is much faster than before. After all, the demon power of the ossicles had already broken through to the 6th rank, and it was normal that the flight speed would increase. After arriving in the chaos, Jiyu returned to the central area of the chaos. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! The host took a step, and the upper-level body technique, Shadowless Thunder Light Flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. When Jiyu happened to pass by a certain building, he suddenly felt a familiar breath. He couldn't help being puzzled and curious. When he turned around, he realized that he was passing through a slave market. Ding! The host uses the soul perception power, and the soul power gains experience points, won by 999 times. Jiyu immediately used his soul power to sense, which of his acquaintances was in this slave market. Immediately afterwards, he found that the familiar breath he had just felt was Mu Sun's breath. Why is she here? Jiyu couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Mu Sun, the former head of the Kanglan branch hall, his cultivation base was very close to the spirit profound realm. Although he was defeated by Xiao Gu with a fist, he still left a deep impression on him. It can be said that Mu Sun is the most powerful and mysterious among all the profound realm martial artists he has come into contact with. In his opinion, even though Mu Sun was only a 9-fold complete cultivation base in the Tongxian realm, he still had nothing to do with defeating the kind of warrior who had just breached the spiritual profound realm. Jiyu really didn't expect that Mu Sun would actually be here in chaos, or even in a slave market. Immediately afterwards, he felt a murderous intent on Mu Sun's body. This is interesting. Jiyu narrowed his eyes and walked into the slave market in front of him. He really wanted to see what happened in it. Jiyu walked into this slave market, and soon found that there were people rushing out of the slave market. In this way, Mu Sun was making trouble inside. Soon, Jiyu found where Mu Sun was. It looked like a place for the slave trade, but it had become a mess now, and almost nothing in the place was intact. Seeing a large group of people in the field, the first thing Jiyu saw was Mu Sun. Behind Mu Sun, there are many women in ragged clothes and handcuffs, ranging from those in their early 10s to their 20s. Obviously, these women are slaves who were trafficked here. Opposite Mu Sun, that group of people seemed to be from this slave market. Except for one man whose cultivation reached the first stage of the spirit profound realm, most of the others were also above the Tong profound realm. On the other hand, Mu Sun's side is weak. Those slave women didn't have much fighting ability, and it was useless if there were more. Come on, catch that woman for me. At this moment, there was an obese man who looked like a rich man on the opposite side, pointing at Mu Sun angrily.